Bonito City, a rather grand name for the cluster of log buildings that housed a saloon, post office, schoolhouse, church, general store, a hotel called the Mayberry House, and a number of comfortable residences. Set amid lofty peaks 12-mile northwest of Rizzuto, apple orchards and livestock of the Bonito settlers flourished in the 7,000-foot meadows at the edge of the forests. Trout fishing was excellent in the Bonito River. God was in his heaven, and all was right with the world, or so it seemed, when two events took place that would cause the serene and pleasant community to literally disappear. The centerpiece of Bonito City was the two-story log hotel called the Mayberry House, operated by Mr. and Mrs. John Mayberry. They had 3 children, John, Eddie, and Nellie. On the night of May 5th, 1885, the Mayberry House leaped into the record books with one of New Mexico's most bizarre crimes. Earlier that evening, a number of miners ate supper there and left. Only 2 guests had rooms, Dr. R. E. Flynn from Ohio, and a youth named Martin Nelson seemed to be pleasant and inoffensive roomers. All were in bed by 10 o'clock. About 1 o'clock in the morning, Nelson arose and knocked on the bedroom door of the 2 Mayberry boys. John awakened and opened the door, at which point Nelson fired 2 rifle shots, killing him instantly. He then turned on the 7-year-old boy Eddie, who was screaming in bed. Nelson killed him with a single blast. Dr. Flynn, hearing the shooting, rushed from his room and was shot through the head. John Mayberry, after hearing the screams, was making his way up the dark stairs from the first floor when a shot through the heart dropped him on the landing. Blood was everywhere. Mayberry's daughter, Nellie, appeared and was shot through the side and left for dead. She later recovered. Miss Mayberry ran upstairs where Nelson shot her in the chest, but failed to kill her. She stumbled downstairs with blood streaming all the way to her feet, leaving bloody footprints visible on the stairs, even years later. She fled to the nearest cabin for help, but Nelson followed, executed her, and threw her body into an irrigation ditch. Nelson, the saloon keeper, no relation to Martin Nelson, appeared on the scene, grappled with the youth, who was no match for the murderer. Mark Nelson shot him to death and left his body bleeding in the sandy street. The next victim was a storekeeper, Herman Beck, who came out to learn the cause of the gunshots. Nelson killed him with 1 bullet. Bonito's terrified citizens locked themselves in their homes until morning, while Nelson roamed at large, finally climbing up a nearby mountain. Next morning, as Charlie Berry, Rudolph Schultz, and Don Campbell were standing in the street discussing the murders, they sighted Nelson returning down the mountain. He saw the man, brought up his rifle to fire, but was an instant too late. Berry failed him with a bullet through the heart. Nelson's last shot went harmlessly into the air as he fell. Total fatalities were 8 killed, including the murderer, and 1 wounded. It was years before the people of Bonito City recovered from the shock, and for 15 years, nobody set foot in the log hotel. Folks said it was haunted, told stories of shrieks and groans in the dead of night, of seeing lights flicker from room to room, or hearing muffled shots. Those who peeped through the dusty windows could see the bloody footprints left by Miss Mayberry's feet. The murderer was buried at Bonito, with his head pointed down. Folklorists say that this custom was to prevent the buried persons from walking as a ghost. The victims were also buried in Bonito, side by side of each other, and a reasonable distance away from the murderer Martin Nelson. Gradually, Bonito City died. The final blow came when the railroad arrived in the desert below and took a business-like approach to acquiring water rights in the Bonito Valley, and later on, buying out the land in which the remaining residents of Bonito City lived. In 1930, Bonito Dam was built by the Southern Pacific Railroad. The remains of the victims were moved to Angus Cemetery. A large stone marks their resting place, and as for Bonito City, it is presently resting under 75 feet of water that is now known as Bonito Lake. Since then, Bonito City has become an old memory and a murder mystery of the past. Some people have claimed that during a well-moonlit night, they can see the top of the church steeple shining below the serene resting water of the night. Is it really the church steeple being seen 75 feet below the water's surface? Or is it a haunting image, reminding us of the presence of the city below? You decide. In early November 2006, I went over to visit my grandparents' house and my grandpa wasn't feeling well. He eventually went to visit the hospital. I thought he would just get out in a day or so, because he survived a heart attack before. For the first few days I wasn't worried at all, but after a week in the hospital, I was getting a little worried. About 2 weeks later, he passed away. I was absolutely devastated. Before his funeral, his brother and sister came down to visit. While they were sleeping in my grandparents' house, this is 2 days after he had died, my uncle was leaving. He looked back to see if things were all right, and saw a rather tall figure, wearing a hat, walking in our room. At first he thought it was my grandpa's brother Robert, but he was fast asleep in a different story of the house. He went looking in the room, and the ghostly figure was gone. We all think the figure was our grandpa. He was about 6'1", and always wore a hat. Every time my grandma went to go get food, or to pick up my little cousins, we would get a feeling someone was watching me, but in a good way. In early December, I was decorating the Christmas tree, and I saw a face peek out at the top of the stairs at me. It looked exactly like my grandpa, a few years before he died. It kind of feels like a little bit of him follows every one of us. All of these accounts have happened in Lake Havasu, Arizona, each in a different house. My mother and I were driving around town, looking for a house to rent, when we found a large house in Bayou Drive. This house was an old bluish color, with vines creeping up the outer walls and into the fireplace, with a large overhang on the front porch. As soon as we started walking up the driveway, a very strong feeling of dread started to creep through my body. I really liked the house, so I ignored the feeling and continued into the backyard. As I entered the backyard, I remembered a dream many months before. The exact backyard was in my dream, and the images of death and demons filled my mind. My mother had the same feeling, so we left without another word, deciding that a door had opened and a demon was dwelling inside the house. We moved into a different house where everything felt normal at first. We lived there for 7 years. I soon felt eyes watching me in the shower, which then led gusts of freezing angry wind rushing past my face and arms. Later I learned my mother was going through the same events, only she experienced only one of the gusts of wind. When we started talking about moving out of the house, things got worse. My mom once felt a figure sit down on the bed beside her and saw the indentation of the person on the bed. There were no dogs in the room, and the entire house was asleep. I saw blinds move with nothing in the room, and a shadowy figure walk across the kitchen. I was cleaning out a house, just about to move into it, when I repeatedly saw a figure of a little girl out of the corner of my eye. I could sometimes hear her talking softly to no one in particular. Later investigation proved that a little girl had drowned in the pool years before. I've had a lot of things happen to me in my life, from seeing eyes in the corner of my room to being slapped by something I couldn't see, so I'm very open to anything and everything that someone would think was weird or crazy. My mom, however, is not, so for her to tell me about what happened to her, I know it's true. I'm 28 now, and this happened a few years before I was born. My mom was an FHA teacher for 15 years, so she went to FHA meetings a lot. One night she was at a get-together for school, and it was getting late, and as she was getting ready to go, one of her friend's cars wouldn't start, so my mom said she would take her home. As they were driving, her friend and her were talking, not even thinking about how far out in the middle of nowhere they were. Finally, they got to her house, and my mom dropped her off and started home. It was a very calm night, and very dark, almost eerily calm. As she was driving down the road, she started to feel uneasy, so she tried to blow it off, until she turned down back road to the highway. I can't think of the name of the road right now, but I do know there was quite a few fatal accidents on that road because of how windy it is. So, as she was driving, she looked over and saw this thing running right beside her. It was as big as a cow, and its eyes glowed green. She got so scared, she stepped on the gas and was going 85 miles per hour. And the thing then disappeared. It was almost as if it was there like a flash, and it was gone. She never found out what it was, nor did she ever go down that road again. But she figured it might have been a banshee or something, after a long look at things. She has only had 2 things ever happen to her in her life that she definitely couldn't explain, and that was certainly one of them. The other was when she went to bed one night, when she was a teen. She just got into bed and looked over at her closet, and there was something that looked like a man floating with a glow around it coming at her. She ran and told her mom, and her mom told her it was nothing. So she went back to bed, and she saw it again, and ran out and slept on the couch for the rest of the night. I'm a clairvoyant, and I'm used to not being alone. The last house I lived in had a number of distinctive entities, and will only share a couple of my experiences with you now. There was a young girl, probably around 4 or 5, who was very prevalent around the time my son was 3. One night, I had a contact dream. Usually my dreams are surreal and nonsense, but when I contact someone, they're usually set in whatever house I am in and are more out-of-body experiences. I walked to the end of my hall and looked through the dining room into the kitchen, and there was a small girl with waist-length dark brown, not black, wavy hair. She had a flowered white nightgown on, and she was pushing buttons on the microwave. When I asked her why she was here, she quickly, and I mean quickly, like Japanese horror across the room in a blink quickly, came up to me. I crouched down, but I couldn't see her face, and somehow I knew she had been badly injured. Think gunshot wound to the eyes and cheek, so I didn't want to see her face. I explained to her that she needed to move on and go into the light where her family was waiting, and then I walked back to my room with her following behind me. I woke up, then went back to sleep, and a while later my son woke me up, halfways anyway, enough to answer him and kinda remember. And he asked me to tell the girl that she was not his sister and to leave him alone. I told him to lay down in my bed and explained to her she was about 3 feet away, that I'm not her mother, and that she needed to move on, that it wasn't her house anymore. I thought that part was a dream when I woke up, until I realized my son was asleep beside me. The other very noticeable energy in my house was that of a woman who was very straight-laced and controlling. She would often sit on a window seat in my bedroom at night. My husband, who is a very skeptical man, would sit up in his sleep staring with closed eyes towards her and ask over and over, "Who is that? Who the heck is that?" Until I would tell him it's okay. Then he would lay back down. Well, this house was in Oklahoma, and every time there was a tornado weather outside, she would panic and really become agitated and very distracting to those who could sense her. So I'd have to calm her down and watch the storm. When my alarm clock didn't go off, she would bang loudly on the window in time for you to get to work, the only nice thing she would do. But when we were moving out, she really flipped, stirring up whatever else was there, so in the middle of the night, I would hear floor shakings and bangs from completely empty rooms. Tape would be peeled off boxes and placed across the room. Things would be removed from boxes overnight and put in different rooms, like books stacked in the middle of the kitchen after they were packed, and sounds of the TV coming on after it had been unplugged and wrapped in protective sheeting. All in all, it was not a very fun move, especially when I was alone the last 4 weeks of packing, and she kept opening the valve on my air mattress at 2 a.m. My new house is nice, but I keep hearing a little boy talk to me from a corner of my bedroom. Oh well, I guess. I'm 25 now, and have had strange experiences which, though I'm very analytical and skeptical, can't seem to find out how, or why, or what these things were. I will tell each encounter as simply and as accurately as I can. I used to live in Stockton, and my house was built around 1910 to 1912. I was an only child, and my parents were very busy doing their own things. I may have had an overactive imagination, but I don't believe so, because what I saw was too clear and not vague and reinterpreted by my brain. The sliding redwood doors that separated our living room from the dining room began to shake before my eyes as if it was locked and someone wanted in. I got up and walked around to the other side, thinking it was my cat, but I didn't see her paw, and she never shook the doors, just nudged them apart. I walked around to the other side of the doors to the kitchen. All the lights were off, and I saw no one. I felt very scared suddenly, and went to bed, closing my door. Another time I was laying in bed, and my mother was on her hands and knees sniffing the floor. A bathroom connected our rooms, and I assumed she had begun sniffing in the bathroom. I asked her what she was doing, and she replied, "Your father and I smelled rotten blood." I can't remember what happened first, but I saw a clear apparition in my living room as I tied my shoes. A man dressed in black with a top hat and coattails, had a cane with a black long beard, walked briskly through the living room, and disappeared. I had a dream that I pulled the back out of the carpets in my parents' bedroom and saw blood stains. I don't know if she was moving them. She denies it still to this day, but I know I wasn't moving them because I was determined to find the truth. The board told this story. A married couple named Mark and Melissa Twain lived in the house with a woman's sister. One day, in jealous outrage, she killed them both in the room with a shotgun. I thought it was very fishy the wife had my name, and the husband's name was Mark Twain. Like I said, my cousin says she didn't make the Ouija tell the story. I was under the house one day, bored and playing around, when I found a small handful of large blast bullet casings. Not as large as a shotgun casing bullet, I don't think. Other things have happened. I heard a knock on my door late at night. One huge knock, but I was too scared to open it. I told my father in the morning, and he got very angry and shouted at me that I was too stupid. I don't know why that angered him. I surmised the knock was from my dog changing lying positions on the porch. Once a baby bottle just sitting on the counter just seemed to be thrown in the floor. My father said it was because I stomped into the kitchen, perhaps, but the powerful way it fell, I doubted it. I was never able to tear my parents' carpet or find any information on the house that could point me in any direction. Though I did get all the paperwork on who owned the house, and no name Twain ever owned the house. My aunt, who claims to be a psychic, came over to the house and said that several ghosts live here. That was something I didn't hear myself. Another family member told me that. The house, which was always a bit odd, had a stained glass window on the front, not very large. It was of a cross. Later in life, I was in high school, living with a friend. I was trying to go to sleep and heard someone say my name very clearly right next to my ear. I got up and asked my friend what he wanted. He was in my grandmother's room, which they shared. "I didn't call you," he said. The voice didn't sound like his voice. It had a lisp, as was very girlish sounding. We went to the house in the Delta, abandoned and run down, as well as vandalized. I walked ahead of everyone, always ready to take on whatever. As I walked past a bush, these birds just exploded from it. Before, I heard no bird song, and they surprised. The house was elevated with a basement that had openings for water to flow through. Everything was pretty much ruined. A door opened nowhere, as the staircase had been brought down. It felt like a cemetery, not in a morbid sense, just so quiet and hollow. We went to the basement, where trash was everywhere. On the door, which had been removed then, placed back up, was a crude black painting of a devil or satyr. Being mischievous, I took a wooden bed frame topper. It was painted brown with a carved flower on each side, and it was painted red as well. After I took it home, that's when I heard the voice. My room was cold, and I saw something in the garage, and I had a really weird nightmare. The kitchen was being renovated, so we had to wash and get dishes in the garage. I went out to get a cup and felt very nervous in there. As I was walking to leave, I heard a loud boom in the wall to my right. I looked, not too long, but long enough, and this will be a very hard to explain situation and sound crazy, but this energy waved and glistened in the shape of something human, turned its head and looked at me. I ran out, scared for my life. I'd never been so scared. I took the bed knob back, and nothing happened like that again. The site has long since been destroyed. I'm not sure what any of this means, but I do know one thing for sure. I experienced it. Both of these accounts took place within the same week of each other, happening to my brother and I when we were on vacation in London. The Hyde Park Ghost. I was on vacation with my family in London for Thanksgiving, 2001. About 10 in the morning on Thanksgiving Day, we decided to go for a walk around London, starting with Hyde Park, which was about 3 blocks from the hotel. The park was beautiful against the autumn sky, and both my brother and I found it strange how time seemed to skip, as the park just lay kitty corner from a highly modernized tourist strip. As we waited on the corner for our parents to catch up, I turned to see a great black carriage standing behind us, pulled by a glamorous-looking brown and white Clydesdale. I tugged on my older brother's jacket and pointed, and we watched it for a while, thinking it was the coolest thing we'd ever seen. Others in the park didn't take much notice of them at all, walking by in a hurry to get wherever they were going, or that's what we figured. My brother, having his camera with him, took a picture of the carriage and the driver, a slightly portly man with a contented smile and a formal air. He looked at us as my brother snapped a picture, and I felt an unexplainable tingling. Shrugging it off as the autumn weather, I continued to watch the driver. Our parents called our names, and we turned back to look at them, agreeing that we should all go for a ride in the carriage. My mom asked what we were looking at, and I turned back and pointed. What happened next is the strangest thing I've ever experienced. There was no carriage standing on the corner with us. My brother just looked as puzzled, and we continued the search about the corner, thinking it must have driven off after we turned to look at my parents. But the carriage, driver, and horse were nowhere in sight. I found it odd also that we had not heard them drive off, as one would think a horse walking on stone could not be terribly quiet. A week or so later, we got the film developed. My brother and I searched through the pictures at least 3 times, trying desperately to find the one he had taken out the carriage. But though all the exposures from his camera were present, we could not find the one of the gleaming black carriage, Mary Driver, and the magic Clydesdale. We did, however, find a startling shot of the corner it had been on, with a little glowing orb just right center. My brother and I prickled. The real start, however, did not come until about 2 days after that, When I was reading a book about the ghost of London, I'd picked up at the Tower of London for some light reading. I felt the same familiar prickle as I read about a popular ghost in Hyde Park, that of a man driving a gleaming black carriage pulled by a huge brown and white Clydesdale. The shadow in the chapel. A few days after walking in Hyde Park, my brother and I were wandering quietly through Westminster Abbey, enjoying the sights. We walked into the chapel that was open and sat for a moment, waiting for our parents to catch up. While we were there, he said he smelled something burning. I sniffed the air, recognizing the strong smell of incense. We looked around, not seeing anyone else in the chapel. My brother poked his head out the door, and he looked around, informing me that no one was there, and no one was burning anything nearby. Thinking this was strange, but not terribly creepy, we hung around in the chapel a while longer, chatting quietly. Our conversation was broken, however, when we heard someone chanting from in front of the chapel. We jumped, thinking we were alone. I looked up towards the front, certain we had been alone. The chanting continued in a foreign language I didn't understand. My brother, a Latin student, said later the chanting was a prayer or something. We stood there, watching the front of the chapel, looking around for anyone who might be chanting. I nearly fell over when I saw someone flicker to my left. A figure, wearing a dark robe and moving slowly, walked in front of us at the head of the chapel. I remember taking a sharp step backward and falling into my brother when, after a moment's reflection, the being looked up and straight ahead. We couldn't see its face as its profile was towards us, covered by the robe's hood. That didn't matter, however, as in an instant, the being was gone. There was no more chanting, no smell of incense, nothing but me being supported by my pale and terrified-looking brother. We didn't know what to think, neither of us thinking too much of ghosts before, but neither of us could really explain it. One minute, someone standing right in front of us, and the next minute, it was gone, completely and utterly gone. Not a trace of it. First story. I was 11 when this happened. I was spending the night at my best friend's house. It was a pretty Victorian house. It still had the original barn. It was in the back. But anyway, one night we were staying up well past our bedtime, down in the living room, watching TV and talking. Well, our room, which we were supposed to be in, was directly over the living room. Well, we were sitting there, and all of a sudden, we heard what sounded like something being dragged the length of our bedroom. It was something heavy. We were so scared, so we stopped talking and muted the TV to listen. It sounded almost like a dead body. All you could hear was thump, thump, slide, thump. It was freaky. We checked on everyone, and everyone was asleep. And my second story. This is my fiance's story. He's in Germany right now. He would probably be mad at me for telling this, but I have to, because it scared me. Anyway, he's not the type of guy to get scared very easily. He doesn't believe in ghosts. We live in a town called Tacoma. It's south of Seattle. Anyway, a poor town of Tacoma is Lakewood. In this town is an old insane asylum that was torn down about, guessing, 30 years ago, and then rebuilt across the street. Go figure. It's called Western State. My fiance and a couple of his friends went to the hospital for the fun of it. The ruins are still there. They were down in the basement, which also happens to be the boiler room. They were walking down there and came around a corner and saw a bunch of bugs and such. They figured a bum was staying down there. As they turned to leave, Dave is a pretty small guy, so he got pushed to the back. As he was about to leave himself out of the window, he felt someone tap him on his shoulder and heard someone whisper something to him. He figured it was the bum, so he turned around, but there was nothing there. He freaked out because it was a split second that he'd heard something and felt the tap. So he started screaming for his friends to come and get him. His friends had to pull him out of the window because he was freaking out the whole time. A third story. I was sleeping one time in my bedroom, and it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I suddenly woke up because I had the feeling that someone was in the room with me. I had my own room at the time, and it was pitch black in my room, but I looked in the corner where my door was, and I could just barely make out the outline of a man. He was just standing there and watching me. I couldn't breathe or think. I just stayed there for about 2 minutes, trying to figure out what to do. I finally got the balls to reach over and yank on the lamp. When I did, nothing was there. Fourth story. Me and my sister were at my grandma's visiting, and recently, my uncle had passed away in the house. He had gone missing for about 2 weeks. My grandma didn't think anything of it, because he did that sometimes. She went in his room looking for something, and there he was, lying on his bed, half decomposed. She said it took forever to get the smell out. On my grandma's TV was a plastic face with a flake flower in it. The TV was off, and my grandma was at work, so me and my 2 sisters was sitting around and talking. I believe we were talking about my uncle, when all of a sudden, the vase went flying off the TV. When I say flew, I mean flew. It flew like 5 feet. We all stopped and decided to go to bed. Fifth story. I was spending the night at my best friend's house. I was like 15 or something. My godmother had just told us to go to bed. We were just getting ready for bed when I hear my godmother yelling at me to get my butt in bed. I came out of my best friend's room and said we were. She then proceeded to tell me that she had seen me in the reflection in the window walk by from the stairs to the kitchen, but the room we were in was right next to where she was. Freaky. The sixth and final story. I was babysitting my nephew one night. I was sitting on, listening to music and relaxing, when I heard my sister laugh. Thinking that was weird, because I hadn't heard them come home, I got up to check. There was no one there. I know my sister's laugh. About 30 minutes later, I heard my sister cough. Again, I got up to check. Nothing. I don't know much about this house. I've only been here about 8 months. It's my brother-in-law's house. This house is kinda weird though. When all sounds have died down, you can hear clicking, and sometimes even what kinda sounds like walking sounds. I sleep with my door open, so I'd hear if my sister had opened her door. But they're like soft walking sounds. Odd. Anyway, I have tons more stories. I'm a very strong believer in ghosts, so if you want to hear more stories, just email me and let me know. I would say this is a story of a haunted house, but it isn't. Until about 10 years ago, it was just a haunted house in my book. I met my husband over 30 years ago. He told me about a house that he used to live in that had some very strange things happening in it. It was local, but he never wanted to go anywhere near it. He said that it was very old and had been built by a young person who had some of the wood and granite that made the fireplace sent from Ireland. Anyway, the story is that when he married his wife, she came with her mother, a real shrew. She harped at him and distressed his wife to the point where he went mad and killed them both, then ran screaming that the demons of the house had made him do it. My husband's family moved into the house in the early 60s. During the years they lived there, they heard doors closing and footsteps on the stairs, as well as the smell of coffee and frying bacon in the middle of the night. His mother was quite a gardener, but could never get flowers to grow in the yard. He said the whole family was quite uncomfortable in the home and eventually moved. We had been together for a few years when we heard that the property had been sold for a mini storage lot. We were talking about it with my sister and some friends when my husband told the story. The friends asked to see the house. I'd never seen it to this point, and I'll admit, was more than a little bit curious. We finally talked him into going, and away we went. When we turned onto the street, we got a really creepy feeling, but when we pulled up to the house, I was absolutely terrified. There was not a living blade of grass or anything else on that lot. We live in Washington State, and this was March. The house was dark and very ominous. I refused to get out of the car. So did my sister. The guys, 3 of them including my husband, took a flashlight and headed around to the back of the house to see what they could see. After a few minutes, we saw a flashlight on the 2nd floor. A few minutes later, we saw the front door open, but nobody came out. After a few minutes more, they returned to the car. We commented on the fact that we had seen the light, and they told us that they had never turned it on. Then we asked them why they didn't come out the front door. They told us it was locked, and that they tried it before going around back. I was always skeptical about the stories connected with the house, but after they tore the house down, the mini storage was plagued by problems and eventually went out of business. The property sits abandoned and barren. Still nothing lives there, and it's still as creepy as it was years ago. I've got a story to add to your website. I've gone back and forth about someone having come check it out. Just not sure I'm ready for it. But here goes my story. My husband and I moved into a new house built on a minor Civil War battlefield. We know there was another house in the vicinity. There was also a tree that was referred to as the hanging tree, not far from our backyard, on which about Union soldiers were hung. Soon after moving in, we noticed odd shadows and white lights that seemed to move across rooms with no apparent source. We tried to account for them by cars passing on the road, but never could pinpoint anything. One evening, we were watching TV when a shape ran past a door to what eventually would be our deck. The door was a good 4 feet off the ground, but the person running past ran level with the door itself. My husband and I ran for the door, flung it open, and my husband jumped down and ran in the same direction. At that time, we were the only house on that end of the street, and, being a very small town, it's very quiet at night, and sounds carry for quite a distance. We didn't hear anyone running, nor did we see anyone. We were spooked, but figured it was a kid, and our eyes played tricks on us. Not long after that, my husband jumped off the couch and ran for the door again because he said someone was standing there looking in. Again, level with the door and no deck. There was no one we could see when we went outside. Some months later, I was up around midnight cleaning the kitchen. My husband had gone to bed and shut the bedroom door. The bedroom was at the top of the steps and the door in plain sight. I was watching TV across the great room when I saw out of the corner of my eye a man leaning around the corner of the hallway wall and smiling at me. As I turned my head, I was ready to yell at my husband for sneaking up on me when I realized the man's hair was long and blondish, and my husband's is dark brown and short. I also realized the man was wearing a white t-shirt with full sleeves, nothing my husband owned. I couldn't see anything from the waist down. While I stood there staring, he simply vanished. I immediately ran to the hall and noticed that the bedroom door was still shut, and if anyone had gone out the front door, I would have heard it. There was nothing, no sign of anyone. When my husband got up for work, I told him what happened. He said it was my imagination. I didn't think so, but we left it at that. However, I started turning on the lights when he left the house for work, since he left at 3 a.m. A few weeks later, though, my husband was in the front room at the computer. To the left is a table with an antique mirror hanging over it. My husband saw movement in the mirror and turned thinking it was one of our cats on the table. Instead, he saw a man's shoulder and arm, wearing a white shirt, walk past in the mirror. My husband simply got up and walked outside until I got home. During this time, my son, who knows no fear, would never stay downstairs at night by himself. He said he was creeped out, like someone was watching him from outside the door. My daughter, a typical teenager at the time who kept to her room, would often come downstairs to hug me and sit close to me. When I'd ask her if something was wrong, she told me that sometimes she felt someone was sitting on her bed, and that she saw things move out of the corner of her eye. The strange thing is that my husband and I never told the kids what we saw until they were 18 and 19. There was a time when activity seemed to stop after my husband, getting the idea from my friends, stood in the center of the house and asked whoever was there to not show themselves to him. He was left alone after that. However, recently, we've been experiencing marital problems, and my husband moved into another bedroom. I'm now hearing footsteps in my room, and I'm constantly woken up by what feels like someone sitting on my bed. I'll roll over, but there won't be anyone there. One night was unusually bad, and I had to get up earlier than normal the next day for a class. Around 10 p.m., I said out loud that I needed to sleep, and he wasn't letting me. If you wanted to bother someone, to please go harass my husband. Strangely enough, it got quiet, and I fell asleep, only to be woken at 11 p.m. by my husband, who was in the bathroom, frantically looking for someone to stop an area on his leg from hurting. He has psoriasis, but this particular time, he said it felt like someone was poking him with needles. The area was deep red and gave off heat. A very odd coincidence to say the least. We've also had things go missing, a tablecloth, a 15th century style costume, and various little things that turn up in different areas. We have yet to track down the tablecloth or the costume. I did tell the ghost not to hurt my husband. My uncle and aunt now live in a house near the bank in Auburntown. When I was a little girl, my best friend Steven and his family lived there. They bought the house and were told that the previous owner, an elderly lady, still haunted the house. They put little faith in the story and never let it bother them. I remember playing in Steven's room and smelling an old lady smell, like medicine and lilac perfume. We never felt threatened by a presence at all. The smell would usually fade away just as quickly as we smelled it. However, one night, after the family had gone to bed, Stephen's mother was awakened by the sound of toys making noise in Stephen's room. Stephen had one problem. He was highly susceptible to nosebleeds. The slightest bump would set off a massive flow of blood. Stephen's mother thought it was strange that he was awake and playing with so many noisy toys at once in the middle of the night. Also, the rocking chair in his room where she would often read him bedtime stories was rocking so hard that it was banging against the wall. She ran down the hall to his room, and when she opened the door, the toys went silent. The rocking chair slowed down. She looked at Stephen in his bed and saw that his nose was bleeding very badly, and it was going down his throat. He might have drowned in his own blood if the very sweet lady's ghost had not raised such a racket that night. My grandmother Emily was a hard-working wife and mother, and during the Great Depression, she held her family together even when her husband, Grandma William, died suddenly. He left her widowed with several children to raise. She was a down-to-earth person and a practicing Catholic, so was not given to superstitions, but nevertheless had some encounters with the otherworldly. One time, for example, she was on her way to visit one of her brothers, an elevator repairman. On the way there, getting off the train, she had a sudden premonition of his death. She got a hold of herself and rushed to where she was supposed to meet him. It didn't take long for her to arrive at his workplace, an elevator station, where he had to do a repair job. She saw a noisy crowd assembled there, and she inquired what was happening. She was told that a repairman had been killed in an accident. It was her brother, the very one whom she had gone to meet, and about whom she recently had a deathly premonition about. I explained this as a prelude to her ghost story. Among her other siblings, she had a brother who was a decent man and a barber by profession. Unfortunately, they had a disagreement, which escalated into a parting of ways. He uncharitably held a grudge against her all the while. Time passed, and one night, while she was asleep and her husband were asleep in bed, she was suddenly awakened out of a sound sleep and noticed a person kneeling near the side of the bed. It was her estranged brother, garbed in his brother's smock and weeping bitterly. He was apparently suffering. She was startled and confused and didn't know how he got in her house and bedroom in the middle of the night and why he suddenly showed up after choosing to cut himself off because of a silly grudge against her. She began to speak to him and ask him what was wrong, but he interrupted his sobs to say, "I'm sorry, please forgive me." And with that, he completely vanished. She was amazed and woke up her husband, relaying to him what had just occurred. As they lay there discussing it, the telephone rang. Her husband answered, and it was for her. When she got on the phone, she was informed that sadly, there had been a death in the family that very night. It was her estranged brother, the barber. They understood this ethereal visit from beyond the grave to be the soul of the departed brother, and that he was given the grace to appear from his purgatory to his sister in order to make up for his uncharitable bearing of a grudge. A requiem mass was offered for him, and they prayed for his soul. He never appeared again. Watching my mom slowly disappear from this earth was one of the hardest things I've ever had to go through in my life. All the sleepless nights spent by her bedside, reassuring her that my love for her would never die, even though she was in the process of it. Words cannot even begin to describe what it felt to be in that hospital, watching her soul slowly slip away from her body. And it was in those dying moments when I was finally able to process what took so many years to fully comprehend. That she was love, and I never truly knew what I had. For the years before I lost her, I'd often wonder what love was exactly. Was it just a figment of my imagination? Or was it this elusive ghost that its presence I'd never be able to feel? It was nowhere to be seen. Even if I did see it, would my eyes even believe it? That's it. That's the line. Love to me was a ghost. I'd always hear stories of it. Those who have sworn they felt it. But did it really exist? The loss of my mother changed all of that, because love is watching someone die. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not a scholar or a teacher. In fact, I'd say I'm pretty dim-witted, but that was the journey I took to reach the stellar conclusion. It's just a shame that it came at a time when I was at my weakest and most vulnerable stage. But as they say, hindsight is 20/20. It's just that I had learned so much from the grieving process that I was finally able to piece together the puzzle. Since Mom left, I also began to realize something else. That love returns to comfort, even in the paranormal. Funny, I'm a skeptic, and I've always been. But there were a few moments after my mom's passing that I really began to realize that she really didn't leave me. I'm writing these ghost events because I want people to know their souls do live on even after death. Because what happened to me was true evidence that the afterlife is so very real. Sure, we never know for certain, but I hope after reading my story, you will be more convinced that there is another dimension where people travel to. My son had never met my mom before. In fact, she passed away years before he had a chance to. But yet, from an early age, he started having these visitations that I always used to dismiss as just a kid's imagination. At first, it was always just things he'd hear at night, like a faint humming in his bedroom, and the sounds of a woman's voice. My son was 12 at the time, but he always insisted that there was someone else living in the bedroom with him. Then, my son would start to tell me that there was an old lady living in his closet. After a while, it really got to be too much for him, and he started to refuse sleeping in his room. He insisted every time, and I refused to believe that there was a woman's eyes just showing up in the closet. It wasn't a comfortable feeling to him, because he felt this woman's energy as something truly demonic, as in it wasn't just watching, but almost waiting for something. Dad, he'd say, there's an old lady that wants to possess my soul. The more events that he swore happened, the more I started to grow concerned after dismissing it before. As a concerned parent, my initial thoughts were not that he was seeing a ghost, but that he was having a mental breakdown. Maybe my son was going through an episode of psychosis and even developing schizophrenia. So I went to get him a psychological evaluation, and oddly enough, all tests came back fine. There really wasn't anything going on with him. He still maintained that there was something in his room, so it was time for me to trade rooms with him to see what he was on about. I have to mention, though, that nothing else was going on in my house until this happened. This is also part of the reason why I'd always dismiss my son and think it was an imagination. Kids generally have imaginary friends, or sometimes tell stories for attention. But at the age of 12, I honestly genuinely thought so. After a while, though, that narrative ended up dissolving, and something else took its place, that possibly something paranormal was going on, and that was what I was trying to find out. I ended up sleeping in my son's room for about a month, and for the first couple of weeks, there were no signs of activity anywhere in the room. It actually felt a bit peaceful. The odd thing was, when I finally felt something in the room, I really felt it to an extreme. It was like it hit me like a ton of bricks, and I wasn't able to shake the feeling off at all. It was almost like having the flu. I started to feel weak and uneasy, and for a few days, I felt this pressure on my chest, as if something was sitting on me, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. The scariest moment came a few days after Valentine's Day. I was sleeping in my son's room, late at night, when I felt as if someone was breathing on my face. I then awoke, and I literally saw the closet door open completely and slowly. Luckily, I didn't see anything, but it did alarm me to the point in which I began to believe my son a little more. Maybe not about an old lady, as he said, but that something unkind was living in this room. I still kept sleeping in there until a few months later, when I had to call a priest into the room to bless it, and had a medium come over as well, when I was always a completely level-headed person who always stayed composed. I would lash out at my brother and my sister when they were over, and one day I got into a verbal altercation that I didn't even remember having with my sister. I threw her up against a wall and told her that she needed to fear me and kept threatening her. I then went to sleep. It was about 8 p.m. and woke up, and my sister had told me what I did, and I was completely unaware. When I woke up, I really had no memory of that happening. I just remember blacking out and waking up in a bed a couple hours later. She told me what I did, and I apologized to her immediately. That's when she said that you need to get a medium and a priest in here. There is something sinister living in your home, and it's not safe for your son to be living here. So a priest came in and blessed the home, and so did the medium. I told the medium about my son and what he experienced, and everything that happened to me. The medium came to the conclusion that the woman in the closet was actually a fallen angel who was trying to possess me. I told her that maybe it was my mom in the closet, but she rejected the idea. The old woman in the closet, her theory, was appearing as my mom, because that's what fallen angels or demons do. They deceive and trick. After all that, nothing happened. It was quite peaceful, and my son and I had never experienced anything else. I really wonder why this fallen angel decided to appear in our home. Was she feeding off the negative energy of the mourning of my mother? Maybe my mother was there to protect me. Who knows? The stories I'm about to tell you are pretty creepy. It's about fallen angels. To me, fallen angels are more like demons who were originally rejected from heaven, or sent down to create havoc and chaos for those who are vulnerable and easy to manipulate. They are a category of ghosts that I believe are quite possibly the scariest form you could ever encounter. You may find this hard to believe, but I will tell you anyway, because quite frankly, I don't give a dang who doesn't believe me. It was when I used to work third shift at a grocery store, stocking items overnight, and oftentimes, I'd take the back roads home and would often pass by the old wooden bridge that dates back years and years. This happened in Minnesota. I can remember that it was snowing extremely hard that night, and I had just gotten into a pretty bad argument with my now ex-girlfriend. I was supposed to stay the night at her house just to call off for work, because the roads were terrible. I went to her house just before it started snowing really hard to take back some items that I had left there. I wasn't about to stay with her after a couple days, because a couple days ago, she had cheated on me, but she insisted that I just spend the night and try to forget what happened, which I think is ridiculous, but it is what it is. So I take off to go home. The blizzard was just getting bad at this point, and I had trouble driving through it, especially on these dirt roads, but I was doing the best I could. At this point, there isn't a soul within miles, literally driving on the road, with a bridge that doesn't have anything around. No stores, buildings, homes, etc. Literally just an open country road, and it just kept snowing and snowing. I have my brights focused on the road, and that's when I see two young men just standing in front of the road, staring at my car from afar. I mean, this made no sense, because again, as I said, there was nothing around them at all for them to even be there. No other cars present, no shops, buildings, etc. There was just that bridge behind me, and an open road. Even though it was snowing, it did seem like they were solid people to me. Well, anyway, I start to get really scared. I was thinking that maybe these two young men were going to try and ambush me. So even though it was snowing like crazy, I ended up slamming on the gas and driving right past them. I was thinking that they wouldn't want to get hit by the car, so they would move away immediately. So I pushed the gas forward, knowing how dangerous it already is with the road. And I'm going faster, and they aren't moving. So I'm driving, and I ended up driving through them. They did not move out of the way, and I pulled over for a second after that, looked behind me, maybe thinking for a split second that maybe I did hit them, and I saw absolutely no one. They were gone. It happened so quick, and there was no evidence at all that they were even there. I tried to check if there were any footprints, but I looked around, and I couldn't find any at all. Either way, I wasn't going to stay around longer on the road to see if they could come back, so I ended up driving off. The weird thing was, as I was looking at my gas tank, I was nearly running on empty. Before I even left my ex, my tank had full gas. There's no way that in the 15 minutes that I drove from my ex's house to my own house, that it would take almost all my gas to get there. Just doesn't add up, even with the blizzard going on. The crazy part was, when I got home, I went to sleep, and the next day, my ex had called me. She was frantic. She said that she felt like someone was breaking into her house last night. She said she kept seeing shadows right outside her back door, moving back and forth in the middle of the night. Big shadows that made it seem that whatever was trying to break in was at least 7 feet tall. But it really made no sense, because why would someone do that in the middle of a blizzard? I told her my own story about what had happened to me, and she suggested that I spend the night with her, just to keep her safe. So for the next few days, even if I was apprehensive about it, I stayed at her house. I would simply just go to work from her house every night, and come back, but nothing would happen. That wasn't until I came back on the 4th night I was staying there, and she had told me something really weird had happened. I told her what, and she said that when she was sleeping in her room, she told me that she saw a shadow figure with wings just standing in the hallway at night. She told me she heard a loud noise in the hallway, got up, opened the door, and at the end of the hallway, that's where she saw it. It then moved away pretty quickly and disappeared. Knowing what happened to me before, I didn't call her crazy or think she was imagining things. I believed her, and that's where the stories end. This is why I bring up the fallen angel theory, because I believe that because of the cheating, the winter storm, and all the anger and bad energy floating around, I believe that this fallen angel appeared to make things even worse. It almost seemed like it wanted something bad to happen to us, but nothing really did. Again, I know this is hard to believe, but after you've truly witnessed something like this, maybe you change your mind. Whatever the case, it was creepy, and I have my own thoughts and beliefs about what was going on here. This is a story in which I'm not entirely sure if it was sleep paralysis or something much more sinister, but it is pretty terrifying. Fallen angel ghost encounters? You decide for yourself. In 1985, 3 friends and I moved to our first home outside of the dorms at Oregon College in Eugene, Oregon. We had found a great duplex. It was close to school, roomy, comfortable, and best of all, it was cheap. The house was older. Downstairs there were 3 rooms, a door to the basement, and stairways in the front and the back of the home, leading to 3 bedrooms and a bath upstairs. Immediately we noticed that the place was eerie, especially the basement and the back stairway. We kept the basement door locked. The problems began immediately. Many mornings, we woke to find the previously locked basement door open. The back stairwell was terrifying. Some of us took to walking down the stairway sideways because we felt that somebody was going to push us down. There was a frequent, very cold spot at the top of the stairwell, although there was no windows nearby, and the darkness at the top of the stairs felt downright malicious. Whatever resided there seemed to strongly dislike the woman in our household. Light shades from ceiling fixtures have come crashing down a few times when she was around, but it wouldn't ever happen to us. After each time this happened, we tightened the rest of the fixtures, only to have it happen again a few weeks later. Another time she had to go down to the basement. And when she was going down there, she heard a very deep groan coming out of nowhere. She called out, just to make sure there wasn't anyone down there. That's when we asked her if she was okay, and realized we were all upstairs. She swore that she heard a really aggressive groan there. Another time, and this only happened to her, she awoke to a black mass choking her in the middle of the night. She woke up, and it was gone, disappeared, nowhere to be found at all. It just didn't make much sense at all. She even had a dream where 2 angels were fighting with each other. One was completely dressed in black, and the other was light. She told us it was a quick dream, and she woke up immediately, but that really affected her. Over time, we stopped spending any time alone in the home because of the constant feeling of being watched or followed. Friends stopped coming over. One even refused to even come onto the front porch because the house frightened him so much. I slept in the front room upstairs. It was the brightest room in the home, but it wasn't fear of the fear that the rest of the house seemed to generate. I began to suffer from my terrors. Was it the stress of school? I wondered. Or the energy of the place? As I fell asleep, I saw either spiders or a severed hand scudding across my bed towards me, frightening me so badly I jump out of bed screaming. I couldn't bear the night terrors. After some research, I decided to bless my room using salt and holy water. I told the spirits that the house was theirs, but the room was mine. I kept a line of salt across my threshold at all times. Perhaps it was a placebo, but the night terrors never happened after the blessing. But from time to time at night, I'd glance up from my studies. He stood right at the door, looking into my room. I could see a hat, a jawline, shoulders and chest. I'm talking about this ghost. To me, it didn't feel particularly sentient, and I could often gather the fortitude to close the door in his missing face. It was this figure, maybe, that had been terrorizing the woman before, but it just felt unusual. This is why I believe it to be a fallen angel ghost. Everything just seemed to add up this way, because it was a very bad energy and experience that couldn't be lifted for a very long time. We've lived in this home for 2 very frightening years. I've experienced some ghostly places since, but I've never since had night terrors. I don't know whether the house is still standing or what experiences other tenants have had. Hi, I live in Worcester, Massachusetts. My house was originally built by my grandparents, where there used to be dirt roads and farms all over the place, way back in the day. It's been here for at least 40 plus years, and on some occasions when I'm home alone, I feel a presence, particularly in my mother's bedroom. This only happens sometimes. One of the scariest moments came after playing with a Ouija board with my little brother there. I remember we were curious to see if our grandparents were still with us, and since I was a big believer in ghosts, I wanted to see more signs of the afterlife. We were playing, and the letters spelled out evil and angel every time if we asked if something was there. It simply terrified the both of us, but we still wanted to find out more. I remember also getting a spirit box, those really old Japanese recorders, and every time we'd record in that room, and this only happened in this room, you'd hear a very loud growl. We would ask, "Who are you?" And even another time, I'd get a voice saying evil angel. It was spooky to hear spelled out on the Ouija board and heard on the spirit recorder. One night, my mother was reading and no one else was in the room, and she heard a voice whisper, "Kathy." She came into my bedroom and thought it was me, but I was on the computer. I don't know of anyone passing away in this home to my knowledge, but sometimes I feel watched in my own home. It's very weird. We were starting to put the pieces together, that this could be a fallen angel or a demon. I have this weird shed in my backyard that hasn't been used in years. It's located in the woods over a stone wall, and whenever I just walk in there, even during the day, I feel a presence that warns me to go away from there. This happens when I step over the stone wall and into the woods. I automatically feel like I shouldn't be here, or to go away. One night in the fall, I stood right near the stone wall listening, and I swear I could hear someone walking in the leaves very slowly. And sometimes, I feel a very chilling cold wind, sometimes when I'm walking in that woods. Of course, I've felt presences like that before. I've also driven slowly past a road nearby, and I felt a strong presence of something when I was just driving by, like I shouldn't be there. It's a weird dirt road, and the street sign is scratched out. It's very strange. Some of my family has reported driving down the road and seeing dark shadows dart across it, before disappearing quickly into the woods. Come to think of it, that road in my house has always just felt like some sort of negative presence was always there. But at the same time, there was still this comfort. Like whatever was going on was in constant conflict between good and evil. Maybe I'm just projecting because of the events that happened to us, but it still felt like something that was really going on. I've also experienced seeing the orb phenomenon, and it only happens in some places outside or inside my home. When I take a picture with my smartphone, I know it's easy to fake photos, especially in this day and age, but the orb photos are insane, and it gives me further proof that something does live here. At my friend's house up the street deep in her backyard, there is a well. One time she swore to me that she saw the head of an old man peeking out from the well, though I can't confirm this because it didn't happen to me. I don't think my friend has any reason to lie, so if she saw something like that, I'm inclined to believe it. Just wonder why though. Why the well, out of all places? If there was a ghost, why would it be hanging out there? Or maybe, as I said, it goes back to being a fallen angel or a demon. Well, it turns out, we did find out that years ago in the 19th century, a kid had fallen down the well and perished. I know I heard about this happening before in another place in Massachusetts that has had a history of bad hauntings, but I just find it fascinating that it also happened in this well too. Maybe this stuff happened a lot back then. Either way, I hope you enjoyed the story. None of this was fabricated, and I hate having to say this because I wish I could just tell this story without people always doubting. But I do understand that it's super easy to lie about these types of things. Rest assured, this is all true. If you choose not to believe, it's your choice. There's a world that exists beyond our comprehension. A world that bridges the gap between reality and the paranormal. Have you ever been subjected to such a terrifying horror that you know beyond a shadow of a doubt that what you are experiencing is real, but you refuse to believe it in the exact moment that it's occurring? I'm going to tell you a true story of the exact moment I came face to face with the apparition. Until this experience, I was a lifelong skeptic. I didn't believe that ghosts or the afterlife even existed in the first place. I'd also like to warn you that this story will get pretty dark, so buckle up. I used to be an avid motorbike enthusiast. It was one of my favorite things to do, and I'd always go riding with my friend Tim. Now, Tim was a bit of a stubborn guy. He never wore a helmet and always drove a little recklessly, while I was the exact opposite. I would always tell him that one day he was going to get seriously injured. I told him that I didn't want to end up being his caretaker if he ended up being paralyzed from an accident. He would always just shrug his shoulders and tell me I'm just living life to the fullest. One summer night, for some reason, I had trouble sleeping for several hours. I was tossing and turning and had this overwhelming fear that something wasn't right. Eventually, I did fall asleep, and I had one of the most bizarre dreams, and to this day, I have never even remotely had a dream that came so close to being so terrifying as this one was. I remember being in a totally dark hallway. The walls were completely blackened. Torches were barely lighting up the hallway, while everything else was pitch black. At the end of the hallway, I could see a bright light shining directly down on a casket. So I'm walking down this creepy hallway, and right behind the casket is a man with no face and wearing a robe. He almost looked like the Grim Reaper. I see him pointing to the casket, and as I finally approach it, I look back up at this Grim Reaper figure. He doesn't even say a word, but I could tell that he really wants me to open the casket. I was really fearful of doing it, so I refused. I was worried that I would see myself in the casket, so I didn't want any part in this. So I just yelled to this figure and tell him no, I'm not going to open it. I then wake up. It's about 9 a.m. on a Saturday, and I see a couple texts from my phone. It's from Tim. The text read, "I love you. I'm okay." Double texted. Confused. I was wondering what he meant by that, because Tim was never the guy to randomly text me that he loves me. He was more the guy who would show you his love, rather than tell me. So I respond to him asking, saying, "I love you. You sure you're okay, dude?" I received no response after that, and carried on with my day, not thinking much of it. A couple hours later, I'd say around noon, I receive a phone call coming from Tim's number. I pick it up, but could hear nothing but faint breathing on the other end of the line. I mean, it was so faint, but you could still hear it. "Tim, what's going on?" Still nothing. And then he hung up. Now I'm really starting to get concerned, so I call him back. No answer at all. I text him and tell him if this is some sort of game, he better fess up, because it isn't funny. So then I figure I drive about 15 minutes to his house to pay him a visit. I knock on the door, and his sister answers. She looks visibly distraught as she greets me. Tim lived alone. We were both 33 at the time. Because I didn't want to seem nosy and ask her why she was even there in the first place, I asked her if she could get Tim for me, because he had texted me and called me earlier in the morning. She actually sounded a little offended. "What do you mean he called you? My brother is gone. This isn't a joke." I looked at her dumbfoundingly. "He's dead?" She then said, "You don't know? Last night he passed away in a motorcycle accident. He was declared dead on sight." Instantly, I was floored by the news. I told her that it couldn't be, because I responded to her again, that he had just texted me and called me this morning. She told me that it was impossible, because she had visited the hospital, and he was already dead when he was being transferred there from the ambulance. Time of death was 11 p.m. the night before. I got the text and phone call. Even stranger, at the time of the accident, he had his phone on him, and it was completely shattered and broken after the wreck. I showed her the text and the phone call log, and sure enough, the text registered at the time of 9:26 a.m. and the phone call 12:37 p.m. Again, this was on his phone number, and nobody else could have gotten a hold of his. I didn't even tell her about the nightmare I had, because I didn't want to alarm her or think I was nuts. It was from then on that I truly believed that Tim was calling me from beyond the grave. Maybe to let me know that he crossed over and that it was fine. To this day, it still doesn't make sense to me, especially that nightmare. Was it a coincidence that I dreamt of a casket and the Grim Reaper? Was it even more of a coincidence that I got texts and calls from Tim? No flipping way. Remember, I'm a skeptic, so I try to rationalize this as much as I could. But the only logical explanation that I could come up with was that it was Tim all along, and he's communicating with me somehow. First of all, I wanted to say that even if the Ouija board was initially made as a toy, I believe that it is a great vehicle to use to summon spirits. Whether they are friendly spirits or not so friendly regardless, I'd like to make it a point that every real experience that occurred in this apartment was most likely a result of using a Ouija board, and that I highly advise that you not treat it lightly. The first story I'm going to tell you is about the time I played the Ouija board and my skeptical husband, who was taunting spirits to possess him and his soul, and the poltergeist that won't leave. My husband has always rejected the idea of ghosts, while I am the complete opposite. Actually, one could say I personally seek spirits out. It's mostly because it is a genuine curiosity about the afterlife, and I want to believe that there are entities that reside long after we depart this earth. Anyway, I'm going to take you back to 2004, when I lived in an older rental unit in Tucson, Arizona. This entire complex had a reputation of being known for insane activity. Right outside the apartment doors, many visitors have complained about lights flickering, disembodied voices that are almost inhumane in conversing with each other, bangs on the walls, and in many apartments, full-blown apparitions. This place was built on Indian burial ground, which would explain much of the activity. My old neighbor even once told me a story about how she was showering with her door open when she was all alone, and she heard a loud crash coming from her room. When she investigated, she noticed that her lamp had fallen off the desk and onto the floor. Then, a few minutes after her shower, she went to look across the bathroom to the open door to see a dark silhouette of a head peeking over and looking at her. That's when she froze in shock and immediately moved from the complex. Me and my husband at the time were in our late 20s, and I wanted to prove to him that all the stories of this complex were not just everyone's imagination. So I brought out this really old Ouija board, a really wooden old thing, dating back to the 1930s. I am an avid old collector of old antiques, and especially older Ouija boards. I knew very well that we had some sort of demon living in our apartment, and even though it was terrifying at times, it would still leave us alone until we played on the board. We start asking the Ouija board questions. Who are you? What kind of spirit is this? Things of that nature. We never got any replies, but I could feel the energy. My husband, however, was getting sick of playing, as he always thought of it as childish and a waste of time. I remember him saying when we both had our hands on the planchet, if demons are really truly real, whatever is living here can take over my body. I immediately stopped my husband. I told him you cannot do that. You don't know what you're messing with. This stuff is no joke. After that, he just sort of looked at me and told me that he was done with games and he was off to bed for that night. For the next few nights after that, oddly enough, activity increased. Cabinets and cupboards in the kitchen would open and close shut. Objects would move, and other stuff would happen that made it too obvious to deny. We had a dark energy. One time, I was in the kitchen cooking, and my husband wasn't even home. I had forgot that he had left to go get me flour from the store. When I felt a heavier breathing down the back of my neck, I turned around, and I saw a shadow figure from the living room, standing quickly, and then dissolve. It was like 1 second it was there, and the next, it was gone. Then, in 2004, I had an experience almost every day. I was working the night shift from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I kept feeling a presence in my bedroom that was undeniable. Many times, I felt that there was a demon sitting on my chest, and I couldn't even breathe. It was not a friendly presence. I told my husband, and he didn't even believe me. Then one night I was off from work, and I fell asleep next to my husband. He woke up gasping for air, and I said what was wrong. He said he felt like he was having a heart attack, but also pressure on his chest. That feeling quickly disappeared. And another night, when I was at work, he told me something else had happened. He felt that someone was trying to choke him out in his sleep when there was nobody home. I got off shift early one morning and arrived home at 5 a.m., and my husband was in the living room, awake and very frightened. He claims he saw the figure of a man enter the bedroom and approach our bed. He claims the figure put his hands out towards him, as if he wanted to strangle him. My husband started yelling in French for help. It was then when we realized that we couldn't stay in the apartment complex, and that my husband had conjured up something very horrible. Even after all those experiences, he still doesn't fully believe. He finally does admit, though, that something was going on, but he still says it's just our thoughts that made us believe something was there, when in reality, nothing really was. Scary.
I know this is going to sound a bit wild, but the local Taco Bell in my area is actually a very haunted place, with tons of activity that occurs on a daily basis. Numerous people have reported paranormal experiences there, from the staff that work there to even the customers. A lot of times activity would occur in the men's bathroom. One of the staff members once reported seeing the full-blown apparition of an elderly man. They were working late and were the only ones in the building, as they were locking up the place for the night. That's when they heard strange gargling noises coming from the bathroom, and out of curiosity, the employee went to go check it out. They went in to see what was going on, and the bathroom was empty, but as they looked into the mirror, they saw a hideous old man whose face was literally melting for a few seconds, before disappearing after a couple of seconds. Because of how peculiar the place is, paranormal investigators and Ouija boards were used in the bathroom to conjure up and communicate with spirits. They were able to find out that years ago there was an old man named Tom who used to live in a house in the 19th century. Tom had to be the figure that the employee saw in the mirror late night while closing up the store. One of the craziest things that happened there was when they were doing an EVP session in the bathroom. A paranormal team was in there after close and asked the presence to show a sign that they were there. Nothing had happened that night, so the team ended up stopping and left in the night. The next morning, workers went into the room, and to their utter shock, the bathroom mirror had a huge crack that wasn't even there the day before. Nobody was able to explain how the huge crack even happened. Another time, a team went in there, and one of them felt a very sick feeling all of a sudden. Nothing was wrong with them before, until after they entered this bathroom. Now, this was the same team as before, and that person never felt sick while in the bathroom until this very moment. Now here is my personal experience that still completely scares me to this day, and doesn't even make sense to me. Mostly because, for one thing, what I saw in the bathroom while I was a manager working there was not even the old man, but someone else. Of course, this happened when we already closed up for the night. I had left my husband in the building, as he was waiting for me to get done with everything, and was my ride home. I was pregnant with my 2-year-old daughter at the time. I had to clean the bathroom, so I went in, and immediately on this day, felt goosebumps that I usually didn't feel in there, oddly enough. It also felt unusually cold in the bathroom as well. I finished up and started to wash my hands. After I finished, I looked up into the mirror above the sink, and it looked as if my face was almost morphing into another person's face. It's hard to explain, but it was only for a split second, but really long enough to notice. It was a face of a girl about my age, but both eyes were blackened out. Her lips were busted open and bleeding, and she had multiple scars on her face as well. I heard a soft whisper say, "Out." I jumped immediately, not expecting this to happen, and looked at the mirror again. My face was mine again, but I ran out of the bathroom. When I got home, I told my husband what had happened. I don't know if there have been other sightings of this girl, but I know with the stories of the old man, that really got to me. I know I saw and heard this girl's face and voice. I know I wasn't just tired. My husband didn't even believe me, even though he knows that bathroom has a lot of history. All I can say is, I'm not crazy, and it did happen. Whether you believe me or not, it's not something I ever want to experience. Maybe it was a demon. I really don't know. I live in a house on Oakcrest Drive with my mother Kathy, sister Andrea, two brothers Ryan and Justin, my mother's boyfriend Richard, and his son Alex. It all started before we moved in. My mother, Andrea, and I would come over and do some cleaning for Richard while he was at work. One afternoon while we were cleaning the basement family room, we heard footsteps in the upstairs hallway. We thought that maybe Richard was home. When we went upstairs, the house was empty, so we left. Occasionally, Richard's granddaughter Brianna would come over, and my mother and I would watch her. One afternoon while we were sitting on the couch, Brianna jumped into my mother's arms and started saying, "Grandma, there's a scary man going into Grandpa's room." She was 2 years old at the time. Later that same day, she came out of the basement family room saying that the scary man was down there too. On a more recent night, Brianna stayed over and slept in the room that used to be her mother's, and she couldn't sleep. She was crying all night long. Richard had told me that when Brianna's mother was little, she would have night terrors in that room to the point where she was scared of even her mother and Richard. At about 3 a.m. on most nights, you can hear heavy footsteps in the hallway, like someone wearing boots. Sometimes it even sounds like running. The coat closet door and the linen closet doors can be found open on most mornings by themselves. One night my bedroom door was opened so hard that it banged into the wall, and then I heard footsteps walking down the hallway. I went to go see who was up and found everyone asleep. Every morning you can find the dining room chairs pulled out from the table by themselves too. We've gotten pretty used to it now, to the point where the footsteps don't bother us. Everyone in the house has heard them. In the morning, we just close all the doors, push in the chairs, and go about our day. Most of the activity happens at night or in the afternoon. I don't know the history of the house or the street, but maybe something happened there. The house isn't that old, early 60s or 70s. I plan on doing a little more research, and I will keep you posted. In 1979, I was in the US Army in Gießen, West Germany, as a veterinary technician. Our office was on the first floor of a World War II era 3-story building, which, by the way, was spooky enough in itself. At the time, I was not only a vet tech, but the acting receptionist. My desk sat in a corner about 10 to 15 feet away from a hallway to the back of our office, which was just off-center enough that you could not see all the way down it. Just at the beginning of this hall, on the right-hand side, was the door into our exam room. I don't remember the exact date anymore, but I certainly remember what happened. I was sitting at my desk, working on some records, when I happened to look up and, lo and behold, standing there, just to the side of the exam room door, was a man dressed in a white lab coat with grey hair and black-rimmed glasses, just as plain as day. He was so real, I believe you could have actually touched him. Anyhow, I looked at him, and he looked at me, turned, and walked through the wall. As I said before, I believe this building, along with others on our post, were from the time of the Second Great War, and could have been used for anything. I did not personally know the history of them. Just a note, I'm used to this type of appearance. I've been seeing people my whole life, and it does not even raise my hackles. Before and since then, many ethereal folks have passed through my life on their way to or from somewhere.
This is only the second telling of this tale in almost 40 years. In 1973, at the ever-observant age of 4, I had my first brush with the paranormal. On a hazy autumn morning, my mother unexpectedly interrupted my routine when she dressed me in new going somewhere clothes. She explained to me that we were to attend a wake that day. Even at that young age, I knew that a wake had something to do with death. Furthermore, I could sense her discomfort, so I did not ask her any questions. She did add that it was not for a relative of ours, but of our friend, Geraldine. As our taxi pulled into the funeral home, Geraldine greeted us and accompanied in to meet the family. Unlike my mother, I knew no one there and felt a little intimidated, so I was relieved when Mom asked Geraldine to stay with me as she went into the viewing parlor to pay her respects. Geraldine sat with me in the lobby as family members conversed in small groups. I looked around, hoping to see any children that might be there. There were none, but I couldn't help noticing one person in particular. An older gent, probably in his late 50s, was listening in on a conversation extremely intently. He was a little gaunt and seemed to be very worried. He stood there with his hand on his cheek, shoulder to shoulder with one of the mourners. I watched as he left this group to listen in on another and then another, looking a little more pained each time. No one even so much as looked at him. Interesting. I remember wondering, with my innocent and limited grasp of the concept of mortality, if he was the man we were here to see. With that, the man turned and looked directly at me. He looked at me inquisitively and then offered up a meek smile. My eyes widened and I turned my gaze away. My heart racing, I could not resist looking back once more as I tugged on Geraldine's blouse. I successfully got her attention, but to my dismay, he could no longer be found. It was just then when my mother made her way back to us asking if I was ready to go home. I was more than willing. She thanked me for being a big boy and behaving so well while she was gone. I have always known that the situation could be rationalized as one not of a paranormal nature, but the feeling I experienced were so intense that no rational explanation has ever seemed to satisfy. Why would no one acknowledge him? And it seemed that he only saw me after I wondered if he were dead. I scanned the room thoroughly for him as we left to no avail, whereas I easily noticed the strange man before. To this very day, I've never been able to shake the eerie suspicion that I witnessed a ghost at his own wake. What do you think? It started when my boyfriend's father bought the funeral home and wanted my boyfriend and me to move out of state to take care of it because his parents didn't want to move out of state. I quit my job and moved out of state with my boyfriend to help his parents take care of the funeral home. When my boyfriend and I first got to the funeral home, it was big, spacious, and a bit creepy. The outside was beautiful as well as the inside, but the place had many doors, all of which eventually led back to the main room. My boyfriend often sees dark figures mostly on this one side, near the side door that leads to the apartment on top of the funeral home. Of course, no one lives on top of the funeral home. Too scary. I've never seen anything the whole time I've been there, but one time I was going to use the fax and computer to look for a job. Being the weirdo that I am, I went to the funeral home alone. I went to the back door and the back door was unlocked, so I went inside, turned on the lights, and went to the office. I was faxing my resumes and surfing the web for jobs when all of a sudden the computer just shuts off. Figure it's time to leave. I didn't feel anything and wasn't scared until I got close to the back door. Somehow, my body was telling me to run. It got cold in the little hallway by the back door, and I felt goosebumps all over my body. I ran towards the door, not looking back, just opened the door and closed it and locked it from the outside. Ever since, I've never gone back to the funeral home alone. My boyfriend's uncle had a similar experience at the funeral home. He came to the funeral home to help my boyfriend cut the grass and rake the leaves. He got there before my boyfriend and thought my boyfriend was inside. So, he went to that same back door that I went to and found it unlocked. He thought my boyfriend was in there and walked into the same spot where I felt something. He said he called my boyfriend's name and it was dark inside and no lights. He got super scared when he realized no one was there. He ended up leaving, and ever since then, my boyfriend's uncle won't go into the funeral home by himself. If he has to go shovel snow, cut the grass, or rake the leaves, he would bring his own lawnmower or his own shovel. My boyfriend has had many experiences at that funeral home, and the scariest experience yet. When the funeral is done and everyone leaves, my boyfriend and I would make sure that the doors are all locked before we leave. There are days when we come in to get the mail, and the side door and that back door would be unlocked. We always thought that maybe someone broke in and even went inside to check, but would never find anyone. My boyfriend said one time he opened the funeral for a family to bring things to the funeral, and when he locked up, all the doors were locked. He said he went to the side door and somehow it was unlocked. He said hello, and someone with a male voice answered him back saying hello to him too. He got really freaked out and wouldn't go back inside. When I got off work, he made me go with him to search the place, and like always, we would never find anyone. No matter how many times we locked the side and back door, next time we come back, it would be unlocked. Then a couple days after that door incident with my boyfriend, he said while we were sleeping in bed, he swears he saw a tall figure walked around our bed and came to his side and got on top of him. He said he tried to scream for me to wake up, but I couldn't hear him. When he finally broke free, he woke me up and he was drooling all over his pillow. He was so scared that we slept with the bedroom door closed, and we both prayed before bed and put crosses up around the house and inside our room. 3 weeks later, he drove out of state to see his parents, and his mom took him to see a shaman lady. She said that a female ghost from the funeral liked him a lot. It was the female ghost that answered him, disguising her voice as the male voice that answered by him, and she was the one that followed him home. The shaman lady told my boyfriend that she told the spirit to leave, and everything should be fine now. I was home alone in our apartment when my boyfriend went out of state. The night my boyfriend left, I had rolled over to his side, and I could have sworn something was on top of me because I looked at the alarm clock and I could swear I was up, but somehow still asleep too. I remember hearing myself pray and sing a Christian song in my head. I woke up singing the Christian song out loud, and only 2 minutes had passed. I wasn't scared or anything. I just prayed and then thought it was a dream and went back to bed. The next day, late at night, my boyfriend told me what the shaman lady said, which creeped me out. After that, we haven't had any experiences with the funeral home. We had alarms put in the funeral home because the doors kept unlocking by themselves, and we put a bolt on the side door, so even if it unlocks, no one can get in. I doubt anyone would want to come in. I was so glad when his parents decided to sell the funeral home. I can't see ghosts, but my boyfriend seems to attract them and he can see them. I will have to write about our apartment that we live in now in my next story. Hopefully, I'll have it up before we move out in September. Although I've had many experiences with the supernatural, I'm going to start with the most recent and go from there. To give you some background, I work in a funeral home as an administrative assistant in Kirtland, New Mexico. I know, a funeral home, but I'm perfectly comfortable there. I've been alone in there on a number of occasions while the directors are off on a service, which is when I notice things more often than not. The main reason for this is because when the building is empty of others, it is usually quiet, except for the music that is a constant during the day. But when there are others there, there's a lot of talking and conversing going on, which tends to black out the sounds of anything spiritual going on. My office sits at the front of the building to the left of the front entryway, with the bathrooms on the other side of my office as well as the door to the prep room. The arrangement room door is catty-corner to my office door in the same hallway, with the chapel to the right of the entrance and 2 more offices in the break room behind that. The funeral home used to be a private residence, and then was a church before it finally became a funeral home. I'm not exactly sure how long the building has been there, but plan on doing some research on it when I have the time to do so without interruption. My first time alone in the building was probably about 3 weeks ago. During my first week there, Jess and Brian, I'm not using real names for obvious reasons, had to travel to another city for the services that day, so I was left to man the fort, so to speak, from 8 a.m. until they returned at around 3 p.m. that afternoon. The first thing to happen was the sound of the front door opening and closing, including the little dinger going off, so I jumped up from the company computer, where I was working on some folders and books for a family, to go greet whoever it was that just came through the front door, only to find no one in the foyer. I shrugged it off as my imagination and went back into the office to continue with my work. As the minutes passed, I had forgotten all about the odd sounds of the front door and the dinger going off, and was deep into my work at that time, concentrating hard. By this time, it was about 10:45 a.m. I had been there for a couple of hours alone already and was doing just fine. Like I said, I don't get an uncomfortable feeling in there when I heard someone walking through the building from behind me. So I, once again, left the computer where I was working to go see if someone came in, and I missed hearing the dinger to the door going off. I started checking the rooms in front of the building, making a complete circle to the back and around to see the front of the building again, to find no one there. All I could think at this point was, it has got to be my imagination. And so, I went back to my office to resume working again. About 10 minutes or so had passed by at the time, so it was probably about 11 a.m. This time, when I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned to look and no one was there yet again, so I said out loud, "Hello? Can I help you with something? Are you just curious about me because I'm new here, or are you wondering if I can tell that you're here?" I didn't get an answer much, as I would have liked one, just to know for sure that I wasn't losing it. The activity stopped after that, for the rest of the day anyway. Whoever or whatever is there in that building isn't harmful, or I would have felt very uncomfortable there alone, I'm sure. I've talked to Jess about it, which has been there for 3 years now, and she admits that she has had some experiences there as well, but never anything harmful, just more curious than anything. We do have some remains of an unclaimed person in our garage that we can't do anything with, so his remains stay there, but neither Jess or I know if it is actually him that is there, or if it's previous owners of the building. Whenever I enter the building, if no one's in the front entryway or close by, I always say "Hello, Teddy," just in case it is, in fact, the one who is in our garage. If it's not him, I'm sure that eventually whoever it is will let me know in some way, "Hey, that's not me, I am so-and-so," and I will change my new habits. Until then, I like to think it's Teddy, and he is just looking for acknowledgement to the fact that he is who he is. I do realize this could be my imagination, or even what could be chalked up to nervousness of being alone in a funeral home. However, I myself do not believe this is the case, since I've never felt uncomfortable there since my beginning. Thank you all for the chance to submit my story, and comments are welcome as long as they aren't derogatory.
We live in a haunted house. It is really not bad once you get used to it. In fact, at times, when there's no activity, you can actually get a little lonesome for them. We moved here in 1982. It wasn't long after we settled into our new house that we bumped into the former owner at the local church. She asked us if we had seen the ghost. We didn't know what she was talking about. She said it sometimes appears in the front bedroom, our daughter's room, as a shadowy figure of a woman in a rocking chair. Our daughter overheard us talking about it and she said, "Oh, that must be the lady who sits in the chair at my desk at night. She doesn't bother me, just sits there kind of watching after me." We had noticed some strange things in the house, but put them off to natural causes such as the reoccurring footsteps in the hardwood floors after we went to bed, the strange way the television would turn on and off by itself, other electric appliances doing funny things, and objects disappearing then turning up somewhere else. But we dismissed the idea of it being ghosts until one late night. My wife woke up thirsty in the middle of the night, so she went to the kitchen to get a drink. When she got to the living room, she saw someone in the shadows in the middle of the room. Thinking one of the kids had gotten out of bed, she hollered, "Get your butt back in bed." The figure streaked off and disappeared. It didn't go around the sofa, it went through the sofa. It didn't walk, it glided. It was the figure of a woman with long black hair. The kids were sound asleep in their beds. My wife came back to bed without her water. My first experience with her was about 10 p.m. one night. I was walking home from next door, and as I approached the driveway, I saw a figure of a woman walking in the drive. She was cutting across the edge of the lawn on the north side of my shop about 20 feet away. The light on the north side of the shop was on, illuminating her faintly. I could make out no details of her, only a dark figure of a slender woman walking briskly towards our house from the west. As I got in range of the motion detector light on the east side of my workshop, it came on. The figure vanished. This phantom female I saw matched the description of the dark woman other family members have seen in our house. But the dark woman is not the only spirit in our home. We have discovered there are others. Some are shy and reclusive. Some are a little mischievous and playful. They like to play with stuff, just to let you know they are there, I think. They hide things. You put something down and a minute later it is gone. You search all over and then find it right back where you laid it in the first place. They turn things on and off. TVs, radios, just about anything. Even water faucets. One morning, my son went into the kitchen to get a drink of water. Dad, come here. I went into the kitchen to see what was wrong. "What's this all about?" my son asked. He was standing back from the sink, pointing to the faucet which was running full blast. My wife was standing beside him. "The knob is turned off, but it's still running," he said. We stood and watched it for a minute. Figuring a faulty valve, I started to walk towards the sink to try to turn it off by myself, and suddenly, it just stopped. Turned off all by itself. I looked it over, turned it on, and then turned it back off again. It worked fine. I checked the valves the next day, and everything was functioning properly and has worked fine since. TVs are a real favorite. I was waking up from a nap one evening when I heard the television on in the living room. I assumed my son was home and was watching a movie. As I arose, I heard the television turn off. When I went into the living room, the lights were off, the television was off, the door was still locked, and my son was not there. My wife and I were the only people in the house, and she was still sleeping. I turned on the television, and the same movie I had heard from the bedroom was playing. Radios are popular with them too. On another occasion with my wife, my daughter and I were watching television in the living room. All of a sudden, the CD player comes on and starts playing a CD at high volume. My wife got up and turned it off. Reaction from all of us was very casual. "Go to grandma's if you want to listen to music. We are watching TV," I jokingly said out loud. At the time, my mother was living in a mobile home behind the property. My sister was staying with her. I found out the next day they took my suggestion to heart. My sister called. "I went out to go to work," she said. "The radio in the van was playing. I thought someone left it on. Oh great, now the battery will be dead, I thought. Then I realized the radio doesn't work unless the key is on. I was holding the key in my hand. That's weird, I thought. I unlocked the door and I reached in to turn off the radio and it was already off. It quit playing when I touched it, so I put the keys in the ignition and turned on the radio and it came on. I turned off the ignition and it went off. Ignition on, radio on. Ignition off, radio off. Does not work without a key. How is it playing without the key in the ignition and the knob turned off? She asked. We have all gotten used to our ghosts now. Our children have grown up around them and have their own stories. Their friends and ours have all been scared out of their wits a time or two, but are accustomed to it now. New friends take a little time to get acclimated though. My son was in his teenage years and most of his friends knew about our house. His new friend Jason did not though. My wife and I had gone out for the evening and my son was having a party. All his friends were over. Everyone was having a good time but Jason. He was tired. Jason was new to Tommy's parties. Jason was also new to our house. If he had known about the things that happened here, he might have not left the main group and gone to the game room where it was quiet. Most of our friends know and have experienced eerie things while here with enough frequency that it really doesn't surprise them. But Jason was new, ripe picklings for a mischievous ghost. So Jason left the party and went into the game room by himself, where he laid on the floor to get a little rest. My son and his friends were only a little surprised to see Jason run into the living room pale and frightened. The pinball machine, Jason said. Flash Gordon, it came on all by itself and started playing itself. There's nobody in there, and it just came on and started playing. Yeah, so? Responded my son's other friend, who was so accustomed to such things here. Flash was Philip's favorite machine, my son explained casually. Philip was our nephew who died in an accident a short time before. He was probably just enjoying a round of pinball, said my son. He is a nice guy. He won't bother you. Everyone went on about having fun, except for Jason. He stuck close to the group for the rest of the night, but he never came back to our house. There have been times when these spirits have saved the day for us. We once awoke to find a fire had started on our patio by a candle left burning when we went to bed. About 15 square feet of one wall covered in rattan was charred from the flames, but somehow, mysteriously, it had gone out by itself. The dry rattan, though very flammable, had just stopped burning. This was not the only time. It had only been a couple of weeks since we buried my wife's brother, Virgil. Tragically, he was killed by a car while walking home. My wife had been cleaning out his mobile home next door. A terrible task, but she faced it with courage and fortitude. Sometimes I think she is operating on automatic pilot. She came home and told me, I saw him, Virgil. He was just standing there in the doorway of his trailer while I was sorting out his things. He said nothing. Then he disappeared. A few days after that, my dad came into the shop where I was working. Do you know the door on Virgil's mobile home is open? He asked. No, I replied. I'll check it out. The home was vacant since Virgil died. We were watching his property while probate proceeded. I walked over and saw the front door ajar. I feared the worst, that the vacant home had been broken into. We were careful to lock the door, and no one else had a key. I carefully entered the premises. The overwhelming odor was unmistakable. Propane, strong. I had to exit immediately. A gas leak. The house was full of it. I went to the rear of the home and found the main gas valve. I turned it off. Covering my mouth, I entered the home again. Quickly, I began opening windows. I could not stay in there for very long. I can't believe this place didn't blow up, I said to myself. It's a good thing the front door was open, but how did the front door get open anyway? Sometimes they go with us, sort of a spirit field trip, I suppose. In 1998, my wife and I took on extra jobs. I was managing and bartending in a local hotel bar, and my wife was the cocktail waitress. I guess they got lonesome for us. No one at home to pester and all, maybe just bored. So they started going to work with us. We were at the lounge. It started out small. TV on, TV off. Glasses doing funny stuff. That sort of thing. We had closed for the night. It was clean up time. I was walking to the kitchen when I heard a noise from the juice box. The pages of cards, which show the selections, were flipping on their own. Page after page flipped, all in one direction. Then it would switch and go back the other direction. This was just the start. They seemed to prefer after hours at the bar. We were cleaning up one night when we decided the small table and chairs would look better if I moved them farther away from the pool table. I moved them over near the dance floor. I proceeded to clean the rest of the bar. When I turned around, the table and chairs we moved are back in their original positions by the pool table. The next night we decided to mess with them. After closing, we rearranged the entire setup in the bar, tables, chairs, everything. Then we went to my office, got our stuff together to go home, and walked out to find everything back where it was originally. What had taken us a couple of hours to do, they had accomplished in a few minutes. We have lived here in the magic spot about 25 years now. I have notebooks full of activity, notes about ghostly occurrences, sightings, etc. We've never tried photography, but being an artist, I've done paintings of some of the entities we have here. We also experience really odd weather patterns, most often in the winter. Radios and televisions, actually just about any electronic device, is likely to act up when used here, and we have learned more about the history of this area. A local Native American medicine man once told me this place gives them the willies. Teenagers refer to this place and the surrounding area as the magic spot and have many stories about it. Over the years, we have actually had a good relationship with our ghosts, though at times mischievous. For the most part, they just go about their own business and we do the same. We do at times bump into each other, however. Sometimes it is much surprise to them as it is to us. Sometimes it is nice to have them around. Other times it can be quite frightening. I was actually surprised one late night, and it and I streaked off in opposite directions. I don't know which of us was more surprised. They have become as much a part of our home as our family members. It wouldn't be the same without them. As the youngest of 5 children, all boys, and the son of the 7th daughter, of the 7th daughter, of the 7th daughter, supernatural followers will know that means a white witch. I've seen many strange things. I and my brothers grew up in what would be described as a haunted house. At a very young age, I loved to play in my parents' bedroom, which overlooked the landing, first 2 steps, and small landing at the top of the stairs. On an almost daily basis, I saw shadows walking along the landing. They were not ordinary shadows. These were floating. They were not cast on the wall, but were in midair, but I could see through them. As I got older, they seemed to happen less frequently. I still see these shadows occasionally, out of the corner of my eye. In the early 80s, my brothers discovered the Ouija board method of entertainment, which heralded some very interesting results. On one such session on the Ouija board, the spirit known to us as Paraga put us in touch with a chap called Ray with a message for my father. I can't remember the surname that we were given, but we passed the message on to my father, who accused us of conspiring with my mother to try to persuade him that Ouija board works. Of course, this was simply not the case. It turned out that his friend Ray had committed suicide while my eldest brother was very young. Therefore, it would be impossible for us to know anything about it unless we were told by someone. We simply had no knowledge prior to the session of events that had taken place so many years before. On another occasion when I was 11 or 12, we had a very strange encounter. My mother and father were out for the evening, and my brothers were left to look after me. The session took place in the dining room, which had one exit into the kitchen. From the kitchen, you could exit to the hall towards the front door, or a door latch with one bolt lock to the back garden and side entrance to the property. There was a window looking into the garden that the strange phenomena took place in. It was a strange session that seemed to pick up an angry persona. All of a sudden, there was a bluish glowing light out the back of the house, and the window started to shake violently. As we made a mad dash for the kitchen, the door to the back garden also started to shake violently. We all ran for our lives out the front door and scattered in all directions up and down the road. There was snow on the ground, and I was dressed in PJs and no shoes. It was almost half an hour and much deliberation before we returned to the house and went in. There were no signs of any strange happenings. We used playing cards with letters drawn on the back and yes and no written on separate cards and numbers in the middle of the table in a row, and some excellent shaped wine glasses that were virtually impossible to push. In an early experiment, the glass zoomed round and round with great speed. All of a sudden, it left the table lifting up to the top corner of the room and smashing into small pieces. Even the stem and base broke into pieces, the biggest the size of your little fingernail. Anyone who has ever broken a wine glass will know it takes a tremendous force to break the stem and base to that extent. In 1985, at the age of 15, I was walking home to the family home around 10 p.m. from a friend's house. It was a wet and windy night, and I walked with the collar up on my coat with my chin tucked into the top of my zip, only looking up every now and then to see where I was going. There is a small village in the outskirts of the city, just down the road from the family home. I was walking towards the village, where I would have to turn right to go in the right direction to get home. Approximately 1,000 yards before the road I was walking along came to an end, there's a 10-story block of flats, and next to that, a retirement home. As you get nearer to the end of the road, approximately 500 yards from the end, there was a row of tenant bungalow flats going along the road I was approaching and intending to turn right towards home. To the left was a large grass area between them and the main road. I passed the end bungalow flat, heading to the T-junction with the grass area to my left and approximately 100 yards of space all around me to the nearest object, some small bushes. All of a sudden, I saw a pair of brown shoes come into view a couple of steps in front of me. Startled, I looked up to see an elderly gentleman in front of me. I took a step sideways and went around him. Something struck me as strange, and after a few more steps, I turned around to see nobody behind me. There was absolutely no way that the old man walking slowly with a walking stick could possibly have moved quick enough to get behind something to obscure him from my view in such a short time. In fact, the distance between me and the nearest object was too great for Ben Johnson at his prime to reach before I turned around. It wasn't until I thought about it while walking home that it struck me what it was that was so strange about the gentleman when I first laid eyes on him. Despite being quite persistent, rain and strong wind driving the rain, the man was dry and there were no drops hitting him. He was all dressed in brown shoes, suit, and flat cap. I can't remember the color of his shirt or if he was wearing a tie, but I will never forget his face as he smiled a gentle smile of thanks as he moved out of his way. His features were very clear. I've never seen him since. This village was quite a friendly community where most people knew everyone else, but I did not recognize this gentleman. There were many strange things that happened in the family home, from power cuts that were localized to just our house and the whole street. We had electricity meters that took coins to pay for the electricity supply. If the electricity went out, it should need to be topped up by popping a coin in the slot. Even after putting money in the meter, the electricity would not work. It would be found to have been switched off, and in those days, there were no such things as circuit breakers that would trip the switch. When my father knocked out the dining room window to put in a patio door, we found 3 patio negatives of an old gypsy man. The first of him, out the front of his caravan. Another of him stood on the caravan steps, and the last of him laid out dead. We intended to have them developed. They were missing from the place we put them. We assumed they fell down behind the kitchen cabinet where they were left. When the kitchen was remodeled, there was no signs of them, and other things we assumed had fallen down behind the cabinets. On many occasions, I've told certain people to answer the phone because it was for them, and it was. The problem was the phone had not actually rung until after I had told them, but within a few seconds. I can't explain it, but it still happens. It was in October of 2004, around 3:30 in the morning. I was slowly waking and was in the state where I could hear the TV, but wasn't quite awake. I remember having this eerie, scared feeling, and in my sleep started singing Jesus Loves Me, the old childhood Sunday school song. Anyways, I remember feeling a presence on my legs, real heavy, and I felt something was watching me. I snapped awake and moved, and the thing made a swooshing noise, and my cat even looked up in the air where this went over my head and out the door. I was on the couch and the front door was behind me. My cat was acting funny even before this, and at times, I would come home and feel a nervous, scared feeling like someone was in the house. That's when I saw it. It was the silhouette of the Hat Man. I looked petrified, and I couldn't just shake the feeling. It was almost inside my head, like it was screaming voices at me. The voices released from the Hat Man into my head were all mumbled, so I couldn't really understand any of them. A split second later, there is silence, and the Hat Man slowly fades into the abyss, actually fading into the TV screen, once and for all. I don't know if this has anything to do with the paranormal, or if I'm just losing my mind. Was it sleep paralysis? Was the Hat Man real? Or was it just all in my imagination? I have no idea, but I'm kind of hoping and praying to God and Jesus that this doesn't even exist and that I'm all hallucinating this just to make myself feel better. As I previously stated, my cat has even noticed weird things that have occurred in this house, and I'm just not sure what to trust anymore. Are my senses going crazy? Am I just in touch with the paranormal? Am I opening up another portal to the paranormal dimension in which beings and spirits, including the Hat Man, come to greet me with demonic images and voices in my head? I don't know, but I'm just hoping that I will never find out the true answer to this mystery. Thank you so much for reading. I know it's short, but thank you. In my life, my family and I had numerous paranormal incidents. There were always heavy footsteps, sounding like a person in boots upstairs in the attic. Sometimes I heard them coming down the stairs or on the front porch at night, but oftentimes I had trouble keeping them. They said the TV kept going off and on. One said she saw a man in the attic through the window. My boys were afraid to sleep in their room alone sometimes because they saw people in the backyard. There were two very strange occurrences that happened in the winter of 1991. I was married at the time to a man who was abusive to my children and myself when he drank. One night, I smelled something burning in the bedroom, and the bed was smoldering. I woke up my husband, and he pulled the mattress off the bed. There was a burning area right in the bottom of the top mattress. He had not been smoking in bed, and wouldn't have been there anyway. Another night, I took the kids to get ice cream. When I got back, the doors were all deadbolted and windows locked to where I couldn't get in. I looked through a crack in a curtain and saw my husband lying unconscious on the floor, and the heavy dining room table was turned over. The phone was dangling from the wall. I pried open a window and climbed in. I called for an ambulance and called the police. My husband was taken to the hospital, and the police detective was totally baffled. Later, my husband said that he was talking on the phone to his mother when he was hit hard from behind and knocked out. His mother called to check in on what had happened, saying they had been talking, she heard noises, and he was no longer there. I felt like maybe we had a ghost that was protective towards us, but angry with my husband for his actions. I usually felt safe in the house, but on occasions, I was very frightened. After my husband and I divorced, I felt the need to move. While checking out the history of the house later, I found that it was originally owned by a doctor who kept his ill patients in his home with him. This was in the early 1900s, around 1907. After he left, there was a terrible train wreck just outside of town where some Mexican immigrants and a couple of local workers were killed in a train collision. Their bodies were badly burnt and thrown into a massive grave, which turned out to be in the back acre of our yard. I feel certain that we had multiple spirits, though before this time, I never believed in ghosts. I was visiting California on a school trip. My friends and I were hanging out in the hotel's hot tub. We were playing Truth or Dare. I was dared to leave the hot tub and dive into the cold pool, then run back to the hot tub. I got out and went to the edge of the pool. Looking at the clear water, I dove in. Next thing I knew, I was face to face with a dead body. He was face down at the bottom of the pool. It was like it was slow motion. He turned to me with his eyes closed. He slowly opened his eyes and stared into my eyes. He was missing his left eye. I was scared. I breathed in to scream and breathed in water. I pushed through the dead man on accident, and in my struggle to get to the top, I was thrashing around quite a bit. A friend came and helped me out. Panting, I said I didn't feel like playing anymore. Me and my two friends went back to our hotel room. One friend was taking a shower, and my other friend was watching TV. We noticed our phone blinking. We checked the messages. We had 362 messages. We were only out for an hour. We had no way to trace the calls. No one even knew our hotel phone number. We listened to the first few messages. They seemed like they were all blank. Finally, we heard something. One word, hell. This freaked me out. I haven't told about the man at the bottom of the pool. I tried to downplay the message. Later that night, we went to sleep. I don't recall any of this next part, but my friend said that at 3 a.m. I got up, turned on the curling iron, and turned on the faucet. I then hit my head really hard on the headboard of the bed and went back to sleep. I woke up that morning with nothing but an eerie feeling, which was soon forgotten since the next day we went to Disneyland. A week later, we drove home. The thought of this man still terrified me. I just pushed it to the back of my mind and continued on. I did not believe he wanted to harm or scare me, though. Weeks went by. I remember doing chores around the house. I was putting laundry away in my mother's room. Her dresser has a huge mirror. After placing the clothes in the drawer, I looked up into the mirror. Standing behind me in the back of the room was this man. I could see him very clearly. He was young, long blondish hair. His skin was grayed and almost green, waterlogged, and a little wet looking. His good eye was brown, and where his other eye should have been was just a hole. It seemed to go on forever. It was almost hypnotizing. I noticed this all in an instant, because when I turned around, this young man turned and walked away. I sensed that his name was William. I didn't see William for a very long time, although I felt him following me. Our house began to change. Radios would turn on when they weren't even plugged in. A music box would start to play randomly. Shelves would fall off the wall. Everyone noticed it. Everyone was afraid. I wasn't. Years went by. I started to feel a difference over me. At night, I would wake up to voices in my room, like a crowded room where you could hear only a few words that made sense. I tried to ignore the voices. Sometimes, I would wake up with a single voice in my ear talking to me. They seemed to never make sense. It was like the end of a sentence or the beginning. I remember waking up one night. I felt scared for the rest of the time. It was very late at night. I knew no one was awake. A blue light was outside my closed door. My door began to shake very violently, but the beads on my door didn't even sway. I kept all of this to myself. Who wanted to tell their friends and family they heard voices in their head and see people in swimming pools? I don't think so. Later that year, I moved out and started going to college. My family said that since I left, the strange happenings seemed to have moved out when I did. Strangely, my roommate said that since I moved in, strange things started happening. Pictures falling off the walls, TVs turning on, shadows, and the feeling of being watched. I still heard voices at night, but never anything scary. I learned to live with it all. Now, in 2009, I'm married. I still hear voices at night, but they're making more sense now. Sometimes the voices say things to me like, "Get out, I'm not kidding, get out," and laughing followed. Evil laughing. I tried to go back to sleep. One night, a few weeks ago, I woke up feeling like someone was in the room with me, a different energy than my husband's. I looked up and saw a dark figure standing over me. My dog started barking and growling like crazy. The dark figure turned his head and walked out the closed door. I went back to sleep and woke up to a voice telling me, "Your destiny will be at the Valley of Thunder, then all the voices shall be heard." I haven't ignored that one. Sometimes I will go to Yosemite National Park, Valley of Thunder, and see what my destiny is. It just doesn't seem right yet. 2 nights ago, I had a dream. William came to me. He didn't say anything, but I sensed he was telling me it was okay, not to be afraid of him. I feel as if since I've met William, I've become sensitive to spirits and energies. I've met other spirits beside William. I feel as if now I have the ability to read energies and sense thoughts. I almost regard William as a friend. As an avid EVP researcher and long-haul truck driver, I've had many opportunities to get EVP recordings from all over the country. My research has revealed some startling results lately. On the 20th of January this year, an EVP has attached itself to me somehow. Now, no matter where I am or where I go, this EVP named Desmond Heathers is in every recording I make on my Olympus digital voice recorder. Even when I'm traveling down the road at 65 miles per hour, Desmond is there ready to talk when I turn on my recorder. I know a lot about them and where he is now. One startling development occurred when I asked Desmond if he knew anyone that I knew. He said, "Yes, Joe." I said, "Joe, my brother?" He said, "No, Joe who is with me." I asked him if Joe was with us now, and he said, "He is in you now." So I asked, "Joe, are you there?" And I got this voice in the recording that was very deep and gruff sounding. I can only say it sounded like Mr. T from the TV show The A-Team. Joe said, "Go away, leave me alone." Well, I don't communicate with those who don't want to, so I just do what I always do with the ones I get who I don't think deserve my attention. I just ignore them. Here's where the story takes a strange turn. The week after that, I was talking to my doctor about a fatigue problem I've been having lately. Nothing serious, just tired during the times of the day I don't think I should be. He asked if I was sleeping okay, and I said I tend to wake up several times during the night. He recommended I get a sleep study done. After finding the only sleep research center within 100 miles of where I live, I was told the study would cost in excess of $1,600 for one night. Well, I thought this was ridiculous, so I figured I would do it myself. I was on the road the night I decided to do my sleep study, and set up my digital voice recorder and DV camera on the sleeper of my big rig. I fell asleep within 15 minutes. When I reviewed the recordings the next morning, I was so startled at what I had recorded, I could hardly listen to it. The recording revealed that I snore rather loudly. What was startling, though, was that EVP Joe was using my snoring sound to speak to me in my sleep. With every rattling snore, he formed words. He said things like, "Don't you know you love me? Don't leave me. Don't wake up. I'm not done yet. Don't you remember me from the Navy? You know you're listening to me. You know you love me. How did I get in here? What happened to me? I need you. I'm just jealous of you, Tony. Tony, please, help me." Not just that night either. Every night I've recorded, he's talking to me in my sleep. It concerns me because I don't know if there may be some subliminal influence with him talking in my sleep like that every night. I think I know him. I vaguely recall a friend I had in the Navy named Joe back in 1980. I remember feeling sorry for the guy because of his drinking problem and was always trying to help him when he got in trouble. I used to buy him gifts for his birthday and Christmas because his family wanted nothing to do with him. Other than that, I can't recall very much about him. When I asked him how long he has known Desmond, he said about 5 years. That's how long Desmond told me he's been dead. Actually, Desmond didn't even know he was dead until I convinced him he was. He kept trying to tell me he was alive. So I asked what it looked like where he was, and what did he see around him. He said nothing but a faint amber and turquoise colored light that was all around him. He desperately wants out of there. He says he can see me sometimes. One day, when I was sitting at my office desk at home, I asked him if he could see me, and he said he could. So I reached in my pocket and pulled out a $20 bill and asked if he could see what I had in my hand. He said $1. Thinking it was just a lucky guess on his part, I dropped the bill and picked up a Bic lighter. I then asked again, "What am I holding in my hand right now?" And he said, "A light." I reached in my desk for it and had my hand closed around it so I couldn't even see it. How did he know? Many times Desmond will ask if I can see him. I've never been able to do so, so I got out my digital camera and asked if he would let me take pictures of him. He said, "I will try." I told him where to be in my living room at home while I snapped a few dozen pictures. Nothing showed up on review, so I asked if he would mind trying something else. I explained what white noise was to him, and he was already familiar with it. He helps me to adjust the levels and spectrums of white noise to be able to hear him better. I explained that I could generate a different type of noise that is not audible, but that I might be able to see him with. So I set up my DV camera to form a video feedback loop with my Sony Trinton 32-inch TV, manually adjusting the focus in such a way that the feedback picture was focused on the pixels on the screen, as it oscillated slightly due to some technical reason I can't explain now. After talking with Desmond during the setup and adjustment period, I told him where I thought he could best try to show himself. Desmond appeared to me only once for about 2 seconds in the video. He had very plain symmetrical features and was shown from the waist up. He seemed to be in his mid-30s with dark sunken eyes. He was wearing a bowler hat and a 1940s type jacket with wide rounded lapels with an open shirt that had no collar. Further research with Desmond shows he can see me and some things around me when his energy level is high. For example, I can give him instructions on how to travel somewhere. One time I showed him a map on my Microsoft Streets and Tips and showed him the same roads and satellite photos taken from Google Earth. With this information, I am able to ask him to get a specific place and get information I desire. One time I sent him to the Powerball lottery drawing headquarters located at Urbandale Drive in Urbandale, Iowa, to see if he could see the Powerball numbers being drawn 6 hours before the draw. I have reason to believe he is not bound by time as we know it, and thought he could travel through different threads of time and different timelines. Well, I asked him to go and do this one for me, after about an hour of instruction on what to look for and how to get there. Then, when I asked if he was ready, he said, "I'll try. Then, I'll be right back." He returned in approximately 30 minutes and gave me some numbers. I was all excited and purchased our ticket. Later the next day, I went to check the ticket and realized I had sent him on the wrong day. I explained to Desmond how sorry I was for the mistake and how much time and energy we wasted. I asked him what the numbers were he gave me because he was there 24 hours too early to see the actual drawing and realized he must have witnessed one of the practice draws they do to check out the machines. Lately, I've been having some other problems. I injured my back seriously at work and have not had the desire to record anymore due to my pain and medication. I've been recovering well and expect my research to continue. My new job doesn't offer me as much travel and time to do the things I'd like. I just hope when I start recording again, Desmond and Joe will let some other people talk to me. I wanted to share my experience with you guys. I'm not sure what it means or anything, but if you do make it to the end of the story, you can decide for yourself and let me know what you think. One night when I was 13, I couldn't sleep, so I tried to turn the other way, on my side, to try to get myself comfy. As I turned around, I saw a figure of a woman against the wall in front of me. She was kind of a black figure, and she seemed to have a hunchback and a hump on her back from the way she was standing. This, of course, freaked me out, especially since I was only 13 at the time. I lay in shock and not knowing what to do, and after like 2 seconds, I put my head under the covers and called for my mom. She came in, and I was really afraid to tell her in case she thought I was crazy, so I just told her that I had a really bad dream. I was definitely not asleep. I couldn't sleep for a few nights as it freaked me out so much. This kind of went away after a few weeks, and I was gradually able to sleep again. However, a few weeks after this had happened, I was getting pains in my back and I went to the doctors to get scans and things. I then found out I had sclerosis, curvature of the spine. I eventually started getting a slight hump in my back because of this. It has been 10 years since I saw this woman, but I can never get it out of my mind. I've since told my mom about this and she seemed freaked out about it as well. I'm not sure what this means or if it was a ghost or spirit trying to tell me something. I have no idea, but it really did freak me out. This is just a short experience I had at about 17. A group of 4 friends and I were sitting at my house, bored out of our minds. My buddy Joey, not his real name, was literally banging his head against the wall out of boredom. Tommy, also not his real name, was reading a book he brought. His sister Alexis, of course not her real name either, was teasing my dog with a flashlight. Henry had his earbuds blaring. Finally, my friend Annie was on my laptop looking for something that might be fun. Annie came across a story a few guys had posted on a ghost website about an abandoned local farm. They posted how they went exploring the farm and got the hell scared out of them by a black figure. Annie is into the paranormal and asked if we wanted to investigate it. I said sure, better than sitting around waiting for my dog to bite Alexis for teasing him. The others agreed, so we hopped into my truck. It's a single cab with 3 seats. The girls rode in the cab with me, while Henry, Joey, and Tommy rode in the truck bed. I didn't believe in ghosts. If someone told me they saw a ghost, I would have to say stop watching Scooby-Doo and return to reality. Annie told me how to get there with the directions the guys posted on the ghost site. When we arrived, we all hopped out and walked up to the gate. We hopped the gate and started talking about where to go. We agreed to split up. Tommy and Joey were with Alexis. They went to the old barn, while Annie was with Henry and I. We went into the 2-story farmhouse. I looked in the upstairs window. All the glass looked like it had been smashed out of the windows. The house looked wrecked. It looked like whoever lived there had been a hoarder. While Henry and I were exploring, we heard what sounded like footsteps upstairs. We were intrigued, so we took off upstairs. When we got to the 2nd floor, it was empty. While walking down the stairs, I felt like someone had been pushing me. I was mad. My right shoulder was cut thanks to the old wooden steps I had twisted my ankle on. I asked Annie and Henry, "What the hell are you guys trying to do? Are you trying to kill me?" Annie said she and Henry were in the bedroom to the right, looking through some of the old junk when they heard me scream and they came running. Henry held me up, and we were about to leave when we heard something slam hard in the kitchen. We went in and saw a toolbox we had seen on the table on the floor with various tools around it. Henry said no way in hell that toolbox had a damn padlock on it. We all looked around the lock. It was on the table now, besides where the toolbox used to be. Henry tried to get in the toolbox earlier, but the lock prevented him. We heard footsteps upstairs again. Annie said screw this and ran outside along Henry while I hobbled out. The jerks left me behind. When we were out of the house, we saw Alexis, Tommy, and Joey. They were panting out of breath and looked terrified. We asked what happened. Alexis said that they saw a black figure with red eyes and it charged at them. We all heard a loud snarl like a big dog, and we took off towards my truck on the way there and said, look. In one of the upstairs windows, we saw two glowing eyes go from the middle of the window to the top. Then they separated. One went left and one went right. We all hopped the fence and peeled out of there as fast as everyone could.
I'm not currently experiencing any hauntings, but I do have a tale of a spiritual encounter. I will begin by prefecting story with the events leading up to the event. My grandfather passed away in hospice care in July 2000. I spent his last night on earth with him, holding his hand and reading the Bible to him, which was his favorite literature. He was an artist and a carpenter, and spent his last remaining years up in his home carving beautiful artwork out of wood. He loved his simple life and carved because he wanted to, never once selling his museum quality work. He would only give it away to anyone who truly appreciated it. At 88, he was about 80% deaf and completely blind in one eye, and nearly blind in the other. After a stroke 6 months earlier, his health declined quickly, and he simply gave up on life. As he lay in the bed, I sang to him, although he probably could not hear me or even knew that I was there, and he was in a coma-like state with his eyes open. He had stopped eating, and he was severely underweight, and it was hard for me to see him like that, knowing how much he loved life and living. Many times he cried in his last few years, saying that he loved his life and didn't want to die. During his last living moments with me, I looked down into his distant, foggy eyes, knowing he couldn't hear or see me, and told him that the baby goose that he held at my house the last time he visited had grown up now and had 4 babies of her own. His eyes filled up with tears and turned red, and his mouth began to quiver as if he was trying to say something. He hadn't spoken in nearly 2 weeks. His love for animals and nature transcended through his limitations that night. I knew he would probably die that night, so I sat next to him with my hand on his chest, feeling his every breath and heartbeat. He didn't pass away until the next day, after I left. He was alone, which is what I didn't want. I didn't want his spirit to leave his body and to look down at an empty room. That bothered me for a long time. In an attempt to comfort ourselves, we turned to his Bible. He was much more dedicated to the word than we were ever, but knowing that it was so close to his heart, we thought it would ease our minds. My mother said to read something that he had underlined or highlighted, which is something his Bible was full of. I read the first thing I opened that was underlined. You do not have to understand the Bible to feel the power behind these words, which read, "For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds, to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. Where there, comfort one another with these words." We all felt a chill run through us. At his wake, I waited until everyone left, and I cut a small lock of his beautiful, thick white hair and placed it in an envelope. As myself and my friend walked to the vehicle to leave, I opened the door, and a mourning dove flew into me as if trying to enter the truck with me. It injured its wings, and I brought it home. I rescue and rehabilitate small animals all the time, so I mended its wing and let it go about a week later. I took that as a sign from my grandfather, as we had that bond of loving all creatures, great and small. A couple of weeks later, in August, my best friend was at my house, and I was showing her videotapes of Papa, that is what I called him, because she had never met him. I wanted to share with her the kind of person he was. For nearly 2 hours, we watched him talk about God, Leonardo da Vinci, his childhood, his 24 brothers and sisters, his beloved mother, and we saw him play his guitar and sing old, sad songs about homeless children and hobos, songs that made grown men cry, including himself. After the tape was finished, I got up to go to the kitchen for something to drink, and my friend went to the restroom. At that moment, we both heard a loud musical tone that sounded like a doorbell. Since I do not have a doorbell, we both said, "What the heck is that?" We both re-entered the living room where we had been watching the tape and searched everywhere where the sound had come from. My heart sank as I realized what it was. About 2 years earlier, I had one of those cheap doorbells that you plug into the wall, using a battery-operated button at your front door to operate the sound. I became so irritated by all the neighborhood kids ringing it that I just took the button off and put it in my piano stool. The battery had gone bad anyway. I never unplugged the part that rings. I'd forgotten it was there because it was hidden behind a chair. That was eerie enough, but what really got me thinking was when I explained to my friend that I had the ringer set to only ring one long tone. To change it to the traditional two-tone ding-dong, you had to take the back off of the unit and set the switches according to the manual. Needless to say, it did ring in the ding-dong fashion. Oddly enough, it was my friend who said, "Maybe it was your grandfather saying hi." It hadn't even occurred to me. Shortly after that, I was explaining what happened to my mother on the phone, and it happened again. She could hear it, and we both fell silent. He was letting me know that his fears of leaving his family behind were pointless, and that he was with the rest of his family in heaven. I believe he was thanking me for being there for him when no one else could. It has been 3 years since his own death, and the doorbell has not rang since. Hey, my name is Maddie. Today, me and my best friend Summer had a strange encounter with a malevolent spirit. Let me explain what happened. A few months ago, me and one of my other friends, Alicia, met an 8-year-old spirit named Reese through a Ouija board. She seemed like a very sweet and innocent girl. She told us at her own will, and I repeat her own will, how she met her death. She apparently got beaten to death by her abusive father. Then a few weeks went by, and I introduced Reese to my now best friend Summer. They got along very well. It didn't seem like she had any sorts of problem with her or anyone she met. The next day we were playing when we got a call from my friend Amy. Long story short, she had an encounter with a spirit named Sarah. She claimed that Sarah was a very stubborn spirit. It took her hours just to get her to say goodbye. Amy also stated that Sarah seemed like a very lonely and clingy spirit who did not want to let her go. Then we made an attempt to contact Sarah through the board. It was a success. After we talked to Sarah for a bit, we asked her if she knew Reese. Sarah suddenly stopped moving the planchette. We asked her if she was alright. She answered no. She also said that Reese isn't Reese. She said that Reese is actually a man named Roger. Sarah also told us that Roger was the one who killed her at the age of 27. The final thing she said about Roger was that if we ever told him that she was the one who told, that he would send her straight to the gates of hell. We tried to contact Reese, Roger, on December 10th, 2016, around 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We successfully contacted Reese. At that period of time, he didn't know that we knew who he really was. Then, we did something that we both regret. We asked if she was hiding anything from us. He responded this in his own words. "Fine, You fucking caught me." Then right after that he said, "Who told you two idiots?" We simply responded to the internet in hopes to keep Sarah safe. Then Roger responded by saying, "You are a liar." Then the planchette started to circle around the alphabet counterclockwise, excluding the letter M. It did not touch the corners whatsoever. Summer and I started to panic, wondering what it was trying to do. I thought he simply lost control over the planchette, but Summer thought it was something more, because at that time, it was spinning around continuously for about 30 seconds. So I suggested that if we put pressure on it, it might stop it. It just kept going even with pressure, but just slower. But after we lifted the pressure, it continued to spin and got even faster. After a while, it just randomly landed on Dubai. Maybe it just got tired or got sick of us panicking. I really need to know your thoughts on this, and if this occurrence was really legitimately something evil, because I don't know what to explain it for. Thank you for reading. I didn't believe in the Ouija board because they sell them at Toys R Us, so I didn't think they would sell something dangerous to kids and adults. I've read stories about the Ouija board, but I don't know if it's true. People do make up stories, so it's hard to tell if it's true or not. Some people say the Ouija board is just a game. Others say it's not just a game, and some say it's dangerous. I had to find out for myself if the Ouija board is really dangerous. On Sunday, I decided to go to Toys R Us to buy the board. I drove my car in the morning to Toys R Us, and I was just looking around at first for about an hour. After looking around, I went to the game section and I purchased the Ouija board. I drove back to my apartment and put the board in the closet. The same day, about 10 p.m., I decided to try it out. I took it out of the box and put it on my bed. I didn't have any candles, so I just dimmed the light. I put the board on my lap and the planchette on the board. I put my fingers on the planchette and I started around in circles for about a minute. I stopped and I started saying, "Is anybody out there?" I kept saying it for about 15 to 20 minutes, and then, all of a sudden, I felt a strange presence right above me. I was so scared that I ran out of my room, and I threw the board in the garbage. I was very shaken. I went back to my room and turned the lights on, and I didn't sleep at all. And that's why I don't mess with Ouija boards. I have had several experiences, but I will tell you two of my most frightening. A friend and I had started playing with the Ouija board, and it ended up turning our lives upside down for the span of around 2 years. One night, my friend Judy, her husband Luke, Loma, and myself were watching a movie called Witchboard right in the middle of a winter storm. All footprints had been covered at this time, and the streets were empty. About halfway through the movie, the front door blew open, and we heard running footsteps come into the house, up the stairs, down the hall, and into the bedroom where Judy's 2-year-old lay sleeping. We were all just sitting there frozen in shock and fright when we heard a loud slam, which turned out to be the bedroom door, and the poor little boy started screaming, "Monster, monster." Luke took off up the stairs, only to find a very upset little boy, and nothing or no one else. As things started to calm down, Judy and I went to shut the front door, and there were still no footprints in the snow. The only snow that had come into the house was blowing from the wind. It was around March now, and one day, as I laid down for a nap, I felt the bed start to shake under me. I was uncertain if I had really felt what I thought I had, so I was not frightened, but I got up anyway. That was only the beginning. Not long after that, it became a constant thing every time I tried to lay in my bed. The shaking started to get more violent, and it also felt as if someone was punching up at the mattress from beneath. I complained several times, and no one believed me. It was now to the point where I was afraid to go to bed. I began sleeping at my friend Loma's house because her bed didn't shake. After staying at her house for 2 weeks, my mom said it was time to come home, and I did agree, but not until she promised to spend the first night sleeping in bed with me. That night, we had only been in bed for about 10 minutes before the bed started its usual shaking. It was very minor at first, so my mom started to make excuses for why it was happening. By the time 5 minutes had passed, it was now undeniable, and I could tell my mother was getting scared, but was trying to stay calm for my sake. The last straw for my mother was when the punching started. It was harder than I had ever felt before. We laid there for a moment while my mother mustered up the courage to peek under the bed. Of course, she didn't find anything, and we promptly left the room and set ourselves up in the living room for the remainder of the night. My bed continued to shake and punch for some time thereafter, but it eventually quit. However, once in a while it will start, to this day, and I just get up or ignore it, and it stops. This encounter involved a Ouija board, and possibly my guardian angel. Years ago, a friend and I were goofing around with a Ouija board. Being a bit ignorant of the unknown, I mistakenly asked it how old I would be when I died and how. It replied that I would be 16 and that I would die in a car accident. A month or two after I turned 16, I was asked if I wanted to go out with my parents the next day to run errands. I said yes. That next morning, I woke up to discover that my parents left without me. I was annoyed. An hour after I woke up, my mother called me from the hospital. They had been hit by a transport truck an hour before. When I asked why they had left without me, my mom replied that her and my dad had tried for a half hour to get me up, and then they gave up. What makes it so scary is where the truck had hit. My one brother has to sit behind my mom, and my dad does not wear a seatbelt. Had I been in that car, I would have been sitting behind my dad with the seatbelt on. The transport truck hit the car on the driver's side, almost imploding on the driver's and left backseat side. That's where I would have been sitting. Guardian angel? I think so. I was celebrating Halloween around my best mate Felicity's house. We usually have a laugh and a joke, but neither of us had played with a Ouija board before, so we gathered about 7 friends from the neighborhood. First, we lit candles, 1 black, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 clear. Fliss had purchased the board from an old shop in the Stoke Town Center. We sat down in her dining room and placed the board right in the middle of the dining room table. We all placed our fingers on the gold planchet. I was the reader, so I asked the questions. At first, we did not get any response, so we all giggled and made fun of the silly people who got themselves worked up about these silly boards. About 5 seconds after we stopped giggling, we heard a massive bang on the floor. I thought it was one of the boys playing a trick, so I suggested that we all sit legs crossed on the chairs. I made sure we were all cross-legged, and I said, "If it was a ghost that made the bang on the floor, can you please do it again?" And it did. I spoke again. "We will now try to communicate using the board." So we started to use the board again, and I again asked if anybody was present who wanted to communicate with us. The planchet moved to yes. I asked for a name, and it replied, "I am unclean." Fliss's uncle had passed on, so I inquired if we were talking with her uncle Ian. The response was no. Again, the planchet moved to the following letters, "I am unclean." We had made contact with an apparent demon. We decided to say sorry for disturbing, and we thanked the spirit for its presence. However, it did not go. The spirit of demon flung Fliss back into the wall. Then it came for me. I had a vision of hell itself at that moment, and I remain grateful to this day that it did not hurt me.
In telling the story, let me assure the reader that it was passed to me by my grandmother, Eileen. Eileen is in failing health, but her memory is untouched, and her ability to spin a tale is uncanny. This particular story is about her father Joe, his first wife, in a house that will never be forgotten. My grandmother is a devout Christian, but she believes these tales of the unexplained to be completely true. Judge for yourself. In the late 1800s to early 1900s, it was common practice in the coal fields of Kentucky and West Virginia for a miner to spend the majority of the week at the mines while leaving his wife at home alone. This is exactly what Joe, my great-grandfather, did during his first marriage. After a hasty marriage, Joe bought a small, quaint home for himself and his new wife Sue. Sue quickly alerted her husband to a potential problem. The house was directly across the road from the local cemetery. Joe, being a firm disbeliever in such superstitious nonsense like ghosts and spooks, had a good laugh when Sue begged him not to make her stay alone in a house so close to a graveyard and told her to get used to it. When Monday morning arrived, he left her alone and laughed as she sobbed on the porch. That night, after completing her tours, she settled down in the bed for a good night's rest and doused the lamps. As soon as she had climbed into bed, a strange noise became apparent outside. As she pulled the covers up around her head, she could hear something like barrels rolling or horses galloping around the house. She tried to sleep and eventually, as the sunrise drove the mysterious sounds away, found some comforting slumber. Every night, the noises started getting louder and louder, seeming to get closer to the house, and, on Friday night, Sue heard 3 knocks on the door. In a terrified fit, she screamed, "Leave me alone," and suddenly, the noises faded. The next morning brought Joe's return, and the first thing Sue did was beg him to let her leave the house, telling him of the haunted noises. He laughed unsympathetically and told her to get over this stupidity. In desperation, she bitterly screamed, "Joe, I hope to God it gets you." Joe wasn't the least bit frightened and told her that it was Cheryl's local men playing tricks on her. Later that night, Sue slept well in Joe's arms, but some subtle suspicion began to eat at the unbeliever. As he drifted into a shallow sleep, he was startled at a loud crack coming from the fireplace that startled him, and as he sat upright in the bed, he saw the apparition of an elderly woman staring at him from the rocking chair at the foot of the bed. My grandmother says that Joe knew exactly who the woman was, but he took the knowledge of her identity to his grave because simply, she had been dead for 6 months before they moved into the house. Joe shuddered with fear and her bony, cold hand stretched to clutch his ankles as she latched onto his foot and began pulling him towards her and the footboard of the bed. Joe fainted with fright as he felt his foot slide down to the foot of the bed in the dead hand of the spirit. The next morning, Sue roused her pale husband and sat up in the bed as he opened his eyes and screamed with terror. The footbed of the bed was broken and the rocking chair had been toppled during the night. Joe immediately promised his frightened wife that not another night would be passed in this restless house, simply telling her, "Sue, whatever it was, it got me." Thank you for reading my grandmother's story. I hope you found it entertaining because, well, I thought it was pretty frightening. See you later. I have told this story to people who are not there to witness the actual event, and some look at me as if I am just telling a story to get a good laugh, but I find nothing funny about it. Everything I'm about to relate is true, and I guess in some bizarre way, I feel that by retelling this story to anyone who is willing to listen to it will bring me some comfort. On July 6, 1990, a high school friend shot himself in the head with a rifle in a nearby local baseball dugout. The act shocked and saddened everyone, especially his parents, of course, who did not want to believe their only son would take his own life. The days that followed his death were happening, for me, as if in a dream. Fearing this act would spark some sort of chain reaction, school's counselors were sent in to help the students grieve and discuss their feelings of loss. Days went by, and there seemed to be a cloud of despair and confusion hanging over our entire high school class. If he had lived, my friend would have graduated from high school with the rest of us that same year. When he died, he was 2 months away from his 18th birthday. About a week after his suicide, I was visiting my best friend at the time, we'll call her Anne, in her home. We were both still very affected by the death of our friend, and we began to talk late into the night about his possible reasons for taking his own life and how crazy and unexpected it was. We had been discussing the whole chain of events and basically trying to make sense of something we couldn't even imagine when I suddenly became very uncomfortable talking about our deceased friend. I was sitting at the time in a desk chair across from Anne, who was sitting comfortably on her bed facing me. She was looking directly at me, and she could see the discomfort on my face. She assumed I was just overreacting, and our discussion had gotten to me, so she stood up and moved towards the door of her bedroom and gestured in a sweeping motion with her arm for me to follow her into the kitchen down the hall. There was a single small desk light on behind me when she made this motion with her arm, so that when she moved, her body created a shadow on the wall. This is going to sound ridiculous, and I'm no physics expert, but when Anne swept her arm up into the air, gesturing me to follow her, her shadow did not follow her arm. Instead, there was a strange kind of delay, and I saw her arm move, and about 5 to 10 seconds later, the shadow of an arm moved, mimicking the same gesture she had just made. I, of course, thought my eyes were playing tricks on me and ignored the shadow, and I would have kept it to myself if only Anne had not turned to me and asked, "Did you just see that?" I answered yes, of course, and we fled out of the room and into the kitchen. Anne's house was large, and our frightened voices bounced off the columned walls, but nothing ever occurred after that. My friend Anne and I no longer speak, and I am sure that if she knew I was relaying this story to strangers, she would think I was crazy, but I remember the death of her high school friend as if it were yesterday, and I can't help wishing that the shadow we saw was indeed a sign from our friend, but I will never be too sure. I write this story in his memory, and in the hope that he is in a place where his problems have been all taken away. Thanks for reading. This story I'm about to tell you has been talked about in my family for years. Now it has been passed down to my own daughter, who tells it to her friends at slumber parties. It begins with the first time I ever saw anything, when I was around the age of 7. It happened in a house that we lived in years ago in western New York. I shared a room with my sister. We both had the feeling something was always watching us, but being so young, we never really worried all that much about it, until one night, while I was trying to sleep. My bed was up against one wall, and my sister's bed faced the other. I turned, so I was facing the wall. When I opened my eyes, after getting that feeling of being watched again, there, standing in the wall, was a woman. She was a young woman, dressed all in black, high white lace collar, wearing a cameo, and hair pulled up neatly in a bun. She stood there with her hands folded in front of her, smiling sweetly at me. Now mind you, I was 7 years old, so I pulled the covers up over my head and then down again to take a peek just to see if she was still there, which she was, and this time with a bigger smile. I got so scared I jumped from my bed and ran across the room to my sister's bed. I landed right on top of her, waking her up, of course. I told her there was a lady in my wall, but when we looked again, the woman was gone. The next day I told my mom about it. She said it must have been just my guardian angel and left it at that. She refused to talk about it any further, or even years later. Then recently, my brother and I got to talking about that house. He said, "Don't you remember what the neighborhood kids used to say about our house?" And of course, I didn't remember a thing. He told me that apparently a couple had died there years ago. Then he asked me if I remembered the time that he and I were in the backyard and we saw the old man in the attic window. And all of a sudden it rushed back. Bam. Right when he told me about the old man in the attic window, I had a major flashback and remembered it like it was yesterday. I don't even have to tell you, even after all these years, it scared me. Well, many years have passed since we lived there, but I still have dreams about that house, and I wish the dreams would stop. I have many other scary stories to tell, but I've freaked myself out telling this one, so the others will have to wait. This incident happened about 2 years ago. I was 17 at the time, working at a restaurant motel in Old Saybrook, Connecticut called The Castle. The scariest thing about this place, besides the low pay, was the old story of what happened to one of its original owners. From almost my first day working there, I was told that one of the members of the family who built the house had killed himself on the grounds. The story was that one night, the son had discovered that his fiancée was cheating on him with one of his close friends. Deep in depression, the son climbed to the tallest tower of the castle, tied a rope to some type of pole on the roof, and hanged himself. The next morning, as the parents were leaving the home, they saw him hanging. They immediately sold the mansion, and it has been a hotel ever since. Many employees said that they had heard and seen things, yet I, as most people believe at first, didn't believe the stories. That is, until one night, I was working a late shift with a friend of mine named Katie. We were cleaning up the dining room after closing when we heard the kitchen door slam shut. I had popped them open, but as the wind off Long Island Sound is pretty strong, I figured they had been blown shut. Katie yelled at me to get over there and look at the kitchen. When I arrived, I saw a weird green light pouring through the round window of the door and flooding out the crack at the bottom. Still unconvinced of any supernatural going-ons, I tried to open the door, but it was not happening. I thought someone was in there, and I knew if the place got trashed, I would get fired, so I reared back and tried to put my shoulder through the door. At the time, I was about 6'2", 200 pounds, played football and lifted a lot of weights. The door should have popped right open, but not this time. Katie and I peered into the window, and there, plain as day, was a man dressed in antique clothes with a noose around his neck looking right back at us. He walked by and the green light left us. We instantly figured, forget the boss, it's quitting time. We ran outside and could barely light our cigarettes. Our hands were shaking so badly. From then on, I was a believer, and I knew I would never, ever doubt ghosts ever again. My aunt and uncle had a passion for restoring old country houses, the last of which had been at an end at the turn of the century. The house sits on 50 acres at the top of a hill, next to a historic old church with an equally historic old graveyard. I can't claim to recall for certain, but I think the church was used as a field hospital during the Civil War. My uncle would tell us the stories about the months after they moved into the house. Their bedroom was on the second of 3 floors, near the large, almost spiral staircase that emptied into the foyer to 2 sitting areas. Late in the evening, while they were in bed, my aunt and uncle would hear what sounded like a distant crowd of people in conversation. Living in quiet country houses most of their lives made them fairly light sleepers. The local volunteer fire department changed that over time. I'll get to that. My uncle would get up to check out the noise and find nothing, but since it was an old house with a boiler, and that it was more or less near town, there were many possible rational explanations for the noise. Still, over the course of a few months, the noises grew louder and louder until it sounded like a party was being thrown in their own house, and my aunt and uncle weren't invited. This had grown so gradually that my uncle was much more annoyed than fearful. One night, he went to the stairs and shouted for them to shut up so we can get some sleep. That seemed to scale back the noise enough to satisfy him, although it didn't go away completely. The next weekend, he took a walk for the first time through the local graveyard and noticed many of the stones were overturned and some of the plots were neglected. He righted the headstones and cleaned up some of the plots that weekend and never again heard the noises in the house. My uncle passed away in that house 1 year ago this October. Subsequently, I spent a great deal more time there last winter than I had before taking care of a few things for my aunt. I slept on the top floor across from the game room. Many nights an air raid siren would go off, summoning the local volunteer firefighters to the station house. I never did get used to sleeping through that. Then one night, the siren wailed at about 2 a.m., and I was having a hard time going back to sleep. I was wide awake when I heard something. It lasted only an instant and seemed to me to be a crowd in the distance that had just been told the punchline to a very funny joke. Whatever it was, it reminded me of one of my uncle's stories. As an epilogue, I should mention that my aunt is trying to sell the house. So far, the most likely buyer is the local funeral home. While sitting around looking at photo albums with my grandmother, we came across some newspaper clippings. The clippings were from a newspaper in Indiana. They were about an old brick house being torn down. Since we live in Mississippi, I found it strange that my grandmother would have these clippings, so I questioned her about them. She then told me one of the eeriest stories I have ever heard. In 1946, my grandmother lived in Mobile, Indiana, with her husband and their child. They lived in an old brick house that was built before the Civil War and stood on the outskirts of town. It was a large house with very high ceilings and wooden floors. In the master bedroom was a closet with a heavy wooden door that did not have a knob, only a wooden latch to keep the door closed. My grandmother would shut and latch the closet. When she would leave the room and return, the closet door would be standing wide open. She would shut the door again and go about her chores. When she returned, the door would be open. She did this several times a day. She said the door stayed open more than she could keep it closed. She was more annoyed than scared by this strange event. About 8 months later, she and her husband divorced and she moved to Mississippi with my grandfather. The house she had lived in did not cross her mind until 10 years later when her Aunt Bonnie wrote her a letter and sent her the newspaper clippings. The clippings talked about her old house and reported that it had been torn down. While they were tearing down the house, a hole was discovered under the closet floor. They had found the remains of a man in the hole. It was believed to be the body of a soldier from the Civil War. After lurking around here for ages reading everyone else's story, I finally got up the nerve to post one of my own. My story isn't as dramatic or interesting as some of the other stories posted here, but I feel confident enough to post it because 3 other people have had experience in this particular house, so here it goes. This happened a few months ago while I was visiting a friend's house one evening. I'll refer to my friend as G. A mutual friend of ours, J, was also present. This was my first and only visit to the house, and no one else was home at the time apart from the 3 of us. The house in question is an old wood villa, which would be, at a guess, 80 to 100 years old. It's a rather large one-level structure with 2 long and connected hallways, one that leads from the front door to the back of the house and another that spans across the back of the house. Together, the hallways form the shape of a T. While eating dinner in the kitchen, dining room area located in the back portion of the house, something drew my attention to the right, so I glanced down to the top section of the hallway. As I watched, a dark shadow moved across very quickly from right to left, as though it just moved up the other long hall, through the center of the house, then straight ahead crossing the top hallway. I didn't say anything at the time, although I was curious about what I had seen. I have to say that while I definitely believe in ghosts, I didn't want to get too excited about something which could have a very logical explanation for. After dinner, G invited us on a tour of the house, and while exploring the rooms off the back hallway, I carefully checked to see if there were any windows that could have let car headlights in to cause the shadow I'd seen, but I couldn't find anything to explain it. Sometime later, G left the lounge to make coffee and, while she was out of the room, I whispered to J that I had seen a shadow cross the back hall. She surprised me by telling me that she too had seen a ghost moving from right to left in the same exact place, only she's seen it twice before in broad daylight. We were intrigued and quite excited about this, but didn't say anything to G as we didn't want to frighten her. Interestingly enough, G approached J recently to ask her opinion about ghosts because a young woman who also lives in the house claimed to see a shadow move up the hallway. She was concerned because she too would be spending several weeks alone there, and understandably, she was frightened. G explained that while she hadn't seen anything herself, there was one occasion when she was walking up the hallway and she felt like she accidentally pushed someone out of the way, even though she couldn't see anyone there. I've been in various places before where I've been able to sense unseen presences. I've had one experience where I used to get a feeling of overwhelming fear every time I went into one particular room in a house my parents owned. With the shadow that Jay and I saw, we didn't feel any strong feelings or emotions connected with it. At this moment in time, I haven't heard any more events in that house. When I was about 12 years old, my brother, sister, and I moved into my grandparents' house. Ever since we could remember, we heard stories about the house being haunted. Nothing too big, but strange things happened a lot. Rumor had it that there used to be a horse track room stable where my grandparents built their house, and a little boy had been trampled in there. We have never actually checked into this story, but it is what we heard. At least it is what we were told. Anyway, all of us grandkids were petrified of going upstairs. It was always so cold up there and just freaky, but that was where all the bedrooms were, so when we moved in, we had no choice. Actually, I had no choice. My little brother and sister had beds set up downstairs and I slept upstairs. When I was about 4, I had taken up smoking cigarettes, but no one knew about it. I used to turn off my bedroom light and smoke cigarettes. I turned off my light just in case my grandparents happened to come up the stairs. They always turned on the hall light to help their way up the stairs. This way, I would know how to put out my cigarette and spray air freshener. One night, I was upstairs alone smoking when I heard someone coming up the stairs. It was late and everyone had been in bed. The hallway light never came on, but all the same time, I butted out my cigarette and waited, but no one ever came up. This happened quite a few times, and I just got used to it. This house is about 50 or 60 years old. The doors are the old latch type and made of nothing but wood. They are solid. To close the door, you have to lift the hook and latch it onto the other part of the door. To open the door, you have to lift the handle and pull the door open. On my bedroom door, I also had an eye hook lock to keep my room locked and my little brother out. I would be laying in bed at night watching TV and my bedroom door would just pop open, but it would never open all the way because of the lock on my door. I never thought anything of it. I just thought it was a breeze until my brother and I started sharing stories about what was happening in that room in the house. I've since moved out and my brother moved into my old room. We have all grown up and started sleeping upstairs, and we have gotten over our fears pretty much. There were 4 bedrooms upstairs and they were set up weird. The house was square, 2 bedrooms on each side of the house with a staircase up the middle. To get to the 2 rooms, you have to walk through the main 2 ones. When my little sister finally decided to move upstairs, she moved into the room behind mine. She swears to hearing a little boy crying in her room at night. Recently I bought a Ouija board and have been using it at my new house. One night my cousin, brother, sister, and boyfriend were using it when my cousin and I started talking about how we used to use the board when we were younger at my grandparents' house. My cousin remembers talking to a little boy who died at this location, and she remembers the little boy telling us his vision of the story of what happened to him. He told us his name was Brandon, and his father beat him in the tack room, and that unlike the story being passed around, he hadn't been trampled at all. Which story is true, I don't know, and I guess we'll never know. My little brother is the only one of us left living with my grandparents, and he is now living in my old bedroom. He has heard the footsteps coming up the stairs when he was doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing. He has heard whimpering, and he has talked to this little boy. Not literally talking, but questions will pop into his head that he already knows the answers to, like, what year is it? And he will answer out loud. He will not even be thinking about a certain thing, and then all of a sudden, he'll have a question. The door pops open on him, but he doesn't have the latch, so it pops open and closes again. Now, here's the last we have heard from the spirits in our grandparents' house. He was sitting in his room talking to his girlfriend on the phone when he heard someone coming up the stairs. The footsteps stopped at the top of the stairs. He hung up with his girlfriend and went into the hallway, but nobody was there. Now, what happens next makes us believe that the little boy was beaten to death and not trampled as everyone had been told. The footsteps were heavy ones, definitely not of those of a child. When my brother realized no one was there, he just assumed that it was the father because of the heavy footsteps. He told the father that if he didn't leave Brandon, the little boy, alone, that he was going to kill himself and haunt his butt down. He would then beat him to a fine pulp, then come back to life, yeah right, dig up his grave and burn his mangy hide. My brother has become attached to Brandon and has not heard anything from him about his father or heard his father around the house.
Even though I'm not sure whether I do in fact believe in ghosts and the supernatural, I must be the Ghost Stories world's biggest fan and relentless reader, and have been a patron of your site for many, many years, at least a decade now. Like I said, not being totally sure whether I do actually believe in ghosts, I've never had a story of my own contribute to your website. However, over the past months, possibly years, certain things have happened in our current rented home. Occurrences in this house that made me think twice, maybe even 3 times about what I actually do and don't believe in. My husband Craig and I have been living in our rented home here in Melbourne, Australia for almost 4 years now. We rent privately and know very little about the house and its history, apart from the fact that we are private renters and the rent has always been almost ridiculously cheap. The house isn't that old, however. It would only be about 15 or 20 years old. We do know, however, that several of the last tenants that lived here, families with children, by the look of the wall drawings in the study and backyard, moved out fairly quick after moving in, which has always puzzled me, as the house isn't in that bad a shape. The neighborhood is okay, and the rent, like I said, has always been ridiculously cheap. Any questionable incident that has happened in this house has either taken place in the lounge room or the nursery. My daughter is now 3 months short of turning 3. I remember one time when my daughter was tiny. She would have been 6 months old at the time. We put her to bed in her cot in her room. She's always been a fire alarm screamer, and on this particular day, after screaming for about 10 minutes, she quite suddenly stopped dead. Assuming that she had just fallen asleep, I walked outside into the backyard about 10 minutes later to feed the dog. I looked through her window subtly to make sure that all was calm in her room, when I noticed a very strange thing. My daughter did not look close to sleeping at all. She was in fact staring intently at the ceiling. I watched her eyes move from left to right and so forth, as if she was watching something very closely, but there was nothing there. Not thinking all that much of it, I went back inside and continued on with whatever I was doing, thinking that she was just boring herself off to sleep. A few weeks later, something very similar happened to this again, except this time, it was in the lounge room. Heidi was sitting with me on the couch. The family dog was also in the room, sitting by my feet, as Heidi all of a sudden started staring at the ceiling again, with much the same intensity as before in her room. This time, the dog joined in and was making much the same eye and head movements as Heidi was, as if they were both watching something on the ceiling move from side to side. The dog's hair then stood on the back of its neck, and he started growling, which frightened me, as he is one of the friendliest dogs in the world and wouldn't hurt a fly. Then, being a bit of a wimp, he got up and snuck into the next room and didn't come back for about a half an hour. This sort of thing has happened about 3 or 4 times since then, but nothing besides this has ever happened either. No apparitions or noises or banging. I've sometimes had the feeling, though, that we are not alone here. Nothing like this ever happens when my husband is at home, only when I am alone or with Heidi. A couple of days ago, it happened again. Heidi started off by staring at the ceiling, and then her gaze diverted to her toy basket in the corner of the room. She looked at me, smiled, looked back at the toy basket, pointed, and yelled baby. The word baby doesn't necessarily mean baby to Heidi. She calls newborns babies, as well as toddlers up to about her own age. I asked her where, Heidi. Where is the baby? There, she persisted. There, baby. I shrugged and looked away again and hoped to dear God that she would stop pointing and looking at that darn toy basket. She did, thankfully, after only about a minute or so this time. What do you honestly think about this? Fluke? Or something more than just imaginative child playfulness? This website has mentioned dark, powerful energies such as imps, and I noticed the creator of this website has seen what could be called imps. Imps are described as devil spirits, who are demons, and small in stature. I've had many experiences throughout my life like the one the web creator had growing up. I don't like talking about them so much, and do my best to keep it dormant, but I did read their story. and I've had experience with a small black figure that sounds like one of the imps described in that story. Me, my daughter, and my wife all used to sleep in the same bed till our little girl was 1.5 years old. Around the time my daughter was that age, I remember staying up till close to 1 or 2 a.m. watching a long movie. When I was finished, I went to the room and turned on the bathroom light to brush my teeth. Our room was well lit from the bathroom. Since around the age of 3, I've had dealings with spirits as well. So, when I was about halfway through my brushing, I pretty much knew from that feeling I had that something was happening. I looked in the room where my daughter and wife were sleeping, and cuddled from behind my daughter in a fetal position was a small black figure. It looked human, but it moved, behaved, and felt like it was something else. It looked towards me, got on all fours, and scurried across the bed lightning fast. I kinda jumped back, but it disappeared when it hit the floor. The strange thing was, after I got into bed, my daughter, eyes closed, still asleep, did the exact same thing the figure did before I went to bed. Only my daughter stopped with her still sleeping face right in mine, then laid back down, and was normal again. Some other things started happening after that, but I don't know if they're related. I hope my story helps you figure out what these things are. My story begins about 3 years ago. I was 27, and me and my husband were expecting our first child. We had been living with his mother, but since I had become pregnant, we needed a place of our own. My parents owned 2 houses, one in which they lived in, and the other right behind theirs. My oldest brother and wife and children used to live there, but he bought the house right next door to my parents. Always wanted to stay close to our family. We're very close. Now that the house behind my parents was unoccupied, my mother asked me to move in. My husband and I gladly accepted. We would have more room and a place of our own. Well, the very next day we moved in, I was about 41 weeks pregnant and needed to go to the hospital to be induced for labor. We had a healthy baby boy. After our stay in the hospital, we returned to our new home. About 4 to 6 weeks after we moved in, I started hearing a noise in the middle of the night, coming from the closet in our bedroom. My husband worked a graveyard shift most nights at the time, so I was alone at night with our son a lot. The noise was that of the closet door opening. I had put a long rectangular mirror on the closet door, those that are about 1 foot wide and 4 feet long. It had 2 hooks that went over the top of the door, so as to hang the mirror. So every time you opened it, it would screech very loudly, since the metal hooks rubbed against the door frame. Well, like I said, about 4 to 6 weeks after we moved in, I heard this very loud screech at about 2:30 to 3 a.m. I woke up and realized it was the closet door opening. It opened about 4 inches. We had 2 chinchillas that slept on the floor at the end of the bed, and I just rationalized it to one of them opening the door with their paw. But I know that would have to take some effort, since the metal hooks over the top of the door made it hard to open, and would make the door get stuck. I didn't really get scared. I just looked, then went back to sleep. About 2 weeks later, again, me asleep, alone, middle of the night. Then the screeching sound of the closet door opening. I woke up, and this time, sat up and looked at the closet door. What just happened? I checked on my baby in his bassinet next to my bed, and he was fast asleep. I looked at the chinchillas. They were awakened too, and looking at the closet door, but had not moved. So again, I felt no fright, and went back to sleep. Again, a few weeks later, my husband had a day off, so he was home that night. And again, about 2 or 3 a.m., the screeching noise of this closet door being pushed open from the inside. My husband wakes up and just stares at the door. Now he saw firsthand what I had told him about. The last time this happened was some weeks after that. Again, I was alone at night. I heard the screeching sound of the door opening, only it sounded like it opened a little bit wider than just 4 inches this time. I sat up and looked at the door. The chihuahuas were staring at the closet door as well. This time, they stood up. Then the closet door started opening a little bit further still. That set the chihuahuas off. One was barking at the closet door like there was no tomorrow, and the other ran under the bed crying and howling. Their reaction is what scared me the most. My heart was racing. I put my head under the covers. The closet door didn't open further, but it took me forever to get back to sleep. After that night, I was scared of the closet. I told my husband, and he put a lock on the door. I closed it and locked it every night. I didn't open it again. Only one thing happened after that. About a year later, the closet door became increasingly harder to close. It would get stuck, and I would really have to push to close it completely. One Sunday night, about 7:30 p.m. this time, I again was home alone. My husband was working, and my son was with my parents in the house in front of ours. I was watching some TV, and I didn't like to leave the closet door open anymore. So I walked over to the closet door to try and close it completely. I was really pushing, and I started banging on the door with my fist to try and close it. It was almost closed. Then, while I was banging with my fist, right on the other side of the door there was a loud bang, as if someone hit it with their fist. It was right on the spot I was hitting it. I could feel the vibration against me. I stepped away from the closet door. I tried to stay calm. I'll try to sit down and watch some TV, I told myself. I sat down, but could not keep my eyes off the closet door. After about 30 seconds, I decided I couldn't stay in the house any longer. I left my parents' house in front of mine and left the TV on. Why did that scare me so much? I was fine when the closet door would open in the middle of the night. Was it because I was so sleep deprived from having an infant son that it was so easy for me to go back to sleep? The fact that I heard the banging on either side of the closet unnerved me so much. Thinking back, I remembered when I was 14 and my brother first moved in the very same house with my then 4-month pregnant sister-in-law and her 4-month-old daughter from a previous marriage. I remember shortly after they moved in, her telling me she thought the house was haunted. I asked why, and she told me that at night, she would see the closet doorknob rattle and turn. Oh, it's just her imagination, I told her. Even at 14, I would rationalize everything. I guess it wasn't her imagination after all. I later asked my niece, now 21, if she ever saw anything. She told me she did, which I later write about. This is something completely different to my experience, and I think it had something to do with her and not the house. She also used to tell me that the closet door used to open in front of my brother until he confronted it. Then it stopped. Thank you for taking the time to read my story. I live about 20 minutes from an old covered bridge in Mableton, Georgia. This is one of the places I've been to in the surrounding area and where I had the most happen. In 2004, we went on a last-minute hunt to the bridge. I know you're supposed to be better prepared, but I kept most of my things in the car at all times, just in case. We of course had heard the local legends and wanted to see for ourselves. So we headed down after about midnight. Even then, the traffic on the road was just heavy enough that we were unable to try the chocolate thing with the car. So we parked up the road a ways away, at the Comet Trail parking lot. We walked down and took our flashlights with us. On either side of the bridge are orange streetlights, so the bridge is lit up all the way through. One in the group brought her cousin, and I didn't realize at first that he had been drinking, or he would have stayed behind. He got up in one of the bridge's windows and peed into the creek below. After yelling at him to stop, I realized I could no longer see the lights on either side of the bridge. Our flashlights also stopped working, all of them. After the temperature dropped and it became dark the way it did, I told others it was time to leave. We then saw the streetlights turn on for a second, and then in the distance, at the other end of the bridge, two kids dressed in formal attire, standing and hand-holding. Had to be about 30 seconds, but we saw it. We froze, then started back to the car. As we walked out of the bridge, we heard what sounded like little kids laughing, and they actually touched and poked at our backs as we hurried as fast as we could back up the hill. One of our group reported hearing a voice in his ear telling him to run. I have to say it was unsettling. And though I haven't been back to the bridge yet, it hasn't stopped me from going to other places. I've heard voices and gotten pics, and even had things happen at other sites. This one was one of the best ones, because I don't get physically touched by them often. I also believe nothing would have happened if he had not upset the spirits the way he did. I'm very much more careful about who I bring with now. Only one town over from our home stands one of the largest and most ornate railway stations in our state. The owners worked over 20 years bringing it back from neglect in a time gone by, as their second love is antiques. They have decorated it with period pieces throughout, now opened it as an outstanding restaurant. My husband and I often bring friends there to enjoy not only the wonderful food, but for the pleasure of watching them jump as the Amtrak fly by, only feet from the window. There is a very small organ that has been placed on a wall, not far from where we often sit. Several meals ago, our waitress entertained us by telling, some people have commented there is a ghost attached to this instrument. One said she saw a very small, frail old lady standing by it, saying, "This isn't right," indicating dismay as to how our organ came to be sitting in an eatery. The waitress went on to say, they never like to work alone when closing up, as there's so many unexplained noises. We enjoyed a meal there today, and as always, our conversation turned into the many thousands of people now gone that pass through these massive arched doors. Out of nowhere, I smelled a very strong odor of ivory soap. Mind you, we are eating fish, no one is passing by, and the other tables haven't changed their patrons. I say nothing, but a moment later, my husband smells it and says how weird it is. Such an uncommon smell today. It lasted for about 3 minutes. There was no explaining the smell. As we finish, we wander through the hall looking at various rail-related antiques and move on to the outside. There's an Amtrak train on the track, but it is going slow. Strange, as they usually are speeding enough for an onlooker to feel their wind as they pass, heading for Boston. It comes to a complete stop at the station. A man in uniform gets out and looks at the front and then under. Turning to us, he says he thought he saw someone laying on the track. He walks about, making a full inspection. Then he gets in and then starts going. We see the riders in their seats, but as we watch, he stops again, just down the track, and repeats the inspection again. Strange day. This place should be investigated. This is my second entry and story. This takes place in Rusk, Texas in the 70s. This story comes from an acquaintance of mine, who is really more of a good friend of mine, of my good friends. Mike and Katie were married and had 2 children. One was a 9-year-old boy, and the other was a 5-year-old girl. They moved into a house that had a shotgun-style layout. In other words, you entered into the living room, and there was a straight hallway all the way to the back door, with all of the rooms off of this one main hallway. Mike and Katie took the first door on the right as their bedroom, while giving the children the last door on the left to their bedroom. One night, not long after the move, Mike and his wife were sound asleep when they were awakened by screams of Mommy and Daddy, and turned on the nightstand lamp to find both their children wide awake and terrified. The children claimed to have seen a man with a hat on and a beard peering into their window. Mike immediately got his gun and ran around the back, where he found an empty field and no sign of anyone having been there. At first, they were under the impression that this man had a ladder because the back of the house stood on a steep grade down, and no one could be peering into one of the back windows without a ladder. But the occurrence repeated itself, and finally, Mommy asked the kids to describe exactly what they had seen. Their stories were both told at different sessions and matched completely. What had woken the children was a strange light out the window and someone walking up and down on what sounded like wood boards. They said this man leaned over and looked down into the window, and he had a shotgun in his hands. The couple moved the children to another room, and Mike did some laborious digging into the history and county files in the house. Through newspapers and files, plus some additional info from some of the older townspeople, Mike learned that this house had once been at another location, and when it was moved, it was turned around so that what had been the front of the house was now the back of the house. He also learned that the man who had died at the house had been arrested and died in prison for shooting his wife and her lover in their bed with a shotgun. I've sent in one other story about my mother's house in Illinois, but I have 2 more stories to share. I was raised by my grandparents. Their house has its share of odd occurrences. Knocking sounds from within the walls, an apparition of my great-grandmother, and eerie feelings down the long hallway to the bedrooms. One night, I was around 9 in 1989. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep. My bed was facing the doorway, and I could see into my grandparents' bedroom across the hall. The hall is only about 4 feet wide. The only light visible came from a small night light in the outlet at the center of the hall. As I was tossing and turning, trying to fall asleep, I looked out into the hallway and saw a young woman with curly hair, her body glowing faintly. She carried a candle in her cupped hands. She walked slowly and paused for a second and turned to look into my grandparents' room. Being the nervous child I was, I quickly pulled the covers over my head and ignored it, eventually falling asleep. Years passed, and I never saw another apparition. When I was 16, 1996, I was still living there. I grew up in that house, 13 years total, and had moved across the hall, having switched rooms with my grandparents. I decided I would try an experiment. I found a dress similar to the one I saw the apparition wearing, so I decided I would put it on and sort of relive that experience. I have very curly hair, and it was the same length as the apparitions. I put on the dress, grabbed a short white candle, turned off the hall light, lit the candle, and took the path that I had witnessed the apparition take. I took the same route, made the slow walk, paused at my old bedroom door, looked in, and walked into what was now my bedroom. Was what I saw a ghost, or merely a glimpse into my future? Was I seeing myself on some other intersecting point of time? I'm still trying to figure that one out. Next story. This occurred in 1997 while I was at a Native American ceremony in the woods in Nebraska. We had been out in the woods for about a week, living in our tents and teepees. Ceremonies going on throughout that time. I'd heard the stories of spirits who lived in the trees, and being as curious as I am about the supernatural, I was nervous and excited to see what might be out there. For the first few days, things were normal, and I went about my business working in the cook shack, making large quantities of food for the huge number of people there. One evening, after dinner, I was sitting at a table with the aider, talking about the name he had just given me, Star Woman, for my love of looking at the stars for hours on end, when my right hand suddenly went ice cold. My mother was sitting to my left, and I said, "Wow," my hand just went freezing cold. There was no wind, and it was July in Nebraska, pretty hot, even after the sun went down. She said, "Oh, don't worry, that's just the spirit touching you." I can't recall the name for them, so I'll just say spirit. I think it was Wayne Guy, but I'm not sure. Okay, no big deal. Our tent was set up along the perimeter of the tree line, with an outhouse about 50 feet to the right. On several occasions, while walking to the outhouse, I noticed black human forms in the trees. When I'd shine my flashlight on them, they were gone. I attributed this to my imagination. A few days later, a friend who had brought along for the trip was sitting in my tent with me, talking about the day. I was on the left side, leaning back on my arms, with my lantern flashlight next to my left hand, about 12 inches away. It was the kind where you could pull up the body of the flashlight to reveal a lantern. We were talking, and we noticed the light shifting in the tent. There were no other lights, aside from a bonfire on the side of the camp at about 300 feet. I looked at my flashlight, and it was standing on its edge. All we could do was sit and watch it. It stood on its edge for about 2 minutes. Then we decided to leave the tent for a while, because we were a bit freaked out. The flashlight had a rounded head, not a square one. My hand did cause the tent floor to dent in slightly, but my flashlight was nowhere near my hand or the dent I made in the floor. The light was literally standing on one rounded edge. When I mentioned it to my mom the next day, she quipped, "They were playing with you. They must like you." I wasn't really scared, just a bit nervous, considering we were out in the wilderness with no lights. I was intrigued more than anything. Considering the nature of the ceremony we were attending, I'm certain the spirits were focused by our activity. I hope to return to that spot in the future. When I was young, my grandmother owned a very old rustic country summer home in a small village about 3 hours away from a large city where I grew up. There was nothing particularly threatening about the outside of the house. To a casual onlooker, it just looked like an old quaint house, much like the majority of the houses in the village. During summer break from school, my parents would send me there, since my grandmother always took her vacations there, far away from the busy life in the big city where we all lived. Though I missed my parents a lot, and didn't get along well with my grandmother, I still, for the most part, enjoyed the large garden with its old apple trees, a berry orchard, and a large vegetable garden. The inside of the house had a very different feel to it. First of all, it was definitely very old and somewhat musty, because it went unused for a large portion of the year. In one of the bedrooms where the wallpapers was peeling, you could see several layers of different color wallpaper, which makes me think that the house was owned by many people before my grandmother, though she had for many, many years. Though it had a sink, it did not have a toilet or a shower. Instead, there was an outhouse outside and an outside shower for summer use. There was one room in the house, which was added sometime after the original house was built. It was a slightly newer, open space with many windows, painted in a pleasant pastel color. It was located at the very back of the house. For some reason, my grandmother insisted that this particular room is where I would stay. If you were to simply look at it, you would find absolutely nothing threatening about this room. However, for some reason, I was terrified of staying there. My parents always remarked that unlike the other children, I was scared of nothing. I always slept with the lights off, never had any incidents where I was scared to be alone, and never had any childlike fears such as a monster in the closet, etc. So, my parents found it highly unusual that being 8 or 9 years old, I was absolutely terrified of this room. I would beg my grandmother to let me sleep in the bedroom in the main part of the house, but she always told me that I was being silly and there was absolutely nothing wrong with the room. Yet at night, with the lights off, I couldn't help but hear unusual creaking sounds, knockings, and what sounded like footsteps after my grandmother had gone to bed. Having never been scared of anything, I would pull the blanket almost all the way over myself, except for my eyes, out of which I could see faint black shadows moving along the corners of the room. I tried so hard to convince myself that I was just imagining things, but the extreme uneasy feeling never let up. I felt like something in the room could physically hurt me if it chose to. I told my parents and kept asking my grandmother about the room, but my questions were sidestepped, and I was always told that I'm just imagining things. And maybe it's because the room is sort of isolated from the rest of the house, and that makes me nervous. And of course, I got the usual explanation of it's just the house settling, etc. Since the house had no hot water, they couldn't blame the water heater. Things would go on like this every summer I was there. On a few occasions when I was allowed to sleep in the bedroom in the main part of the house, I felt much more at ease and was able to fall asleep much easier. In the other room, the uneasy feeling would keep me awake for hours, which was highly unusual for me since I never had trouble sleeping anywhere else. Yet, though significantly weaker, the effects of that negative energy permeated the entire house. To wash up before bed, we would heat water in the kitchen and put it in a basin. On numerous occasions, when I was washing my face or giving myself a sponge bath, since the only shower was outside, I had very strong feelings of being watched, to the point where I would do what I needed to do as fast as possible and would turn to look behind me, expecting someone to be there. One particular occasion I remember very clearly. It was broad daylight, and my grandmother went to the local market to buy food, while leaving me at the house by myself. I was about to go outside to the garden when I heard a loud female voice clearly calling my name from the living room. Utterly confused since I was supposed to be the only one in the house, I went to investigate. My grandmother was still out, and I confirmed that I was alone. Then I heard the same voice again, calling out to me urgently from another room. I was really freaked out and almost ran out of the house, but made myself go and see if anyone was there. I saw no one. When my grandmother got back from the market, I told her what happened, and she told me many people imagine someone calling their name when they are home by themselves. Even then, I thought it was an odd explanation, since I never had an occurrence like that before. And actually, I haven't had an occurrence like that in the nearly 20 years since then. Sadly, since I was still a child, I never found out the history of the house before my grandmother finally sold it after she was too old to maintain it. I don't envy whoever owns it now, though. Okay, one of my first experiences with ghosts was when I was about 5 or 6 years old. I was in Texas at my grandmother's house with my brother and cousin. We were sleeping in the living room, and I heard kids playing in the background. Then I heard a man call my name. I thought everyone else was up, and my grandma was waking me up. I stood up and opened my eyes, and there was no one there. It was also silent. I thought it was a dream, but then I heard kids again, and a man's voice started to call my name again. I now knew that this wasn't a dream. I ran to my grandparents' room and told them there was a man calling my name and that there were kids playing. My grandma said I was having a nightmare and to go back to sleep. I got into bed with them and went to sleep. About an hour later, my cousin came into the room saying that a man wouldn't stop calling his name. My grandma thought it was maybe a coincidence and told us to go to sleep. Nothing ever happened to my brother. A few weeks later, we got a call from them telling us that they were moving. My grandpa had gotten up about 1 a.m. to let the dog outside, and when he turned around, all of the dog's squeaky toys started squeaking, and there was a woman standing right in front of him, and it wasn't my grandma. They found a house and started moving as quickly as possible. We came down to help them. We lived in Oklahoma at the time, and my grandma told us that there was a family that lived in the house, and the dad and kids all died in the house fire. We never found out who the woman was, though. Thank you for letting me submit my story to you. This is one of the scariest, but I have lots of them. For as long as I can remember, I've been able to feel and see spirits that no one else could. It took me many years to discover what this ability was, and that I wasn't alone. I don't remember my very first ghostly experience very well, but my mother does. She told me the story many times. I was 3 years old, and we were visiting my grandmother at her home in East Boston. I walked into the back bedroom, my grandmother's room, and then back into the dining room and asked my grandmother about the man in our room. She asked me to describe him, so I did. She turned to my mother and quietly said, "She has a gift." She handed me a photo of her and my deceased grandfather and asked me if that was the man. I said yes, but he was skinnier now. My grandfather died of a brain aneurysm, a complication from a bout of meningitis in 1952, 34 years before my birth year. 1 year later, I was 4. We moved into a new home. Directly behind the house was the cemetery. We lived in that house for the next 14 years. There was a very heavy, eerie feeling that surrounded the stairs. Something watched you from the base of the stairs while you were in the living room, or at the top of the stairs. Every so often, there was footsteps and the sounds of someone falling down them. When you went to investigate, nothing was there. The basement was the worst place. It felt like something like a voice grip was squeezing your chest. I could never go down there. I was apparently the only one that felt it. My sister told me after she moved into her room down there that she never quite felt alone, and she'd get this odd headache, then smell something really awful. My dad made sure everything was perfectly safe before she moved everything down. There was no explainable reason for her experiences. I've had experiences outside the house as well, in cemeteries, in other people's homes. Recently, I began to investigate haunted places in New England with my friends. Since moving into my current residence in 2005, though, I haven't had any experiences at my home. We lived in a small farmhouse with a huge backyard, and beyond the fence, an even larger pasture. I was 11 years old when we lived there, and we, the kids, would always explore the backyard, especially at night, and play hide and seek all of the time. One night, in this big backyard, I was alone and looking out at the pasture when suddenly I felt as though I was being watched, and I turned my head to look at the house when I saw a transparent man looking at me, and then he disappeared a few seconds later. My uncle had died when I was 4, so I assumed it was him watching over me, and ventured into the house and went to sleep. A few minutes went by with no strange happenings when I went over to a friend's house and spent the night with her. We had a little bit of a slumber party and ended up sleeping in the living room when she woke me up at about 3 a.m. in the morning, apparently scared out of her mind, and told me she had woken up to go to the bathroom. That made her hair stand on end. Then saw a shadowy tall figure of a man with a pressed suit on, no hands or feet, and some kind of burlap bag over his head with a rope tied twice around his neck. So naturally, I thought she was kidding around, trying to scare me. So I got up and ventured into the direction she was pointing, when I felt this strange sensation, and boom, like magic, he was there. I ran back and told her that I had too seen it, and she ran into her parents' room and got them out of bed, and naturally, they told us there were no such things as ghosts, and told us to go back to sleep. We lay in the living room a long time, just watching this thing pace back and forth, and waiting for dawn so we could finally get some sleep. And about 5 in the morning, the visitor disappeared, and we soon fell asleep. Never in a million years, if someone would have told me this would be the beginning of a 19-year-old haunting, would I have believed them. But that is exactly what happened. Not just to me, but to my friend also. It seemed that this ghost visited us every night at the same time for almost 2 years at first, just pacing the halls, then turning things off and on, changing TV channels and radio stations, swinging things in the walls, just little annoying things that at our age would scare the crap out of you. One of the scariest nights I can remember was one night at my house. We were sitting on the bed eating ice cream when we both got that spooky feeling and fell silent, and we smelled something burning for a second, and then we heard the most guttural scary movie growl I've ever heard in my life. We threw our bowls and ran into the living room, where I felt the need to spoil the beans to my parents. Of course, they told me we were crazy and that our imaginations were great. A few months later, I was still insisting to them that something evil was in the home, and they kept telling me the same thing and began asking me if I needed help like counseling or something, but I kept fighting with them about it. By this point, even my brothers thought I was insane. A few months later, my parents decided to move because I stuck to my story, and they were hoping that if they got me away from my friend, that my imagination wouldn't work overtime. We moved about 65 miles from that town to another farmhouse that was even older than the last one. The same thing was happening, only instead of pacing back and forth, the figure began to float to my bedside, lean its head to the side, and make noises like it wanted something from me. This was a nightly ordeal for a few months, and then it began to start touching me. I could never see its hands, but I could feel the icy cold prickle sensation that came with it, working its way up my bed, to my legs, up my body, and even surrounding my head. Most nights, I was too afraid to move and afraid to cry out, so I laid in my bed, silently weeping. This went on for quite some time too. Then it began to lay in the bed beside me and touch me off and on all night, as though it was testing me to see if I was scared, And trust me, I was terrified. But when 5 a.m. rolled around, proof he would vanish. After a few months of this, in a ton of lost sleep, I finally got the nerve up to throw a pillow at him and whisper yell at him. You know, things like, "What do you want from me?" And he began to put his head to the side, even more, and grunt, as if he was replying what? Remember, the figure always had a pressed-on pinstripe suit and some kind of burlap bag over his head, with a rope that showed to be strung around his neck at least 2 times. So, I never saw a face or even heard him speak, anything other than the grunts it was doing that night. But shortly after my temper tantrum, it left. Finally, a few nights of peaceful sleep, until I was awakened by heavy footsteps in the foyer, going through the kitchen, which was not like him at all, and then the burnt smell again, and I was so afraid that I would hear the growl again, that I remember thinking, my parents would surely find me dead in the morning from a heart attack. To make a long story shorter, here's a list of things that happened. After that night, I never saw the burlap ghost again, but strange things and sounds and figures would keep me up all night. It was like an open portal in my bedroom. I would wake up scratched up, heavy breathing in my ears, pressure on my chest, racing black silvery balls across the ceiling, red eyes racing through my room and disappearing, laughter, waking with my arms bruised as if someone had grabbed me, something cold that I always assumed to be a hand, because I felt something like a huge ring hit the bottom of my foot, grabbed me by the ankle, and almost slung me out of bed. A Bible was slung across the room and landed on my bed, as I had taken to the habit of filling my room with religious items. In one night, so much activity in my room that my younger brother was awakened and came in only to turn white and started screaming. And to this day, he will not tell me what he saw. So on to the future. I turned 18, still struggling with this haunting, or whatever you call it, and joined the military, and it still followed me. Even being stationed in Iceland, it was still up to no good, and my best friend, who was also my roommate, would say things like something is not right, and it was doing all of its little tricks again, like turning things on and off. But she seemed fascinated with it, so I told her the entire story, and she didn't seem to mind. She had just wondered what I had done to have this happen to me. Finally, a few years of peace without one thing happening. I'm now 24 and live with my boyfriend in our 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, and nothing. Another year of peace when he tells me one morning that he felt like he was being choked in the middle of the night, and he has some bruises on his arm. I say nothing because I don't want him to think I am crazy, but it keeps happening, and then I wake up, look at the clock, and it's 3 a.m. again, and something is breathing heavy in my ear. I got up and went into our guest bedroom, and nothing, so I fall asleep for what seems like a few hours. But when I wake up, it is only 40 past 3, so I attempt to get up, and I can't move. Something is strangling me and hitting me all over. I struggle to get up, but I can't move. I can't even scream. This went on for about 15 to 20 minutes and proved the struggle is over. This time, the attack is so severe that I consider calling a team of specialists out to see what it is, but I never did. Shortly after that, my boyfriend and I split up, and I moved to Oklahoma to be with my family, and nothing has happened since. Once in a while, I get a strange sensation, but I don't think about it twice and just keep doing what I'm doing. And it has now been about 2 years since anything out of the ordinary happened. There are many more things that happened during this trying period of my life, but for me to write it on here would take a year at least. For those of you who read this and think I'm crazy, I can only say that maybe someday my little brother will tell me what he saw. My fiance had just died in our townhouse. This was in 2002. He had offed himself in the head. I went back later because I couldn't go back there for a while after he had died. Anyway, I went back and I kept feeling hand brush across my forehead. One night, I was in bed and was about to fall asleep when something grabbed my foot and was pulling it downward. I freaked out. I was the only one in the house. Then, I had a friend come over because I was afraid to be alone because of these things happening. My friend was downstairs and I was upstairs, coming out of the bathroom, and a dark floating figure floated right by me. It almost ran into me and would have had I not stepped back. It telepathically told me it was not here for me and that I had gotten what it wanted, and also would not look directly at me. I somehow felt like I was being protected by God, and the thing was actually afraid of me. I didn't feel scared. Later on in the month, I took a bunch of pictures of the townhouse because I wanted to remember the good times where my fiance had lived and been very happy together at one time. I was planning on moving because the memory of his death was just too much for me, and I always had this creepy feeling there since he had died. After I got the pictures developed, there were 120 photos in all of several different rolls of film of different things, and then the one that I had taken pictures of, the inside of the townhome. Out of all these photos, I had taken 3 of the exact place where he had died, and only those 3 photos were what appeared to be flames right in the place where he had passed. It almost looked like the portal to hell. Seriously. To this day, I cannot explain those pictures. They were taken with a very expensive camera. No other photos I had developed before or after that had ever had those flames in them like that. Just the 3 that were the exact location of his body when he died. My name is Malin, and I've just turned 21. I live in Sweden. In my parents' house, I've experienced some strange things that I really can't explain. My sister and I have always felt that there is a presence other than us. My parents don't believe in that kind of thing and have always told us that it's just our imagination. One of the first things I remember is that my father had gotten this stuffed animal that looked like E.T. He got it from his students as a present. I must have been about 4 years old and had recently seen the movie with my sister, and for some reason, I thought that E.T. was the most scary thing I've ever seen, so I didn't like this doll at all. In our basement, there are a lot of different rooms. In one of them, we had a huge box filled with stuffed animals. Every time I went down there, I took the E.T. doll and put it in the bottom of the box, under all the other stuffed animals. But the next time I went down there, the E.T. doll was lying on top of the others again. This happened repeatedly, every time I went down there. It didn't matter if I waited 2 days or 2 minutes. I of course asked my sister and my parents about it, but they swore that they had nothing to do with it. Of course it could be so that they lied to me every time I asked them, but I find that hard to believe. Anyway, I solved the problem a couple years later by giving the ET doll to one of the guys in my class. I constantly heard, and still hear, cracks and other sounds in their house, footsteps, and sometimes voices. They've always been there, and I guess I got used to it, but it took a few years before the next big thing happened. I was 15, maybe 16, and had moved down to the bedroom downstairs. I didn't like sleeping downstairs, but it was either that or a tiny room upstairs. One day, I was sitting in my bed, writing in my diary, when I heard a knock on my door. I was surprised because I was alone in the house and hadn't heard either the car nor the door open. I said, "Come in," but when no one entered, I got up and opened the door, but there was no one there. I thought it was strange, but went back to my diary. I had hardly any time to pick up my pen before I heard another knock. This happened a couple times and really scared me, so I locked the door and crawled under the covers. Then I heard scratching outside and froze, just to hear meow, one of my cats. At first I thought it was my cat who had caused the knocking, but I've never met a cat that can actually knock that hard. Another time I was in the bathroom upstairs. I just finished washing my hands and was outside the bathroom when I remembered that I left my watch on the shelf in front of the mirror. I turned to go get it and took a step into the room when a bottle of lotion literally flew off the windowsill and landed in front of my feet. The window was closed and there was no wind to speak of outside. If the bottle had fallen off the windowsill because it was placed unstable, it would have fallen right down in the cat's litter box, but instead, it flew almost 13 feet. I calmly went out of there, closed the door, and got into my room and locked the door. I've also seen a boy in the basement, a teenager. He's not transparent at all. He looks as real as you and me. I've only gotten short glimpses of him, but I know he has brown hair and a green shirt. For some reason, I most often see him around Christmas and other holidays. I wonder why. Even though some of these things scare me, I've never felt threatened, so I guess whomever or whatever is present in my parents' house doesn't want to harm us. I'm one to be afraid of the dark, but there are feelings I get. Feelings that tell me to get out. Almost a communication from my location. The basement has been home to incidents experienced by me and my slightly older sister. My experience is weird. I went downstairs to retrieve something for my mom, when I was near the stairs, an opaque dark shade of gray temporarily blinded me. Whilst running up the stairs and wiping my eyes, I swore I heard something. My sister heard something too. She was on the downstairs computer once. It had basic features. She swore she heard something whisper something close to her name. My sister sprinted upstairs as well. Finally, my parents' room. I come in on rare occasions, like when the light in TV is on, or when my mom or dad are watching a good movie. My room is on the other end of the hall. I need to pass my parents' room. When I pass their room, I see strange things at the end of the bed. I see dark, almost impish figures. Once, I could have sworn I've seen red eyes. Now, for the sound. It is very creepy, yet inconclusive. I have no idea what the sound actually is. Once, when the family and I were in the living room, I heard a broom sweep in the back of the house. Weird part, there was no broom in the back of the house. Plus, just today, on 3/20/2008, I heard something in my room exhale. I know it wasn't me. That had freaked me out. The feeling. I think I may actually have been touched too. Once, when I was 8 or 9, I was watching a show on urban legends. I felt something run something gently down my back. It was around 10 or 11, but I got up anyway, and I went to the living room where I found my mom. I told her what happened, but she just said it was just a curtain. I lived in a home in North Salt Lake City that my children and myself had many experiences over the years that we never could explain other than the supernatural. My husband, myself, and 2 children lived in this house for over 12 years. There's a family that now lives in the house, and I do not want them to cause any problems by giving them out the address of the house. I will say that the house is located on 5th North. My children attended Jackson Elementary School when they were young and graduated from West High School. My daughter was sleeping and thought she heard her name being called, and when she opened her eyes, there was a man with a beard sitting in a rocking chair, holding a hat in his lap. My daughter's bed was hung from the ceiling with chains, and her bed was 4 feet from the floor. My daughter said the man turned his head towards her and grinned at her. She also said that her rocking chair was even with her bed and was 4 feet off the floor. She told me she pulled the covers over her head, and when she peeked out over the covers, he was gone. My son told me of a man with a beard and a top hat sat on the end of the bed. My son heard his name called, and when he even looked in the direction of the speaker, the man sitting on his bed, the man grinned at him. My son pulled the covers over his head, and when he looked out, the man was gone. I was alone in the house for a few days, and on 2 different nights, I was awoken to the sound of music, violin, and tinky sounding piano. The lights were on in the kitchen and the front room. As I entered the kitchen from my bedroom, the music stopped and the lights dimmed, and as I entered the front room, the lights dimmed, and I found myself standing in the middle of the front room in the dark. I heard footsteps in the stairwell, and when I got to the bottom of the stairs, the lights were on upstairs. I started walking up the stairs, and with each step, the light got dimmer, and about at the 5th step, it was now dark upstairs. I could write about many other things that happened at this house. We never felt anything evil with our experiences, and it was always our own fear that scared us.
Hello. When I was a young kid, we lived in Southwest Philadelphia. I think I was about 4. I was sick. I woke up one night because I felt my bed moving. When I looked up, there was 4 shadowy people around my bed, rocking it. They had no faces, and they didn't look like they had clothes on. I don't know what the purpose of this was, but I wasn't scared. I just looked at them and went back to sleep. Another time, I was sitting on a landing and looked up the steps, and I saw 2 shadows running back and forth. It looked like they were playing tag. I was never afraid of these things. I didn't feel like they would hurt me, but when I would go up the steps by myself, I remember feeling like someone was watching me, but nothing ever happened to me. They weren't mean, as far as I could tell. I didn't realize they were ghosts until I was much older and didn't live in the house anymore. My mother grew up in the house. She had some experiences, but nothing she would ever really go into detail about. The only experience that I remember she would talk about was after her grandmother died. She died in the house. Her dog started going nuts in the middle room. He was looking at the middle of the room and jumping up and down. Maybe he saw my great-grandmother. I don't think she really believed in it. I know my uncle, who also grew up there, had some experiences. He told me once he was sleeping in my room, the middle room, when it got real cold, and he felt like something was in there with him, and he didn't know what. Sometimes, I still have dreams or nightmares about the house. I haven't lived in it for over 20 years. Pretty weird, huh? I don't know how many ghosts or spirits or what have you were in the house, but I'm sure there were many, and they were probably still there and still doing their thing. They just didn't seem to hurt or scare me. Maybe my great-grandmother kept them from hurting us. Who knows? My grandfather passed away last March, and I've long since been grieving his departure. After my grandfather died, my grandmother was left to live alone in her large house just outside of Irons, Michigan.
My uncle and 2 cousins came up from Indiana to visit us for a week this past summer. My sister and I were staying at my grandmother's to help take care of my cousins. One night, we were having a bonfire in my grandmother's yard, which lies right on a lake. I, the only one sitting next to the fire, was thinking about my grandfather and all the things we used to do together. My grandmother and sister were sitting back on the patio, watching the fire from there and talking to my cousins and uncle who were in the house behind a screen door playing video games. As if he were reading my mind, my cousin made a comment about my grandfather. "Will grandfather ever come back, Grandma?" he asked. The question sent a sharp pain through my heart. "No, Jimmy," answered my grandmother. "Grandpa is always with us. Even though you can't see him, he's here in spirit." Of course, my cousin didn't understand this, being only 4 years old, so he continued with the questions, then quieted and continued to play his video game. I sat still, staring at the warm fire, remembering the times I'd look at my grandfather and see him smiling at the blazing warmth. Just then, I got a strange feeling, an urge to look over at the flag towering high over me in the fire. It was completely calm. There was no wind, not even enough to slightly blow a small leaf resting upon the ground. As I looked up at the flag, I remember when my grandfather would come out every morning and raise the flag to the top of the flagpole and salute it, smiling as he did so. He was so patriotic. He loved his country and fought as hard as he could for it while he was in the army during World War II. I gazed at the beautiful red, white, and blue colors of our country's flag as it lay impaling, hugging the flagpole. Just then, the flag rose and spread out completely straight. My heart jumped as I knew there was no wind to make this happen. I heard my grandmother mutter, "Thank you, Carrie." I looked back at her and she just smiled. Later I learned that my grandmother had said a prayer to my grandfather. She had said, "Carrie, if you are here with us, if you are protecting over these children, please give me a sign." That was when she saw as I had. The flag that he loved so much spread out straight. From that moment on, I knew that my grandfather was standing with me, protecting me, and I know, to this day, he still is. One of my older brothers, Tim, was born with a veil over his face. According to the old wives' tales, this means he would be able to see things that others couldn't. This was proven one April night in 1986. Being the youngest of 7 and only 18, I still lived at home when my mother got ill. My oldest sister Penny and Tim had come down to our house because they were concerned about my mom being sick. Well, the night Penny arrived, we all sat around laughing and having a good time. We all then decided to watch a movie. It was called Nightmare on Elm Street. About halfway through the movie, Tim said, "Isn't someone going to answer the door?" Since he likes to pull jokes, we all laughed at him and said, "I sure bet it's Freddy Krueger." But he was very adamant that there was someone knocking at the door. We all looked out the window, and there was nobody there. "It's a woman with shoulder-length hair, wearing a black dress. She's right there on the steps." Tim kept insisting, and finally he got up and went outside. When he came back in, he said he couldn't find her, and she must have left. We didn't think twice about it until the next day. My mother got worse, so my dad and Penny took her to the hospital, which was 60 miles away. Since he likes to pull jokes, we all laughed at him and said, "I sure bet it's Freddy Krueger." But he was very adamant that there was someone knocking at the door. We all looked out the window, and there was nobody there. "It's a woman with shoulder-length hair, wearing a black dress. She's right there on the steps." Tim kept insisting, and he finally got up and went outside. When he came back in, he said he couldn't find her, and she must have left. We didn't think twice about it until the next day. My mother got worse, so my dad and Penny took her to the hospital, which was 60 miles away. About 2 hours after they left, Penny, who has shoulder-length hair, called us and said to come right away, that her dad had collapsed in the ER. Tim and I get ready to leave, but before we could, Penny called to say our dad was having a heart attack. So Tim and I got in our cars and raced down there. When we got there, Penny met us at the door and told our dad was dead, and they had already taken him to the morgue. Being in shock, we didn't connect Tim's sighting of the woman in black at the door with what was happening, but Tim's sightings weren't finished yet. About a month after my dad was buried, Tim and his wife had gone to the cemetery to check on the headstone that was supposed to have been placed that week. They were checking the headstone to make sure the information on it was correct. Tim said to his wife, "Look, there's a man dressed like Dad sitting up there on that bench." My dad had been a farmer, so he always wore overalls and a straw hat if he was working outside. At first they didn't think anything of it, because the town where my dad is buried is a farming community, so there's a lot of people dressed that way. Then the man started walking towards them, but no matter how close they got, they could never even see his face, even though the hat wasn't covering it. Then Tim started to think it was Dad, so he walked towards the man and said, "Dad?" The man turned around and started walking away, and they couldn't even catch him, even though the man only walked and they ran. He finally disappeared at the edge of the cemetery, which was nothing but a line of trees on the edge of a creek with a plant, a factory, a few hundred yards behind that. When Tim told us about the man in the graveyard, everyone thought he was just missing my dad, until I pointed out that there are no benches anywhere in that cemetery. I once had a very scary experience that will haunt me for life. It was Super Bowl 96, and my family and I were at a party at my cousin's house. My cousin has a graveyard in the back of her house. She had just moved in and was telling us about stuff that had happened to her since she had moved in. We decided to explore the graveyard that night. In the graveyard, there was a church, an old abandoned church. We figured they kept the families in there who had died. We got a flashlight to look in the windows. We were looking around in the windows when suddenly my cousin gasped and looked up. We all looked up, and in the top window was a pale face looking down at us. She was so pale and sickly, her hair was dangling over her eyes. She was faded, but we could see her. When we saw her, we bolted. We screamed all the way back to the house. After a while, we were brave enough to go back to see what happened. When we got there, the doors that were boarded up and vined were totally open. We ran back and never went back there again. And if you don't believe me, don't, because I know it is true. There are some scary things that haunt us that we will never understand, and this is definitely one of them. I'm young, but have had my run of bad luck. When I was 8, 2 of my dearest friends were shot minutes after I had left the woods. Sandy, Claire, and I were in the woods in the summer. We had fallen asleep in the treehouse when all of a sudden, I was woken up by a noise. Sandy turned to me in her sleep and told me to run away as fast as I could. I was shocked and did not want to leave, but then she screamed at me. I took off running into the woods. I stopped and turned around to hear 2 gunshots and screams. They had been shot in their sleep. 3 years later, I was talking on the phone with a friend, and I noticed my dog staring at the corner of the room, where I had a picture of my friends and I in the woods. I turned and saw a shadow in the window of a little girl. I told my friend about what I saw. I kept watching. It turned to me and said, run fast. My friend on the phone asked who was that. I turned off the phone and ran out of the house, just as a window was broken in the house by a man with a gun. I ran next door and I called the police. This may not be one of the more exciting tales that you've heard, but I assure you that it's true. My name is Lindsay, and I am 16 years old. My best friend has claimed to be a psychic, and has proven his ability several times. He enjoys freaking me out by reading my mind, and knowing what I am doing while I talk to him on the phone. He told me that he used to have guardian ghosts when he was little, that only appeared by his bedside when he was woken up by nightmares. However, as I do not know the whole story behind his ghost, I am writing about a different instance where his powers came in handy. One more note on him. He can astral project, meaning that he can send his presence places while his body is sitting comfortably at home. He has only done this with me once, when I was upset and crying while I was on the phone with him. Now for my experience. I was on the phone with my best friend, as usual. It was about midnight, and we had been having a very serious conversation. I was getting very upset and was curled up on my bed with the phone. We had both been silent for about a minute when I felt a presence in my room. I said, "You're here, aren't you?" thinking that he projected himself into my room. He told me that it wasn't him. Suddenly, I was hit with a feeling of pure hatred and evil. Though I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, I knew exactly where the thing was. I huddled into the corner of my bed as I slowly became hysterical, saying, "There's something here. Get it out. It's here, and it's bad." He told me to block my mind and that he would help me. I kept saying, it's here, until he almost yelled at me. "No, it's not, Lindsay. It's here." I've never heard him say anything that angrily. We were silent again for about 2 or 3 minutes, until I worked up the courage to ask him what happened. He said that it was gone, that he had fought it off, whatever it was. We decided that our serious conversation had probably just opened up a window to some bad karma and had manifested itself in almost physical form. For the next few days, I avoided my room as much as possible. We decided to keep the serious conversations to a minimum for a while. I've had several experiences with entities, mostly I believe evil. They seem to be attracted to me. When I was about 5 to 8, my sister had a poster of E.T. that I was deathly afraid of. Its eyes would follow me, and I feel like I saw it wink. I think it might be a spirit working through it. When we moved from the house, I had the guts to rip it in half. Incidentally, my sister told me that last year she was deathly afraid of it too, but kept it because it scared me. Then when I was 10, I just turned out my nightlight and was starting to snuggle under the covers when I felt someone tickling the blankets around me. I was really sleepy at first, so I thought it was my mom, but the second I realized she went to bed hours ago, I flipped on my back and 2 disembodied hands started choking me. My spirit left my body. This is possible, and I ran down to my parents' room screaming to help me. When I realized I wasn't there, I was back in my bed. I was not dreaming because I had marks on my neck, and I remember the time exactly when I turned out my light. Then when I was 13 in my house, I now stay in one night, I was meditating, and when I was down, I went to blow out my candles and I looked out the window. I saw a short man all in black with glowing red eyes. I couldn't move, and I was petrified until finally I ran to the bathroom. Soon afterwards, I could feel a presence in the room, and I had horrible nightmares. I packed all my stuff up and moved to the empty room next door. I went back later and blessed the room in the name of my goddess and haven't felt it since. When I was 16, me and my friend, her boyfriend, and my boyfriend all went to this graveyard one night because if you went through this clearing, you can jump on top of the crypts and hang out. It was the boyfriend's idea. They were talking amongst themselves, and me and Tiffany were quiet when I heard a little girl's voice directly underneath say "help me" in a whisper. It kept on for a while, every couple of minutes, and kept getting louder. I noticed that every time it happened, Tiffany was looking around, and I asked her if she heard it. She said, "Yeah, it says help me." The guys never heard it. A little time after that, I was riding in a truck with friends, and a big swirl of fire leaped across the road. It almost looked like a tumbleweed the way it swirled. I wasn't on drugs or anything. Neither of my friends saw it. Then sometime this year, currently 19, I was riding along with a friend when I looked out the window and I saw this thing running along the side of the road. I thought it was a large black dog, and I watched as it moved ahead of the car and then darted in front. I screamed "watch out," but it disappeared. My friend thought I was crazy. It wasn't just a shadow because I saw 4 legs moving, but if it was the ghost of a dog, it was a huge one. It was almost the size of a baby deer. Following this last encounter, I decided it was time to seek counsel from someone more familiar with the paranormal in an effort to make sense out of what was happening to myself and my family. I was fortunate enough to have become friends with a fellow service member whose wife had worked for a time at the Whaley House in Southern California. After relating to him some of the details of our ordeal, he assured me that she too had experienced encounters with the paranormal and would be most interested in hearing what I had to say. I made arrangements to meet with her at her earliest convenience. Cheryl was a very warm, gregarious woman and put me at ease immediately. She encouraged me to be open and honest about everything that I experienced and convinced me that she would believe everything I had to say. She had always been sensitive herself, she said, was well versed in the use and interpretation of tarot cards, and had participated in a great number of successful seance and Ouija sessions. I began my tale. After I'd finished, Cheryl immediately suggested that she and my wife and I make arrangements to meet the following weekend for a Ouija session at our apartment. She advised me not to purchase a board when I told her we did not own one. She claimed that they were dangerous and that she would create a disposable one when she arrived. As I left her, I was both anxious and apprehensive awaiting the weekend. The following Saturday evening, Cheryl arrived as planned, and she immediately asked for a tablet of paper, a felt tip marker, and a roll of adhesive tape. She proceeded to create a Ouija board, fashioning it out of individual squares of paper and taping them to our kitchen tabletop. She then asked if we had a wine glass, which we gave her, and this she placed upside down in the middle of her unique creation. She instructed us to lightly place 2 fingers on each of the bottom of the inverted wine glass, and, shortly after we did as she instructed, she began asking questions to our spirit. The results were immediate and amazing. The wine glass became animated and moved so swiftly that we literally could not keep our fingers upon it. It initially traveled just inside the perimeter of the board in ever-increasing circles. As Cheryl asked questions, it would spell out the answers and then continued on its frenzied journey as before. Judging from the answers we received during the course of our questioning, we all surmised that our ghost was actually my guardian spirit and had been with me since birth. She was, according to the answers we received, responsible for every paranormal experience I and my mother had ever witnessed. Her name was Rachel, but she indicated that she preferred that everyone other than myself referred to her as Z. When my wife, during the course of our questioning, addressed Z by her given name, my guardian spirit became highly agitated as the wine glass suddenly shot out from beneath our fingers and struck my wife in the collarbone. Cheryl suggested that we immediately terminate the interview at that point. She proceeded to remove all of the paper squares used to create our makeshift board from the table and burned them in our kitchen sink. Following this, she took the wine glass we had been using as a planchet and poured a liquid into it that she had gotten from a container in her purse. She mumbled something, drank the liquid from the glass, washed it in the sink, and returned it to my wife. Cheryl then sat down with us and explained that in her estimation, Rachel evidently considered me to be her property, so to speak, and was extremely jealous of any female that challenged her authority in that regard. She stated that Rachel was very empathetic to my emotional state, and would tend to display more often while I was ill or at ease, or in a state of emotional distress or confusion. She suggested that my wife's and my recent reconciliation, following a brief separation, and my upcoming release from the service, were likely contributing factors to the frequency and intensity of our recent experiences with her. She was somewhat concerned, she said, about Rachel's blatant hostility towards my wife, but felt that as our lives returned to normal, Rachel would follow suit. She was right for the most part, until shortly after we moved. Following my release from the service, we returned back to the Midwest and lived for a brief period of time with my in-laws. During this time, my wife gave birth to our youngest son, and our experiences with Rachel became nothing more than unbidden recurring memory. By May of 1977, I was gainfully employed again, and by the following month, we were able to secure a townhouse which we leased for a year. Shortly after arrival in our new home, Rachel decided it was time to become reacquainted. She began innocently enough. Initially, the TV just began changing channels by itself again. Then we noticed that the water taps would shut off by themselves as we washed dishes, bathed, or showered. Usually it was the hot water that would be slowly extinguished, leaving us to wash in the icy cold water. Unless, that is, Rachel was upset with us for some reason. Then it was the cold water, scalding us until we realized what was happening and could defeat our efforts. The faucet knobs would be visibly turned to the right and be shut off. It took us a while to notice this, but we eventually did. We became accustomed to keeping an eye on the faucets so we could thwart her attacks. I should stress here that while I say we, and I did witness many of these occurrences, I was not subject to them personally. When I say we, I mean my wife and extended family or friends that came to visit us. I should also note that Rachel never harmed or attempted to frighten the kids. I did, however, feel the effects of the furnace when it began turning on by itself during the summer months and the air conditioning turning on in the winter. It got to the point where my wife and I trained ourselves to subconsciously listen for almost a click of the thermostat control, so we could react quickly and accordingly. As odd as it sounds, these daily interruptions to our lives became almost commonplace and second nature until they were brought to our attention, sometimes hysterically, by our house guests, at which point we attempted, as rationally as we could considering the circumstances, to explain the phenomena. We were for the most part able to assuage their fears. That is until my friend Dave spent the night. Dave was a lifelong friend of mine who called me unexpectedly one cold wintry night and explained that he had been physically evicted from his apartment by his wife, under threat of death should he attempt to remain, he claimed. He desperately needed a place to stay until she calmed down and became rational, so I, of course, invited him over immediately. He arrived at our townhouse shortly thereafter, carrying a sleeping bag and an overnight case containing what little he was able to stuff into it as his wife chased him around their apartment. He filled me in on all the juicy details of the latest arguments, and then, reluctantly, I was forced to bid him goodnight as it was getting late and I had to get up for work very early the following morning. He was settled in a sleeping bag on the living room couch, watching TV as I headed upstairs to bed. I didn't see Dave for a very long time after that. When I awoke the following morning and headed downstairs for my coffee and car keys, I immediately noticed that while Dave's sleeping bag, shirt, and shoes were still lying on the floor where he had left them the preceding night, he and his pants were nowhere to be found. Somewhat alarmed, I immediately went to the kitchen window, looked out into the parking lot, and noticed that his car was also gone. Had his wife called him at our house and begged him to come home, with the phone in our bedroom, we would have surely been awakened by its ringing, and Dave had assured me that his wife had no idea where he had gone. Had he called her perhaps? If so, why then hadn't he dressed before he left? Especially considering an extreme cold and with a foot of snow on the ground. There had to be a reasonable explanation, or so I hoped. Returning home from work that night, I immediately attempted to contact Dave by telephone at his apartment. The operator informed me that his line had been temporarily disconnected. I later learned that it had been ripped from the wall during he and his wife's argument. Growing more concerned, I then called his brother and was relieved to hear that he had indeed returned home to his wife the previous night. The circumstances regarding his sudden, half-nude departure from our house, however, was going to be left for Dave to explain, but Dave made no effort to contact me at all. 2 weeks to the day later, I was finally able to contact Dave by telephone at his apartment. He assured me that he and his wife were doing fine again and then oddly asked if I would personally return or mail to him the belongings left at our house that night. I suggested that he stop by for them one evening and fill me in on the details surrounding his sudden departure, but he emphatically refused. In fact, he stated that he would never set foot again in our house if he had anything at all to say or do about it. I was extremely perplexed at this point, and it took me 2 months and a 12-pack of beer to finally pry the story out of him, during which time I held his possession hostage. It seems that shortly after I had gone to bed that night, Dave decided that he should also get some sleep. He told me that he had gotten up from the couch and turned off the television and then slipped back into his sleeping bag. Almost immediately after he had settled in, facing the back of the couch, he said that someone tapped him on the shoulder. Assuming it was me, he turned over to face where he thought it would be standing and saw only the darkened living room. As my mother had years earlier, Dave said he came to the immediate conclusion that I was messing around with him and simply rolled over to go back to sleep. As soon as he did, he said, came the shoulder tapping once again. He claimed that he jumped up and turned on the lamp at the end of the couch, hoping to catch me as I ran to hide, and was surprised to find the living room once again empty. Somewhat unnerved, but again blaming me, he turned off the light, this time deciding to face the living room. The tapping now came from behind the couch. He ignored it. It came again. He again refused to acknowledge it. Suddenly, he said, one end of the couch, with him on it, was propelled approximately 3 feet into the air and dropped to the floor. He struggled out of the sleeping bag and bolted straight upstairs to where my family and I slept. He stood, he said,
outside our bedroom doorway for almost 10 minutes, torn between awaking us or fleeing. After calming down, he decided to go to the bathroom and return to his sleeping bag, having rationalized that what he experienced could be attributed to that night's activities with his wife. He returned downstairs and headed for the half bath located directly off of the kitchen. As he approached the bathroom doorway, he said that the bathroom light suddenly turned on by itself and the door slammed shut directly in his face, missing him by only fractions of an inch. That was the final straw. He grabbed his pants from the floor near the end of the couch. He would have left them too, he said, had it not been for the fact that they held his car keys, and ran for the outside door. As he ran through the snow, struggling to get into his pants, he claimed that as he looked back towards the apartment windows, the bathroom curtains parted and the light went out. Dave held true to his word and never returned to our apartment again. I delivered his belongings to him personally as he requested. This is not a personal experience, but that of a friend. Her mother had been recently divorced and decided to buy a cute little house for herself and her 2 daughters to live in. The house was that of an elderly lady who was confined to a wheelchair. Before they moved in, the place needed a good cleaning, and some of the carpets needed changing, most notably the one upstairs, which had been the woman's bedroom and where she painted with oil paints, because there had been a worn path from the wheels on her wheelchair through the upstairs room where the lady had spent most of her time. The girls took the upstairs room, and their mother was downstairs. In the beginning, my girlfriend would hear noises during the night, but would think it was either the house settling or her imagination. Then she started to smell paint for no apparent reason, with or without the windows open, breeze or no breeze, night or day. The sounds became more defined and would often happen often. She told me that it sounded as though someone was moving around her room. She would hear the squeak of wheels, and the smell of paint was so strong. I never had the impression of fear from her. She often joked and said it was her room before it was mine, and she has every right to be here. In the 3 years that they lived in the house, before they moved out of state, the carpet in her room had to be changed 3 times because the same worn marks had been there when they first bought the house. It kept coming back. When I was little, my family just moved into a house in Des Moines, and the first night we stayed there, I had to sleep on the couch in the living room, with me being the oldest and all. Well, let's get on to the point. Here's what happened. I got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. I came back, and the last thing I saw was my covers and my pillow. I started to shut my eyes, but then I opened them up for some reason, because I got a really strange feeling that I couldn't describe. And I saw a man right in front of me. He almost looked like an Amish guy, and he had these weird green eyes, and he just stared and glared at me. It felt so demonic. It felt almost evil. I couldn't even sleep. After that, I just froze. Then I put my head under my covers and screamed, "Mom, Dad." Just before my parents rushed in to see what was the matter, the Amish guy looked me dead in the eye, and he said one thing. He said, "If you ever tell anybody this happened, then you're going to die." The thing was, he was telepathically communicating with me. He didn't say it from his mouth, but he said it through his mind. I'm not sure if that makes sense or anything, but that's just what I felt. That was probably the most scariest ghost story I could ever tell to anybody, so I hope you enjoyed it. I stumbled across your website about ghost hauntings and thought my current story could be handy. Firstly, I live in a little town and village at one of the most southern parts in Australia, along the SC coast. I'm 21 years old, never touched a single bad drug in my life except alcohol, and have no family with mental illness in my bloodline. About 4 months ago, I was reading my book in bed, and the lights were on. My dog was on the bed with me. Suddenly, at approximately 11 p.m., I heard a clap at the end of my bed, and the room went sorta cold. Suddenly, I heard a breathing hovering at the end of my bed, like something was watching me. I saw the dog growling at it. I checked outside to see if anything was out the window. Nothing could explain this demonic sounding breathing that grew louder
and was getting slowly closer to me. As I was creeped out, I went onto my sister's room and was explaining what was happening when all of a sudden it was behind me, right next to my ear. It went into my sister's room, and this time it got extremely loud. She started crying and hiding under her boyfriend's arm. It stopped and went away. For the next week, I started to notice whenever I walked into different buildings, the power would fade in and out for a second. Everywhere I went. I put it down as coincidence until it just became too much of a coincidence. Also, at one point in this week, I swear I heard a demonic voice in the living room saying something I could not understand. I told it to leave. After a while, things stopped, and 2 months after the first incident, I was laying in bed one morning where suddenly I froze. I was trying to send a text message, and from what I recall, the writing changed. I was trying to read it, but my vision blurred, my body was shaking, and I could not speak. I definitely was not religious, but I was praying subconsciously. It was really intense. This lasted about 2 seconds, 2 months later, and it's up to today, on Monday. On Friday night, my mate stayed over. My dog was on my bed once again. I heard my dog growling at something, and based on past experiences, I decided to just roll the other way and sort of just block out everything. My mate, on the other hand, was scared to death, as he told me the next morning that a really bad presence was in the room. He said he just could feel it. It was suddenly cold, and he said breathing came from the hallway, got louder, and went into my bathroom, which is when the dog started to growl. It stuck around for about 2 minutes. My mate was too scared to move, and didn't even tell me it was happening. Last Sunday, possibly the most intense thing happened at around 4:30 a.m. I went to turn the DVD player off with the remote. I accidentally fell asleep with it on, and then rolled onto my left side. Out of nowhere, wind was rapidly blowing in the room. It was a harsh, freezing cold wind, blowing on my face as I was covered by my blanket. A very deep, dark, but clearer than usual voice echoed in my right ear. It was saying something in a totally foreign language I had never heard like before. I could not control my body at this time. I was frozen into my bed and could not speak. I was trying to recite a prayer that my mate's dad, who is a priest, told me to say if shit ever went down. I could only mumble it, and this time it snapped out, and I yelled the word God subconsciously. The room became so still. It was daunting. I like to consider myself to be very logical and usually skeptical. I never would have believed such stories in the past, but now that I've experienced it and have heard so many stories of my friends doing seances and stuff, I think it's legit. I do not believe this to be a human spirit. I actually believe it to be some form of bad spirit or a demon. I still am not a religious person. However, I now believe in the unseen. I hope to get some much needed sleep now. I've had slight hauntings all my life. Just little things that I'm sure mostly everyone has had happen to them. That is until my family moved into a home in De Pere, Wisconsin. The home is an area rich with history. It is supposedly where the last Dufresne was found. I've heard stories from other people whom lived in this area, and a lot of them have problems with their homes as well. Here is my story. We moved into the home when I was about 13 years old. At first, we loved the house and how big it was, but in the first few minutes of running through it, I could almost sense something was really odd about the house. It was just a spooky feeling that I had when entering some of the rooms. Our dog would freak out a lot and bark at imaginary things and would refuse to enter some rooms. Our friend would refuse to spend a night because they felt something evil in the home, and some claimed to see demons and shadow people. I came home to find my best friend sitting on my porch shaking and crying. She told me that she was in my bedroom and heard my mother's bedroom door slam shut. She went to investigate and found that there was no reason for the door to slam like it did. So, she opened the door and set a heavy clothes basket in between the door frame and the door itself. She left the area, only to hear the door slam shut 5 seconds later. She went back and found the clothes basket had been flung inside of the room. We also had an unusual fire that should have killed all of us, but for some reason, I woke up to discover its TVs would flip on and off by themselves also. Alarm clocks would never stop the correct time either. I almost felt like the house had a good and evil battle going on with it, and we were caught in the crossfire. My sister and her friends would hear moaning noises a lot too. We finally told her mother that we needed to move, and she did not put up a fight. The day we moved out, she confessed to us that when she was sleeping, she would wake up to a feeling like someone was sitting on her and strangling her. She even felt the fingers once. When we got to our new house, the neighbors came over to greet us. They asked where we had just moved from. We gave them the address, and they got all very pale and told us that they too had lived in the same house and asked us if we had any problems living there. We compared stories, and almost everything was the same. The home is almost always for sale or rent. It just seems nobody wants to stay in it for very long. I did meet the current owner once, and he told me he has had no problems with the home, but I'm sure that he either is not noticing, or maybe the demons have finally left. It just seems like every home I lived in has the same little type of hauntings with it, or I'm just sensitive to that kind of energy, which I could live without. I have many things I could post here, but some I'm not ready to share yet. Hello, my name is Tiffany, and I have some uncertainties maybe you can clear up for me. When I was 6 years of age, my father was killed in a car accident on his way to work. To this day, I strongly feel his spirit remains with me. For the record, I love my father dearly, still do, and miss him so much. In the spring of 1992, as a class project for our psychology class, we had to take notes that night of the dream we had, if one was had, and share it with the class the next day. I still to this day cannot decipher if what I had was a dream or a near-death experience. I dreamt I sat in this tunnel. It had all my favorite childhood memories within it, my stuffed bear, my ball, my favorite tricycle, etc. Also in that tunnel was my father, dressed in a white gown, sitting on a chair. I knelt down next to him and listened to him tell me, "Tiffany, I love you, and I need you to understand this is not your time." I told him that I loved him and missed him so much, but he told me that I couldn't go, because then I couldn't tell my mom what he wanted me to share with her. He told me, "I understand you miss me, but you have to understand that one day we will all be together, and that time is not now. You have to let your mother know how much I miss her and care about her, as well as the rest of you. I have 6 siblings." The light in this tunnel was absolutely beautiful. I've never seen anything like it before. As I was drifting away from him in the dream, I was waking up, sobbing uncontrollably. Of course, I had to go and share this with my mom, and she was speechless. Since then, I've only had one other dream with my dad and siblings in it. Of course, real as ever, and again, so upset I couldn't be with him. I'm just not so sure if the first one was an actual dream, out-of-body experience, or near-death experience. It was just amazing. My second experience, when I was 20 to 21, I became pregnant. I lived with my cousin and her boyfriend in Ballsville, New York, in an apartment on Downer Street. One night, while I was close to my expecting date, I woke up to a woman without a face in a white gown, almost like a nun sitting at the end of my bed. When I sat up, she immediately disappeared. She showed up a few times after, almost as though she was watching over me. It didn't matter if I moved my bed from one side of the room to the other, she still found her way. To this current day, I still feel like I have family who have passed on watching over me. I've been told I have an older man, usually sitting at my kitchen table with a cigarette in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other, which sounds much like my grandfather. I can't tell you how many times my fiance, 2 older sons, and myself have put our cell phones, digital camera, flashlights, anything with batteries on the kitchen counter, and within hours, the batteries are almost drained. We don't place these items up there as often as we used to. Many times when family is going to pass on, see the individual in a dream the night before, and that's when I know their time has come. I've had dreams which include the dead meant for other people, and let me tell you, they physically drain me. Oh my god, sometimes it's fun though.
When relaying the message to the rightful person and seeing their expression when I tell them something I have previous knowledge of and don't know what it means, but they have an understanding, it is just amazing. It seems to bring relief to them. I don't know if you can sort any of this out, or if any of this makes sense to you, but I know this stuff has happened to me, and it doesn't scare me. It seems like more of a wake-up call. Thank you for your time, and have a great evening. Thank you for listening as well. I sincerely appreciate it. My children and I had a very bad experience with the demon in a house that we lived in. My son became very scared one night as he viewed a ghost of a man with a sword sticking out of its side. This ghost was standing in the doorway of my son's bedroom very late one night. He said this thing was just giving him the feeling of such terrible dread and hatred. It made my son feel like it was going to kill us. My son started sleeping in my daughter's bedroom, and that thing started going from room to room, looking for my son, and so it started coming into our room and scaring the daylights out of me. I felt the hatred and anger. I know that it would have killed us if we had not gotten our pastor out there to help us. When our pastor pulled into our drive, he said he felt the anger and hatred just emanating from the house to the outside. He knew what we were up against, and we immediately started saying prayers to Jesus and his army of saints to fight for us. It ended up working so well that while we were living there, we had no more problems. But whenever we drive by, we cannot even look at the house. I know this was a short one, but I appreciate you listening. Hi, my name is Diane. Growing up in Detroit, my family lived in a house that was haunted. On several occasions, my whole family would hear loud crashes that could only be described as boxes of dishes being smashed. Everyone in my family experienced several ghost contacts in one form or another. On 3 different occasions with 3 different family members, a man about 60 was seen wearing a plaid flannel shirt. This man mainly stood there looking at the person, never attempted communication or harm. I was about 8 when he appeared, and I was the first one to see him, although my sister, who was 7 years older than me, was not present. I tell this to you now, so later you will understand. My relatives from out of town were visiting, and the adults were sitting in the living room after dinner. I was extremely quiet in the hopes that only a child can have, that they would forget that I was there. I was sitting on the couch and the front door was open, with the screen door closed. I saw the man wearing a red plaid shirt, staying at the front door looking in. I told my family, and they thought I was overtired and put me to bed. Later that same week, my older sister was getting into the shower when she saw a man in a red plaid shirt standing in the bathroom with her. She freaked out and told my mother, who this time listened more closely. She then revealed that she too had seen the man in the red shirt standing in the kitchen by the sink, looking like he was getting a glass of water. All family members routinely heard footsteps throughout the house, especially going up the stairs into an attic bedroom. The steps would continue across the floor. All my family members experienced this together and separate on several different occasions. My sister's, whose bedroom it was for a while, admitted she was scared to sleep in that room and was frightened very often, thinking that someone was coming into her room. I later had that same bedroom and became so afraid of it that I began sleeping on the living room sofa. On several occasions, dishes in the house would break when put in a certain china cabinet, and on 2 separate occasions, a silver meat platter in the china cabinet, whose doors were kept closed, flew across the room at my mother. Lights turned off in the basement would be on when we would wake up every morning. The dryer would routinely come on by itself, and even after the electric was checked out, this still continued. The basement had an old coal room that had been converted into a storage room with paint cans and stuff. This room had a negative feeling, and no one in the family liked to even go in there. Likewise, no one in the family wanted to go under the stairs, although no one had a mysterious occurrence in those places. Every family member in that house had heard their name called on different occasions many times when they were home alone. One occasion comes to mind. My father, who was home alone, was working in the basement. My mother, sister, and I were out shopping at the mall. He distinctly heard the front door open, even though it was locked, and someone walked across the living room and the kitchen. He walked upstairs and found the front door locked, as he knew he would. It was then that someone called his name. He answered, and no one said anything after that. Another all-family experience came when we all went to visit my grandmother who lived across town. We even brought the family dog. We were returning home, and as we pulled into the driveway, I saw the drapes move back like someone was watching us return. I said, "Did you see that?" And my father countered, "What did you see?" I told him, and he and my mother and sister agreed that this is what they saw too. My dad went into the house first while we waited in the car. Everything was just as we left it with the doors locked. On one occasion, I awoke to having a woman staying at the foot of my bed. She disappeared as soon as I got a good look at her. Her name was Anne. She said she had lived in that house. No one in the house ever saw Anne again. This house had an addition that was a former dining room off the back. It had built-in china cabinets that would fly open on no occasion, even after my mother put hooks on them, thinking the wood was swelling. Music was often heard playing softly. In all, it was a weird place to live, and we were all very glad to move. But we did live there over 20 years. My parents moved into an apartment, as I did in a different location, while staying with them because I had become extremely ill. I had a unique experience of a ghost nurse who took care of me. My parents were asleep, and I was lying on the sofa, so hot but lucid. I could hear them snoring from the bedroom. I heard soft whispers shuffle across the floor and felt a cold hand lovingly touch my forehead, checking my fever, a comfort. I was not afraid really, and somehow thought Grandma is here, but I had no evidence of this. I remember keeping my eyes closed, just knowing my nurse did not want me to see her. I was very conscious of my parents snoring and knew it was not them. When the feet shuffled off, I opened my eyes and got up and looked at my parents. They were sound asleep. The whole situation lasted maybe 2 minutes, yet I started to improve that night. Hi, I don't have any pictures or sound files, but I just wanted to share my story, and maybe you can give me an idea of what on earth I saw. When I was 6, I shared a room with my older brother. He was fast asleep, but I couldn't resist. I remember tossing and turning. I had this toy closet with a short door on it. I looked at the door and saw a large hole in it. It was black with no real shape and had a hole in the middle of it, the only spot that wasn't black. Anyway, I get up and shake the curtains, trying to see if it was a shadow. I put my hand in front of it. I move my toys and dolls. What is making the shadow, I thought. I stood in front of it and just stared, and then moved off the door and just hovered in front of me. Now, this is where it sounds really stupid, but remember, I was only a kid. I asked if it wanted to play chess. I was frightened, but didn't know what else to do. I turned and ran and looked, seeing it coming from behind me. I look up at my door. My room had no door, just an opening, and there was a black shadowy figure, like the smaller one, but in the shape of a very, very tall man. He was blocking my way out, but I didn't care. I ran through him and into my parents' room, under their covers, and never peeked out. Years later, when I was around 14, my best friend spent the night with me in that same room, and told me she woke up around 5 a.m. to see a tall, shadowy man looking down at us in the darkness. She thought it was my father. My father never comes up into my room. He never has. I know this is real. I wasn't dreaming or just imagining things. Have you ever heard a story similar to this before about a black figure that changed shape? I've never seen them since, but I'm still curious. After reading some of the experience others have shared, I wanted to highlight a few of my own. I tend to be very observant of activity around me, whether I see it or not. Some people think it's an overactive imagination, but if they felt and saw some of the things I have, they would think otherwise. I guess my first experience would have to begin with what I consider my guardian angel. To start off, I lived in a fairly average house with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, which was built in 1960. There were no previous owners. My room was at the end of a long hallway with my parents right next to it, quite convenient for late night toilets. When I was around 6 years old, I had my first experience with a world other than my own. I remember it so clearly. I'd been asleep and had a disturbing dream. I woke up, about to call for my mother. At the time, my bed was on the opposite wall of the door, and I could see my parents' room and most of the hallway. Before I called out what I saw, what I thought was my mother came into the room. I had a distinct feeling of peace immediately. I saw her clearly wearing her bathrobe with the blue and white stripe down the center and rollers in her hair. She walked into the room and up the length of my bed. When she reached the head of the bed, I put out my hand to her and felt nothing but cool air. She just looked down, smiled, and vanished. It did not frighten me that she was gone, just the opposite. I felt relieved and immediately fell asleep. The next morning, when I awoke, I saw my mother in the living room and noticed that she did not have any rollers in her hair. I asked if she had worn anything the night before, and she said no. I then asked if she had come into my room that night, and again, the answer was no. I did not say anything further in case she would say I was just dreaming. I knew then, as I do now, that I was not dreaming. It wasn't until a few years later that I told her when another strange thing happened to me as I lay in bed. I was about 15 at the time and still having trouble sleeping. My room had since been rearranged differently, with the head of my bed moved to the diagonal corner from my door, still viewing my parents' room. As I lay waiting for sleep to take me, I had the strangest feeling overcome me. This has happened twice since. I was laying on my side, staring at the opposite wall, when my vision began to tunnel. I felt my body begin to go numb and could hear, distinctly, my heartbeat slow. At first I thought I was slowly falling asleep, until I realized that I was very much awake. I was still staring at the wall, and I could make out my hand laying in front of me. I tried to move but could not. I tried to call out and could not. I thought I was dying. I could still hear my heart slow and was watching as my eyesight dimmed. Just before all that went black, I heard a distinct voice, which I thought was my mother, call my name. I heard it several times before my body and mind were together again. As soon as I could move, I sat up to see if my mother was in the room. She was not. I then went into my parents' room, where both were sound asleep. I was extremely perplexed and exhausted after the ordeal. The next morning, I told my mother about the night before and about the time I was 6. She told me that it must have been my guardian angel, coming in a form that was soothing to me. I've now been to college twice and had other strange activity that did and did not include my angel. That can go for another time. And never forget that the young are always prone to see and hear what we cannot, because they are more open to the world than elders. It's not always an overactive imagination either. Thanks for reading. I've only had one paranormal experience. It happened last October when my boyfriend had temporarily rented a trailer. We had lived there for almost 2 months and nothing out of the ordinary had happened. One afternoon, he decided to take a nap and I was in the living room watching TV. I started hearing this really strange continuous screeching noise. It sounded like it was coming from inside the wall beside his bedroom door. When I walked over there, it stopped. I sat back down and started watching TV again, and it started back again. This time, I walked into the kitchen. The bedroom was right beside the kitchen, and I started opening the bottom cabinets, and once again, the screeching stopped. I never said anything about it to my boyfriend because I didn't think a lot about it at the time. A couple of days later, we were in the kitchen eating breakfast, and he told me that the day before, when he was there by himself, that he heard a weird, loud screeching noise. He said he tried to find it where it was coming from, and it would not stop when he'd look. I told him that the same thing had happened to me while he was asleep a few days earlier. We both talked about ghosts and laughed about it, pretty much dismissing it as a joke. A few minutes later, his mom came and stayed all night and was asleep on the living room couch. This particular night, we were sleeping in the bedroom on the opposite end of the trailer. It was really late, probably around 3 a.m., and we had been laying there talking when I started hearing this noise. It was kind of like the screeching, but much quieter, and screeched at intervals, like footsteps. I thought my boyfriend had his hand dropped over the side of the bed, making that noise with his hand against the plastic on the mattress. I said, "Brian, quit making that noise." He said, "I'm not making that noise," and held up both of his hands. He looked at me as scared as I looked back at him and said, "Get up and get dressed." As soon as he said that, you could actually tell where the screeching was moving through the room to the corner beside the bed and feel this undescribable presence, and all of a sudden, the screeching just went crazy and so loud. It was right there. Needless to say, within a split second, it was the only one there. Now, can you imagine 2 grown adults running into the living room to wake up his mom? She said she hadn't heard anything, but that we scared her to death running through the living room at 3 a.m. in the morning like we were on fire. We sat up in the living room for the rest of the night and moved back to his mom's house within the week. So far, that's the only experience that I've had. I'm the only one in my family who believes in ghosts. I have plenty of reasons too. Many of these experiences I've never spoken of to anybody until now. My friends and family wouldn't believe me if I began to tell them, because I have so many different experiences with what I believe are ghosts. I think I'm meant to know of them. I feel like I have a connection with the dead. All of this probably sounds pretty unbelievable, especially coming from someone as young as I am, but it all happened. When I was very young, like maybe 3, I remember being watched. I remember shadows by the closet door. I think it was the shadow of a man. He watched me every night. Usually, he would just stand there. Once or twice, he would move towards me, and I ran into my parents' room, where they would let me stay. The shadow followed me into that room too, but I felt safe with my parents. For the next couple of years, I don't remember much. When I was 5, I lived on a farm in Nebraska. It was a really quiet area. I remember seeing a young woman, late teens, early 20s, running through the woods, laughing and giggling. If any of my experiences were to be blamed on my imagination, it would be this one. Though it was only my imagination, I don't understand how it appeared in my memory with such vivid detail. Later that year, I moved back to my home state, Virginia. Virginia is a pretty amazing state. It is one of the first places people came to when they discovered America, and it is also full of historical sites from both the Revolutionary War and Civil War. Many battlefields and cemeteries. Anyway, when I first moved back there, my mother, my brother, and I were staying with my grandparents. It's a pretty old brick house. Before my grandparents moved into it, it was owned by my great aunt Clara. Ever since the first time I stepped into my grandma and grandpa's bedroom, I always get the chills. Even now, I dread going in there alone. When I was younger, the eyes of the picture of Aunt Clara would follow me. They would follow me across the room. My brother has always been just as scared of the room as I have. He would never tell anybody why. To this day, he refuses to go into the room. I remember the scariest was when I was 5. I was napping on Grandma's bed, and I was dreaming about Great Aunt Clara. All I remember about the dream was that she was wearing all black, and she was reaching out to me. I woke up sweating. The room was so dark, but I made out her figure standing at the front of the bed, reaching out to me like in a dream. I got up and ran out of the room and into the dining room, where I was pushed headfirst into the leg of the large solid dining room table. I turned to see who had pushed me, and nobody was there. I had to go to the emergency room for stitches in my forehead. I never told anybody about seeing her because nobody would have believed me. Shortly after, we moved.
My husband and I moved into this small upstairs 2-bedroom apartment shortly after we were married. It was a beautiful old Victorian house, and the owner, a widow, lived downstairs in the rest of the house. We only lived there for about 1 to 2 months. A few weeks after we had moved in, I awoke one night and was completely petrified.
I mean, I was absolutely terrified. My heart was in my throat, pounding like it would jump out of my chest. Of what? I don't know. I can only describe it as an overwhelming feeling of evil. I saw nothing. I woke my husband up and told him we had to leave the house right now. He looked at me like I was crazy, of course. It was around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. He must have saw the urgency and seriousness on my face, because I wouldn't even talk about what I was feeling. I just held on to him and insisted that we leave and drive somewhere, anywhere, before I said a thing, which we did. I then explained to him what had happened. He believed my feelings were sincere, but I had no details, just an overwhelming feeling of evil. Well, we moved out shortly after that, but I wasn't crazy. Almost 3 to 4 years later, still living in the same town, a girl came to work at the company that I worked for. She was the daughter of the widow who had lived downstairs of that creepy apartment. Oh, what a small world. We chatted along nicely. Then I told her what had happened that night, and wasn't it insane? She looked at me. Her face went pale, and she swallowed hard. "What month did you say that happened?" she asked me. "June." "Why?" She then proceeded to tell me about her brother. Her brother had committed suicide many years earlier, in the bedroom that we slept in. It was over a girl. He had shot himself with a rifle, and it had been a June night. It still gives me the creeps when I think about it. Thanks for reading. I'm only writing now that I've moved into a new house. I've lived in 2 houses where I've had things happening. The first house I lived, things would disappear. As soon as you put it down, you would turn around and it wouldn't be there. I would be home late at night by myself, and the phone would keep ringing. When I went to answer it, no one would be there. After about a half an hour, I would usually unplug the phone. Well, one time when I did this, it still continued to ring all night long. Only once did I have the nerve to pick it up. Dead silence. The other house I had lived in, the most recent, I had a lot of things going on there. When I first moved in, I was doing some stuff around the house and decided to put some shelves into a closet that is in a bedroom in the basement. While I was hammering, I could hear someone or something knocking on the wall. This wouldn't have been so bad if I knew there could be someone on the other side, but being down in the basement, I knew it was on foundation, and after that, a lot of dirt. It just kept going knock, 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 always in threes. Needless to say, I ran out of there. When I went back down the next day, it had luckily stopped and never happened again. Most of the things that ever happened in the house were usually in that room, and I unfortunately was the only one who ever had any problems. I would go down into the room, which eventually became my bedroom. It would smell cigarette smoke, as though someone had just been in there, smoking. No one in my house smokes. I could have put it off as one of the kids sneaking one, except it happened a few times when I was home alone. I would get woken up in the middle of the night by someone shaking the bed, or picking up a corner of the bed and letting it drop. One night, it felt as though someone was under the mattress and sticking their finger up, pushing the bed up. The worst stuff, though, started happening when the landlord was considering moving back into the house. I would wake up and feel terrified. It is hard to describe just how scared I was, but I've never felt more scared in my entire life. I wouldn't be able to move, only my eyes, and I would never see anything around me, just the normal shapes that were around the room. The worst night, though, that happened was on the night we were supposed to have left. I woke up to a growling noise and what felt like an arm being pushed down across my neck. I have since found out that the landlord's wife had passed away in the house, though I don't know what the basement room had to do with it. That was added on after she had died. I'm lucky enough to have gotten moved out without any more things happening, and I'm praying that the new house is entity-free. Thanks for listening. I hesitate calling this a ghost story because I don't know what it was. It could have happened by normal means, but they would have been odd circumstances. About 4 or 5 years ago, I was walking down Harbor Boulevard in Costa Mesa, California. Harbor is long, and it's one of the streets that borders Disneyland. The section I was walking along was almost exclusively commercial. I passed a woman with a bruised face and a Universal Studios baseball cap with a logo in shiny silver letters, walking the other way. A few blocks later, I passed her again, going the other way. I think I may have smiled at her this time. A few blocks later, I passed her a third time, still walking the other way. I should point out that I was just walking. I never stopped to look into a store or restaurant. I was maintaining a steady pace. While I am no race walker, I have about an average walking speed. I'm not extraordinarily slow. After the third time I turned around, I don't want to exaggerate. I didn't whirl around by any means. I probably kept walking about another 10 steps, saying to myself, this is kind of weird, and maybe stop for a brief moment to think about this. When I turned around, she was gone. There was a Polo Loco restaurant right there. I was in there and saw no sign of her. I went and looked down the nearest cross street. Again, no sign of her. As I say, I don't claim this a ghost story. I just claim this a weird event that happened to me, which is possible to explain through natural causes, but would be an odd circumstance. Yes, she could have gotten a ride, or had driven, but in that case, why would I have passed her on the sidewalk each time? Wouldn't she have driven or gotten a ride exactly where she was going, rather than half a block farther? If you have any light you could shed upon this, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Over the past 50 years or so, many members of my family have had interesting ghostly experiences. None of them have been particularly frightening, though. Here are a couple of those experiences. And these take place in Vancouver, British Columbia area. About 15 years ago, my grandmother was chopping cabbage up for supper one evening and accidentally cut her finger with the knife. As she was running her finger under the cold water tap, she distinctly heard a voice saying, "I've told you to be careful with knives, Kitty." The voice was that of her Aunt Neil, who had died 40 years previously. She was always scolding my grandmother for something or the other. Another experience happened to my aunt. 20 years ago, she and her family moved into a gorgeous 4-bedroom house in a wonderful area. The house itself was about 2 years old. After a while, she would find things missing. She put a brand new packet of knitting needles on the kitchen shelf, and when she'd go to get them, they'd be gone. But anything else on the shelf was then on the floor. Her daughter was at school, and her infant son was way too young to climb up there. The knitting needles turned up in the bath of all places. It was this moment then, when she thought there was a spirit in the house. She was even more convinced when she heard singing up in her daughter's room. She went up there and found no one. That night, my cousin refused to sleep in her room. A little while after that, Auntie went upstairs to check on the baby. As she looked in the cot where Andy was fast asleep, she swore she saw a woman's hand gently stroking his cheek. She calmly told the ghost, "He's asleep. Please don't wake him up." The ghost left. The ghost also likes to crash my aunt's parties. If guests were over, she'd come downstairs and join in. The only people who knew she was there were my aunt and my grandmother. I had only one experience with a ghost. I was babysitting one evening and was watching TV in the family room. All of a sudden, the dog perked up and started wagging its tail. I knew it was her. I said, "Come in and sit down," and continued to watch the TV. There were several other things that happened, but fortunately, the spirit was friendly and harmless. When my aunt moved out, she found out that the property where her house stood was once owned by the native Indians of the area and sold to the government in the early 1980s. My aunt thought that her ghost had darkish skin. Funny thing is that my uncle never saw or heard the ghost at all. There are many more stories to tell, but they'll come later. About 2 weeks ago, we were in bed watching TV. It was around 9:30 to 10 when we heard footsteps, kind of like our kids had gotten out of bed. Well, I got up and checked the kids, but they were still in bed sleeping. I went back to bed. About 5 minutes later, it happened again. This time, it sounded like it was running downstairs. My husband grabbed his gun. I went in the kids' room, and they were still sleeping. Vince said everything was locked up, so no one was in our house. We couldn't explain what happened, so we went to sleep. 5:45 in the morning, my daughter, who was 7, came in mumbling to me until I told her to calm down. She said it felt like someone was at the end of her bed and pushed her mattress, and in doing so, she heard her springs go up, like someone was on the bed with her. She was looking for her cat, which was asleep in her room. Now, we've been in our house almost 4 years now. Our house is a brand new home of about 5 years old. I started thinking about something that has happened in our house that I mentioned to my husband. I told him, "Remember a couple of times we had been gone all day, and when we came home, I smelled a man's cologne, very strong in some places?" I also told him it wasn't his cologne. So here I was thinking that someone had been in our house. Yesterday, September 22nd, 1999, I was home by myself, watching TV downstairs. It was about 11:30 a.m., and I could have sworn my son, who is 6, was home in his room walking around, but he was at school. No one but myself was home. I went upstairs. Nothing was there. Today, September 23rd, 1999, I got home around 10:30 a.m., went upstairs, and there was a smell. I'm sorry I can't describe the smell, but all I can say is it doesn't smell good. Now, this smell tipped me off today, because we had the smell prior from today. The strange thing about it is, only happens once in a while, and it usually smells strong in the hallway, in my daughter's room upstairs. You would think a pungent smell like that would smell up the other rooms, but it never does. Every time I try to find where the smell comes from, there's never a pinpoint spot. Does anyone have any comments that they can help us with? How can we actually tell if we have some kind of paranormal activity going on in here? What we have experienced right now seems strange and definitely unnormal. Thank you. I actually have 2 stories, and I'm not sure I would call them ghost stories or not. Perhaps they are angels, but nonetheless, they happened and are not necessarily related. When I was in high school, I was madly in love with a guy 2 years older than me. I was a senior, and he was graduated and in the Air Force. He was my first love. Shortly before my high school graduation, I had made tentative plans to visit him at his base in Mississippi. I called him with my plan. He was less than thrilled. It was during this call that I found out he was seeing another girl, and we broke up. I was utterly devastated. I kept the pain to myself mostly. Nobody really knew how terribly it affected me. I was beside with myself with my heart. A couple of days after we broke up, I was in my bedroom upstairs. I heard my mother call my name from the bottom of the steps, and she sounded very strange. She said, "Come down here. You got some flowers delivered to you." I went to the kitchen, and my mother looked utterly baffled. I was convinced they were from Dan, and he wanted me back. The bouquet was huge and beautiful, with roses and exotic flowers and greens. It was obviously a very expensive arrangement. I opened the card and it said, "What the caterpillar calls the end of the world, the master calls a butterfly." Signed Anonymous. I asked everyone I knew if they sent the flowers. Nobody owned up to it. Nobody. My mom tried to call the florist. The florist said that the only thing they knew is that it came in FTD, which meant that it wasn't local. To this day, more than 15 years later, I still don't know who sent those flowers, but I somehow like to believe that they were a gift from an angel. The second story happened this past year. Both of my parents died this past year, both unexpectedly and very young. My mom died of a burst aneurysm in her heart, and my father died of complications of a heart bypass surgery. She was 59, and my father was 62. After my mom died, strange things began to happen. The first thing was the night of the first funeral home visitation. I was at that time at home, writing a letter to my mother to be placed in her casket to be buried with her. My sister and father were at my parents' house getting dressed when my sister, who was ironing in the basement, heard an extremely loud crash come from upstairs in the kitchen. It made her jump. She said she had been thinking about Mom. My dad, at the time of the large crash, was standing in the bedroom trying to decide what suit to wear. He said that he was thinking, no, I shouldn't wear that suit. Yvonne, my mom, wouldn't like that. My dad and my sister went into the kitchen. Above the kitchen sink was a window that my mom had filled with crystals and stained glass pretties that were suction cupped to the window. My mom's favorite was of a blue stained glass oval of an angel praying. It was that glass ornament that had fallen into the sink and made the crash. Those ornaments had been there for years and never fell into the sink, but they did this day. 2 days later, I had to attend a doctor's appointment. My mother and dad were leaving to meet the funeral director, and I was leaving for the doctor. I stopped and said, "Shoot, I don't have money for the copay, and I'm running late. I don't have time to stop at the bank." My sister gave me the money for it. On the way to the appointment, I realized that, shoot, I was meeting a friend for lunch, and I still don't have any money. I thought to look in the console of my car, but I knew there would be no money there. I never have money in my car. I looked anyway, but when I opened the lid, there sat a $5 bill. Odd, but I was so glad to see it. I didn't think too much about it until later, when I thought hard about it. I didn't leave that money there. That same day, my sisters and nephews went to my uncle's pharmacy and Hallmark shop, where my mom had worked also. My mom had always bought Beanie Babies for my nephews from there. My nephew was looking for a specific beanie, and I'd been unable to find it for months. That day, they found it at the shop. My uncle didn't remember ever seeing that one before, and he took care of the ordering. A few days later, I was sleeping. I was exhausted from the funeral and was taking time off from work. Nobody was home. The window was open, and I was dozing peacefully when I heard quite clearly, "Carrie, Carrie." I sat up, and my heart was pounding. I heard my mother. She was calling me, as if I wasn't supposed to be sleeping, like she always used to do if she thought I were oversleeping. One of the things that my mom always did when she was alive that annoyed me was to yell my name from the bottom of the steps. I heard it so vividly that morning. I want to say it was in my head, but it woke me up, and her voice was as clear as day. My bedroom was the entire length of the top floor of a Cape Cod house. I had my own smoke detector up there. From that day on, whenever I would get really upset about losing my mother, that silly smoke detector would beep, 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 beep. I changed the battery. Beep. But happened only when I was upset or thinking of her. The crystals on the phone began to fall off regularly, where they never did before. The phone in the kitchen, which had a speakerphone function, would click on its own violation when someone was on the telephone. It happened about 5 times. That too had never done that before. Suddenly, everything just stopped. No more odd happenings. Then my father went into a coma. Several friends from out of town were staying at the house and keeping a vigil with us at the hospital. One evening, everyone was at the hospital but a friend of the family named Jenny. She had heard the stories of my mom's hauntings and the smoke detector going off. She was reading a book, alone in the house, and the smoke detector in the downstairs hallway started going crazy. Jenny got up, walked into the hallway, looked up at it and said, "Miss Harley, we aren't ready to let Don go yet. You can't have him. Is that okay?" The minute she said that, the smoke detector beeped one more time, and it never did again. It completely freaked her out. Shortly after my father died, all strange happenings ceased little by little. They do not happen anymore. I wish they would. It was almost nice thinking that my mom and or dad were hanging around and watching us. Thanks for reading. One time when I was about 14 years old, I was babysitting for a police officer and his wife. The police officer was on duty that night, and I can't really remember where the wife was going, but nonetheless, they hired me to babysit. I had never been to their house before, and I remember when I got there, how creepy this house had seemed. It was an old house down in Walled Lake, Michigan, and I can remember the house did not have modern heat ducts. Instead, there were registers in the floor in the upstairs that you could peer through clear to the downstairs living area. I don't remember too much about the incident, other than hearing some footsteps upstairs and other noises after I put the couple's children to bed. I could hear the noises very well through the heat registers, and I remember it looked as though somebody had walked right over one of them above me. I remember going upstairs to check to see what they were up to, only to find them sound asleep. I also remember trying to wake them, and it was obvious that they were fast asleep. And besides, they were very small children, like 3 and 4 years old, certainly not old enough to pull off any kind of prank very well. And so I went back downstairs, a little concerned, since the house was dark and creepy to begin with, and I had heard these strange, unexplained noises. But after going back downstairs, and the noises started again, I immediately called dispatch, got the police officer on the phone, and demanded that he come home and take me home immediately, as I would not stay any longer. I never babysat for them again, and I do remember the police officer trying to convince me all the way home that it was just my imagination because the house was old, etc. In either case, I never went back again and told the police officer very nicely to find another babysitter. Another incident happened when I was in high school, shortly before graduation. I used to babysit my little sister after school for a couple hours before my stepmother got home. One afternoon, I was babysitting her and watching TV. She was very young at the time, about 4 years old. This was the time of day that she usually took a nap, and she fell asleep on the couch next to me, like usual. While watching TV that afternoon, and I wasn't watching anything scary, I think I may have been watching either Oprah or a soap opera, I distinctly heard the sliding glass door in the finished basement open and close. You know the sound of sliding glass doors. The sound is very distinct. I didn't think anything of it. My father and stepmother usually came and went through that door, since the finished basement is actually on the ground level, and the living quarters of this beautiful log home is actually on the second floor. This was a common and most used entrance into the house. My father worked out of town during the week and was only home on the weekends. Anyway, like I said, I didn't think anything of it. I thought my stepmother was home and expected her to come walking up the stairs at any moment, like she usually did when she came home. I also remember thinking, boy, she's home early today. I just kept watching television. After about 10 minutes, I noticed that she had not come up the stairs, so I went to the stairs and called down to her, but got no response. I thought to myself, that's weird. I know I heard the door. Then I heard what sounded like somebody downstairs, so I called again, and nothing. So I peered out the kitchen window and looked down into the driveway, and her car was not there. I got scared at that point. I thought to myself, oh no, not again, remembering other incidents while babysitting. And I ran to the telephone to try to call her at work. The phone was dead. I absolutely freaked out at this point. I grabbed my little sister, who was still fast asleep, threw her little winter coat on. It was the middle of winter time. Grabbed the biggest butcher knife I could find and ran out the front door. I ran down the deck steps and into my dad's old pickup truck in the driveway. I locked the doors and just sat there in total terror. I didn't know what to do. There was no doubt in my mind that somebody was in the house, and I stared at the house for what seemed like forever until my stepmother got home. Of course, she couldn't understand why I was so hysterical, and what on earth I was doing outside in the pickup truck in the middle of the dead winter with a butcher knife of all things. Anyway, she checked the sliding glass door to the basement. It was locked. There seemed to be nobody in the house, and if it were a real person in the house, there was no way they could have escaped unseen by me as I sat in the old pickup truck. I remember how scared I was. The house is in the woods, and back then, there wasn't another house closer than about 80 acres away. By the way, the first thing my stepmother did when she got home and investigated my claim was to check the telephone, which was working fine. Oh well. I know she thought I absolutely lost my rocker that afternoon, but I know better. She still laughs and teases me about it whenever it is brought up now. My little sister, who is now 20 years old, doesn't remember a thing. At the same home, during the same time in my life, shortly before high school graduation, I experienced the strangest things each night in my bedroom. After everybody went to sleep, these strange things occurred for at least several weeks. I would fall asleep, but awaken around 1 to 2 a.m. in the morning because my bed would be shaking. Now, I just want to clarify that this log home is not old or anything. It was only about 10 years old at the time, and was very, very beautiful. I had a beautiful bedroom with pretty pink carpeting. There was nothing really creepy or scary about this house, nor the woods that it was situated in. However, every night like clockwork, for several weeks, I would awaken to feel my bed shaking uncontrollably, and I would throw the covers over my head and just shake in total fear. Then it would stop. I would fall back asleep, and by morning, I would think it was just a dream. Except, after a while, I started realizing that it was no dream. It was really happening. And I can remember one night yelling, "Stop it, go away." And that was the end of it. It never happened again. And after what happened in the earlier story I just told, I never spoke to my parents about it. The only person in the world that I told was my boyfriend, who also happens to be my husband of 14 years. He is convinced that I am sensitive to spiritual things. As I said in my last letter, because of the experiences I've had in my life, like those said about above, and the actual ghost I saw, that I spoke about in my earlier email, I'm so very much interested in ghost hunting. My husband would have no part of it, so when it comes to this stuff, I'm on my own, but I just don't know where to start. I guess there is a part of me that wants to do this, so that I don't feel like I'm crazy. Also because of the so many unanswered biblical questions that I have, that I somehow feel like if I do this, I might feel more resolved in my beliefs. On the other hand, it could prove to be even more confusing. Who knows? If you have any suggestions about how to go about doing this secretly, I can't let anyone in the community I live know what I'm up to. I'm a business owner and a local politician, and I don't need people thinking I'm nuts. I would appreciate any advice you would give me. Thanks so much. "11 years ago, I moved into an old little walkout rambler that sits on my father-in-law's business property in the country. We call it Ghetto in the Meadow. Don't get me wrong, it's okay, but tiny, and at that time, needed some repairs that have since been done. It had at one time been moved to the country by the man that had lived there for many years in the house, until he died in the hospital. His name was Myron. I had to move my king-size waterbed in the unfinished basement because that's the only place that was big enough for the bed. My boyfriend refused to sleep downstairs because when we were downstairs, we could hear footsteps above us going back and forth. One night, we fell asleep on the floor, watching TV on the main floor. Sometime in the night, my boyfriend moved to the couch and left me on the floor. It was about 5 a.m. that I woke up stiff. We were talking and heard a noise like someone walking upstairs. Then we heard a blurp noise in the bathroom. I jokingly told my boyfriend that it was Myron and he had to go to the bathroom. Just after I said it, the water in the bathroom sink came on. He wanted me to stay in the living room and he would check it out. No way. I was right behind him and watched as he had turned the handle to shut the water off. After that, we had many things happen. Lights in the TV would turn on and off. A broom in the basement would get knocked over, and I smelled pipe smoke in the living room once, and perfume in the kitchen several times. Our beagle would stare up at the ceiling, as if watching something by where you get up to the attic. Many times, my boyfriend would get his gun and go looking around the house because we would hear strange things. He got a double waterbed that would fit in one of the 2 small bedrooms. After that, we would hear a lot of noise in the basement by a workbench. We lived in the house for 5 years. My mom couldn't believe that we would stay there, but it was pretty much harmless stuff, and it wasn't like it was happening every night. Just when we started to feel like maybe we imagined what happened, something else would go on. Before we moved, I tried to get my husband to come to bed instead of sleeping on the couch. I got his usual reply within a minute, which meant he wouldn't be moving. I went into the bedroom and it felt really cold, so much so that I went and checked the thermostat in case it got turned down. I had just gotten comfortable and heard my husband yell out my name. He said he heard little feet scurrying from the kitchen to the living room really fast and go behind the couch. The couch was only inches away from the wall, and something slapped him on the back of the head. He didn't go back to sleep that whole night. Maybe something was telling him that he should be in bed with me. I found it funny, but he didn't find the humor in it. We had a baby and moved into our new house. I heard balls inside one of her blow-up toys move and went to check on it so I wouldn't wake her up. I thought the toy was by the register and the air conditioning was on, but it wasn't even close by. Twice it happened. One afternoon, I laid down for a nap and remember seeing a very good-looking man come to my bedroom door and talk to me. At first, I was afraid, but when I saw his face, I definitely wasn't. I couldn't remember what he talked to me about, but asked if he could see our baby before he left. He turned around and looked in the other bedroom for a minute, and turned back around and said my name, and told me how beautiful she was, and that she'd be waking up. In that instant, she was crying. He was gone, and I was awake. Do you think it was a dream? Or who was it? Myron, from Ghetto in the Meadow, or my husband's brother that died? After that, nothing unusual happened at our house. My brother-in-law moved to Ghetto in the Meadow, and said at first the lights would go on and heard noises, but nothing happened there in years. This is my experience with a haunted house. Me and my family moved into this big house about 15 years ago. I had 2 small daughters and my husband at the time. The first night there, I was alone and had just put my kids to sleep upstairs and was just laying down myself when I heard someone in the kitchen. It sounded like they were going through the drawers frantically, looking for something. Well, I was terrified, as I knew that my husband wasn't there. I went downstairs to see what or who was there, and nothing was out of place. That's when other things started to occur. My youngest daughter wouldn't go upstairs by herself. She always told me that there was a man up there. I didn't understand it till later. As we settled in, things got worse for me. I would be watching TV. The volume would go up and down. Ashtrays on the table would move. The drapes would sway when the windows weren't open. I was bathing one time in the downstairs bathroom and felt something touch my shoulder. It felt very cold. I had things of mine stolen, and I'd never gotten it back. One night, I was just dozing off, and I felt the covers being pulled off of me. This really scared me, but I tried not to think about it the next day. I was cleaning the stairs, and a very deep voice said, "Hey you," right beside me. The hair stood up on my neck. That night, at 2 a.m., someone came running up the stairs, stopping at the top. Of course, I saw nothing there. My husband told me that he awoke one night, and there was a very tall man standing in the corner of our room, dressed in black, just watching us. The next day, my oldest daughter told me that a woman who was dressed like a nurse carrying a tray came out of her closet, walking towards her. She had a name tag, but it wasn't legible. It scared her pretty bad. One morning, I was down in the basement doing laundry, and I hated to go down there. When I got this terrible feeling, I tried to ignore it, but it got worse. The hairs on my neck were tingling. I knew that something was coming up behind me, but I couldn't move. Then it was like someone stomped on the cement floor. It was so weird, because the floor vibrated. I was so scared that I threw my laundry and ran up the stairs. I would also go to bed with jewelry on and wake up, and it would be off, and I would find it somewhere in the house. One morning, I woke up to find a straight razor in my bed down by my feet. I think that did it for me, and I wanted to move out. And the kids' bedroom window would never stay shut. We tried everything to keep it shut, but I would go upstairs, and it would be opened. My mother babysat for me one evening, and when I got home, she was white as a ghost and told me that she would never watch my kids here again. We also had a dog that we kept tied in the corner of the yard, right by the area of the basement that scared me the most, and I saw him digging and didn't think anything of it until I returned and saw that he dug a hole waist deep and was still trying to dig. His paws were bleeding and he was foaming at the mouth. I had to pull him out of there. It was horrible. He finally moved out, and for a long time, my daughter was afraid that the man was going to follow us. I looked up the history of the house and found out that it was built in the 1800s. That was all that I could find out. The house is still there. I drive by it sometimes and wonder if the people who live there now have any problems. There's a lot of ghosts in my family, so I'll just tell you a few. My grandfather passed away before I was born. He used to wait for my aunt, sitting in his rocking chair, every day to get out of school. Well, one day after he died, my aunt said that she came home from school to find her babysitter with her jaw hanging open and wide-eyed, staring at the rocker. It was rocking by itself, and their dog was sitting in front of it, begging. Suddenly, the rocker stopped moving, and the dog started walking slowly back to the door, which was deadbolt locked. The door unlocked in front of everyone and swung open. So did the screen door. Normally, if the back door was open, the dog would run out. He didn't. Then both doors shut again, but they didn't lock. Another story is told by my mother and my aunts on my father's side. They were all playing Trivial Pursuit when a question came up about one of the wars that my grandfather had fought in. Meanwhile, there was a pot of spaghetti sitting on the stove. My Aunt Patty said a smart comment about my grandfather and the war, just joking around. Well, the pot of spaghetti flew across the room and landed right next to my Aunt Patty's feet. It dumped everywhere and just missed her. I think he was just trying to tell her that her joke wasn't funny. My personal experiences are different. One, for instance, was when my grandfather died in 1990. 2 weeks later, me and my cousin slept in my grandmother's house. My aunts and fathers lived there. Well, about 8 p.m., we both went into the living room to watch TV, and my grandma's rocker was rocking by itself. That I saw with my own 2 eyes. Another incident was at my cousin Sandy's house. My cousin Brandy and I were babysitting. She was on the phone with her boyfriend when the kitchen light switch started turning on and off by itself. It was going up and down like someone was turning it on and off. Okay, last story. The story to my cousin Sandy's house is even weirder. A man had hung himself in the attic a couple of years before she moved in. My cousin was a dancer, so she used to exercise a lot to stay in shape. Anyways, she told me a few stories about when she was exercising, and she would get tapped on the shoulder. Or once she heard someone calling out her newborn son's name, and no one was in the house. She heard knocks on the front door. The attic door would open and shut continuously. Her brother-in-law was there on a few instances. Whoever he wasn't good. He was definitely there to scare, so she moved out within 6 months. I have a few more that I can think of, but I think this is already too long. I don't know if there's a reason for so many hauntings in my family or not, but I wish that it would stop. You never know what would happen if someone really ever got one of these spirits angry. Thanks for reading my family history. I hope you enjoyed it. I didn't. My story has to do with things that happened to me as a child. When I was 6 years old, my parents bought a very old house, probably around 100 years old, and that was back in 1976. It was a very large home, and some of the original wallpaper was still in it. I've always been in kind of tune with the supernatural, and I also have a psychic sense. I'm not saying I am psychic, but I just know things, and I can't explain it. Well, anyway, I know that my sister was very afraid of this house. She is 3 years younger than me. She would either sleep with my parents or with me, and she would never cross the long hall that ran through the center of the house by herself. I know that one day, I was sitting in the living room, and I got this really weird feeling. It really felt like I wasn't the only one in the room. I felt like someone was staring at me. Now keep in mind that my mother and sister had gone to the store, so I was in the house alone. At this time, I was about 9 years old. I was sitting on the floor, and I just happened to look up. If you are familiar with old houses, you know that some of these have glass windows at the top of each door that I guess people used for ventilation before air conditioning was invented. Well, the upstairs of this house had been added years after the original one story had been built, and the steps that led upstairs went even with the glass window above the door in the room I was in. There was also a small triangle of wood that was missing from the step, and that is where my eyes shifted to. There was something looking at me through that space. I was so scared that I grabbed my dog and ran to the front porch, just hoping my mother would drive up. I don't know what it was, but there was something up there. People in the neighborhood were always asking if the house was haunted, and one time, an old woman I had never seen before asked me if I knew of the girl that had been locked in her room, in my house, and she had died there. There's also another story that happened in the same house. My uncle was living with us. He was 70 years old, and I was about 10 at the time. One night, I heard him calling my father. He was shouting, and that is what woke me up. My father went running into his room, and this was my uncle's reply. "I know you're not going to believe this, and I know I shouldn't be seeing this, but I do. There's a black woman standing in front of the fireplace, holding a little girl's hand, and she's wearing a red coat and hat. Then, my father said that my uncle's eyes followed something around the room, and then my uncle began to scream again, "No, go away, don't come near me." Then they disappeared. My father said he had never been so scared in his life because my uncle was being so rational about it, like he knew he shouldn't be seeing something like that, but he did. I knew there was something in that house. Although we moved out when I was 14, I still drive by to look, and I still do get a creepy feeling about it just from driving by. My mom and one of my sisters just moved to New York, and we are living in the house my mom grew up in. Both of her parents are dead, and have been for a number of years. Ever since we have gotten here, my mom and sister have felt something in the house. I can't feel anything, but I can see something. The other day, I watched my dead grandpa of 11 years walk into the room. I ran upstairs so fast once, I was able to move and stayed there until my sister decided to come downstairs for bed. The next day we started talking about what happened. My sister said that once she got into bed and underneath the covers, she felt something on top of her, giving her a hug, and it hugged her until she fell asleep. My mom then joined in on the conversation and said that her parents still live in this house. She told us that she actually sat down the other day and talked with her father, and then her mother joined in and told her to talk to someone in our church. She did that and found out that the person she was supposed to talk to was in charge of genealogy and that they actually knew the same people from San Diego. This kind of spooked me out because it took my mom a good few months to tell me this. She always tells me something I should know after I see a spirit. Thanks for reading. Many people see spirits in houses and such, so they conclude that the places are haunted. However, I believe that I am haunted. I've seen spirits my whole life, but some, when I was a child, I can't even remember, so my mother tells me. The one I'm going to talk to you about happened when I was about 1 year old. I'm now 18. We lived in a town just outside of San Diego, California. The people that lived in the house before us abused their children and locked them in the closets. My mom has found evidence of this, but does not know to what extent these children were tortured. My mom has had many experiences with the evil spirits that lived in the house. One day, when I was finished playing with my blocks, she went in to clean up after me. She knew exactly how many blocks were there and found that one was missing. She looked all over the room and even felt around on the bed and still couldn't find it. She then left the room to see if I had it with me, which I didn't, so she went back into the room, and there it was, just sitting on the edge of the bed where she had previously looked and felt. My mom always kept the house spick and span. She hated a messy house. She had just finished cleaning the living room when she left, and came back in and found a hairbrush in the middle of the floor. No one had been in the bathroom or the living room since she cleaned them. The spirits knew how to make my mom mad. They would always take things and put them way out of place, so my mom was always running around, putting them back into place, just to find them out of place again. She was always cold in the house, even if she was just sitting by a roaring fire. She would always see little black figures running across the room, and when she would look to see again, they were gone. So finally, my mom took my sisters and me out of the house and swore we would never go back in until my dad said a prayer to get rid of the spirits. So my dad was inside for a little bit, and then he came out and said that he said a prayer. My mom questioned him for a while, and then he had her convinced, so my mom took all of us back in the house. She then turned to my dad, and in a very stern voice said, "You didn't pray." My dad of course asked her how she knew. She said, "I'm sitting in front of a fire and I'm cold." His face just fell. So my mom had us all sit down and have a family prayer together. After that prayer to get rid of the spirits, they've never come back. We then moved out of the house, and I've been able to see spirits all the time. Every house, I've either seen a spirit or felt someone watching me. This is still going on. Just 3 days ago, I watched my grandfather walk into the room. He has been dead since I was 7 years old. If anyone knows what is going on with me, please email me. When I was 7 years old, my parents, my sister, and I lived in a home that was a one-story house that sat way back from the street. My aunt used to babysit us when my parents were away at work. Anytime I got into trouble, my aunt would make me go into a little bedroom in the back of our house, and she would make me stay in there for hours at a time. I never knew why, but I was deathly afraid of that room, and the whole time I was in there, I would hide under the blankets, too afraid to move, until she came to let me out. One day, while I was playing in the yard, I found out why I was so afraid of that room. While I was playing outside with my toys, I suddenly got the feeling that I was being watched. I looked around me, but I didn't see anybody. I went back to playing, but I just couldn't shake that watched feeling. I turned to look at the house to see if maybe my aunt or sister was around, and I saw a woman in the bathroom window, and she was watching me. I know it wasn't my aunt or sister, because they both have very dark hair, and the woman in that window had very light-colored hair. I didn't know what to do. I was afraid to move. I stayed outside for the rest of the afternoon, because I didn't want to go into the house. When my mom came home that day, I finally went inside. I didn't say anything to my mom or anyone about what I had seen. I was worried that they wouldn't believe me. So, I kept quiet. My sister and I shared a bedroom, and that night, I woke up to the sounds of cupboards opening and closing, like someone was looking for something, and I heard glasses being moved around, and the water being turned off and on. Well, being a little kid, I figured I was just imagining it, and as I lay there listening to this, I looked over at my sister, who was sleeping through this whole thing. The next morning I asked my mom if she was up last night, getting a drink, and she said no, but she looked at me kind of funny. That night, my mom had some friends over, and she sent my sister and I to bed early. My sister fell right to sleep, but I just kept thinking about what I saw in the window and what I heard the night before. My mom and her friends started talking about a lady who had hung herself in the back bedroom of our house. I could not believe what I was hearing. My mom then went on to tell her friends that she hears noises in the kitchen at night. The next day, as I was playing in the yard, I saw the woman in the bathroom window again. I started to cry, and my aunt got mad at me, so she tried to lock me in the back room again. I was kicking and screaming that I didn't want to go in there, but she wouldn't listen to me. As I sat on the bed, under the covers, I heard the door swing open. I thought it was my aunt to let me come out, so I uncovered my head, but nobody was there. I then started to hear a squeaking noise, kind of like something heavy hanging from a wooden bar. It sounded like it was coming from the closet. The closet wasn't really big, walk-in one. There was no way I was going to look in there. I just sat on the bed, listening to this noise, until my aunt came to get me. I later found out that the lady hung herself in the closet of that back room. I'm just wondering if anyone knows why she did this, and when it took place. Well, that's my story, and believe me, it is all completely true. Although this is a truer tale, it's not one of your spine tinglers, just something odd that cannot be explained. It was told to me several years ago by a colleague and happened to her mom, Jean, and some friends. Although Jean lived in Romford, Essex, she regularly went to a Keep Fit class, a small school hall in Upminster. The class had finished, and her and her friends had piled into a car and drove around the corner, parking near the chip shop, and they all ordered fish and chips, like you do when you've just had a good workout. They were all sitting in the car quietly eating, well, one person noticed something odd and nudged the person next to them. Eventually, they were all mesmerized, mouths agape, chips forgotten, as their attention was focused on the activities in the churchyard over the road. Quite clearly, they could see a solemn nighttime funeral procession of a coffin being carried on the shoulders by 6 pallbearers, all decked out in long, black-tailed coats. They silently watched the procession walk from one side of the church and disappear around to the other side, St. Mary's Lane, for anyone who lives nearby. Of course, they all asked each other, "Did you see what I saw?" knowing full well they did. The next day, Jean decided to visit the church as she just had to know what had happened. Maybe someone was buried late last night. However, she got to the church and found the vicar. She worded the question carefully so as not to look like a complete idiot, and was completely stunned when the vicar told her that no funeral took place last night. She said that from the look on his face, it was fairly obvious that he knew why she was asking, but being a vicar, he simply smiled and walked away. Spooky. I've been past the churchyard, as my grandparents used to live just down the road, and it is quite creepy looking place. All the stones are really old and crumbly, and covered in moss. None of the names or dates are readable. It's one of those graveyards where you can look at for a little while, and then you kind of shudder and have to look away. I used to think it was my childish imagination, but even these days, the place still gives me the creeps, even in the middle of summer. Well, like everyone else, I'll start off with some background information. I'm 19 right now, and ever since I was young, have had a fascination with death and what lies beyond. Every time I would read something, I would try to think I had a similar experience, but I didn't. I've lived in Chicago for most of my life in the same house. Nothing really special about it, except our basement floors are basically entirely dirt. But that doesn't really mean anything to my story. When my mom found out she was expecting my 3rd brother, she decided we needed to do a little remodeling and room changing, so I ended up having my brother's old room, which also used to be my brother's room. Nothing unusual happened while I was living there until the end of my senior year in high school. I was asleep one night, and the room got unbelievably cold, although no windows were open, and it was a warm night. I buried myself under my blankets and tried to go back to sleep. This would happen from time to time. Then one night, I was woken up again by the extreme cold when I saw a shadow of a man whose figure I could not make out, just watching me sleep. He stood about a foot away from my bed. When he noticed I was awake, he just turned and walked out of my room, but he went through the wall right next to my door. The first few times I saw him, I was petrified and would just close my eyes tight till I felt the room was warming up. And there were also times when I would see him coming from the kitchen, which was outside my room, and walk back into my closet. Also at night, I would hear things fall off my dresser, and I would just calmly as I could ask him to pick them up. And when I'd wake, everything would be as I left it. I never told any of my friends or family about this, because they are not believers. Till one day, my mom had called me at school since I had moved out for college, telling me my sister refuses to go or sleep into my room anymore. That she woke up one night and came screaming into my parents' bedroom about a man who was watching her while she was sleeping in my room. I didn't say anything while my mom told me, but I did interrupt her before she could give me the description of the man my sister gave. I told her what I had seen, and my mom dropped the phone. She kept asking how I knew, so I finally told her I had seen him before. I also told her if the lights ever go out in my room, to calmly ask the man to turn them back off. My mom just laughed at me. Also, I should mention, since I moved out of the house for school, my room remains hot to room temperature while I'm gone. But when I come home on weekends, the temp does not go above 50 degrees, no matter how high we set the heat or how many little heaters we put in there. Then one night, my mom was clearing out some of my sister's clothes, so I would have room for mine when I came home for the summer. and my dad was sitting outside in the kitchen watching TV. It was relatively late at night, and my mom had just finished clearing out a drawer and was about to get up when the lights went out. My mom said out loud, "Look, I'm almost done here, and Jennifer will be home next week, so please just put the lights on." And just as she finished, the lights went on, and my mom ran out of my room. Since I've been home for the summer, my room is back and stays at a normal temperature, which I'm thankful for. But I still hear things in my closet, and I'll see a light shine through the closet doors, although I don't have any lights in the closet. "20 years ago, when we moved into our house, a duplex, we were good friends with the tenant, and she had told us that she was going to be gone for the weekend. So we were home, sleeping on a sofa sleeper in the living room at the time, and we heard noises from the upstairs, sounding if someone was dragging furniture across the floor. My husband went to the stairs and yelled up to see if there was someone there, and the apartment was dark. So he came downstairs, and we fell asleep, not thinking any more about it. Well, the next day when she came home, she came downstairs and asked us if there had been a problem upstairs, and we said no. Why? And she said that she was just wondering why we moved all of her dining room chairs into the kitchen. At first I was scared, but then for years nothing had happened, until Jenny was born. One night, my husband had gone hunting, and I was awoken by a noise of her mobile being turned on. I went into her room, and she was just lying there awake, watching the mobile move above her. Then the last time that anything happened was about 3 years ago. My husband and I had divorced, and I was seeing someone. Well, my friend, as I call it, must have not liked him, because he always kept his cologne on the dresser, and at least once or twice a week, I would come home and find it either knocked over, on the floor, or in the garbage. At first we blamed the cat, but then we started closing the bedroom door, and it would still happen. Of course, he never believed. Nobody ever does, but I do. Nevertheless, I'm not with him anymore, and have since been remarried, and have no problems. Sometimes when I'm alone, I do feel that there is someone or something there with me, and my daughter. I'm sure that you receive thousands of these stories, but mine is true, whether you or anyone else believe mine. I know in my heart that it is true. Back in about 1982, I became resident manager of an old rooming house in Placerville, California, better known as Hangtown. Placerville is just a few miles from Coloma, where the gold rush took place at Sutter's Fort on the American River. The rooming house, during the gold rush era, was the only hospital in the area. It consisted of 42 rentable rooms and several miscellaneous rooms that were used by residents for laundry, storage, vending machines, a TV room, community kitchen, dining room, and my office. I'd been manager for about 6 months before the chaos started. I've always been a sensitive, having had several experiences all through childhood and adulthood. One cold winter night, a bad storm had moved in, and the main highway to South Lake Tahoe had to close, trapping several skiers and gamblers halfway up the hills. It didn't take long before the motels and hotels filled up. I got a call from the police department asking me if I could accommodate the stranded travelers. I let them know that I had about 10 or 12 vacancies, but to let them know that our power had failed due to the storm. All streetlights were out, and there was total blackness everywhere. There were several steps leading up to the entry door, and I was afraid that in the darkness, someone might get hurt. All of the tenants helped out. We gathered up the candles and put them out on the steps. We dug up some old coffee percolators and made the coffee the old way and set out to greet our guests. They didn't come in one at a time. They came in at about 10 at a time. I paid some volunteer residents to get rooms ready while I checked the people in. There was a group of the younger residents there at the stairs with flashlights ready to take the new guests up to the long flight of stairs to the upper rooms. As the guests would arrive, these men would chant, "Welcome to the Hotel California. You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave." All went well, and the next morning, everyone thanked and said they had a wonderful stay and really enjoyed the off-the-wall hospitality. Shortly thereafter, we had a tenants meeting. During the meeting, these men were chanting the words to the song Hotel California and called my attention to several verses. During the storm, I had lit the candles to show the guests the way. At one time, the community kitchen had been the manager's resident kitchen. In the day of the hospital, it had been emergency room. In the master's chambers, they gathered for the feast. Other verses fit also. Every time the song would come on a radio anywhere in the rooming house, the volume would be cranked. Then one night, as I sat up figuring the next day's bank deposit, I heard screaming. It was the young girl down the hall on the first floor who was living there with her small son. She told me that there was a face of a man on her wall. My husband went and checked it out, and yes, it was there. Later that night, about 2 a.m., she came to my office again and said that she kept hearing a whistle, like a bamboo whistle, and a child's voice calling mommy outside her room. I went down there and heard the same thing. One of the young men who was still up watching TV went outside to check it out. He said the sound was coming from every direction he walked. He would hear it from the south, north, east, and west as he walked. By now, the commotion had woke up just about everyone in the rooming house. The TV room filled up with people telling me of the experience that they had been having, but were too afraid to talk about it until this night. About 4 a.m., everyone went back to bed. I stayed up, along with two of the younger, more brave men. As we sat in the TV room talking, we heard loud stomping coming from somewhere in the back part of the lower story. At the end of the main entry hall, there was a swinging door that led to the laundry area. Beyond that, the garbage room. Beyond the garbage room, there were other empty rooms that I was told later was the hospital morgue. As we passed the community kitchen and started to approach the swinging door, the footsteps got louder. We all looked through the window at the top of the swinging door and saw no one. Just then, the door swung open and stayed open as though someone were holding it. Needless to say, me and these brave men backed up quickly. No one was standing there at the door, but it remained open for several seconds and then swung shut. It was a quiet, still night, so the theory of a breeze or wind is out. In a few minutes, the footsteps started again, just as loud as the first time. We looked down the hall, and the swinging door was opening and shutting continuously and with a lot of force. We were all speechless. All this time this was happening, we were still hearing the whistle and the child's voice calling mommy. In the nights to follow, there were several incidents, and some residents that have been there for years moved out. Within a matter of a few months, I was gone. I've never gone back there, but I wonder to this day if there are still occurrences at that place. Every time I hear that song, it brings that place to mind, and when it does, I get a cold chill, and every detail is just as visible in my mind as it was that very night. My best friend Kay just moved out of a house that is most definitely haunted. The house is in Dayton, Idaho, a small town of about 200 people, about 10 miles north of the Utah-Idaho border. It sits on Dayton's main street across from the city park. It's a large old house that has been divided into a two-family dwelling. My friend lived in the front part of the house, while another family lived in the back. Kay told me that she and her 3 kids never liked the house from the beginning, but she had taken a new job in Preston and needed to find a house to live in. After spending days looking for a place to live, she was told about this house and went out to look at it. She said when she saw the house, it looked dark, even though the sun was shining. When she went inside, she said the house was even darker inside, and there was a heavy feeling in the house she just couldn't shake. She really didn't like the house, but it was all that she could find, so she took it. From the beginning, she and the kids disliked living there. Her 14-year-old daughter hated staying by herself in the house and would do anything to avoid being alone. She said that she always felt like someone was watching her. One afternoon, when she was alone, she saw the dark figure of a man looking through the hall window at her. This really scared her. The hall window was high enough off the ground, and you would need a ladder to see in the window. When you pass the hall window, the hall turns and goes past the stairs and ends in the master bedroom. This part of the hall at the house of the stairs is always frigid. My friend had found a new home to rent and was eager to get out of the house. I was helping her pack, and I had mentioned to her how cold that hallway was by the stairs. It was like walking into a freezer. She said that it was always like that. Even in the summer, when it was 90 degrees outside, she said that the hall was freezing cold. I thought at first it was cold because the storm windows had been left open, so I closed them. Then it dawned on me that it wasn't that cold outside because we've been having such a mild winter. It also felt like a cold wind was blowing across the hall, even though there was no drafts anywhere. The cold spot never moved. As soon as you went into the bedroom, or upstairs into the bathroom or kitchen, it was warm. But as soon as you stepped into the hall, you froze. Her 8-year-old twin boys would never go to bed alone. Kay told me that they were scared to sleep without each other being there. Mac told me that he and his brother Jared never went to bed alone, that it was too scary to be up there. Until they moved into this house, they had never been afraid to sleep alone. Kay and her kids finally moved into their new house. The other family that lived in the back moved out 2 days before Kay did. Renters never stay long in that house. Their new house is bright and cheerful, a stark contrast to the old house. I've experienced a lot of these kind of things all my life, but this was the first time I had never experienced psychic cold or cold spots. I get cold just thinking about it. I read your personal story. It was spooky, but I enjoyed it. Thanks for having the courage to share it. I've also had some paranormal experiences, but considerably mild in comparison to yours. Please allow me to share them with you. The first possible experience occurred when I was very young, under the age of 8 years old. I had an imaginary playmate, but my mother thought I was in touch with the entity. The playmate was adult, male, and went by the name Shadow. I don't remember Shadow, but I do remember the last time I talked about Shadow, because my mom asked me why I didn't mention Shadow anymore. Apparently I would talk about him at great length. I said that Shadow had gone away. My mom asked me when he would come back, but I said I didn't know. When my mom asked where Shadow had gone, again, I said I didn't know. My mom told me she used to hear me talking to Shadow, and that it sounded one half of a telephone conversation. It wasn't like I was making up the other half of the conversation, but merely responding to something that was being said to me. Perhaps I was in contact with an entity. However, Shadow never frightened me. He was a comforting presence. Perhaps it was an entity, although I've wondered if I was in contact with my guardian angel. Then again, I've always had a strong imagination. Perhaps it was just an imaginary playmate. The next paranormal experience happened in my brother's home in Moss Beach, California, approximately 1/4 of a mile from the Moss Beach Distillery, a restaurant that has a reputation for being haunted. When this experience happened, I did not know about the hauntings of the restaurant or of the history of the area. My brother's house has a downstairs bedroom that has long been considered my bedroom because I always slept there and always with the door locked since everyone else slept upstairs. One night, I was awakened out of deep sleep by a man's voice, a voice much deeper than that of my brother's. The voice sounded angry, full of accusation, and said, "You don't belong here." I had a brief glimpse of a man in my room. His back was to the window, so he was in silhouette, but very solid looking. What I could see was a very craggy and rough-hewn looking face, and he was wearing a heavy canvas jacket, like the type firemen or fishermen wear. He was pointing down at me in the bed. However, it was just that brief glimpse, and then it was gone. I've wondered if I dreamt it, because I was able to go right back to sleep. However, I doubt I would have dreamt that I didn't belong there, because I had spent so much time in my brother's house that I felt I had as much right to be there as my own brother did. When I told my brother of the incident, he said he had something spooky happen also. One night, about 2 a.m., he was still up reading when he heard someone coming up the stairs. My brother built his house from scratch and was very familiar with the entire house. It wasn't one creak that he heard. He heard every stair being trod upon. Thinking he had a prowler, he got out a gun and went to find out who was in his house. He found nothing, and all the windows and doors were locked tight. He said it was very eerie. Later we found out that Moss Beach coastline, not too far from Half Moon Bay, was the site of a lot of illegal bootlegging activity during Prohibition. There were accidents, gunfights, and other tragedies that follow illegal activity. Since finding out about the history of the area, we have since wondered what it was that my brother and I encountered. The last paranormal experience that happened occurred within a 3-month period after my mother's death. Perhaps I should say experiences, because on 3 separate occasions, I heard knocking. I was living with my maternal grandmother in the house my mother grew up. Each time I heard the knocking, it was just 3 evenly spaced knocks, but they were loud. Third time it happened, I went to answer the front door, convinced that someone was there. My bedroom was in the back of the house, which was some distance from the front door, so the knocks had to be loud for me to have heard them. I'm not positive, but I think it was Mom coming back to say hi. There's another possible experience. Both my husband and I felt something pressing down on the bed while we slept. The first time it happened to me, it woke me up. I thought the cat had just jumped on the bed near my feet. When I realized the cat was next to my pillow, it got my attention, but again, I was not afraid. The cat often moves his head and eyes like he is watching something I can't see, and only in the bedroom. And when I'm in the apartment alone, taking a shower, I hear a man's footsteps coming into the bathroom. They always sound the same, and I'm guessing they are a man's footsteps because the stride is wider than a woman's and heavier. Like I said, my experiences are very mild in comparison to what you have experienced. I've never felt fear during the experiences, but later, contemplating the possibilities, I tended to spook myself. Pretty tame stuff, but every now and then, it grabs my attention. I haven't tried to talk to any entity, if indeed there is an entity, because I would rather the experiences remain merely an amusing conversation piece, and not the source of a major investigation. Thanks for letting me share my story. You have a terrific site. I hope to visit again. Hi. I just wanted to submit my story of some experiences we had in the house my daughter and I lived in from August 2001 to February of 2002. This house is located in Pendleton, Oregon. In July 2001, we lived in a small duplex that burned down, so my daughter and I lived in it for a short while. Then the hospital I worked for had a house that no one was living in, so we were able to rent it. This house had a complete upstairs, then another apartment downstairs. When we first moved in, we didn't notice anything at all. Then my dad moved in with us and lived in the downstairs apartment. First thing that happened was in the very early AM, like 4 a.m. We could hear a baby crying from somewhere in the house, but the exact location could never be found. Then my dad, who was a true skeptic of the supernatural, actually admitted they had seen a young woman in a large brimmed red hat in the downstairs area. Both my daughter and I could hear people walking up and down the concrete steps that led to the downstairs apartment. Shortly before Christmas that year, I was laying in bed, mostly asleep, but aware of the house, and I heard very distinct footsteps coming up the back steps, walk through the kitchen, dining room, living room, and into my bedroom. I even heard the bags rustle at the end of my bed as they walked by. I stand straight up, thinking it was my dad coming upstairs to tell me something, and when I looked, there was no one there. I laid back down and heard the footsteps walk back out of my room, through the other 2 rooms, and back down the stairs. One of the most interesting things that happened was that my daughter loved to sing, and she was recording herself sing on a very simple old-fashioned tape recorder. She sang 3 songs. On the first one, everything was fine. Then on the second one, it started out in her voice. Then all of a sudden, it was a man's voice singing the song. Then that song got over. Then it went back into her voice. This was so scary, we couldn't believe it. Then right after the New Year, my dad became very ill and was admitted to the hospital for over a month. While he was gone, the haunting became even more noticeable. We would hear very loud noises coming from downstairs, and the TV would turn on and just blare. So, I completely locked up the downstairs so no one could come or go from any of the entrances. One night my daughter and I were watching TV, and all of a sudden, the TV downstairs came on so loud, it was shaking the upstairs. You could hear people walking around in circles in the kitchen, and you could hear voices of 2 men arguing and talking, coming from the downstairs. We ended up having to move, so I don't know if any haunting continues there or not. The house has since been sold, and new people live there now, and I've always wanted to ask them. Hello, my name is Laura. I've had a lot of experiences in my life. A lot of people say ghosts follow me, and especially my sister-in-law, who has been around me when things seem to happen. I would like to share 2 incidents in particular that scared my family and also myself. The first story starts when we moved into my grandmother's house. Everybody in my family said it was haunted, but I did not believe it. I visited there and spent the night there a lot, and nothing too strange has happened that could not be explained. It was the second night in the house, and I was giving my daughter a bath. She was taking her bath, and I was sitting on the sink, plucking my eyebrows, when all of a sudden, she turned to me and said, "Mommy, there are red eyes in here." I said, "What? Where, honey?" She turned to show me, and look on her face was that of sheer terror. I would never forget the fear in her face. She let out a piercing scream, and I was afraid. She was acting like someone was coming after her. I ran, grabbed her out of the tub, we slipped to the door, and I dove out of the room. My husband was dead asleep on the couch, but he flew up and went into the bathroom, swinging his arms. He thought someone had broken in or something. She was really freaking out. We were in the living room trying to calm her down. She was hysterical. All she kept saying was, "He's gonna get me. Don't let him get me." And we said, "Who?" And she said, "The man with the eyes." We let her know she was okay, and nobody was coming for her. We almost calmed her down, and as soon as we said we wouldn't let anyone get her, and that she was safe, the garbage flung across the room, and it was loud. That was the last incident that night. My cousin was sleeping over one night. She went home crying because I told her about the incident that happened, and she got a little vocal to the ghost, and a screwdriver flew off the fridge and hit her in the stomach. There were happenings like doors opening, water turning off, scratching at the doors, and on, and toys going off by themselves. Second story. We recently moved from Fort Lauderdale to St. Augustine. We actually moved to Lake Butler. We lived out in the middle of nowhere. One day, I was up watching TV. I had nothing to drink, and I do not do anything else. Anyway, I was watching TV and got distracted by something out the window. It looked like a green glowing circle. It was about the size of a golf ball, and the light was gleaming off of this thing. I was wondering to myself what in the world. All of a sudden, came another one, and then another. In like 2 seconds, There seemed to be at least 10, and it looked like they were trying to come through the window. I got scared and turned my head, thinking it would go away. As I turned my head, I looked at the door window, and a flash of heat lightning or some kind of flash lit up the window, and it looked like a man, almost transparent, but not quite. He seemed dark. I don't know. Anyway, it is hard to explain, but it got me so bad, my body hurts. I ran to the window, closed the blinds, and ran to bed, and forced myself to sleep. Things still happen a lot. My family and I just choose to ignore it. I hope you all don't think I'm crazy. Thank you for listening.
From what I can remember, it was never a scary house. From the outside, it looked normal enough. A little one-story with a well-manicured lawn, but it was owned by my mother's friend, who I lovingly called my aunt. As far as bad experiences go, I have none to recall prior to the day my aunt moved from the house. That day, however, is an entirely different story. My aunt and her husband had been on the rocks for a while, and I assume much heartbreak and harsh words had gone down within the house during their stay there. Maybe that attracted the spirit, I will never know. I don't recall much about the day my aunt and mother packed up the house, but I do remember being asked to go into the spare bedroom and retrieve some blankets. Now, the spare bedroom was a little secluded room in the front of the house that was accessible only by going down a hallway that also doubled as the laundry room. The washer and dryer sat in a closet, and above them was a little door to the attic. When I say door, it wasn't so much a door, but more of a piece of wood that sat on top of a square hole that opened up into the attic. I was far too little to reach this door. Even if I was to stand on top of the washer and reach with my arms outstretched, it was impossible. You must remember that on this day, it was only me, my mother, and my aunt who were at the house. So imagine my surprise when I walked past the laundry to find the closet doors had been opened with the attic door ajar and light on. I had been in and out of the house all day and knew that not one person had been into the attic. My mother detests attics and my aunt won't be caught dead climbing up into one. So I found this all to be a little strange. I continued on my way to the room where I gathered the blankets and then headed back into the hallway. As I was leaving, I looked up into the open attic and there appeared a man. To this day, his appearance has always baffled me, for he was not so much a man, but an elf-like creature. He wore his hair long, and over it was a pointed hat. His clothes were tattered, and I can remember them being green. His skin was brown, and his eyes black. He was small. I don't want to say a midget, for I mean to offend no one, and so for the sake of being politically correct, I will just say that he was no taller than 3 feet. He was not a lean creature, and was actually quite round about the middle. He sat hunched over the square opening of the attic, looking down at me with a malicious grin. "Come here, little girl," he said, to which I did not respond. "Little girl, come up here." His voice was a harsh one, high-pitched, but at the same time, deep and threatening. Even as a child, I knew that what I was seeing was not human, and it was not good. I stood there in sort of a paralyzed state, staring at this thing in the attic for what seemed like an eternity, while he again and again repeated, "Come here, little girl. Come up here, little girl." Then, as if my brain was finally able to get through to my feet, I ran. I believe I would have ran through a wall of linebackers to get out of that house. I could hear him laughing as I took off, a dangerous laugh, one that to this day will raise the hairs on my arms and neck. I told my mother and my aunt what I had experienced, and they just as immediately wrote me off as having an overactive imagination. After much pleading, I got them into the hallway, where lo and behold, the attic door was open and light still on. The little man I had described to my mother and aunt had vanished. It was obvious that I was not the one to have done this, being that I was not of the right height to even reach the door, let alone the light inside, which hung another 3 feet above the opening. Needless to say, the packing was left unfinished, and the 3 of us promptly left the house with a phone call to my aunt's ex, informing him he could finish emptying the house himself. Whether my mother and aunt believed my story or thought that a crazy person had taken residence in the attic, I don't know. I was never, and to this day am not the type of person to make up wild stories. I am a much grounded person, but I know that what I encountered that day was a spirit, demon, or ghost, and it was evil. Very evil. Why it had never even showed itself until then, I can't say, but it came to me and has been a part of my memory ever since. It was my first and only experience with actually seeing an entity. I still get feelings of being watched, and I can always sense when I am not alone, but I've never ever again seen anything like that. Not even close. I am currently a freshman at Eastern Michigan University, which is only about an hour or less away from Detroit. My roommate and I live in a freshman dorm. I'm not sure how old it is in comparison to the others, but it's definitely not a new building, and I never really thought anything of it. I moved in first and lived by myself for at least a week back in August, and nothing unusual happened. I have never heard any strange noises or discovered cold spots, nor did I feel uncomfortable. In fact, I absolutely loved living there. A month or so after school started, my puppy died. My parents took me home so I could say goodbye before we took her body into the vet. I took her collar with me to college and collapsed it around my bed. And honestly, I was so upset that I had a hard time making it into my classes and spent most of my day sleeping. Eventually, I wasn't so emotional, but that's when things started to change. It all started on a cold November morning. I'd slept in until about 11 a.m. to check my email. I closed out of everything and locked the door. My roommate was currently at classes and she wouldn't have returned until about 1 p.m. I set my sweatpants on top of my laptop, but took the rest of my clothes with me. There isn't a fan in our bathroom, and the curtain doesn't keep water out very well. However, when I came back into my room, I noticed that my pants weren't there, where I had put them. They had been folded neatly and placed underneath my desk. I found this to be odd, but again, I didn't think anything of it. The door had been locked, no one had come in. We didn't have suite mates. I simply assumed that maybe they had fallen off and coincidentally landed under my desk, folded neatly. But what was more strange was that Google had been up, and someone had searched SI4U. I was slightly creeped out at this point, but the results were in different languages, and I didn't see anything particularly eerie about them. When my roommate had returned, I told her what had happened, and she searched SI4U as well. She got the same results back. We decided that maybe my sweatpants had just fallen off, but sweatpants can't. Double-click the icon for Firefox, go to Google, and then search SI4U before promptly jumping off the desk to the floor. Shortly after this, I lost internet connection. This is typical, but that particular page worked. We were creeped out by this, so I closed it. Nothing happened for a while. Later on that month, just before Thanksgiving break, I was once again alone in the room. My roommate had already left to go home earlier that day, and my dad wasn't going to pick me up until the next morning. I was trying to finish up some homework so that I wouldn't have to worry about it over break, when suddenly I started to hear music. The music sounded as if it was coming from a radio, but it was soft, and at first I couldn't tell if it was coming from my room or someone else's. Then it became loud. It was loud, and it was coming from my roommate's radio alarm clock. Who Knew by Pink. I went over to her dresser to turn off her alarm clock, but the switch was already off. My next idea was to unplug it, but one soft tug and the plug was in my hand. My roommate had unplugged it before she left. I thought that maybe there was something wrong with the switch, so I turned it on in hopes that maybe it would shut off. But instead, the music became so loud it was stinging my ears. I took that battery out and it stopped. The next day, I told my roommate not to be surprised if she finds that the battery to her alarm clock is lying on her dresser. I told her that it went off when I was studying, and that was the only thing that would make it stop. I assumed that something might have been fired wrong or that there was a mishap,
But then she said this. "That's strange. The battery isn't strong enough to power the radio, just the alarm. I thought the radio was broken because it wouldn't turn on unless I had the entire thing plugged into the wall." When I was a kid, my sisters and my mom and I lived with my grandparents. The house itself always felt safe. One day, our neighbors got a new dog. It was an average-sized black dog, but since I was a kid, I guess it seemed bigger. My neighbor and I were friends, so we played a lot together, but his dog never seemed to like me. Every time I would go near the mesh fence, the dog would start to growl and show me its teeth. So eventually I stopped going to my neighbor's house. But at night, I would hear it barking at stray cats or other wildlife, and it would freak me out because it would sound so close. The dog was frightening to me. I just sensed something dark about it. The one day after school, I had heard from my mom that my neighbor's dog had died that morning. I was sad for my neighbor, but a little relieved. The rest of the day went by like normal. But that night, things got very strange. That night, after I fell asleep, I had strange dreams about that dog. In my dream, the dog was still alive, and it had jumped the fence and started to attack me, just out of everyone in my house. I remember being so terrified. I woke up, freaked out, then I heard a noise at the side of my bed, and I turned to see what it was, and it was my neighbor's dead dog sitting next to my bed. I can still remember those growling, solid yellow eyes staring at me. I started screaming, but I couldn't move. It's like my body was paralyzed by the dog's stare or something. After what felt like hours of horror, my mom finally rushed in the room to see what was wrong. As soon as my mom got to the bed, the dog growled and backed into the wall, leaving only its head and front legs exposed, and then just melted into the ground. My mom asked me if I was okay, and I asked her if she saw the dog. She told me that she didn't see it. She assured me that it was only a nightmare. But I knew it wasn't. I was fully awake when I saw the dog next to my bed. I never saw the dog at that house after that, but as the years passed, I knew that its presence was there at times. I lived in Georgia very briefly one time, and while I was there, I went to a psychic. I didn't actually tell her about the dog, but she told me that my intuition is strong, which I agree with. Sometimes I just know certain things, like who is going to call, or come ring the doorbell, or more recently, I've noticed that when I let my mind wander at work, out of nowhere, I will start seeing certain TV programs in my mind, and sure enough, when I get home and turn on the TV, the same program is on. I'm not saying that I'm psychic. I just think that the dog is somehow tied to my intuition. I've seen the dog recently. I live in Austin, Texas now, and almost a week ago, I was talking on my phone while walking home around 3 in the morning. Then I looked to the house at the end of the street, and I saw its shadow against the white door of the house. I could clearly make out the shape of the dog sitting face forward, and very briefly I saw those same glowing eyes. I kept my conversation going to keep myself from freaking out. But as soon as I got home, I went inside and locked the door. The very next day, my mom called me and told me that my great aunt was going to pass very soon. I didn't know what to think. Is the black dog a harbinger of death? Do I possess supernatural abilities that can't be seen by most people? Or am I just losing my mind? Please help me. He sees things. This story isn't really about me, but about my boyfriend and his family. To start, let me tell you a little about his family and where they live. My boyfriend Jackson has 5 siblings. He is the oldest. The second oldest is his brother Jake, who this story is mostly about. Jackson's family moved here when he was about 7 from Atlanta, Georgia,
and they now live in a very old house where odd things always happen. I myself have seen a very distinct, non-human shadow in their home. Their home is very old, as I mentioned before. It was once owned by Al Capone's lawyer, which may have been something to do with the hauntings. There's also talk of someone having hung themselves in the house, along with a lot more history that they are currently unaware of. Jackson's brother Jake has seen a ghost of a little boy in their house on several occasions, but this is not the story that interests me. Of course, I would like to investigate their house further, but what really gets to me is what Jake has claimed to see in the trees. The first time this happened, Jake was in his room lying on his bed with a teddy bear. He was about 11 at the time. He looked out of his bedroom window and saw a green, ugly, goblin-like creature sitting in the tree outside his window. They live in the woods. The creature was apparently hanging somewhat limp and looking down, but after a few moments, the creature suddenly looked up and startled Jake. When Jake looked away, he also noticed his teddy bear was gone. The first account is not nearly as interesting as the second. My boyfriend Jackson had gone outside because the dog was barking and growling up at a tree. Jackson went outside and tried to calm the dog down, assuming it was a squirrel or raccoon or something to that nature. Jake then came outside and started screaming for Jackson to get away from the tree. Jackson repeatedly told Jake that there was nothing in the tree, but Jake said otherwise. According to Jake, there was a green, goblin-like creature climbing down from the tree and heading towards Jackson. Jackson had looked up the tree and all around it multiple times and saw nothing. I don't really know what to make of this. All of it seems pretty bizarre to me. I'm a firm believer in the paranormal, but do goblin things really exist? What are they really? I'd love some feedback on this.
This is the first time I've ever submitted one of my experiences online. I'm not a writer, so please bear with me if there are any grammatical errors or if it just seems like I'm rambling, just trying to describe almost everything as it happened leading up to the point of the story. Nor am I a confident speaker, so I haven't relayed this story to anyone besides my next of kin. I'm putting this story out there in the hopes that someone in my area has had the same experience and can shed some light on the matter, as it has plagued my thoughts for over a decade now. I live in Ipswich, Queensland, a smallish but steadily growing town on the outskirts of Queensland's capital of Brisbane, Australia. Just outside of Ipswich, entering into Brisbane, is the suburb of WAGON. WAGON is home to the notorious Woolston Park Mental Asylum. It has had a few different names before, but now I believe it's called the Park Central for Mental Health or something like that. Look it up if you'd like. Now, this incident took place in 2002. I was with two of my cousins who are brother and sister, and our friends who were three other girls from our church. We were all Samoan and come from families who attend the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Mormons, so any talk about the paranormal is laughed off and quickly hushed up in our households. I'm no longer a practicing member of the church, but at that same time I was 18 and still living at home, so I didn't mind going along to church sermons or events with my family every now and then. That night in 2002, at about 6 p.m., my cousins came over to my house to pick me up to go to a Mormon church dance for youth adults. They held those dances quite regularly. It was a regional thing, and young adults from all around the region would attend. Anyway, the dance was in a northern suburb about 45 minutes from Ipswich. After my cousins picked me up, we made our way to the homes of our other three friends to pick them up too. We get to the dance, mingle, and catch up with our friends from other regions, and at about 11:30 p.m., the six of us decide we'd had enough and made our way to the car.
The car that my cousins picked us up in was an old van that belonged to their parents, but one the parents rarely ever used anymore. It was an old Mitsubishi, and at the very front where the driver sits, it was a little 3-seater, so 2 of the 3 girls sat at the front with my guy cousin who was driving. The second row of seats were occupied by myself and my girl cousin, and the very last row of seats sat our other friend by herself. We left the dance, but instead of going straight home, we decided to go for a drive into Brisbane Central, since it was close to the chapel we were just at. We parked the van and went for a walk around the city. It was a warm Saturday night, and walking past some of the nightclubs, we would see security guards that we knew standing outside the club doors, and we would have a chat with them. None of us wanted to go into the clubs, wearing our Sunday best, so we decided to just grab some ice cream and head home. If you live in Ipswich, and especially back then, you couldn't go to Brisbane and back without having to go past where you turn off to go into the grounds of the Woolston Park Hospital. Well, if you wanted to go quick way anyway. Armed with McDonald's chocolate sundaes, we made our way to the car and headed back towards Ipswich. When we got near Waco, my guy cousin asks, "Do you guys want to check out Woolston?" It was almost 2 a.m. The 2 girls in front with him were scared but still said yes. His sister, who was sitting with me, rolled her eyes and dismissed what he was saying and carried on talking to me about her boyfriend. Our friend at the back didn't say anything. I don't really think she cared for what we did. And me? Well, my attitude towards it was just meh, because I had been to Woolston Park many times before in previous years with friends, hoping to see something spooky just like almost every other teen in the area did back then. I never saw a single scary thing, maybe except for the new runaway mental patient being escorted back into the grounds by security, while the patient shouted every curse word under the sun and in no particular order. The security staff would glare at us and tell us to leave, or we'd get done for loitering and trespassing and such. Security was pretty tight there. They were either walking or driving around looking for thrill-seeking teens and driving them out of the grounds immediately. But this particular night, there was no one in sight. No little white security hatchbacks driving around with its high beams on, patrolling the grounds like there usually is. Back in 2002, the grounds were still pretty old. They hadn't added the new buildings and all the new street lights at this stage. It was still very dark. And where the new buildings now stand, there used to be just overgrown bushes and shrubs. We enter the grounds. It is dark, like pitch black. My cousin killed the lights to show us just how pitch black it was before his sister yelled at him to turn the lights back on and stopped acting stupid. We drive further into the grounds, my cousin and I yapping away about some crap, while our friend at the back decided to lie down and have a snooze. Suddenly, my cousin driving yells, "Shoot! Did you see that?" And we look over at the trio in the front. The 2 girls are huddling up to each other, shaking and just saying, "Oh my God, who the heck was that? What's wrong with him? I want to go home." I quickly turned my head back to look out the window of the van, and I could just make out, under the moonlight, a person who seemed to be walking with a limp, following us. My cousin driving said they saw someone standing against the bushes on the side of the road, just staring at the van go past. His sister laughs it off and says, "Oh, whatever. You're so full of it." To which he replied, "Do you want me to turn back?" The 2 girls in front with him are shouting, "No, no, no, no," while his sister and I are shouting at the back, "Yes, yes, yes." Because we were so busy chatting away, we didn't see this mysterious, spooky stranger. We thought it was probably just some homeless dude seeking shelter, or perhaps another adventurous patient and just wanted to confirm what we thought. But when my cousin turned the van and drove back the direction we came, there was no one in sight. His sister says, "See? I knew you guys are full of crap." But I tell her that I did see someone out the back window. She looked at me scared, but at the same time, it was like, oh great, not you too. We keep driving that way to see if we can spot him again. After driving a few minutes and not seeing anybody, which I thought was weird because I had seen him myself coming in our direction. We should have seen him as soon as we turned the car around. But nope, no one. We are driving through the darkness. The only light we have are the dim lights on the van. Suddenly, the lights fall upon a lone figure in the dark, his back turned to us. I knew it was him. How the heck did he get here so fast? I thought to myself. And especially with that slight limp, he is just walking slowly on the grass, on the side of the road. He doesn't even turn around to acknowledge the fact that there's a car behind him. I know I would have looked behind me if I were me at that time of night, in case people jumped out and attacked me, so I know whether I need to break into a run or something, but not him. It's like we weren't even there. From looking at the back of him, I kind of sensed that something was not quite right here. His clothes were tattered, dirty, and looked dated. Like early 90s style when some guys were trying to dress like Nirvana and various other grunge bands. Something just seemed so off about the whole situation. Like, yeah, I get that we can see people anywhere wearing old tatty clothes, but something about this just had a very weird and scary feeling I can't put into words. I remember that he wore those light-colored jeans and a flannel shirt, or what remained of those clothes anyway, and carried a corduroy backpack, which also looked like it had seen better days a long time ago. He was Caucasian, and as we got closer, I saw that his matted blonde shoulder-length hair was clumpy, stringy, just messy like it hadn't been brushed in a long time. Some of it tied back in a long, low ponytail. At the front, he had more of his ratty-looking hair coming down, framing the front of his face. He looked like he was in his early to mid-20s. We pull up beside him. My girl cousin told her brother to slow down, stop beside him. I think she was trying to prove that it was nothing scary. She scooted up to the window beside her and slid it open. You know how old van windows have to be slid across to open instead of being wound down? Sticks her head out and asks him, "Excuse me, are you all..." She didn't finish asking her question because by then he had turned around and was fully facing us. My God, I have never seen a living person look like that. She didn't finish asking her question because she slammed the window shut and just screamed her head off. And so did the two girls at the front. Just the loudest and most terrified screaming I had ever heard in my life. I was freaked out too, but couldn't scream as my cousin was pushing back away from the window with so much force that she was crushing me against my side of the van. I couldn't even let out a little yelp. When she moved to hit her brother in the front to make him snap out of what we were witnessing, according to our friends that sat at the front with him, he was just staring at the guy with his mouth open and just frozen while they are yelling at him to get us out of there. I was able to move and turned around to our friend, lying in the back seat telling her, "Oh my God, get up, you have to see this." She just lay there crying with her eyes shut tight and telling me over and over, "No, no, no, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. I'm not getting up. I'm not getting up." Fair enough. I remember that, even though there was barely any light, his face stood out so much. Even though he was Caucasian, I've never in my life seen a person that color. I have friends who are super pale, and even they look like they've spent a few hours in a tanning bed compared to this guy. He was white, but frozen white, if that makes sense. but at the same time had a bluey, purplish tinge about him. I think it was his bloodless veins showing through his white skin. So hard to put into words, although I can see him clearly in my mind. His eyes, the rims of his eyes were red raw, but the whites looked glazed over. He might have had light blue eyes because you could have sort of make them out underneath the milky film that had now covered his pupils. His eyes were lifeless, for lack of a better term, but that's the word that comes to mind when I think of him. He had marks on his face, deep pink scratches that would have been bleeding but had since been washed. You know how in the movies when they pull those steel drawers out of the morgue so a person can have a look at the corpse? Very much like that. No, exactly like that. My cousin screamed because when he turned to face us, we realized it wasn't a typical living human face we were looking at. He didn't say a word, just opened his mouth and made a groaning sound. Then he extended a pale white hand towards the car, and then we just sped off. Now that I am older, I feel terrible for the way we reacted in driving off like that, screaming like lunatics. But we were a bunch of kids, and we were terrified. Now, I wish we had been so much more calm about it and had tried to communicate with him. And being back in 2002, cell phones with cameras were still rare. Most teenagers still didn't even have a cell phone, so we couldn't get a photo. I tried to search for any info related to this. Sadly, I found nothing. I tried searching for things like missing persons or unsolved murders around the area. But even if I did find his photo, I probably wouldn't even be able to recognize him, as he would look nothing the way he did that night. Was he a hitchhiker who met with foul play? Was he trying to make a shortcut through Woolston and came across a deranged patient? And if he was murdered there, is his body still buried there somewhere never to be found? The place has an awful history. After we left Woolston, we were still shaken. We went to the patrol station to fill up, and it wasn't until we got into the well-lit patrol station that our friend at the back finally sat up. I still remember her asking for a cherry-ripe chocolate bar with a quiet and scared voice. She sure was shaken up for someone who didn't see anything. She came over to my house with my girl cousin a couple of months ago, and we talked about it briefly. The other three that were in the car, I hardly see them anymore, except on Facebook, but we all agreed that what we witnessed was not of this world. We know what we saw. I still remember my guy cousin had to walk each of us girls into our homes as we were too scared to get out of the car by ourselves. Woolston Asylum has always been rumored to be haunted. My boyfriend and I drove through Woolston in 2011. That was my first time back there since 2002. It is so different now. Not at all as scary and menacing as it used to look. They've really cleaned it up. New buildings, and very well lit too. I always wonder who he is and how he got there. Some parents said that we saw a demon because we were hanging out so late at night instead of being good church kids and going home straight after the dance. I wonder if what we saw was someone who relives the moment of his death at every anniversary. I wonder if anyone else has seen him. That's why I wanted to share my story. It's been so long, and I still think about it all the time. For all of my life, I've lived in this average-sized house outside in the countryside. It's one of those places where nothing bad seems to happen, and the people all seem pretty normal. So, you can understand I don't share my story often. It started when I was young, around 5 to 9 years old, and continued until last year. When I was young, we had a dog, always barking and making noise about the littlest of things. He was one of those knee-high dogs, a West Highland Terrier, and he tended to get up in the middle of the night for various reasons. The first incident, I think, occurred on a mild summer night. I was living upstairs at the time, and just down the hall from my parents' room. As I was laying on my back in bed, I heard the sounds of footsteps around me and assumed it was the dog. I was wide awake at the time and listened to it walking from one side of the bed to the other. It must have lasted for almost 5 or so minutes. I told him to leave. The steps proceeded to go around me another time, stopping on my left, and I finally turned to look over the bed, telling him to get out of my room. There was nothing there. I got up looking around the sides of my bed. Nothing. My room was a small rectangle, so small that the bed was pressed up against my wall, and I still smacked the knee on the corner. There's only one exit on my right side, so there was no way for him to get out, and there were boxes under my bed. I thought I had just gone to sleep and imagined it. Then, about 3 years, I'm guessing because I'm bad with time, things got a little freakier with a few incidents in between that might help shed light on this stuff. I was in middle school and had this nightmare. I awoke in the dream and heard my parents screaming for my help. I jumped up and ran out into the hallway. There, standing before me, were 2 things. They were black shadows of a tall man and a dog. The dog looked like something that I would draw if I was 5, and the man had grossly elongated limbs. Still creeps me out to this day. Anyway, my parents kept screaming in agony, and I approached the figure. The dog walked up to me and passed me in the hall. It seemed disinterested in me, but the man stood there. I tried to run around him, and he reached down around my waist. The pain felt like something stabbing and cutting under my skin, and I woke up in the middle of the night, eventually falling asleep again. That morning, I went downstairs to take a shower, and when I removed my heavy plaid pajamas, I saw a thin scratch that ran from under my tricep, down through my armpit, and across my stomach. It was nearly unbroken, and that's what scared me the most. I guess that's why I pretended it never happened. Maybe a year later, 8th grade, the footsteps came back. With our basement recently finished, I was living downstairs, and one morning during the week, I got up and started to play video games on my computer. I heard the footsteps start to walk around, just like they did before. It was like they were exploring my house. First off, we have no pipes over my room, and we have soundproof tiled ceiling above, so those footsteps had to be loud. Secondly, the dogs and cat were all out of the house, and so was my family. The footsteps continued, and at first, I thought maybe someone had broken in or one of my friends was playing a joke, so I waited. They would go all around my house and stop just at the stairwell and then walk again. They repeated this for about 5 minutes. A little freaked out, I grabbed my putter and went upstairs. If someone broke in, I would whack them. If one of my friends broke in, I'd whack them too. I went from room to room and, as you can guess, found nothing. When I went downstairs, I listened. Silence. As soon as I sat down, the footsteps began again. Not faster or slower, just an even, steady pace. I sat there, listening, and it would walk to the stairwell and stay just out of sight. I decided I would ambush it at the stairs and grabbed my putter. As soon as it came back, I stormed the steps. The way our house is shaped, it'd be impossible to get to the back bedrooms before I got up there. And of course, there was nothing. I searched every room, every closet, under every bed before I descended back into the basement.
I thought how pissed I would be if the footsteps returned, because I always thought claims of physical events and the like were nonsense. Sure enough, I sat down and they came back from 9 a.m. until noon. The footsteps kept going, trying to pretend it wasn't happening. I ignored them and continued to play video games. When my father came home, they stopped altogether. I have never heard them upstairs again. After that, I started looking to the paranormal more and more. I became interested in tarot cards, crystal balls, and all that stuff. I made a few friends in high school and left for college and came back home to work. After a year or so later, I started talking to this girl I had been friends with in high school. Let's call her Cass. Cass and I had fought and stopped talking to each other, mostly because she had feelings for me and I didn't have any for her. She's coming to my house all the time after I let her back, and we have a few great times, but I still can't shake the feeling that she still likes me. Anyways, I finally let spill. I have tarot cards and stuff. She tells me that she has the ability to feel and see spirits, and I found that interesting. She was my friend, so I had no real reason to doubt her, but I will admit it was pretty dumb to just blindly accept what she was saying out of thin air. It started one night after I had a crystal ball out and she was in a trance. She pulled out her hair, pretending to be possessed, and then broke her trance. I started to get ill. My stomach just felt like it was churning, and I got up for the bathroom. As soon as I left the hallway, I felt better immediately and came back. As I turned the corner, the metal folding chair shifted and she seemed scared for a moment. It was dark and I thought she kicked the chair. I sat down in it and we talked for a moment, and then she left. I say pretend to be possessed because I talked to her mom privately and found out she would rip her hair out all the time as a kid. Eventually, she started making threats about demons taking her, especially when her new boyfriend came into the picture. He was one of my best friends, and we used to tell ghost stories together. Anyways, I told her his ghost story, and she used it to make him believe her. Her claims became much more wilder as we went on. On one particular claim, she stated that there had been a strange ceremony done in the basement, and I went down with her boyfriend to investigate. I didn't believe her at this point, but it was kind of fun, so I kept with it. We were in the room and I touched the floor where her boyfriend claimed his father did some sort of ritual. I could believe it, to be honest. There was no pentagram or anything strange at all. It was the same cracked blue floor when I first came over years prior. I double-checked to make sure there wasn't a double coating of paint and stood up. I told him I couldn't see anything that would indicate what she said, and he told me it was true. At that moment, there was this growling sound, and I thought it was from the vent above us or behind us. Then he jumped and swore, pulling up his sleeve, and a red mark started to appear. I'm not sure if this was faked. It would be fairly hard to time, or not, because I have always been skeptical by nature. Finally, the footsteps made their grand return after we started to part ways. I was lying in bed one morning, sprawled out under a heavy blanket and pulling back the covers. I saw something at the foot of my bed. Had to be 5.5 feet tall, or taller. Black streaks in gray fur and a distinctly canine face on a humanoid body. Being a 23-year-old man, I probably covered my face desperately, trying to convince myself that it was my blanket. The colors were very similar. Then, there were footsteps around my bed, like when I was a kid. They got really quick, side to side. I finally decided to attack it. Throwing back the covers when I was at the corner of my bed, I jumped forward, nearly off the bed, but there was nothing there. On all fours, I was dazed, and I was trying to figure out what the hell had happened. There was the thunder slap, side to side down the hall, up the steps, and the front door banged hard. A few minutes later, my father came in, and I was still in shock. I yelled up to him if he had heard anything or did anything. He didn't, and eventually, I got back to sleep. Later, I called Cass and her boyfriend, telling them about the events, and they called back later that night, reporting the sounds of scratching all over the house. There have been no events since then. Seeing as these incidents have been happening 3 or 4 years apart, I may be due for another visit this year or next. This story is similar to another, and you can see my effort to make contact wasn't successful. I was around 4 to 5 years old, living in the same house, where I saw my first ghost, my guardian. I could write an entire volume about my love for that house and garden. It was the best place to grow up in. One of my favorite nightly activities, bedtime procrastination techniques, was to climb onto my parents' bed while they were kicking back in the lounge room. I was pretty proud of this accomplishment because it was a waterbed, thus seemed near impossible to climb the shiny solid wood block fortress walls which chambered the water mattress. With the bed conquered, I could reach and switch on the bedside lamps. From here, I would pretend to be a panther prowling around the slow-moving surface until I eventually fell asleep. Fun times. One such night, I conked out and curled up to have a doze. I noticed a spider on the wall and recognized it as a huntsman. The huntsman, plural, is a large Australian spider which looks like a brownish hairy tree tarantula. Fun fact, the title of the movie, Snow White and the Huntsman, is highly amusing, but I digress. The huntsman on the wall was different. It was, for lack of a better description, colorful. I recall red and yellow patterns, and a slightly different brown. Its legs were thin and tapered. It only had 4 legs and was striking a star pose. There was something very strange about the huntsman. I stared at it in wonder. Another odd thing about Australian culture worth mentioning. Roughly 90% of Australians will tell you, huntsmen don't bite. They're harmless. Fact, they do bite. Fact, they're harmless in the sense that they want to get away from you. After or before biting you, either option is cool with Mr. Huntsman. I pay no mind reaction to the huntsman was based on wacky Australian conditioning. As I gazed upon this peculiar huntsman, my attention broke to a sound of murmuring voices, clear and deep but muffled. At first I thought it was Dad from the lounge, but the muffled voices were coming from a much closer source. I glanced around. Nothing. I looked at the huntsman. He's still there, chilling out. I was looking to the left when I saw out of the corner of my eye my parents' curtain wardrobe move. The curtain wardrobe was a wardrobe without a door. Dad put a curtain on the front as a makeshift door. This fabric had moved. I looked to the wardrobe curtain. The voices were still murmuring. Then came light, quick footsteps on the seagrass matting floor. I don't know if I could hear or understand what these voices were saying. What I can remember is one saying, "Quick," and "Hurry up." These 2 statements were particularly clear and deep. They sounded closest. I was in the middle of the bed. Slowly, I edged to the end of the bed to where the wardrobe and voices were. I peeked over the end of the bed, and saw what looked like an animalistic doll-sized toy looking out of the wardrobe toward the bedroom door, more murmuring. I looked to the door where this entity was looking and saw another similar looking entity running out of the bedroom. I only saw this one from behind, didn't see his face. He was wearing a yellow striped t-shirt and blue shorts. I looked back to the first one. He slowly slid behind the wardrobe curtain. Could swear he was looking at me as he did this. Then I heard something I still get the creeps thinking about. Shh. The loudest shushing I've ever heard. It decayed like the acoustics of a church, not a furnished average-sized suburban bedroom. Everything fell silent for the TV in the lounge. I made haste to the other end of the bed, as far away as possible, and hid under the covers. I wanted to yell for my parents, but I knew they'd just put me in my bed. The one running had turned the corner in the direction of my room. I definitely wasn't going in there. I peeked out from the covers and stared at the huntsman again. For some reason, this was comforting, like having company. I continued to stare at Fancy Pants Huntsman until Mom came in and carried me to my room. I demanded Mom remove all the doors from my bedroom. I don't know why, but I had an aversion to dolls after this. These critters didn't look like dolls, though. They looked more akin to soft toys. I don't know why I didn't freak out about the soft toys instead. I was curious yet calm, initially, to witness these beings. When the creature appeared to stare at me while slowly slipping behind the curtain, all calmness was replaced with fear. A fear I had been seen by it. The other time, I saw one of these guys was in the backyard. This time is less vivid and less eventful. I was around the same age. It wasn't too long after the first time. I was playing on the lawn, and I heard a deep, resonant voice again. It wasn't my guardian, who I used to hear sometimes. Immediately, I remembered the colorful huntsman again. I looked to the direction of the voice, which was coming from a part in the backyard, which was completely overgrown and gnarly. In the direct sunlight, I saw a light pink, skin toy-like thing with black eyes, nose, and frizzy sort of hair, wearing a sweater scamper into the wandering dew. Didn't hear or see anything more than that. The appearance of these creatures were similar, but each had their own unique look. The two whose face I saw both had black beady eyes, black noses, and red lips. Their skin looked like it was made of smooth cloth. Their hair was frizzy, as if it had been teased. I'd guess they were around 1 foot tall, varying in height and build. The one peering from the curtain wardrobe had dark brownish, orangey skin and bright red lips. I think this is the one that said, "Shh." I didn't get a look at his body, just his face poking out of the curtain. I'd say he was slight of build, going by his gaunt face. His nose was pointed. The one running out of the bedroom had darker brown skin. He had a heavier build and a much larger head. Didn't get a look at his face. The one outside was much lighter skinned, very pale pink, with a droopy red mouth and flatter nose. These weren't toys of mine. Never seen them before or since. I'm sure they weren't no howdy-doody possessed toys either. These guys had limb mobility, expressive faces, dexterity, and motor skills. The murmurs I'm not sure about. It could have been a language or just groans. My memory is vague on that. They all sounded male to me, all very deep, not what you would expect from a small cute toy. While I read the story Puppet People, another story similar to mine's, I shouted at the screen, "No way, this can't be true. Those were dreams I had," in similar self-affirming statements, because that encounter echoed mine, and because that encounter Both echoed mine and both seemed insane. I've thought about these toy-like creatures a lot ever since, teetering on obsession, really. I decided to look into the huntsman from the first time. There's no such thing as a colorful four-legged huntsman. I took to the internet in a quest for answers. After many bungled queries and ridiculous search results, I found the spider in question really does exist. According to the internet, the St. Andrew's cross spider is the Australian subspecies of a global genus of bizarre-looking spiders. The St. Andrew's cross spider is similar in appearance to a thin, wispy-legged huntsman with bright yellow and red marking. The St. Andrew's cross spider rests by placing its front and rear legs together, resulting in the appearance of a four-legged pose. X, like that. That's where it gets its name. That's how it looked on the wall. There was more info on a matching X design, which it builds into its circular web and rests upon as a matchmaking center pattern. Aw, little spider got flair. As a side note, the moment I clapped eyes on photos of this St. Andrew's cross spider, that night came flooding back in torrent of profound snapshots. It's been quite the momentous payoff finding this unique arachnid and staring at it again, all these years later. Now I credit autonomous toy puppet weirdos as more than an odd dream or two. Of all the entities, these guys fascinate me the most. Thanks for reading.
For as long as I've known, I have always had unexplained experiences, along with my mother, grandmother, and siblings. I'm starting to think this is a genetic trend, although I feel I have these occurrences more often than they do. I'm now at the age of 29. Most of these experiences happened when I was younger. I'm going to tell you one of an experience I had in this story when I think I may have visited hell. I remember this night very vividly. My parents were harshly arguing with one another, as usual. It died down after a while, but I still went to bed a little overwhelmed. I remember falling asleep like usual, like any other night, nothing different. From what I can explain, is to me, it felt as though my soul has lifted out of my body and drifted into another dimension. It felt like I was flying through the air bodiless and then promptly landed in what I thought to be a dimension of hell. I landed on high altitude light brown rock formation, and it seemed to be a very hot summer day. Everything seemed very physical and realistic. The sky looked normal, but as I looked around, there were no living creatures. Nothing was alive. There was no grass, no trees, nothing but this brown rock material for as far as I could see. I realized I had been placed in near the front of a line alongside with my mom against other people I had never even seen before, facing a little white chapel-like house that seemed to be the only thing in the entire dimension. The people in line looked like everyday ordinary people, except no one was making noise or moving a muscle. Everyone was very silent and still looking at the chapel-like house. I was very confused on what was happening. I began observing, but I never got out of line. I'm not sure why. It felt out of my control to do so. All of a sudden, I heard a very deep, scary demonic voice that muttered the words, "Go inside." I looked up to see where it came from, and there was a huge, transparent, dominant-looking face in the sky. I couldn't really make it out, or its features, or exactly what it was looking at. There was a few people in front of me who began walking slowly into the chapel-like house. They seemed terrified, but had no choice but to go in. A few people had to go in at a time, and the door slammed behind them. We were next in line. I turned to my mom, who was behind me, and whispered frantically because I didn't want the face to hear me, "Don't go in, it's not safe." She nodded in agreement with me, but seemed kind of zombie-like,
as she didn't actually reply to me. As I looked at the chapel, there was a huge window in front that I could see in. What I saw was very disturbing and mentally unexplainable. It was very dark inside. The only thing I could see was 4 autopsy tables with 4 people on them as though they were dead, but not dead. I could only see from their feet up to their waist. It seemed like they were dead, but were able to move their feet. They looked like they were freshly dead. They didn't look like they had rotted or anything like that. Each of them seemed to have had a little ticket wrapped on each of their big toes, along with a white blanket covering them. I couldn't even see any further than that. It almost seemed like I was being forced to walk into a torture chamber. I was petrified and unable to move, and the door looked as if it was about to open again. All of a sudden, everything disappeared, and everything went to a fog. It seemed as if my soul traveled back to my body, and I could see myself sleeping. That itself was very chilling, and in a flash, I shot into my body and woke up all at once. I absolutely can't mark this off as just a dream, and I would love to hear any comments, feedback, or similar experiences anyone has had. The Baby Cemetery. In this story, I'm going to tell you one of my many real-life experiences. I was about 16 when this event occurred, and I'll never be able to explain how this happened or exactly what it was that I experienced. I remember falling asleep in my blue waterbed the night this occurred. That being said, let me begin. I woke up, but it wasn't my bed that I was in. It was someone else's. As I sat there confused, I also realized I wasn't in my own house either. The bed's sheets and comforter were white with purple flowers. The room was tan. There was a window to my right that was open, and the plain white curtains were blowing softly as the daylight came through. The bed was located in the left corner of the room, touching the wall. I just laid there, confused. I was still very tired, so I closed my eyes for a moment or two. When I opened my eyes, I was surrounded by 5 dead babies that were all facing me. They were very gray and rotted looking. They stared at me with very dark, soulless eyes. They had a cloth diaper and couldn't have been over the age of 1. I felt complete terror in that moment. I could not move a single muscle in my body or make any type of emotion. It felt like the dead infants were there for hours. Suddenly, they disappeared, and the day became night in the blink of an eye. I remember finally getting up out of the bed and walking through the house. I could feel the physicality of everything I did, and I was very observant. I remember feeling like the house was very sad and lonely, like I was there to help somehow. I walked outside of the house and looked at the front of it. I couldn't put it together in the dream, but it looked very familiar. Suddenly, I woke up again, but this time in my own bed and in my own house. The dream was still very vivid in my mind, and that's when I remembered why the house looked familiar. A few weeks earlier, I had dropped off my friend's 13-year-old brother's friend at his home, but I never went inside. The house was the exact house I had seen in my dream on the outside. This was something that I had to tell him about. The next day, he was at my friend's house, so I told him I had a dream that I was in his house. When I first told him this, he was laughing and denying it, until I started explaining his entire house in detail to him. I told him about the room I woke up in, everything that was in it, how many stairs he had on his staircase, and everything I had seen in exact detail. He looked completely shocked. He knew I had never been in his house before. He started crying and explained to me that his mom has been experiencing similar things. Apparently, it was his mom's room that I had woke up in. The backyard to their house had a very small yard, and then nothing but woods. He told me that he and his mom had walked deep into the woods once and found a children's cemetery from the late 1800s, and the graves were all for babies. Thanks for reading. It's that thing again. Jeez. So one day, my mom had made a bottle for my brother, and she checked it and everything. Then went to get my brother. When she came back to the kitchen, the bottle was gone. We checked everywhere, and we didn't find it. So my mom just gave up and made another one. She fed my brother and bathed him. Then we went to sleep. The next day, everyone woke up and got ready for church. When we got to the living room, the bottle that my mom had made was in the middle of the living room. I, being my dumb self, went to grab it. Just as I grabbed it, the bottle turned really hot and it burned my hand. My mom was scared, and my dad was trying to stay stable. When I screamed, I felt a pressure on my chest, and then my brother started babbling, then started crying really hard, and then my dog looked at me, then started barking extremely loud. Then I felt the pressure come off, and at the same time, my brother stopped crying, and my dog stopped barking. When that happened, I just fell to the ground and started crying. My mom was in shock, so my oldest sister ran to me and just held me there for like 10 minutes. Another one is that when my cousin was a baby, she would fall asleep in the living room, and when we would take her to her room, she would cry, looking up at the ceiling. My uncle told his coworker, and his coworker told him to take a picture wherever my cousin was looking. He did, and when he looked at the picture, it was a huge skeleton head, and it didn't stop there. They had so many things happen, but I'll tell those stories later. Thanks for reading. The Wood Street Years. This may be a little long and oddly written, as I had to write it all down quickly. It's not exactly a single story, but more of a collection of experiences from my old house that I wanted to discuss with you all to see what ideas and theories you all had. My family moved into the house in 1987. It was a 1950s council-owned property that they were renting. The village was an old place that housed a lot of miners that would go to and from the local coal pits, and also had mines under the most of the streets. It was an odd but lovely place, but there were always stories of hauntings throughout the village. It was as if the whole place was a hotbed of activity. Ever since the move to this new house, my family experienced odd things. My sister would complain of people sitting on the edge of her bed during the night. My father was followed by a hooded figure, even outside in the streets, and my mother had personal items vanish. Over the years, the activity became more and more intense. In 1995, my father moved out and went to live elsewhere, but we, my mother, sister, and brother, stayed in the house. My sister complained of activity in the house when we were out. Banging and scraping from the kitchen, items being shuffled, plates clattered. She got so scared at times that she would run into my mother's bedroom and sleep in there. The stairs and landing area always held some nasty element to it, and on the whole, the entire family hated it without any reason to.
It was just something we all felt and never really voiced to each other until many years later. If we had to turn off the light in the hall, we'd run out and run back in. If we had to turn off the landing light at night, we'd do the same. We'd run out of the bedroom and quickly turn it off, only to hurl ourselves back into bed as fast as we could. And heaven forbid, we needed the toilet during the night. My sister eventually moved out and got married, and so did my brother. This left myself and my mother alone in the house. My mother got a job after years of being unemployed, so I'd often be on my own from 5 a.m. to 12 p.m. It was then I began to really notice things. One morning, I had decided that instead of staying awake from 5 a.m., I would get some more rest. I settled back down into bed and closed my eyes. The next thing I knew, I heard a banging sound, followed by hurried footsteps coming up the stairs. The thing was, I knew it was our stairs, as they had a unique and distinct squeak to them. The top step would creak, and the next 2 steps up would make a lighter squeak, then a thud. It was definitely them. I thought Mom had come back, due to forgetting something like keys or her purse even, but there was silence. We had a break in a couple of years previous, so I was naturally on edge. It was actually my first thought, so I grabbed my phone and called my mother, who was almost at work, so it couldn't have been her. She also had assured me that she had locked the door, as normal. I was on the phone when I heard the exact same footsteps again. I have no idea how I did it, but I got back to sleep about a half an hour later. A couple of years passed where nothing much happened. Just the odd thing, like items vanishing and reappearing, noises from the attic, and odd smells. Then, we started noticing it again. My mother and myself went to the shops one day to pick up a snack from the local deli. When we returned, there was dripping coming from the ceiling just above the back door. We could hear whooshing from the pipes too. We bolted upstairs to find the bathroom taps fully on and the plug in. The bathroom was flooded. To this day, we have no idea what the hell happened there. This happened again about 2 years after, when we returned from an outing with my brother. This time, the plug was not in, thankfully. It was from that point it began to get more and more frequent. I would see things at night that I couldn't explain. I first put it down to lucid dreaming, but I was not the only one seeing them. I would see strange insect-like creatures crawling up the curtains and on the ceiling. I'd stare at them, and they would vanish after about 15 seconds. There was one time that I was not sleepy, and I was looking out the bedroom window at the street. It was about 1 a.m. at the time, and I saw something very strange on the hedge that surrounded the house. The only way to describe it was a spider, but it had ridiculously long legs, and it was gliding effortlessly across the top of the hedge. My fiance also saw this for himself back in 2009, and he sat there staring in amazement. And he's a skeptic too. Other things I would see were a man in my room. He would be halfway through the floor of the room. The stairs were directly under my room. Sometimes I would open my eyes and see a face looking back at me in close proximity, only to fade in a second or two. I admit that was very unwelcome. The last few years of living in the house had more physical things happen. Objects would be thrown across the room, things would stop working, or randomly activate by themselves. My laptop, which, by the way, does not do it anymore now. I live elsewhere, and we, my mother and myself, would have our covers pulled from us when in bed. I remember one night literally having to battle to keep the cover on me.
There were also random and vile smells, almost like rotting meat, and an invasion of flies. Thankfully, this only happened once. It only lasted 3 weeks or so. We even checked for dead animals. But of course, we found nothing. Now keep reading because it gets a lot more freakier. My fiance moved in with me in the house not long before we moved out. He was the type that didn't believe in ghosts. He had been taught from an early age that when you die, that is it. My mother began to date again and was out of the house frequently, leaving myself and my fiance alone. We decided to clean the house up a little, as we wanted to make my mother feel happier. She had been suffering from severe depression. I don't think it was approved of, as things kept going wrong. The vacuum would randomly overheat, even though in this new house it never has. Things would fall on us. Items would vanish. I even had the unit of our old computer literally fling out from under the desk and hit me square on my shin, even though there was no way it could have. I also had the vacuum cleaner itself chucked at me. We would also hear loud thumps from inside the wardrobe, as if someone was punching it from the inside. We'd joke and say, enough of that. Probably not the best of ideas, but we didn't intend to be scared by it, whatever it was. Another thing we noted was that when the door to my brother's old room, which had been used for storage over the previous few years, was left open, the toilet light would turn itself on. We would be out during the day, return at night, and it would be on. Or we'd wake up in the morning and it would be on. But it didn't happen when the door was shut. One day, I recall the door being left open, and I saw a stack of my drawings get lifted and flipped through right in front of my eyes. This was in the dead of winter, with no doors or windows open. Needless to say, I was not impressed and slept with the covers over my head that night. One night, my fiance was upstairs shaving while I was amusing myself playing a Facebook game. It was midnight, so naturally I was hungry. I always get hungry for some reason after midnight. So I went to the kitchen and started making myself a snack. I was addicted to omelet and cheese bagels at the time, so I started making one. After it had finished cooking, I took it into the living room and continued messing about on the game I was playing. I had almost finished it when I heard Lee shout from on the landing. We had no bathroom light at the time, as the bulb had gone, and we couldn't get the light cover off to replace it, so Lee was having to use a mirror on the landing. I went up to see what he wanted, and he said that he had seen a man in the mirror looking back at him. I was naturally confused, but my gut did flip-flops. I asked what kind of man, and he said it was a short, bald man. He even said that he stared at him and could see him out of the corner of his eye, looking over his shoulder, as if it was a real person present. Remember, my fiance is a skeptic. I admit, I was a touch unnerved. The door to my mother's room, which we had taken as our own by that point, was open a little way, and for some reason, I daren't look in. I also felt a little horrible cold feeling that felt as if it was wrapped around my ankles. I didn't want to stay up there at all. I went downstairs and called my mother up to see if there was anyone in the family who had died that fit the description. She said there was no one. So I tried to shrug it off immediately and finished the last bit of my bagel, only for my fiance to shout again. He came running down the stairs with foam still on his face, saying that he'd seen him again. Only this time, it was as if he was screaming at him, but he couldn't hear any sound. It had really freaked him out, and he was incredibly uncomfortable. I said for him to finish shaving quickly and calm down. Reluctantly, He went back up and tried to shave, but for some reason, the razor was not cutting anymore, no matter how hard he pressed. Also, the cold tap was chugging out scalding hot water, which burned his hand. During this time, I had gotten onto my mother again and told her he had seen this man again in the mirror. While I was on the phone, I could hear odd noises coming from upstairs. My fiance finished shaving and ran downstairs again, only to pause and stare into the kitchen with an absolutely horrified look on his face. I stopped talking to Mom to ask him what was wrong. He said that he had seen the man again outside the kitchen window, walking past with an unearthly grin on his face, and his was very skinny and looked like he had no arm on one side. I told him to get into the living room, and while I was still talking to my mother, I could hear loud footsteps coming from above me, my mother's old room. My bones were also cold, and the atmosphere was horrific. She suggested I get in touch with my brother so I could stay the night at his. But while she was talking, I felt the atmosphere lift suddenly. It was instantly warmer again, and I felt oddly happy. I actually mentioned it to her, as it was so sudden and drastic. But then, it dropped again. The feeling of dread and the cold returned, and it felt as if something was circling us. I got off the phone with her and called my brother. In a state of panic, I explained what was happening and the fact that we couldn't just stay in the house. We ended up at his place, sleeping in his living room. And now my fiance is more open-minded about the paranormal. The house was never right from the start. I would love to know just what was going on there, but I guess I will never truly know. The day we moved out was interesting too. During the move, my mother had experienced a couple of little things while alone, i.e., a piece of paper scooting across the bedroom floor. But it was when the house was totally empty and the power had been turned off. Myself and my brother's missus went to check the rooms to be sure we hadn't left anything. All was well and clear. Then we got to my brother's old room. We opened the door and we were hit in the face by the most intense cold breeze. It was bone-chilling. It made our eyes water. We turned to each other, nodded, and said that it was fine and we should go. We legged it down the stairs, said goodbye to the house, and left to live in this new house we are in now. I am not asking for help. I just thought this would be an interesting story for all of us that have experienced things. I live in front of a mountain that is named Sims Mountain. The mountain can take you to various towns in West Virginia. I will tell of all the experiences I have experienced, or some of the ones I have heard, starting with the most famous, in my town. Well, an old tale that is common with the locals in my town is the Sims Mountain Ghost. The story takes place when West Virginia was still a part of Virginia. There was a widow living in a cabin with her 3 children. One day, the children went to pick berries in the woods. When the children did not return that evening, the woman went on a search. For days, the widow continued to search for her children. Well, one night she came home from searching and went to bed. That night, her cabin caught on fire and the woman was burned alive. Now, the locals say that in the evening, you can see the woman now in what are fields or a huge group of fireflies going in the same direction. It is told that it is the spirit of the woman looking for her children. The story I'm about to tell you takes place 3 years before I was born. One evening, my brother, sister, mother, father, and grandmother took a ride around the mountain. When they saw a woman dressed in thin clothing and barefoot walking around. A few feet from where they had seen her, my father stopped and got out of the car to offer this woman a ride. She was nowhere to be seen, and there was nowhere to hide. He looked and said that there were no footprints in the light snow that had fallen early that day. He was spooked. My experience is very different. At the end of every summer break, I would have my friends come stay, and my father would take us on a night truck ride. We would always leave when we could still see a little. We were in the bed of the truck and joking around when we all got a cold chill. We had looked to see that there were a group of fireflies in the fields. We just laughed and said it was here to snatch one of our new friends who had come along. When we looked again, the fireflies were gone, and nothing was there. Later on that night, we had seen another spirit on our way home. We had just passed some woods when a bright light with a dark figure had appeared in the place we had just driven over. It scared us, and it followed us until we got off the mountain. My brother and his friend were up four-wheeling one afternoon when they stopped in front of an old cabin that had been there for years. There were no ceilings for floors on the second floor because they had been in there before. My brother's best friend started to head down the path first. While my brother was making sure everything was all right with our ATV, his friend had ran back, jumped on the back, and said, "Leave now." My brother was shocked. After all, his friend had never been scared by anything. He had asked him what was wrong. His friend just said that he had seen a young pregnant woman looking from the top window. He had told my brother she looked angry and was just yelling, but he could not hear what she had said. Then he had seen that her finger was moving, as if she was telling him to come into the cabin. My brother went and saw the same thing. He had run back to the ATV where his friend stayed. He jumped on, and they were gone. He has taken many people back to the cabin, including me. None of us had ever seen her. We had just got an eerie feeling. The funny thing is that my brother's friend has never returned back to the cabin. We all now believe that he triggered the spirit. All I can say now is that this mountain has many lost souls, I believe, and they all just have unfinished business. It seems to me that they died before their time and will continue to stay there until they have found their peace. Strange sights and sounds. Living by the coast, I grew up spending a lot of time on the beach. Summers and holidays zipped by with hours of swimming. One particular Sunday in May, I decided to stay in the sun the entire day, and that earned me a pretty nasty sunburn. Swimming and moving out of the house for the following week was forbidden. Much to my grief, I was under house arrest. The next day, my parents decided to spend the evening by the pool along with some of their friends and took my brother along. I was 13 and my mom thought I was old enough to stay on my own for a few hours. She promised to be back by sunset. I was okay being alone in the house as long as there was daylight. The big sprawling house would turn into a nightmare once dusk turned into night. There was a huge neem tree just outside the kitchen. For some reason, it would instill fear in me. I switched on every possible light downstairs and waited over anxiously for my parents to return home. I walked to the kitchen to get a drink of water. It was a sultry summer night, not a hint of breeze. I heard the neem tree shaking violently. I left my drink on the counter and rushed outside. My next door neighbors were out as well, and the street I lived on was empty. Chanting prayers in my head, I walked gingerly to the streetlight. I slowly turned towards the incinerator. Earlier in the evening, I put out every single mark there was by chucking fistfuls of sand into the grid. A few seconds after staring at the incinerator, it suddenly was alight. The flames danced 4 feet high. Now, I was really scared. It was close to 8 o'clock. The fire had been put out at 5:30. I stared in disbelief at the fire, watching the flames grow higher and shrink, and then grow higher again. I thought the garage wall would turn black by the way the fire kissed the walls. As mysteriously as the fire was started, it disappeared. There was no trace of it. I convinced myself it was my imagination. The prayers did not seem to be working. I tried distracting my mind. I was hoping for some summer breeze, but the night was as still as a church mouse. My eyes stared ahead of me at the entrance of the sprawling mansion I hated. My heart was pounding painfully against my ribcage. My mind was racing faster than a locomotive. I heard the rustling of leaves, as though branches were being shaken rather violently. The night was still not showing any signs of any wisps of wind. I, very reluctantly, turned my head towards the neem tree. The tree was still, but I could still hear the leaves rustling. I turned my head upwards, and I saw a small, shadowy figure on the top of the tree, shaking the tree with all its might. The shadow turned my way. By this time, I was so frightened, I didn't know whether I wanted to stay rooted to the spot or run away. My heart felt like it would explode. I had goosebumps all over my body. A chill ran down my spine. At the top of the road, heading towards me, was a pair of headlights. I was going to flag the vehicle down and make whoever was in it get out and wait with me until my parents returned home. The vehicle stopped in front of me. To my utmost relief, it was my father's Jeep that had halted. My mother was shocked to see me standing on the road. She walked over to me and noticed I was trembling. I told her what had happened. She was aware of my experiences from the past, and she was sympathetic. The next morning, I rushed to the incinerator to inspect it inch by inch. Equipped with my trusty magnifying glass, I studied the entire grid diligently. There were no marks on the wall. The garbage had been turned to ashes. I spoke to my parents' maids when they came to work. They told me that all the neem trees are owned by jinns. I pestered my dad to cut the neem tree down, and finally he agreed after much debating, haggling, and cajoling. That was the end of that experience and the jinn. I still don't know for sure what was out there that night, and I probably will never find out. Union Cemetery spirits hang out by tree. This uncomfortable feeling took place in the fall of 2004 when me and a friend took a ride up Route 59 on Sunday afternoon to the intersection of 59 and 136, arriving at the historical Union Cemetery. Now, usually I go to these historical burial grounds in Connecticut to look at the gravestones and absorb all the rich history the state has to offer. But this time, we just went there to see if we could get a thrill being near the Halloween season. Nothing was happening, no ill feelings, no sense of discomfort while walking around the grounds. If you have or have not been there, there is a small dirt parking area just in front of the main gate on Route 136 to the corner of Route 59. You can walk straight into the property and go left towards Route 59 or right towards the church. Straight and to the left, in the distal part of the property, there are a few trees set along the back edge of the property near the creek that runs along the back to or from behind the small church that is also located within the gated area. One tree in particular, that is quite large, I'd say, is surrounded by a few scattered headstones. As I looked over in that direction, it looked like a nice place to explore. I commented to my friend, "That's where I would hang out." We soon walked into the area and proceeded to walk around the tree. It was shaded with headstones placed strategically around the tree. I don't remember if it was an oak tree or maple. It's the largest tree in the cemetery. After about a minute, we were both bombarded with overwhelming sadness and anxiety that we left immediately and fled for the car. Because we both felt strange, we believed on that day there was a lot of activity in the Union Cemetery. The Legless Man in the Cemetery. I came across this website recently, and I figured this could be a good place to tell about my experiences, which I had around 10 years ago. The majority of my family lives in northwestern Minnesota, and I lived in Minneapolis at the time with my immediate family. We would go visit my family up north a couple times each summer and do things like hunting, fishing, going off-roading with ATVs, etc. Oftentimes, me and my cousin would go off-roading on our ATVs in an area west of a town called Thief River Falls. It's mostly farmland, some forest plots, highways, a few farms, and houses along with some gravel roads. One summer evening around 7 p.m., I was out with my cousin on our ATVs, and the radio which we had on his ATV was set to the NOAA weather radio station, which was saying that a severe thunderstorm warning was issued for Pennington County, the county in which we were in, and it was scheduled to arrive in about an hour. Since he lived about 10 miles south of where we currently were at that point, we decided to start making our way back before the storm hit. About 5 minutes later, we decided to stop right by an old cemetery in church situated about 50 yards ahead of us on the right side of the road to look at the giant cumulonimbus cloud that was quickly moving towards us. By this point, the sky started to get a little dark, and we could hear the thunder starting to rumble, but we figured we had enough time to kill before the storm arrived. A couple moments after we stopped, I started getting this strange feeling. The best way to describe it was that it was like someone was watching us. In fact, I even checked all around me out of instinct, but there was no one there except for us two, of course. I then heard my cousin fire up his ATV and telling me that we should get going. I started up my ATV and proceeded to follow him, but I still had this strange feeling that I was being watched. As we got closer to the cemetery, I started to slow down because that feeling I was having was getting stronger and stronger. As I passed the cemetery gate, I see a man in his 50s or 60s wearing a white short sleeve button-up shirt and a pair of black slacks standing next to a grave looking south, which is the same direction we were headed. However, I quickly noticed that his legs were missing from his knees downward. I immediately hit the brakes as I could not believe what I was seeing. He then turned his head to look at me, and I will never forget that scornful look he had on his face as he stared at me for those few seconds. As he stared at me, I started getting this cold, clammy feeling that one usually gets when scared. After a few seconds, he starts to slowly float towards me, at which point I gunned it and got out of there as quickly as I could. When I checked my rearview mirrors, I didn't see anyone or anything behind me, but I wasn't going to wait around to find out. My cousin noticed I had stopped and was waiting for me about a quarter of a mile up the road from where I had stopped. I lied to him that I had just seen a couple of deer run across the cemetery and was just watching them frolic about. That night, I couldn't sleep because I kept thinking about that legless man. From that point on, whenever I visited, I always made sure to never go by that cemetery again, because I'm honest to God afraid that he will follow me home if I go by there again. Cemetery rescue. I had some interesting paranormal experiences growing up in the Las Vegas area. One is kind of funny, and while it may or may not have a paranormal component, I thought it would be a good one to share. When I was 18 in the early 80s, a friend and I had been spending the evening downtown. That meant the Fremont State area in the early 80s. Walked around, ate some 50-cent shrimp cocktails, played a bit of 21 at the Horseshoe, where it was easier to get away with underage gambling at the time. We'd pretty much had our fill, so we decided for some unknown reason to stop by a cemetery, since it was 1 a.m. and likely to be creepy, and we were basically kids doing what kids do. We pulled into an empty and dark parking lot, and I turned off the car engine. We got out and stood by the car. It was a cemetery off of Main Street, I think, and totally quiet. There was no traffic on the road adjacent, and not a soul to be seen. As a matter of fact, it was eerily quiet. We stood there maybe 20 seconds, and both decided we wanted to leave now. We jumped back in the car, and I tried to start it, but it wouldn't start. This hadn't happened before. I kept trying, and it wouldn't start, and I think I flooded the engine. So here we were, stuck in a dark cemetery with nothing around. Back then, nothing was nearby. I was just starting to see how much trouble we were in when all of a sudden, there was a car next to us. A cop car. It wasn't the typical LVPD car, but something that looked like it belonged in a small town off the highway with tumbleweeds blowing around. I didn't even notice it pull up. The cop, who looked more like a sheriff, walked to my door and asked if we needed a ride. We eagerly took him up on his offer. He drove us to my friend's house on 8th Street, and as he turned the corner of the street, he turned us around to us in the back seat, smiled devilishly, and said, "Watch this. Your neighbors are going to love it." And he proceeded to turn on his flashing lights and briefly hit his sirens. By that time, it's about 2 in the morning. The turkey, he laughed, then laughed again as we tried to open the door from the back seat. Finally, he let us out. We thanked him and ran inside. His lights were still flashing in the driveway of the house. I went back for the car the next day, and it started up on the first try. Why did this cop show up right then and appear out of nowhere? Why were his uniform and car so old-fashioned looking? Was he for real, or was he somehow sent to save us? And last, why the heck did my car pick that moment in time to stop working? I'll never know, but I'm thankful to this day for the rescue. Living in Vernon was very hard on my family. My dad decided he was tired of being a parent and gave my mom 2 years to get a job and get out of the house, unbeknownst to me and my youngest sister, of course. My brother left the house as soon as he turned 18, and he was always getting drunk or high, or having relations with certain seedy women. My older sister was caught up in her own drama and had no kind words to offer her younger siblings. So I suppose it's no surprise that My little sister and I had paranormal experiences there. First, allow me to explain the layout of the Vernon house. The front door opened to a small foyer, then the dining room and kitchen, which are connected. The hallway to our bedrooms was to the left, while the kitchen was to the right. Standing in the foyer, you could almost see the entire house, including the huge family room down a couple of stairs connected to the dining room. Now, before I begin, I'd like to explain that I had a problem with sleepwalking as a child. I would go to sleep in my bedroom, then wake up in the living room, kitchen, etc. Sometimes, I even interacted with everyone who was still awake while I was in these states. My first encounter with the entity seemed like just another horrible nightmare. In the dream, I walked down the hallway from my bedroom into the living room. I was wearing the exact pajamas I had gone to sleep in, and the house was exactly the same as we'd left it at bedtime. For one reason or another, I felt the urge to look into the kitchen. There he was. The static man appeared in the doorway between the dining room and kitchen. He was tall, barely touching the ceiling, and he appeared robed in black. Instead of a head upon his shoulders, there was this great ball of static. The sound buzzed constantly. I stood there, frozen with fear, staring up at the static man. After perhaps a couple seconds, he reached out his long, dark arm towards me. Then he seemed to kind of float, closer and closer. The buzzing got so loud that it hurt my ears. I remember closing my eyes, screams stuck in my throat, and then I woke up on the couch in the dining room, facing the kitchen. I told my parents about the dream, but they weren't overly concerned about it. No, for a while, I just brushed off the dream. But I wasn't the only one affected by the static man. Apparently, my little sister, Catherine, was woken up one night. When she opened her eyes, the static man was standing between our beds. He seemed to be looking at her. Catherine, despite her fear, got angry with the man. "Get out of here! God will be angry if you don't leave us alone." Then, in a flash of bright light, the static man was gone. Catherine settled herself back into bed and slept peacefully the rest of the night. It should be mentioned that Kat would hear and see things in the Vernon house. Shadows would play in her peripheral vision, and voices would call our names. One time, when we were playing in the backyard, she looked into the alley behind our gate and saw these kids standing a ways away. They called to her, promising her a good time. She ran into the house and didn't tell me why until years later. For many years after Kat's bravery, I didn't have any encounters with the static man. My mom moved us to Wichita Falls, where she finished her degree in nursing. Dad moved to Albin. We started going to a Catholic school. My sleepwalking stopped completely, and for the first time in years, I was able to sleep peacefully. Everything, for a while, seemed great. A couple years later, we moved in with my dad. My mom was trying to save their marriage. A few months after settling into the house, the static man appeared again. I woke up in a cold sweat. The man was standing beside my bed, leaning over me. All of a sudden, I was tossed a few inches straight up from the surface of my bed. I would later try to recreate this movement on my own. I couldn't get off the surface of the bed from my position. Then, something pinned me down by my arms and legs. I felt hands wrap around my neck and start choking me. Trying to fight off this attack, I desperately looked around, hoping Kat had been awoken. She hadn't, of course, but I did notice that where I felt fingers grabbing my limbs, there were deep depressions in my flesh. After perhaps a minute or so, I was released, and the static man disappeared as quickly as he'd come. For the rest of the night, I lay there, wide awake, shaking and gasping. From then on, every night, for about a year, I was disturbed in the same way. I was completely drained of energy. My grades fell abruptly, and I violently lashed out at my family. For instance, I actually tried to suffocate my little sister with a pillow. Then I started biting, hitting, and cutting myself just to feel something. I'd even tried to kill myself. My mom, sister, and I moved into our current apartment after 2 years of darkness in my dad's home. The static man continued to torment me. I tried to talk to my mom about it, but she kept telling me that it was just a dream and that it was a side effect of my new antidepressant. If there was something wrong in this house, I'd know about it. I have experiences with these things. Remember? She said things like this, even when I kept with her, and the entire bed shook as the man attacked. Caroline, if you keep shaking the bed, I'm kicking you back to your room. One night, I just laid in my bed crying, waiting for the static man to appear. I pleaded to God for just one night of peace. Please, God, please, God, please. I was shaking from fear and exhaustion. I suddenly felt a wave of peace wash over me. I stopped crying and closed my eyes. When the static man jolted me out of bed, I wasn't afraid. It didn't touch me, didn't buzz. It was the first night in a long time I was able to get a good sleep. Thank you, Jesus, I remember thinking before I drifted off to sleep. Ever since then, the static man has only visited me once every few weeks. I'm not afraid of going to bed anymore, and he hasn't been able to touch me lately. I believe either his power is weakening or I'm getting stronger, somehow. Although, I know I'll probably never be rid of this entity. I know he won't be able to hurt me, like he was able to beforehand. As to what exactly the static man is, I have no idea. I don't believe he's a human spirit, and he most certainly doesn't resemble any of the nature spirits I've encountered. I don't believe he's a manifestation caused by my medication or even stress, as he appears despite what's going on in my life, and despite whether or not I take my meds. I've tried, and continue to try, to research our old house, but all attempts have proved fruitless. I do know that 2 boys, one of whom lived in the house after we moved, committed suicide for mysterious reasons. Perhaps they're connected, perhaps not. I don't think I'll ever know. Whatever the static man is, I'll continue to fight him, be it through meditation and prayer, or other means if things escalate again. Thank you for reading my incredibly long story. Comments, suggestions are all welcome, as usual. Final goodbye, verse, static in the air. Users, my story takes place in church. It was my grandmother's funeral,
and we were all in our Orthodox church, grieving while the ceremony took place, as you do. Now, my grandfather had passed a year before this. I remember being in tears as the priest spoke about her life and how she is now much happier. As I stared into nothing while looking down at her coffin, it's like my brain had tapped into the world of the supernatural. There he was, my grandfather, standing with one hand on her coffin, looking down at her. I don't know for sure that it was him, because I couldn't see ahead. My abilities are obviously not strong enough, but I just knew it was him. I felt safe and happy. After this experience, we had driven down to the cemetery to say our final goodbyes. As we lowered the coffin into the ground, the sun came out and shone on her coffin. When we could no longer see the coffin, the sun was gone. I was extremely happy. I knew it was my grandparents saying goodbye for the last time. Ever since I had tapped into the supernatural realm of the world, if I concentrate hard enough, I can see what appears to be static in the air. What is this? Am I looking into it too much? Or is this a common thing first-timers see? I often feel eyes on me in my own house, and am scared to be home alone. I hear footsteps and jingling like change, and I know it probably shouldn't scare me, but it does. Can somebody help me understand the static in the air and explain to me a way I can deal with these felt presences? If you had read my story and or commented below, thank you so much for your time. I look forward to help and advice from other users. The White Wings. As this is my first time at publishing a story here, I thought I should start relatively slowly and also explain some background about me. Up until recently, I've been a dancer my entire life, and have always felt most serene stood in the wings of a stage. Funny, really, that this story so revolves around wings in every sense. Being a performer, countless hours have been spent on a stage and backstage, wings, tech booths, dressing rooms, etc. Now, though most of my experiences have been personal, I thought I would start with one that was only about me and not something I actually saw myself. It happened during a dress rehearsal for an annual show that I was about to perform in about 2 years ago. I was in a local theater where I am from in South Wales. To set the scene, I was stood alone in the right-hand side wings of the stage. For non-stagey folks, this just means the small space on either side of the theater stage, where you are concealed from the audience. On the opposite side to me were my teacher and her close friend, who acted as our stage manager. It is important to note that both of these women are very spiritual, and I believe quite in tune with the unexplainable. There is usually very minimal light when you are in the stage area, as was the case now. I was waiting to rehearse a routine and was also acting as an assistant teacher at the time, so was spending 90% of that dress rehearsal right where I was when this event apparently occurred. There were plenty of other people in the auditorium, but none where I was standing at this time. I must stress, there was nothing but black walls and a few tables behind me, and I was very much alone when our stage manager witnessed this event. She claimed to have been watching me from across the stage as we waited to progress, when she saw a large pair of white wings appear behind me, almost wrapping around me. Angel wings? Butterfly wings? What? I was told this all by my teacher shortly afterwards.
a woman whom I was very close with and trust immensely. The stage manager had apparently asked my teacher about me as she was seeing it. Has she lost someone close to her recently? My teacher confirmed that, in fact, I had, and the manager proceeded to explain why she was asking. I have always felt a strong feeling with me backstage since this person passed, and always hoped they were there to watch me, as they always had done. One more mentionable detail would be that a while later that day, while the show was in full swing, the same stage manager said I had walked past her in the wings to go backstage, and a huge gust of wind seemed to sweep after me. This stage has no natural drafts, no windows, doors, etc. that could produce winds, and it is always boiling when you're up there. You'd be grateful for a breeze. So again, strange. I have always wondered about this event and hope that it means my loved one was with me. If anyone could confirm this or explain about any theories of seeing wings, I would be so grateful. Thank you so much for reading. At the end of the hall. Anyone who works in the medical field knows the wise tales, such as opening windows when a patient passes, or they come in threes. Given my background with my house, I tend to shrug things off my shoulders and ignore little incidents, telling myself I'm seeing things. On this particular night at work, it was just two aides, one med tech, and myself, the nurse, on the back halls. Now, you would think that the newly built wing would not have any ghosts contained in that area, but we were proven wrong. Around 1930, I was beginning my med pass. As I went to each door, I made sure to keep my card against the wall, so everyone can get through and to see out of my peripherals if anyone needed me. I go into 228 with their medicine, come out, throw away my gloves, and prepare to start pulling meds to the next patient, when I see someone standing in the doorway at the end of the hall. I pause, turn to see if someone needed my help, but no one was there. I continued to pass my medicine, coming out each room, closing the doors behind me. Again, out of the corner of my eye, I see someone standing at the end of the hall, in a doorway. I turn to check, and no one was there. At this time, I only had 3 more rooms left. Inching my way closer to the spot, I kept seeing something. When I get to the last room, I go in, do my routine, come out to my cart, and notice the room I was just previously in. Door is open. Now, knowing the history of the patient and knowing I was the only person down the hall, it kind of took me by surprise. But I didn't react. I just simply closed the door. I go to my last room, and again, when I come out, the same door is open. And can you guess which room it was? The exact room I kept seeing someone stand at the end of the hall. So I played nice, left it be, and started wheeling back towards the nurse's station to start my charting. It's about 12:30 now, and all the rooms are asleep. Lights turned off in the halls. My teammates sitting in the living space, so I guess you can say it's pretty quiet, which every nurse never wants the word uttered on their shift. Now, where I sit at the station, I can see down 2A and courtyard, which is relatively new. I'm almost finished with my charting when I started hearing footsteps coming from the courtyard. So I quickly glance over to see if my patients are walking the halls. And nope, sure wasn't. I go back to charting when again I hear footsteps, but this time was a little bit more noise with it. We have a few patients who like to wander into other rooms, so I get up, let my workers know what I'm doing if they need me, and headed up the hall. Stopping outside each room, I patiently wait, listening, and then take a few steps to the next, and so on. I inch further towards the end of the hall, to the room I kept seeing someone stand in the doorway. Of course, I'm thinking, awesome, just my luck. As I start raising my arm to turn the light switch, a loud crash came from within the room. I hoofed it down the hall, not looking back. My coworkers looked at me, bug-eyed, and saying, "What the f?" As I'm gasping for air, I'm trying to explain what just happened, and of course, they don't want to go check the room. So, we all go, and to our surprise, whole room was cleaned. Nothing on the floor, nothing misplaced, no one and nothing. Want to know the creepy part? A patient had been staying in that exact room for about 2 months and finally was okay to go home a few days prior. That morning of my shift change, we got a phone call saying the patient who used to be in there had fallen in the early AM and had passed away due to severe hemorrhage of the brain. What the heck did I just see under my bed? When I was 13 years old, I had an experience that I can't explain, which gave me a horrible scare. Shortly after my grandpa passed away, I lay awake in bed one summer night, thinking of him, as I listened to my sister snoring across from me. My dad had left for work, and my mother was in her room with the door closed, wearing her usual set of earplugs so as not to hear our nightly chatter. As I lay there with my covers up around my chest, I could hear the traffic outside and people making all kinds of noises. Suddenly, my covers were yanked all the way down to my ankles. My first reaction was to just lay there and not move. I didn't know what to do. I remember feeling my heart throbbing inside my chest so loud that I thought I would awake my sister. Unfortunately, I had no such luck. After a few minutes of lying so still and not moving, I decided to try and pull my covers back up to where they had been. Slowly, I reached down, barely moving, and with both hands gave a yank, but to my surprise, the covers were stuck as if something had a firm hold on them. The covers didn't even budge an inch. Oh my god, I thought to myself, what is under my bed? I tried 2 more tugs on my covers with no luck. At this point, I was so scared that I couldn't even speak. I was trying to yell, "Help!" but nothing came out. What am I going to do? I wondered. I thought maybe I could jump off my bed and make a dash for the light switch, but I imagined this hideous creature under my bed reaching out and grabbing my ankles as I sprang for the lights. At this point, the thought was just too much to comprehend. I was literally paralyzed by fear. By now, I was soaking wet from nervous perspiration and shaking inside from fear. I thought of all the bad things I might have done to make me deserve this night of terror. I decided to give it one more shot. Just give a big yank with all my strength, maybe the covers would come loose. So with a last-ditch effort, I gave a big yank. To my surprise, the covers came flying up over my head, as if they had never been stuck at all. At this point, I wasn't going to waste any time. I tucked those covers underneath my legs, covered my head, and held the excess covers in my hand. Nothing was going to get me now. I was safe under the covers. Shortly after hyperventilating, I fell asleep. Unfortunately, my night did not end here. I began to dream I was in my room again, in my bed, but this time, my sister was awake. She was standing next to my bed brushing her hair at our vanity. "Will you please reach under my bed and get Tilly, my ragdoll, for me?" You see, I had this great plan that whatever was under my bed was still there. However, my sister was going to see it, not me. As my sister bent down to reach under my bed, she let out this terrible scream and backed away from my bed. I was startled by this reaction, and without thinking, I flung my legs off the bed to run away. As I did this, a golden clawed hand came out from under my bed and grabbed my ankle. The next thing I knew, it was morning, and it was all over. I ran out of my room, happy to be alive, but when I told my parents what had happened, they just blamed it on a overactive imagination. I was upset because I knew it happened. I don't know what it was that was under my bed that night, but to this day, I still worry about it coming back for me. The hand under the bed. Growing up, I was always a chicken when it came to scary stories. My family and I attended church, but back then, as my sisters and I were younger, we were not as spiritual as we are now. The first experience I had was probably when I was in 5th grade. It was a long time ago. I remember it was a Sunday evening when my oldest sister's boyfriend came over. After watching a movie, my siblings and I all gathered together with my oldest sister and her boyfriend as he told us many ghost stories. As the stories got deeper and scarier, I began to cry because I was too scared. That following Monday, my 2 oldest sisters, me, and my younger brother got up to get ready to go to school. I had 2 younger sisters who weren't in school yet. In our house that we were currently living in, our bedrooms were all upstairs in the 2nd floor, while the kitchen and living room was downstairs. Right before my oldest sister was going to head out for school, she'd asked me to go upstairs to her room to go grab her jacket that she had forgotten. Without hesitating, I did as I was told. My sister's room was very well organized, since she was the only one out of all our siblings to have her own room. Her twin-size bed was centered in the middle of the room against a wall, and her bed sheets were nicely fixed. As I began to look around for her jacket, which was hung onto the back of her chair, that's when I saw it. I saw an arm, just from elbow down, to the hand slip out from under her bed. The hand did a half a circle slide on the ground as it went back under the bed. At the moment, I thought it was my 2 youngest sisters who might have woke up early and decided to play in my older sister's room. I walked around the bed to the other side, bent down, and lifted up the bed sheets to discover nobody under the bed. At that instant, I felt shivers throughout my body as the hair from my back of my head raised. Unbelievable. I ran crying out of her room, back downstairs to tell the rest of my siblings what had just happened. Until this day, I can still remember the image of the hand sliding out from under the bed. It might have just been a quick 5 seconds, but those 5 seconds still scare me until this day when I think about it. I don't know what might have triggered me to see that arm, but I tend to tell myself that it was just my imagination playing with me because of all the ghost stories I heard the night before. But I know for a fact that this really happened and not my imagination. Has anything like this ever happened to anyone before? It's seriously confusing and obviously frightening me. Thanks for reading. There's a monster under the bed. This event happened years ago, and I was probably around the ages between 10 until 13. But I assure you, what I experienced as a kid
was pretty horrifying. During this time, I had a pet cat which would walk around the house at night. But it would be known it was the cat because she had a bell around her neck that made a jingle noise every time she moved. So, as I prepared my bed, which was a sofa that converted into a bed, I proceeded to turn off all the lights and the television and lie down. After a long while of trying to sleep, I hear this heavy breathing noise that seemed to originate from under my bed. I thought to myself that it was probably my imagination, or that I was probably breathing so heavy that I could hear myself. With that thought in mind, I then decided to hold my breath and stop breathing to see if it was me. To my surprise, I still heard the breathing just as heavy as ever. As the breathing was still going on, I then thought it could have been probably the cat. Regardless though, I was frozen in fear and did not dare to move, and I was thinking of grabbing the television remote control to turn it on, although I don't actually remember if I did or not. So, as I was wondering if it was the cat or not, I then heard the cat's bell jingle 2 rooms down out of my room. This just freaked me out even more. Since this happened so long ago, I don't actually remember how I spent the rest of the night. Anybody have any ideas of what it could have been? I just remember the next morning when I checked under the bed and the couch, I found nothing. What's under my bed? We lived in a little trailer court in Bigler, Pennsylvania. I was about 5 years old when myself and my sister started experiencing unexplainable things. There were always a lot of strange things happening. We would see and hear things. There was one occasion when someone or something said my sister's name and laughed in our closet. Every night we would hear what sounded like boots walking back and forth through the trailer. But the thing that really scared me the most is the night me and my sister looked out the window and saw a black thing standing there. As quickly as it appeared, it was gone. Every night, I would get ready to go to sleep. My bed would start shaking very slowly. Then after a while, it would shake faster. The first time it ever happened to me, I ran out of my room and told my parents. They said it was just a washer and dryer. But the thing I didn't even get was, even when the washer and dryer were not on, my bed would still shake. Eventually, I started to sleep on the couch, but the same thing started to happen, which resulted in me sleeping on the floor beside my bed. I slept on the floor for over 2 years. I never slept on my bed until we moved out. The house we moved into was a newly built house. Even though we moved, I still did not sleep on my bed. That was until a few months ago. Still, today, nobody believes me, but I know what happened. After these experiences, I started to get into the supernatural even more tremendously than I did before. If you got any comments for me, please leave some. Ghost under my bed. I woke up one night because I felt someone pulling my leg. At first I wasn't sure if I was just dreaming, so I ignored it. I was about to close my eyes when I felt a hand pull my leg again. I yelled and ran to my parents' room. My parents wouldn't believe me and would tell me to go back to sleep. I was only 10 years old at the time. Soon, I began to hear voices whispering to me at night. I also started hearing the voices during the day sometimes. One time, I was getting ready to go to sleep, and through the corner of my eye, I could have sworn I saw someone peeking their head out from underneath my bed. When I told my parents about this, they decided that it was best if I started sleeping with my brother.
But this didn't solve the problem. No matter if I was staying at my grandma's house or my aunt, the same thing would happen to me at night to where someone would pull my feet. This went on for years. I'm 23 now, and it still happens. Of course, not as much as it used to. Back then, it would happen every night, but now several days can go by and nothing happens, but then suddenly, it comes back. I've also noticed that if I sleep with the lights on, it goes away. I'll still hear the voices, but the only difference is that it sounds like it's coming from really far away. I don't get my feet pulled with the lights on. I've gotten used to it, and I'm no longer scared. But is this something I'm going to have to live with for the rest of my life? To be honest, I'm actually curious and want to know if this has happened to anyone else. The ghost that puts stuff under the bed. This has happened to me a couple of times. My mom had a pink bracelet that had some very pretty glass beads. My sister took it and pulled it. The string snapped and the beads flew everywhere. My dad looked all over the floor. As my mom counted the beads, she was missing one. My dad and I checked under and around the bed. About 20 minutes later, my dad walked into the kitchen and said that he found the bead under the bed, balanced on its side. About a week later, my brother's game case went missing. My dad checked under the bed. Later, he checked again. It was under the same bed, in the same place and same room as the bead. That happened to the gaming case twice. Then, my mom's hairbrush went missing for a month. It was in the same place as the gaming case and the bead. Why our ghost likes to take our stuff and put it under the bed, I will never know. I've noticed that it has not taken any of my stuff and put it under the bed. It's still a frightening experience. I know it's not as scary as other experiences people have had on this board, but I just wanted to let you guys know. Truly something under my bed. So I vividly remember when I was about 10 to 12 years old, paranormal activity happening to me right before I would go to sleep at night. This did not happen just once, but at least 3 or 4 times that I can remember between these ages. It would all start out right after I had finished reading and had turned off my lamp on my end table. My family is very Christian, and my dad had me read the Bible before bed every night. Anyway, I remember resting my head on my pillow once when I would feel something like a fist push up on the mattress beneath me. I was not sleeping, and I was not just imagining it. I would physically sit up, turn my lamp on, and watch my bed move up and down on that spot. Like I said before, this did not just happen to me once, but several times when I was young. My parents lived on the opposite side of the house, and there was no one that could easily fit under my bed. I was always too scared to try and jump off and run, or even just to look underneath and see what it was for fear that it would get me. After about 1 minute of it starting, it would stop and not come back for at least a few nights. I never did tell my parents about it, even though it would keep me up late at night, some nights sleep deprived. I think it's just because it would happen so fast, and when I woke up in the morning, I wouldn't be thinking about it until it was the next night already. The years following this, I think I still have an irrational fear to sit on my bed with my feet on the ground and feel really uncomfortable when I do. I also still have not been able to explain why this happened to me during that age, but I definitely remember every bit of it truly happening. India is a country having numerous forts. Many of them have been in existence for a while now and have played a very important role in shaping the history of the country. This incident happened in the early 90s when I was in college. It was December and exams were just over.
We had a couple of weeks to go before the start of the new term. 4 of us, namely I, Peru, Nikhil, and Canoe, decided to go for an overnight trek to one of the old deserted forts to unwind, relax, and enjoy nature in general. We had heard some stories of the fort being haunted, but nevertheless decided to carry on just for the experience. This fort is situated around 150 kilometers from Mumbai and is around 1,400 meters above sea level. It is a 6-hour trek to the fort. We started at around 7 a.m. in the morning and were fully geared up to spend the night on the fort. Nikhil had brought a gas stove and other food items required for cooking. We had even planned a barbecue later that night. The weather was very pleasant, and the cool breeze really refreshed us and made the trek less tiring. We reached the gates of the fort at around 1 p.m. in the afternoon. There were a couple of other trekkers like us on the fort. They were very friendly, and we soon began chatting. They told us that they had trekked to the fort a couple of times before, but always left before sundown. When we told them of our plans to stay there overnight, they looked concerned and told us about reports of spirits and hauntings, which were reported earlier. When they found that we were determined to spend the night there, one of them insisted that we stay at the temple located at the entrance of the fort, which was considered safe by locals. The scenery from the fort was breathtaking, and Peru, along with Nico, had a great time photographing nature at its best. After a great lunch, we rested for some time and began looking around. The fort was huge, with a lot of items of historical significance. We also located a pond, which would fulfill our requirements for water, required for drinking and cooking. It was 6 p.m. and the sun had nearly set. Our trekker friends had left an hour back, wishing us the best of luck. We had already kept our stuff near the temple, where we could cook and spend the night after dinner. My friends suddenly had this crazy idea of going to the pond and enjoying a nice swim. Though I am a good swimmer, I was apprehensive since it was getting dark and the waters were unknown. The element of risk involved prevented me from joining them, and I sat outside, enviously watching them splashing around. This is when something strange happened. Canoe felt something grasp his leg and pull him into the water. He immediately shrugged himself free and looked a bit shaken. Though concerned, we tried to convince him that his foot might have gotten entangled in the weeds in the water. I asked everyone to come out immediately so that we could head back and start preparations for dinner. While walking towards our camp, Canoe told us that he was suddenly feeling very cold and started shivering. All of us were surprised to see this since Canoe is a robust guy who seldom falls ill. We quickly prepared a bed for him inside the temple, covered him with a blanket to keep him warm, and gave him some medicine. Canoe was delirious for some time, talking gibberish, but soon fell asleep. We then started preparations for our dinner. The plans for a barbecue were canceled, and we decided to have a simple dinner consisting of rice and lentils and hit the sack. By around 10 p.m., we finished our dinner, which tasted so good since we were all really famished after our long, hard day. The 3 of us sat down, chatting by the temple, and the topic soon drifted to the hauntings which were reported earlier. Nikhil is a complete non-believer in ghosts and scoffed at the reports. He also told us that he could go to the pond right away, enjoy a smoke, and spend half an hour there without any fear. Despite my pleas, he left us, promising to return in exactly half an hour. Peru and I were concerned about the whole thing, but couldn't help it. We started chatting about the breathtaking scenery from the fort and forgot about Nikhil. Time passed quickly, and when I glanced at my watch, it was 11 already. It was around an hour since Nikhil had left, and we hadn't heard from him. Irritated at his irresponsible behavior and being concerned about his well-being at the time, we immediately set about to find him. As we neared the pond, we saw Nikhil lying near the water. From a distance, it looked as if he had dozed off. When we came near, I glanced at his face. Believe me, what I saw next still sends a shiver down my spine. He was lying on his back with his eyes open, as if in a trance, staring straight at the sky. Fearing the worst, we shook him vigorously to try and get him out of his stupor. Fortunately for us, he awoke and seemed fine. He started sweating profusely and told us what exactly had happened. After leaving the temple, he came to the pond and was enjoying his smoke. He suddenly got the feeling that he wasn't alone. He saw something move in the bushes. He brushed aside his fear, saying to himself that it might be a stray dog who had made the fort his home. It also came to his mind that Peru and I might be playing a prank on him. He ignored the movement and continued smoking. He suddenly felt an icy cold hand on his neck. He swung back instantly and saw that it was a woman dressed in a red dress, horribly disfigured, unkempt hair swaying across her face and a creepy smile on her face looking straight at him. He had no recollection of what happened later until the time we woke him. There was an outline of 3 fingers clearly visible on Nikhil's neck where the cold hand touched him. Without wasting any more time, we ran to the temple. We were relieved to see Canoe sleeping soundly. My watch showed the time as 12:30 a.m., a half an hour past midnight. We entered the temple and closed the door securely from inside. All of us were visibly disturbed after what had happened. Out of sheer exhaustion, we were about to fall off to sleep when we suddenly heard a knock on the door. We did not have the courage to open the door, but the knocking still persisted, slowly at first and becoming more and more vigorous later on. Someone was banging on the doors and windows of the temple. We heard a woman's voice abusing us and daring us to come outside. Nikhil slowly opened the window in an attempt to see who it was. There was no one to be seen, but we could clearly hear the woman's voice abusing us. After around 20 minutes, the banging stopped. Just when we felt that the worst was over, it started all over again. This time, the banging and abuses continued with increased intensity for around 45 minutes before it finally ceased. All of us had become nervous wrecks. It seemed that the only thing which was preventing the evil entity outside from coming in was the presence of the deity inside the temple. None of us could sleep. All of us sat around the deity and prayed hard in such a way that we had never done before. Getting out of the fort safely was the only thing going through our minds at that time. Then, at around 6 a.m. in the morning, there was a knock on the door. This time, it was a man's voice asking us to open the door. Gradually mustering up courage, I opened the window and was relieved to find that it was the temple priest who had come there before to perform his religious duties. He was surprised to find us there since no one generally stayed in the fort after sundown. We related our account to him and he confirmed that a few others too had similar experiences during their stay. He told us that he had been coming to the fort since he was a child, but personally did not experience anything weird inside the fort. Since the start of our ordeal, Canoe was the only person who was sleeping comfortably inside the temple and did not wake up even once. In fact, when we woke him in the morning, he was feeling fit and fine. Unlike the previous day, he had absolutely no recollection of our ordeal inside the temple. We quickly packed our stuff and immediately started back. Nikhil was lucky to have escaped unhurt. This incident left a deep mark on him and completely changed his perspective of looking at paranormal occurrences. He recovered soon and the marks on his neck vanished within a week. Canoe still doesn't remember anything from the time we came out of the pond until the next day. Peru and I still meet up occasionally and sometimes discuss as to what might have happened if we had opened the door of the temple that night. I'm an Ohio State Police patrolman, and on July 23rd, 2009, I was on patrol in Clark County. I was on my way to the Clark County OSP barracks to deliver paperwork on a case that was continued from Union County. While en route, everything flashed on my unit and my car stalled, but I was able to coast to a farmhouse on this county road I was traveling on. I coasted my unit into the driveway and saw an elderly gentleman walking out by the barn. He looked my way but continued into the barn. I tried to get my unit started, but it was completely dead. After trying to reach dispatch on the radio with no luck, I noticed a high-powered pole transmission line adjacent to the property. I knew my handheld was useless unless I got far enough away, so I opted to try to use the farmer's phone since I couldn't get a cell phone signal either. I walked out to the barn where the old man had entered and hollered hello. As I was opening what appeared to be the door to the milk parlor, looking in, I again hollered hello, a little louder than before. Not hearing anything, I turned to walk to the house to see if maybe I had missed him. But as I turned around, he was standing behind me, which, I'll admit, startled me a little. The man had no expression on his face when he asked if I was having car trouble, to which I replied, yes, and asked to borrow his phone. He pointed towards the house and told me we could walk there, or use the milk parlor if I wasn't going to be long because he was getting ready to milk and asked me if I wanted some water while I waited. I said yes and thanked him, and then proceeded to tell him that the parlor would suffice. I followed him into the barn and he walked out through the barn while I used his phone. I told dispatch where I was and to dispatch a wrecker, and was told they would have a wrecker out in under 60 minutes. As I hung the phone up, the farmer was coming out, wiping his hands on a grease rag where he said he was working on the pump motor for the milking machine. I told him what dispatch had said, to which he said, let him push my car to the road so they will find it. I told him if it wasn't in the way, they could grab it there, to which he replied, nay, they never look in the driveway, so we best push it to the road. He told me I could set my glass on the picnic table, then to get in and steer and he would push. Since it was on a downhill slope, he pushed it fairly easily. Once, on the edge of the road, I sat with my cruiser until the tow truck shows. The driver gets out of the truck and is looking up at the farm, all nervous, and says, "We need to hurry and get out of here." I assured him all was okay. When we arrived at the barracks garage, everyone was standing around outside. Everyone acted concerned about my well-being, asked how my adventure went at the farm. I said it went fine.
Well, did you talk to the old farmer? Everyone wanted to know. I said he didn't chat very much, and he helped me push my unit to the street. Everyone went and looked at the patrol car, now released from the wrecker. I said, "What's the big deal?" The wrecker driver looked at me and said, "You don't know?" I said, "No." So he told me that in the early 70s, a farmer shot himself in the milk parlor of that old farm, and nobody has lived there since mid-80s due to it being haunted. I said, "No way." An officer told me to jump in his patrol car and we'll drive out there. Long story short, it was a rundown, abandoned farm with dust and cobwebs everywhere and not a living soul anywhere. I had him pull into the driveway, and there sitting on the table was my glass where he had told me to set it. I walked to the barn and the milk house was covered in dust, but oddly enough, the phone had fresh prints like it had been used. I picked the phone off of the cradle and no dial tone whatsoever, which really startled me, and I said, "We can go now." But he, being a paranormal hunter on the side, was full of questions. When we arrived back at the barracks, my car was repaired. It turned out the positive cable came off of the starter, and where the old man pushed my car were greasy handprints. I have driven back there, and the house is gone. Apparently, someone torched it, but to this day, it still gives me the heebie-jeebies. My grandpa is 73 years old, and one thing I would know about him is that he would never tell a lie. My grandpa's grandpa owned a farm in South Dakota, where he is from, and just a little ways from his farm was a bar, and you had to walk about a mile on a dirt path to get there. Now, in my grandpa's time, teenagers, my grandpa was, at the time, 15, could go into a small town bar at any time, whenever they wanted, because they needed the business. So, at about 9 p.m., in the middle of the summertime, my grandpa and his brother, Warren, went out to the bar to shoot pool. They did not have a drop of alcohol, and once they were done, it was about 11:30 p.m. They were walking slowly. Warren was on crutches, and talking to each other when Warren noticed something. They noticed a tall, black figure walking and stepping when they stepped, parallel to my grandpa's feet. My grandpa threw some rocks at it, but nothing happened. As it seemed, the rocks would go right through this figure. My grandpa, scared, ran as fast as he could, but forgot Warren behind him, and the figure disappeared. They hurried to their grandpa's farm, going as fast as they could, and eventually got there around 12:30 a.m. Now, this is where it gets really eerie. When my grandpa got into the house, he locked the door behind him, but as they were trying to imagine what was that thing, something was tugging on the door. Their grandpa, fast as wind, went to the door with a gun in his hand. But as he opened the door, nothing was there. Tomorrow morning, they found small footprints exactly where my grandpa saw this figure, which is abnormal for how tall this thing was. Oddly enough, there wasn't any footprints next or in front of the house. Their house was in the middle of nowhere. There was not anyone at the bar except the manager, who was short and was there when they left, and, of course, themselves. And that was the only thing in circumference to the farm. It was an extremely low chance that a human could have been there that fateful night.
I have always been a skeptic when it comes to believing in ghosts, spirits, and the paranormal. Raised in a family of doctors and scientists, such ideas were never encouraged at our home. I'm currently living in Mumbai, working for a large corporate firm, and my parents live in Bangalore. Of course, this is all located in India, which I live. A couple of months back, I took a 2-week leave to visit my grandmother, who has not been well and lives in a village in a mud house. She just refuses to come to Bangalore to stay with my parents. The urban air stifles her completely. It was June and hot, the typical Indian summer. That particular night, it was a full moon and exceptionally quiet. 7 p.m., and the entire village was already tucked into their homes, with not a soul in the streets. My childhood friend, who lives in the same village, had come over to see me. We were talking about how the grass is always greener on the other side. She's married with a baby and me, a single career woman who lives alone in the big city. Somehow we fell into talking about spirits and ghosts. She narrated a legend of the ghost of 2 lovers having been taken place about 70 years ago. India was in the middle of turmoil, fighting for independence from the British. My grandmother's village, however, was, and still is, largely unaffected by changes happening outside its borders. Although cell phones and computers can be found now, thank God for that. The village is predominantly inhabited by people of a certain community. Only the fringes housed believers of other faiths. It so happened that around the year of 1942, the rich headman's teenage daughter fell in love, madly and passionately, with a young farmer boy of another faith. The boy, too, reciprocated her feelings, but was too scared to take any step for the sake of the both of them. In India, interreligious marriage was, and frankly still is, taboo. Still, for the sake of their love, they decided to elope to the city and be together. Unlucky as it was, they were intercepted at the train station by the girl's brothers and brought back. The girl was locked up and forcibly married off to an old man, while the boy was beaten to death and his body left in the rice fields to rot. Having got the news of her lover's death, the girl hung herself in her bedroom and vowed to return every full moon with her beloved haunt the village. From that year onwards, every full moon night, the spirits of the young lovers are seen holding hands and roaming in the rice fields. Once my friend narrated this story to me, I burst out laughing, pretty sure that if the lovers are still seen, it is the only handiwork of people alive who want to keep the legend going. She seemed offended by my outburst and challenged me to visit the fields that night. It was coincidentally a full moon. Initially refusing, I agreed later. Sharp at midnight, we took off. We had no lights. She insisted that it was for our own safety. As we left the village and walked towards the rice fields, I could feel a heavy air descend on me. I don't know if she too felt it or not, but we didn't talk about it anyway. Before we reached the rice fields, we encountered sugarcane fields. The grown sugarcanes were taller than me. Walking through them has the same sounds as someone walking over dried leaves. I could see my friend walking beside me, but I felt there was someone behind us as well. When I signaled the same to her with my fingers, she just asked me to be quiet and move on. Soon after, we were in the rice fields. It was 12:38 a.m. and we waited.
Another 15 minutes and still nothing. Bored, I signaled to her that it's time to get back. What happened next, I will never forget. I can vouch what I saw was real and not my imagination. You have to believe it coming from someone who was a non-believer. I felt a chill within my body and two white smoke-like silhouettes. One, a girl, the other, a boy, holding hands, appeared in front of my eyes. It was like they were walking on their own way, and I happened to be walking in front of them, rather them following us. They walked on and through my body, hence the eerie chill, and moved ahead to the rice fields, very much in love. I was stunned into silence and was mesmerized to see the smoke silhouettes gliding around the fields. I knew what I saw was no human, who was just trying to keep the legend alive. My friend showed me her watch. It was 2:30 a.m. We walked back in silence. I left for the city the next afternoon, having mentioned nothing to my grandmother. But as I left the village, I could swear that I had a nasty feeling, as if I am leaving someone behind. It's been more than a year now, and believe it or not, I want to go back and see them again. Thanks for reading. I've lived in the same town all my life. It's small and in the middle of the countryside, south of England. Around 2 years ago, me and a friend of mine called Lisa decided to go for a walk to this place we called the cow fields. To get to the cow fields, you have to go down a long, thin road that hasn't been used for years, surrounded by trees either side. The reason we go there is because of how beautiful it is, with all the rolling hills and streams. When we got to the fields, it was around 3:30 p.m. in the winter. We had about 2 hours of light left to explore around there. We sat on a small hill that has a stream to the right, and it curves round in front of you where there is a bridge to some fields to get back to the roads. I was looking over to the trees behind the stream in front, talking to Lisa and having a smoke, when I saw a figure. He was holding on to the trees, swaying back and forth in the wind with them, but it was more jaggedy. I didn't say anything to Lisa because I thought it was just my imagination, but it wasn't like I looked over and he disappeared. He was in the trees always, never left my sight. He'd sometimes move from tree to tree, hunched over and limping as he walked. It was quite far away, but I could still make out that he was wearing some kind of cap. It just looked like the shadow of a man. I noticed Lisa was looking over in that direction. I was panicking, but due to my mental health history, I didn't put it past just a lapse in my recovery. Lisa seemed to quiet down and started staring over in that direction. That's when I suggested we left. I wasn't sure what would happen, as we had to walk towards the figure to leave the fields. Both me and Lisa were hesitant. As we walked towards the bridge, the figure faded away. I was now 100% sure it was just me, and I had been making myself, thinking Lisa had seen something, when in reality, she was just looking at the trees and daydreaming. We walked through the remainder of the fields and got back to the road. As soon as we stopped on the road, I saw faces. I don't know how to explain it, but they were in the trees next to me. It looked as if someone had taken a picture with a slow exposure time as someone turned their head. But they were all moving, so blurred and gray, with their mouths gaping open. That was the last straw for me. I turned to Lisa, who was frantically looking side to side. I couldn't not say anything. I remember just thinking and talking so fast, like it burst out of me. I said, "Are you seeing this?" Without saying anything, she started sprinting down the road. I followed. She was in front of me by far. I looked behind me, and I saw the figure from the trees standing around 15 meters away from me. I ran faster. I turned around again a minute later, and there was nothing there. I slowed down because I just couldn't keep that pace up. I saw Lisa frantically looking at me over her shoulder. I looked behind me again, and the figure was there. He was probably around 4 meters behind me this time, just standing there whilst I ran further away. I didn't want to look back again because I feared how close he would be. I kept running when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Whatever was standing behind me now was now running next to me through the trees. I could see the cap on his head. The strange thing was, I couldn't see him if there was a gap in the trees, only when it was close to the trees. I finally got to the end of the road, and we were under a lamplight when we had started running. It was only just starting to get dark. Within about 3 minutes, it was almost pitch black. Before I had a chance to tell Lisa what I had just seen, she was crying hysterically, saying, "It was right behind you. He was standing right behind you." She also started talking about the faces and the man in the hat. I don't know what we saw, but I have never gone back to those fields. As a kid, I had often been afraid of things that go bump in the night. I remember this happening ever since my parents had divorced, back in 1965, when I was 4 or 5 years old, and my mom was raising my younger brother and I as a single mom. Maybe the divorce made me insecure and frightened of things in general. I'm not talking about anything I could pinpoint as ghostly. Mostly, I was just terrified of noises I heard or thought I had heard. Footsteps outside my window, logically explained as this was when I had lived in an apartment complex. I lived in many places as a child, and later on, thinking I would hear someone walking on our carpet in the hallway in the middle of the night. Something was always seeming to be scaring me, though. For instance, when I was 5, I was temporarily living with my grandparents right after my mom had moved us to Arizona from Texas. One morning, I woke up on the floor next to my bed, although that didn't particularly frighten me since I had figured I simply had fallen off the bed. During the night, I do remember another night waking up and calling out for my aunt in a panic because I swear something was shaking my bed. She came in and laid down with me for a few moments. The shaking stopped after that and never repeated itself. She explained to me I was having a nightmare, which I matter-of-factly accepted, and which also left me with the impression for years afterwards that one had to be fully awake to experience a nightmare. To this day, although I know now I was not dreaming, I still don't know why my bed was shaking like that. Since this happened in Mesa, Arizona, it was not likely to have been caused by a earthquake either. Fast forward about 10 years. My mom had remarried another man who became our legal father when he adopted my brother and I. We lived in a ranch-style house, which were very common in the Southwest in the 60s and 70s, and that my folks had purchased and built as a brand new tract home several years earlier. So this isn't a story about moving into some mysterious and really old home with a lot of weird vibes. It was just your typical new home that everyone seemed to be moving into back in the days of early suburban sprawl in the Phoenix area. Like I said, I had always been afraid of noises, and I was always imagining hearing footsteps on the carpet outside the doorway. I never saw or heard anything else. I was just creeped out by thinking I had heard footsteps. In my honest opinion, the ventilation coming from the central heating and air conditioning was probably the most likely culprit. When my dad was assigned to go overseas in 1974, I did see something that terrified the living daylights out of me. I was a freshman in high school. By then, I had mostly gotten over the footsteps on the carpet heebie-jeebies. My mom, out of habit, began to leave the kitchen lights on at night. I slept with my door open because the light coming in from the hallway offered a sense of warmth and comfort, as it probably did my mom. Except, on this particular night, I remember waking up, looking at my little red travel alarm clock I always kept by the bed. I could see it was exactly 1:20 a.m. For some reason, I glanced over at my door, and what I saw literally petrified me. From the diffused kitchen lighting, I could see the distinct shadow of a human form cast onto the hallway wall outside my bedroom. What was even more particularly frightening to me was that this wasn't just a shadow that happened to look like a figure. It was actually moving slowly towards my bedroom door. And to make it even more terrifying, I could hear footsteps on the carpet as it came closer. I could only watch in utter horror because I was not in any way thinking that this was a ghost I was seeing, but a real flesh and blood intruder that had broken into our home and was sneaking into one of our rooms to attack us. But I was way too scared to scream or do anything but watch and wait for this person to show up in front of my doorway. But that didn't happen. The shadow just stopped advancing and faded away. I could only sit and stare at my doorway for what seemed the longest time, but nothing else happened. Finally, all I could do was jump out of bed, run across the hallway, which was empty of any intruder, and into my mom's room and wake her up to tell her what I had seen. In her half-asleep state, she brushed it off to my overactive imagination. I fell into a fitful sleep next to her, and when I checked the doors and windows the next morning, everything was secure, so I pretty much didn't think about it much after that. Except, that isn't quite the end of the story. About a year later, after my dad was back home from his overseas assignment, I woke up again late one Saturday night and heard someone moving around in the kitchen hallway and could see their shadows as they moved about, cast onto the hallway from the kitchen light, which was left on. I knew it was probably my dad, since he had a habit of falling asleep on the couch in front of the TV. Long after sign-off, the stations would end their broadcast for the evening, and the station would be off the air with nothing but static on the channel. So I thought he was just getting up to go to bed, but I didn't hear anything else, so I got up to see what he was doing. When I walked into the kitchen, no one was there, but at the end of the room, which was our family room off from the kitchen, my dad was sound asleep and snoring in front of the TV, which was just showing static since it was off the air. The weird part was, it looked like he hadn't moved in hours, let alone a few minutes ago. That is when I started to get a very creepy feeling about what I just saw and how it wasn't jiving with what I was seeing now. I could only run back to my room and try not to think about it. I haven't had any other experiences with seeing shadow figures and would tend not to believe in the paranormal if it wasn't for all the stories I've heard, not just on the internet, but from my friends and family. But that was just a little too weird for me to ignore as something just being my imagination and don't have any clue what it was I was seeing all those years ago. It's not as exciting as other stories I've read here, but I remember being scared so badly at the time that I am at least grateful it's not something I've had to deal with as a regular occurrence throughout my life. I encountered this entity quite a few months ago, close to the beginning of the month while walking my dog, but the experience stays fresh in my mind no matter how many days come to pass, for it still leaves me uneasy. It was on a clear night with a full moon that I decided to take my dog on a walk due to not being able to fall back asleep. I pulled on a simple jacket to keep me warm in my shirt and pajama pants, let my dog out of her kennel to clip on her leash, and left my home quietly as my family slept. It was in the early morning hours that I had woken up, but it wasn't the first time, so this was a somewhat normal occurrence for me at that point. I thought that it was just going to be a simple walk down the street to the mailbox and back. Boy, was I wrong. It was silent as I made my way down our dirt road. Not even the birds were making noises in the trees as I walked past and would have normally woken them up. My dog Tess would let out an uneasy whine every now and again, but I just took it as her being the scaredy dog she was, and probably was whining about her own shadow. As we neared the end of the street, only about 10 or so feet away from the mailbox, she suddenly started moving in closer to me, and I felt my vision almost vibrate as I turned my head due to suddenly feeling like something was pressing down on me while a loud buzzing filled my head. I don't know why, for it was sort of instantaneous with the sudden buzzing and pressure I was feeling in my head, but I glanced to the side and saw something standing in the bushes on the side of the road. It looked like a man, and yet not. It had no clothes on and was tall with rather long limbs and sickly white skin that just the sight alone almost made me want to throw up. The thing's face is what scared me the most, I believe, for it had no nose but piercing yellow eyes and a leering grin of a smile on its wide mouth that looked like it almost split from ear to ear, though not quite. Other than these features in its body shape, there was nothing else to identify it as a male. Not that I really had time to double check, as it disappeared and the pressure and buzzing noise went away Once it did, I could hear Tess freaking out as she tried to slip out of her leash while backing up and whining loudly. But I quickly turned and ran back home with her following, then running ahead. Once I was home and in my room, I instantly jumped back into bed and pulled the blankets over my head to feel safe again, as I realized just how much that thing had scared me. To this day, I don't know what I saw, nor have I seen it again, but thinking back on my experience, I don't think I want to. It was Easter Sunday, 1992. I was 7 years old. All of my mom's brothers and sisters and their children had gathered at my maternal grandmother's house, like usual. After lunch, the adults had an egg hunt for all the kids. Anyway, the egg hunt was over, and all my cousins and I were headed to the backyard to collect our prizes. For some reason, I stopped about 20 yards short of the group and stared at the hillside. The back of my grandmother's backyard was, and still is, lined with forsythia bushes. The bushes were not in full bloom, but were starting to bloom. From what I remember about the sun, it had to have been around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Anyway, as I stared into the bush, this white shape, neither solid nor transparent, started forming out of nowhere. It seemed to be spinning while it expanded and contracted. At this time, I became aware that there was a very tall presence behind me, almost touching me. I thought the presence was my older cousin, who was a teenager and twice my height. So I spun around and said, "Lee, look at that," and spun back around. Instantaneously, I realized that Lee was not behind me and never had been, and the white blob was gone. I felt alone again. I looked over and realized my family was some distance off and had not seen or noticed a single thing. I think it needs to be said now that I am very skittish. I'm terrified of the dark and always have been. Just the thought of possibly seeing a ghost or demon or presence scares me. I've always been like that. However, in this situation, I was calm, more than calm. I know at some point in time, I told my mother, grandmother, aunt, and father about this. For a long time, they tried to convince me that what I saw was a cat or a grocery bag in the wind. I always maintained that it was an unknown form. Years passed, and my mother would occasionally bring this topic up with me to see if I remembered anything else. My story has always been the same. However, she pointed out something about 6 months ago that I had never realized. For years, I'd put emphasis on the blob. It had never occurred to me that I had not been mistaken about my cousin's presence behind me. Perhaps I just couldn't see the presence. Then she suggested that the presence could have been her father. He had died when my mother was 5 or 6. My mother and I are practically identical, so much so that in my adult life, I've seen pictures of her and thought they were me. My mother suggests that the presence was her father, just checking up on his little girl. For some reason, this helped put the mystery of why I saw the blob to bed. Now I feel like I understand, or at least have a more complete understanding.
This was way before I was born. It happened to my dad when he was in his early 20s. If you knew me, you'd know that once I get interested in something like this, I won't drop it until I figure out its meaning. I think it's both a good thing and a bad thing. Anyway, his wife and a couple of his friends were bored one night. His wife at the time isn't my mom, by the way. His friend thinks that they should get out the Ouija board, since none of them believed in it, and of course mess with it. He says he regrets it now, and he also says that by messing with that thing, you don't know what you're talking to, so you shouldn't mess with it. I mean, it's just like talking to a stranger, a really scary, dangerous stranger. His friends and wife start to play with it, and he falls asleep on the couch because it was really late. When he wakes up the next morning, he said he was flipping through the book where they wrote what it said, and stopped horrified. He said he saw a name in it. Belzebub was the name. He was scared, so he went and asked his wife what they asked it last night. She said that was what came up when they asked its name. He was too scared to flip through the rest of the book because he was afraid of what else it probably said. He also looked into this. Did it make you-know-who mad? He only mentioned that name once, and it's a name I hate to say, especially since I know who this is. He only mentioned it once because he said the power of a name, once mentioned, could draw attention to yourself if you say it way too many times. And of course, I would hate that. Weird things have always happened since. He also told me when he was asleep that night, he had a very freaky dream. He said he'd rather not describe it to me, but it was a terrible nightmare. Weird things have happened to me as well. In the middle of the night, I would get this weird feeling I was being watched. Then when I would try to look, it would look like something quickly fleeing. And also another time, not too long ago, I was lying in my bed thinking, and I heard something say to me, "Hi, Carrie." That's my name. If you didn't know, it came up close to my ear and whispered it. It freaked me out pretty bad, and it was when I felt like I was being watched. When I looked back to see, something did that weird stalk and flee thing. I don't think I can ever remember being harmed by it physically though. This has stuck with me throughout my life too. This happened at our old house as well, and it's followed me to my second house where I live today. I've looked into these things before. Any tips or advice? I don't like things that I don't know, that are watching me in my room or when I sleep. The Stalking Wolf. Ever since I was a little girl, I've been followed by a large black dog that looks rather similar to a wolf. I'm not really sure if it's a paranormal entity of sorts or a ghost, a shape-shifting or whatnot. But if I'm going for a walk, it will follow behind me. A couple of times, it has actually walked beside me. No one else sees it but me. Sometimes I think I'm going crazy. Every time I visit the graveyard, it's there. I've never tried petting it, and I've never talked to it. Should I? It doesn't exactly scare me, but I'm not sure if I should be worried of this paranormal creature. I don't have any friends, so I get extremely lonely and depressed. It's kind of nice having it around, and when I don't see it, I kind of miss it. It has bright yellow eyes, and sometimes I'll see it from afar, just staring. Maybe it's my guardian. I've heard about guardians before, but I never really believed it. A couple of months ago, I was having a panic attack. I felt like I was dying. Then I saw the black dog come out from the shadows of my room. I thought I was imagining it, but then it got extremely close to me, and instead of feeling alarmed, I felt calm. I just laid there, feeling tired and relaxed as it sat beside me, and I fell asleep. If anyone could tell me what it is or if it wants anything, please let me know. Will it follow me for the rest of my life? Do ghosts follow you from house to house? My husband and I own a two-family home in southeastern Massachusetts, which we lived in until October of 2007. There are too many details to write about concerning the otherworldly going-ons in that house, which eventually led to my calling New England Paranormal Society. And in early 2005, they did investigate, in fact. We received confirmation of 2 ghosts in that house. Note, it took me almost 3 years to contact investigators. I kept thinking there must be a logical explanation to what was happening. Fast forward to 2007, my husband and I bought a house a mile away and moved into it. We began to experience similar activities, lights being turned on when we weren't home, bathroom water running when neither of us had turned it on. About a month ago, August 2009, I went to the spare room to have a phone conversation with my daughter. When I entered the room, I noticed that, once again, the stand-up fan in that room was running, and per usual, my husband's son denied having it turned on. I unplugged the fan from the wall, sat on the bed, and continued on with my approximate 10-minute conversation. When the conversation ended and I hung up the phone, I noticed the fan was plugged back in and running. I thought to myself, did I get off the bed during that 10 minutes? Plug it in and not remember? Some months ago, my husband went upstairs and noticed the water in the bathroom sink was running. He turned the faucet off and came back downstairs to ask that I please turn the water off when I'm done. However, he never did mention it because we passed like ships in the night as I went directly upstairs to take a shower. When I went into the bathroom, I noticed the water was running and turned it off. I brought this to the attention that he had left the water running and to be more mindful to turn it off. He then explained to me that the water was running when he went upstairs, right before I did. He then turned it off, and he had meant to tell me to be more mindful to make sure I turn off the faucet. Neither of us had turned the water on, and there was no one else. Is this just all a big coincidence? But how could it be exactly? That wouldn't make much sense. I think they follow us. My name is Mimi. For a while now, me and my family have experienced a lot of ghost-like situations in which my sister's mother and I have all seen things that cannot be explained. We have moved due to different complications, but it never fails. It always feels like we weren't the only ones living in our homes, or always being watched. A few years ago, we rented out this house that we didn't really do research on the property. Maybe a big mistake on our part, but nothing really happened at first. But a few months after settling in, we then knew that we were not the only ones living there. My sister, who is 5 years younger than I, would complain that she heard voices and seen shadow-like things walking through the walls or from the corner of her eye. My youngest sister had an imaginary friend who turned out to be evil. She said her name was Jeetus. My sister would say wild things that Jeetus would say, like, Jeetus wants to kill you. We later found out from our neighbor who has lived next door for like 30 years that a male had passed away in the house. Myself personally have been woken up by this man, which his old room was my room actually. He was turning on and off my TV. After a few times, he was standing in the doorway and said, "Okay, I'll let you sleep now," and walked out of my room. I moved out with my husband, who isn't really into these kind of things. So he always thinks that I'm overthinking or that I watch too many movies. At our apartment, when my husband would be at work, I once again start feeling like something is watching me. One night, I was asleep and woke up to this little girl in my room. As soon as she sees me awake, she runs out the room. That is the second time I have personally seen her. Me and my husband move into my mom's new house to help around while she works nights. The whole house feels the same thing as the previous house. My husband and I moved back with my mom to help her with my sisters while she works nights. We always see shadows and see things from the corner of the eye. We hear voices and people walking around the house and playing on the stairs. Last night, for example, my mom got home around 12 a.m. and I was still awake. My younger sisters were sleeping and my husband is out to sea. I sat in the living room with my mom and I heard a knock at the back door. I looked and saw a shadow walk past me. My mom didn't see at first and claimed that I was bugging her. She checked and there was nothing outside. I went to sleep, and about an hour later, my mom hears the same knocking at the door 3 times and was too scared to check. Our dog also stares at things and seems like she gets stuck, and we can never figure out what has got her attention. My question to anybody willing to answer or reply: could this thing have followed us? Is there something we should be worried about? And has anyone been through something similar? Could it be that my family has a special eye for this kind of thing? I don't know, but one thing is for certain. This is creeping me out. The ghost that follows. I guess it started when I was 4 years old, with a bad fever, and very, very sick. My mother says I popped up straight and stared at the end of my bed and asked, "Who is that lady on my bed?" Since then, I've always felt a presence my entire life. I know now, I am never alone. Not ever. My entire life, every time I feel danger, something or someone tells me what to do. It is all in my head. I do not hear voices, I just listen to what I'm told. I get warnings regularly and most of the time follow their lead, but sometimes I do not. I'm often given the answers to many questions in my head, questions I would have no idea of knowing. This entity has followed me my entire life, even going so far as to hiding my keys in coffee cups. The entity I feel is a friend. They joke and play. I have never felt threatened by any means, but more comforted. The funny part is, I am atheist, and so I find myself somewhat mystified by the behavior and reason for this attachment. I am not afraid of it, but I've gotten used to it. I'm just wondering if anyone else has had a following of spirits of sorts, or if anyone had similar stories. It only spoke to me one time, when I was walking down a street, and the only word it said was stop. I looked around and saw no one that seemed to be paying me any attention, but I stopped anyway. I saw a bench and went to sit down, just to relax for a moment. Nothing happened. I saw nothing. I waited about 10 minutes and then stood up on my way. To this day, I do not know why I was supposed to stop, but I did, since learning to trust the entity that has bound itself to me for so many years seems like a logical thing to do at the time. I'm 51 now and the entity is still at large. I suppose I should or will not know what it is there for, but I just thought I would share. Unborn baby still follows me. My name is Yasmin. I have 2 kids, a daughter that is 5 and a son that is 2. I will call them A and L for short. Before I got pregnant with my daughter A, I suffered a miscarriage. I was about a couple months along. Very sad. I got really depressed. Then I found out I was pregnant with my daughter A. Nothing really started to happen until after I had my son L. They are 3 years apart. So let's say it's been about 6 years since my miscarriage. After I had my son L, weird things started happening around my house. Sometimes I would hear a child say, "Mama, Mama," in a whisper. Sometimes, when the house was real quiet, I could hear a child running in the hall, when in fact, I know they were sleeping. Miscarriage happened in a different place, not the same house. Then, I started to hear a baby crying. I thought it was my baby, so I would rush to check on him, but he would be sound asleep, practically snoring. I started to think, why, at that moment, did my baby that I lost start reaching out to me? Was it because it was a boy? And that's why I didn't hear anything with my daughter. I also felt as though a little person would fall asleep in my arms, touch my hand, and kiss my cheek. This was when my baby was barely even born. It stopped for a while, until now in 2014. I was driving, and my kids were in the back. All of a sudden, I hear someone whispering, but I can't make it out. I thought my daughter was trying to tell me something, so I asked, "What is it?" She said she didn't say anything, so I brushed it off, but I kept hearing something. And then I heard someone, a child, say, "Mama." Is my child trying to communicate with me?
Last August, as some may remember, there was a total eclipse of the moon. I'm not sure which parts of the world it happened in, but I know that it was supposed to happen on the West Coast at 3 a.m. in the morning. My boyfriend and 2 roommates had all been looking forward to it for a long time because there hadn't been a lunar eclipse in our town since I was in the 3rd grade. I was 19 when this eclipse happened, so we decided to make a night of it and kind of make it a special occasion. We all had the next day off, so we had dinner and a few drinks. At about 1 a.m. in the morning, we left to go for a walk and figure out where we were going to watch from. First, we decided to try a roof, but once we got up there, we noticed that you couldn't see the moon past the trees, so we all started to climb back down the ladder. Now, I am terrified of heights. Once I get up on the roof, I am like a caterpillar. I can't stand, I just wiggle around. So my boyfriend decided to go down first so he could catch me if I started to panic and fall, which was very likely. My roommate held the ladder from the top. While I was going down, I looked through the window into our living room. The ladder was in front of the window. On the other side of the room, there is another window the same size, so they face each other.
The curtains on the opposite window were closed and the lights were off. This is where it gets weird. I stopped because I saw a shadow on the curtains on the other window. At first I thought it was my own shadow, but it was so big. I started to wave one of my arms, but the arm on the shadow didn't move. Then I realized that the lights were off, so there really couldn't be a shadow for me anyways. I was just staring at it while everyone was trying to talk to me. Then all of a sudden, the shadow raised one of its hands in a fist and then started to walk towards me. It looked like it was walking in slow motion, but it was still moving across the room fast. I got so scared, I let go of the ladder and fell. I was caught and not hurt, but I was shaken up so much I started to cry. I went towards the street, and then once everyone got there, I said what happened, and they responded that it might be a good idea just to go for a walk and stay out of the house for a while. We walked to the park, watched the eclipse, then headed home. Once we got back, we were sitting there watching the Colbert Report, and all of a sudden, one of my roommates turned to my boyfriend and said, "When your uncle was alive, did he used to agree with people a lot, but then add something to what they said?" Weirdest question to ask about the man, I know. If anyone has an idea of what this might mean, please let me know. Well, my boyfriend looked at her and was like, "Well, yeah, I guess so." He used to kind of like go, "Oh yeah, you're right, but," then add something. Well, my roommate started crying and just got up and left the room. The next morning, her boyfriend, who also lives there, was sitting with us watching TV while she was still asleep. We asked him what her deal was, and he told us that she saw a man sitting in the chair next to my boyfriend, and he kept interrupting her thoughts. She would think something, and then she would hear him say, "Oh yeah, you're right, but," then add something. Apparently, when she asked my boyfriend that question, the ghost did the same thing, but then added something scary, which is what made her cry. Apparently, she wouldn't even tell her boyfriend what he said. All she would say was that he told her to ask that question, and then he got really mad when my boyfriend answered. Today, I'm going to share with you my worst paranormal experience. I don't know if it was paranormal or something demonic. This incident happened to me when I was in my village again. It was summer holidays. My sis and I were at our village. My parents could not come as they had some work. In my village, we usually sleep on our house's roof during summer nights. It was a full moon night. After having dinner, we were preparing to sleep. My grandpa, sis, and I were the ones who slept on the roof. Grandpa didn't feel comfortable, so he slept downstairs. While going to sleep, I took my grandpa's phone to play games as my phone's battery was dead. So, we went to sleep. Grandma made the bed and we laid down to sleep. I was sleeping in between my grandma and sis. One thing I forgot to tell you is that my grandpa has a habit of waking up at night and taking small distance walks on the veranda of the house, so he always sets an alarm in his phone to help him wake up. Now, going back to the story, I was playing games in my grandpa's phone when I fell asleep. I woke up at night to the sound of the phone's alarm ringing. It was 2 a.m. I switched off the phone and was about to sleep when I saw my sis standing at the edge of the roof, facing the other side. I was quite baffled to see her there at that time. I asked her to come back and sleep. She said she would come back just in 2 minutes. I was feeling quite sleepy, so I turned around to sleep and got the biggest shock of my life when I saw her sleeping right beside me. I couldn't believe my eyes. I turned around and she was still standing there. I didn't know what to do. I again looked at my sis. She was sound asleep. But this time when I turned around, the girl standing on the edge had disappeared. I went to check, and as I came near the edge, I saw towards down my garden and saw the most creepiest scene of my entire life.
A woman in a white dress was sitting on the swing, which was attached to the mango tree in my garden, and the swing was moving by itself. She wasn't applying any force, and the wind was not strong enough to have moved the swing. There was an eerie silence everywhere. No sound, nothing. I came back to my bed and started praying to God to make this night end as fast as possible. Every night, there used to be sounds of dogs barking, birds chirping, and so on. But not tonight. It was as if this eerie silence had grasped the whole world. I always had this weird feeling in my room, and I always thought it was just because I was young and afraid of my own shadow, but it never stopped me from locking myself in there and playing music full blast. I always ignored it, but until 4 months and 3 days after my 13th birthday, when I got my computer. I walked into my room, and as soon as I stepped in, I had this sudden wave of depression and sadness come over me. I didn't know what to make of it, so I ignored it and played some music quietly and began putting my birthday cards away so they didn't get damaged. I noticed once I had finished that the music was quieter than I had originally set it to. I turned it up to 76% and turned around to see that all the birthday cards were back in the exact same spot. I was so confused as I put them all the way back and left my room. I wondered if I had actually put the cards away, but no matter what I tried to convince myself of, it didn't make any sense. This is what started me believing in poltergeists. Nothing else happened for the rest of that day. The next day, after school, I walked into my room and saw that my music was on again, and my clock was set 3 hours behind. I knew that it was right that morning. I freaked out and walked out of my room. About an hour later, I went back into my room to do my homework and saw my computer and clock were the same as when I left earlier. I turned off the computer and reset the clock and sat on my bed to finish my homework. Once I finished, the strange feeling washed over me again, so I thought to play more music. This seemed to calm the feeling. Then, all of a sudden, a feeling of pure hate washed over me, and I stormed out of my room and slammed the door closed. As soon as it was closed, the feeling went away. That night, I woke up at 9:57 p.m., and I saw the pale face of a woman staring down at me in the darkness. Instinctively, I thought it was my mom. "Mom?" I said. The face smiled at me, then disappeared. I got up and turned on the light and saw that my cards were stacked next to my bed on the table and tied together with a ribbon. I turned on my laptop and saw that Microsoft Word was open. There was a message typed on it in the font Lucidia handwriting, and it said thank you. To this day, it still confuses me who the woman was. This is a true story that happened tonight. I was running around the house with my little brother. I was trying to get away from him because he kept jumping on me, and I was trying to write. I ran upstairs into the small hallway. I was standing in front of my grandmother's room, which was already open and the lights were off. I was standing at the top of the stairs, looking down at my brother, saying something to him. Then I just happened to look over into my grandma's room. When I did, I heard something growl loudly. It didn't sound like an animal or any electronic device, such as an air conditioner or radio. It sounded like a human growling, as if they were mad. I looked into the dark room, a little shocked. It all happened so fast. I ran very quickly down the stairs and knocked my brother out of the way. Soon, I was on the couch telling the story to my grandparents. My papa went upstairs and put a light in my grandma's room. Then, he checked the whole room. There was no animal and no person in there. He came downstairs and told us that there was nothing in the room. So, I'm a little concerned to know what it could have been. I've heard of ghosts or demons growling, but I'm not sure. Please give me your opinion. First, I want to start with some background information. I live in a very small town. There is maybe 100 people in the town. It is very old. The town is shrinking, and some of the lights along the roads are going out or don't work. Recently, someone new moved in very near where I live, and we became great friends really fast, and for some reason, we always have these moments where we have the same exact thought, but only one of us will say out loud. Then the one who did not say it will say, "Dude, I thought the exact same thing." Although this has no relevance to this story, I felt I should include it. This story took place in the short, minute-long walk between our houses, and since the town is so small, I have 2 routes to this house, the road or my backyard. They each take about the same amount of time. Now, for the main part of my story. It was dark out, probably about 9 p.m., and for some reason, I was going to his house, and I don't recall why. I might have had to get something, or maybe it was not so late, and I was going to hang out with him. But it does not matter because it was dark. I took the road to his house, and for some reason, the walk always gives me chills. The road is lighted, but only at the ends, and sometimes the lights flicker or go out. This one walk was so much more creepy than the rest. I don't understand why it felt so much worse, but it did. Then, I noticed that I had 2 shadows following behind me. Shadow is in my shadows. I would not have found this too odd except for 2 things. 1, the second shadow was not connected to me. 2, the shadows were facing towards the light source. Yes, there is another light on the end of the street behind me, but that was a bit too far away to be casting the shadows I was seeing. Then, just when I was near his house, I thought I heard a young woman's voice, probably around her early 20s, and I had no clue what it was, although I suspected it was laughter. When I got in my friend's house, I vaguely described the experience, and we both laughed. I think he thought I was just overreacting, which I may have been. After that, I kind of blew it off, but every time I take that walk in the dark, I always get a little creeped out sometimes. I will blast music to make the thought go away.
I'm currently studying a Bachelor of Nursing. For our first year, we had a placement at a rest home where we were allowed to interact with patients and nurses alike to help us learn new skills. Among all of our duties, each had a patient that we were to care for throughout the duration of our stay. My patient was called Mr. X. I changed his name for privacy reasons. Rest homes can be creepy enough, even at the best of times. This particular place I was situated at was an old villa that had been a hospice during the late 1930s, but was renovated in the early 90s and a rest home wing was added to the original structure. The laundry room was the worst place to be alone. In the far end of the original villa, the laundry was cold, dark, and always secluded. When asked to venture in there, I would always run in and run back out. Whenever I took Mr. X to the laundry to gather his belongings, he would say in an eerily casual voice, "Look, there's Steve, and he's here to see you today." He told me he loves when you visit him in here. It gets awfully lonely in the boiler room, and he would stare at the corner near the door that led to the old boiler room. It's just the storage space now. I could never tell whether Mr. X was joking or not, but I would laugh anyway, not wanting to seem afraid. Mr. X always joked around with me. He wouldn't let any of the other nurses look after him if I was on duty, because he always had so much to tell me about his week. He would tell me that I was his favorite nurse, and he was easily my favorite patient. One Tuesday I was doing my first night shift. I was very excited as patients in the day are much different than at night. It was one of those nights where the dark seems to press in on every corner, almost like a blanket. I felt a little uneasy as I was doing rounds on my own in the original building. When I walked past the laundry room, I seemed to get the feeling I was being watched. Thinking of Mr. X, I chuckled to myself, trying to think of Steve as a joke. I finished my round and headed back to the nurse's station. When the charge nurse asked how my rounds had been, I told her about how I always feel uneasy when I go near the laundry. She laughed and told me not to be silly. She said, "As a nurse, you'll get used to creepy places. Our main concern is the living, not the dead." She and the other nurses laughed for a bit, then she looked at me again. Since you love the laundry so much, there are some sheets that needed to be cleaned for tomorrow. You can run them down. I thought she was joking. Unfortunately, she wasn't. As a new nurse, you get picked on a bit. It's all fun and games, and you eventually learn to live with it. I decided to just get my trip to the laundry over and done with, so I decided to grab the sheets and went on my way. It was so dark in the old building. It wasn't a cold night, but the breeze snuck through the small gaps in the old panels, creating a chill. I pushed open the door with my foot and reached my hand through the door to turn on the light before I went in, not wanting to enter in the dark. I felt a small breeze on my hand. I figured it was just coming from the paneling and heard a small creak, which I again put down to the breeze against the old building. I walked into the room and, out of habit, looked toward the boiler room. To my surprise, the door was slightly ajar. Knowing that doors in a restroom should always be closed, I walked over it to close it. That was when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something. A light moved behind the door. As much as I didn't want to look, I peeked through the gap and saw a man sitting on a bucket with a wild grin on his face. I slammed the door shut and fled out of the room, leaving the sheets on the floor. As I sped around the corner, I ran into a very welcoming face. Mr. X smiled at me, startled, and asked what was wrong. When I was done explaining what I saw, he laughed and walked towards the laundry. I reluctantly followed. Mr. X walked up to the boiler room door and opened it. It was empty. "Nothing can hurt you, dear," he said. "You are well protected. I can tell." He winked at me. I smiled awkwardly and told him it must have been my eyes playing a trick on me. He laughed again and turned to me. It was at that point when I realized that Mr. X wasn't allowed to be walking around at night alone. I offered to walk him back to his room. He walked towards me, stopping first to pick up the sheets I had dropped. "What kind of wife will you be if you leave your sheets all over the floor?" he teased. I automatically chilled out and laughed. He knew how to make me laugh. Mr. X did. I walked Mr. X back to his room and got him settled before bidding him goodnight and telling him I would see him on Thursday. The last thing I saw as I closed his door was him smiling at me lovingly and then turned his head as though to talk to someone. Thursday morning, I showed up at placement ready to start my work day. At handover, the nurse didn't mention whether or not Mr. X was due for a shower, so I wanted to ask her. She looked at me with such surprise. "Mr. X passed away on Tuesday morning. I'm sure you must have been told when you had your night shift. Did you think it was weird he didn't come to see you?" She then smiled sadly at me and walked off. I didn't think it was weird he hadn't come to see me, because he had. I had 3 more weeks left at that particular placement. For those remaining weeks, I was no longer afraid of the laundry room. In fact, I felt a calm, warm feeling whenever I walked past. I'm sorry my story was so long. I hope it entertained you or gave you chills. It is 100% true, whether or not you believe it. My cousins have been dealing with freaky things happening from the very beginning. They first lived in an old farmhouse where mildly scary things happened semi-regularly. Lights flickering, footsteps, all the bit. At this point, it was just my aunt, uncle, and their oldest child, who was just a toddler. They then built a brand new house in a quiet part of town, and that's when things actually got worse. By the time their oldest daughter was a young teen, they had 3 more children who were all experiencing now terrifying things. Doors were slamming shut. They could hear whispering almost every night all around the house, and the oldest daughter was seeing a large man with bird-like feet and huge wings. She saw him on a couple of occasions just briefly, but described him as completely black without a face or any features, standing at the foot of her bed in the middle of the night before it disappeared. This family is very close with God. They attend church every Sunday and have a strong faith. But the family soon discovered this oldest daughter had been experimenting with Ouija boards and other dark things, and they packed up the family and moved to Central America for a year as sort of a fresh start, in hopes that they could return one with all this left in the past. While they were in Central America, however, things hit their peak. The sound of furniture scraping along the floors, My cousin described it like someone was pushing a bed from one end of the bedroom to the other over and over in the upstairs bedroom above her. Happened often, and they had horrible smells in their home like rotting meat. A couple of times in the middle of the night, they heard some very, very loud whispering. She said it was loud enough to hear clearly but sounded breathy and hushed. Outside their window, speaking a strange language. Their dad speaks Spanish, and although this was in a Spanish town, her father confirmed that the voices were not speaking Spanish or anything similar, and there was no one outside when he investigated. One daughter also had a door slam in her face. She was terrified and began screaming and attempted to run to her sister's bedroom for help, but as she was doing so, simultaneously every single door in the house slammed shut. They didn't lock, so she was able to simply open them, but it was obviously quite terrifying. They had a pastor come to their home and bless it, although they said nothing changed. After a few months of living there, the youngest daughter in the family developed a severe illness and had to be promptly flown back to Canada for treatment. After they arrived back in Canada, strange things continued happening, but not quite as violent or often, just strange things off and on. Their motion-detected garbage lid lifts by itself and lights appear in the middle of the night. That was just about 10 years ago, and now things are starting to get very, very bad again. The youngest child of the family, the only son, went to university, and in the meantime, nothing even remotely strange happened in the home. He just returned from school about 2 weeks ago, and it seems like it has come back with him. He says he saw the dark bird-like man in his room at night and again on the stairs in the same week. He also says it speaks to him and tells him to do terrible things. He has never been involved in any dark practices and has had a very close relationship with God, so we don't know why it would attach itself to him or if that's even what is going on. I'm very close with my family and have witnessed a lot of these things firsthand when staying at their home, but I have no clue how to help or where to start. These experiences are absolutely terrifying for the whole family, and after 25 years of this happening, we really want answers.
When I was young, my grandmother owned a very old rustic country summer home in a small village about 3 hours away from a large city where I grew up. There was nothing particularly threatening about the outside of the house. To a casual onlooker, it just looked like an old quaint house, much like the majority of the houses in the village. During summer break from school, my parents would send me there, since my grandmother always took her vacations there, far away from the busy life in the big city where we all lived. Though I missed my parents a lot, and didn't get along well with my grandmother, I still, for the most part, enjoyed the large garden with its old apple trees, a berry orchard, and a large vegetable garden. The inside of the house had a very different feel to it. First of all, it was definitely very old and somewhat musty because it went unused for a large portion of the year. In one of the bedrooms where the wallpapers was peeling, you could see several layers of different color wallpaper, which makes me think that the house was owned by many people before my grandmother, though she had for many, many years. Though it had a sink, it did not have a toilet or a shower. Instead, there was an outhouse outside and an outside shower for summer use. There was one room in the house, which was added sometime after the original house was built. It was a slightly newer, open space with many windows, painted in a pleasant pastel color. It was located at the very back of the house. For some reason, my grandmother insisted that this particular room is where I would stay. If you were to simply look at it, you would find absolutely nothing threatening about this room. However, for some reason, I was terrified of staying there. My parents always remarked that unlike the other children, I was scared of nothing. I always slept with the lights off, never had any incidents where I was scared to be alone, and never had any childlike fears such as a monster in the closet, etc. So, my parents found it highly unusual that being 8 or 9 years old, I was absolutely terrified of this room. I would beg my grandmother to let me sleep in the bedroom in the main part of the house, but she always told me that I was being silly and there was absolutely nothing wrong with the room. Yet at night, with the lights off, I couldn't help but hear unusual creaking sounds, knockings, and what sounded like footsteps after my grandmother had gone to bed. Having never been scared of anything, I would pull the blanket almost all the way over myself, except for my eyes, out of which I could see faint black shadows moving along the corners of the room. I tried so hard to convince myself that I was just imagining things, but the extreme uneasy feeling never let up. I felt like something in the room could physically hurt me if it chose to. I told my parents and kept asking my grandmother about the room, but my questions were sidestepped, and I was always told that I'm just imagining things. And maybe it's because the room is sort of isolated from the rest of the house, and that makes me nervous. And of course, I got the usual explanation of it's just the house settling, etc. Since the house had no hot water, they couldn't blame the water heater. Things would go on like this every summer I was there. On a few occasions when I was allowed to sleep in the bedroom in the main part of the house, I felt much more at ease and was able to fall asleep much easier. In the other room, the uneasy feeling would keep me awake for hours, which was highly unusual for me since I never had trouble sleeping anywhere else. Yet, though significantly weaker, the effects of that negative energy permeated the entire house. To wash up before bed, we would heat water in the kitchen and put it in a basin. On numerous occasions, when I was washing my face or giving myself a sponge bath, since the only shower was outside, I had very strong feelings of being watched, to the point where I would do what I needed to do as fast as possible and would turn to look behind me, expecting someone to be there. One particular occasion I remember very clearly. It was broad daylight, and my grandmother went to the local market to buy food, while leaving me at the house by myself. I was about to go outside to the garden when I heard a loud female voice clearly calling my name from the living room. Utterly confused since I was supposed to be the only one in the house, I went to investigate. My grandmother was still out, and I confirmed that I was alone. Then I heard the same voice again, calling out to me urgently from another room. I was really freaked out and almost ran out of the house, but made myself go and see if anyone was there. I saw no one. When my grandmother got back from the market, I told her what happened, and she told me many people imagine someone calling their name when they are home by themselves. Even then, I thought it was an odd explanation, since I never had an occurrence like that before. And actually, I haven't had an occurrence like that in the nearly 20 years since then. Sadly, since I was still a child, I never found out the history of the house before my grandmother finally sold it after she was too old to maintain it. I don't envy whoever owns it now, though. Okay, one of my first experiences with ghosts was when I was about 5 or 6 years old. I was in Texas at my grandmother's house with my brother and cousin. We were sleeping in the living room, and I heard kids playing in the background. Then I heard a man call my name. I thought everyone else was up, and my grandma was waking me up. I stood up and opened my eyes, and there was no one there. It was also silent. I thought it was a dream, but then I heard kids again, and a man's voice started to call my name again. I now knew that this wasn't a dream. I ran to my grandparents' room and told them there was a man calling my name and that there were kids playing. My grandma said I was having a nightmare and to go back to sleep. I got into bed with them and went to sleep. About an hour later, my cousin came into the room, saying that a man wouldn't stop calling his name. My grandma thought it was maybe a coincidence and told us to go to sleep. Nothing ever happened to my brother. A few weeks later, we got a call from them telling us that they were moving. My grandpa had gotten up about 1 a.m. to let the dog outside, and when he turned around, all of the dog's squeaky toys started squeaking, and there was a woman standing right in front of him, and it wasn't my grandma. They found a house and started moving as quickly as possible. We came down to help them. We lived in Oklahoma at the time, and my grandma told us that there was a family that lived in the house, and the dad and kids all died in the house fire. We never found out who the woman was, though. Thank you for letting me submit my story to you. This is one of the scariest, but I have lots of them. For as long as I can remember, I've been able to feel and see spirits that no one else could. It took me many years to discover what this ability was, and that I wasn't alone. I don't remember my very first ghostly experience very well, but my mother does. She told me the story many times. I was 3 years old, and we were visiting my grandmother at her home in East Boston. I walked into the back bedroom, my grandmother's room, and then back into the dining room and asked my grandmother about the man in our room. She asked me to describe him, so I did. She turned to my mother and quietly said, "She has a gift." She handed me a photo of her and my deceased grandfather and asked me if that was the man. I said yes, but he was skinnier now. My grandfather died of a brain aneurysm, a complication from a bout of meningitis in 1952, 34 years before my birth year. 1 year later, I was 4. We moved into a new home. Directly behind the house was the cemetery. We lived in that house for the next 14 years. There was a very heavy, eerie feeling that surrounded the stairs. Something watched you from the base of the stairs while you were in the living room, or at the top of the stairs. Every so often, there was footsteps and the sounds of someone falling down them. When you went to investigate, nothing was there. The basement was the worst place. It felt like something like a voice grip was squeezing your chest. I could never go down there. I was apparently the only one that felt it. My sister told me after she moved into her room down there that she never quite felt alone, and she'd get this odd headache, then smell something really awful. My dad made sure everything was perfectly safe before she moved everything down. There was no explainable reason for her experiences. I've had experiences outside the house as well, in cemeteries, in other people's homes. Recently, I began to investigate haunted places in New England with my friends. Since moving into my current residence in 2005, though, I haven't had any experiences at my home. We lived in a small farmhouse with a huge backyard, and beyond the fence, an even larger pasture. I was 11 years old when we lived there, and we, the kids, would always explore the backyard, especially at night, and play hide and seek all of the time. One night, in this big backyard, I was alone and looking out at the pasture when suddenly I felt as though I was being watched, and I turned my head to look at the house when I saw a transparent man looking at me, and then he disappeared a few seconds later. My uncle had died when I was 4, so I assumed it was him watching over me, and ventured into the house and went to sleep. A few minutes went by with no strange happenings when I went over to a friend's house and spent the night with her. We had a little bit of a slumber party and ended up sleeping in the living room, when she woke me up at about 3 a.m. in the morning, apparently scared out of her mind, and told me she had woken up to go to the bathroom. That made her hair stand on end. Then saw a shadowy tall figure of a man with a pressed suit on, no hands or feet, and some kind of burlap bag over his head with a rope tied twice around his neck. So naturally, I thought she was kidding around, trying to scare me. So I got up and ventured into the direction she was pointing, when I felt this strange sensation, and boom, like magic, he was there. I ran back and told her that I had too seen it, and she ran into her parents' room and got them out of bed, and naturally, they told us there were no such things as ghosts, and told us to go back to sleep. We lay in the living room a long time, just watching this thing pace back and forth, and waiting for dawn so we could finally get some sleep. And about 5 in the morning, the visitor disappeared, and we soon fell asleep. Never in a million years, if someone would have told me this would be the beginning of a 19-year-old haunting, would I have believed them. But that is exactly what happened. Not just to me, but to my friend also. It seemed that this ghost visited us every night at the same time for almost 2 years at first, just pacing the halls, then turning things off and on, changing TV channels and radio stations, swinging things in the walls, just little annoying things that at our age would scare the crap out of you. One of the scariest nights I can remember was one night at my house. We were sitting on the bed eating ice cream when we both got that spooky feeling and fell silent, and we smelled something burning for a second, and then we heard the most guttural scary movie growl I've ever heard in my life. We threw our bowls and ran into the living room, where I felt the need to spoil the beans to my parents. Of course, they told me we were crazy and that our imaginations were great. A few months later, I was still insisting to them that something evil was in the home, and they kept telling me the same thing and began asking me if I needed help, like counseling or something, but I kept fighting with them about it. By this point, even my brothers thought I was insane. A few months later, my parents decided to move because I stuck to my story, and they were hoping that if they got me away from my friend, that my imagination wouldn't work overtime. We moved about 65 miles from that town to another farmhouse that was even older than the last one. The same thing was happening, only instead of pacing back and forth, the figure began to float to my bedside, lean its head to the side, and make noises like it wanted something from me. This was a nightly ordeal for a few months, and then it began to start touching me. I could never see its hands, but I could feel the icy cold prickle sensation that came with it, working its way up my bed, to my legs, up my body, and even surrounding my head. Most nights, I was too afraid to move and afraid to cry out, so I laid in my bed, silently weeping. This went on for quite some time too. Then it began to lay in the bed beside me and touch me off and on all night, as though it was testing me to see if I was scared. And trust me, I was terrified. But when 5 a.m. rolled around, proof he would vanish. After a few months of this, in a ton of lost sleep, I finally got the nerve up to throw a pillow at him and yell at him. You know, things like, "What do you want from me?" And he began to put his head to the side, even more, and grunt, as if he was replying, "What?" Remember, the figure always had a pressed-on pinstripe suit and some kind of burlap bag over his head, with a rope that showed to be strung around his neck at least 2 times. So, I never saw a face or even heard him speak, anything other than the grunts it was doing that night. But shortly after my temper tantrum, it left. Finally, a few nights of peaceful sleep, until I was awakened by heavy footsteps in the foyer, going through the kitchen, which was not like him at all. And then, the burnt smell again, and I was so afraid that I would hear the growl again, that I remember thinking, my parents would surely find me dead in the morning from a heart attack. To make a long story shorter, here's a list of things that happened. After that night, I never saw the burlap ghost again, but strange things and sounds and figures would keep me up all night. It was like an open portal in my bedroom. I would wake up scratched up, heavy breathing in my ears, pressure on my chest, racing black silvery balls across the ceiling, red eyes racing through my room and disappearing, laughter, waking with my arms bruised as if someone had grabbed me, something cold that I always assumed to be a hand, because I felt something like a huge ring hit the bottom of my foot, grabbed me by the ankle, and almost slung me out of bed. A Bible was slung across the room and landed on my bed, as I had taken to the habit of filling my room with religious items. In one night, so much activity in my room that my younger brother was awakened and came in only to turn white and started screaming. And to this day, he will not tell me what he saw. So on to the future. I turned 18, still struggling with this haunting, or whatever you call it, and joined the military, and it still followed me. Even being stationed in Iceland, it was still up to no good, and my best friend, who was also my roommate, would say things like something is not right, and it was doing all of its little tricks again, like turning things on and off. But she seemed fascinated with it, so I told her the entire story, and she didn't seem to mind. She had just wondered what I had done to have this happen to me. Finally, a few years of peace without one thing happening. I'm now 24 and live with my boyfriend in our 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, and nothing. Another year of peace when he tells me one morning that he felt like he was being choked in the middle of the night, and he has some bruises on his arm. I say nothing because I don't want him to think I am crazy, but it keeps happening, and then I wake up, look at the clock, and it's 3 a.m. again, and something is breathing heavy in my ear. I got up and went into our guest bedroom, and nothing, so I fall asleep for what seems like a few hours. But when I wake up, it is only 40 past 3, so I attempt to get up, and I can't move. Something is strangling me and hitting me all over. I struggle to get up, but I can't move. I can't even scream. This went on for about 15 to 20 minutes, and proof the struggle is over. This time, the attack is so severe that I consider calling a team of specialists out to see what it is, but I never did. Shortly after that, my boyfriend and I split up, and I moved to Oklahoma to be with my family, and nothing has happened since. Once in a while, I get a strange sensation, but I don't think about it twice, and just keep doing what I'm doing. And it has now been about 2 years since anything out of the ordinary happened. There are many more things that happened during this trying period of my life, but for me to write it on here would take a year at least. For those of you who read this and think I'm crazy, I can only say that maybe someday my little brother will tell me what he saw. My fiance had just died in our townhouse. This was in 2002. He had offed himself in the head. I went back later because I couldn't go back there for a while after he had died. Anyway, I went back and I kept feeling a hand brush across my forehead. One night, I was in bed and was about to fall asleep when something grabbed my foot and was pulling it downward. I freaked out. I was the only one in the house. Then, I had a friend come over because I was afraid to be alone because of these things happening. My friend was downstairs and I was upstairs, coming out of the bathroom, and a dark floating figure floated right by me. It almost ran into me, and would have, had I not stepped back. It telepathically told me it was not here for me, and that I had gotten what it wanted, and also would not look directly at me. I somehow felt like I was being protected by God, and the thing was actually afraid of me. I didn't feel scared. Later on in the month, I took a bunch of pictures of that townhouse because I wanted to remember the good times where my fiance had lived and been very happy together at one time. I was planning on moving because the memory of his death was just too much for me, and I always had this creepy feeling there since he had died. After I got the pictures developed, there were 120 photos in all of several different rolls of film of different things, and then the one that I had taken pictures of, the inside of the townhome. Out of all these photos, I had taken 3 of the exact place where he had died, and only those 3 photos were what appeared to be flames right in the place where he had passed. It almost looked like the portal to hell. Seriously. To this day, I cannot explain those pictures. They were taken with a very expensive camera. No other photos I had developed before or after that had ever had those flames in them like that. Just the 3 that were the exact location of his body when he died. My name is Malin, and I've just turned 21. I live in Sweden. In my parents' house, I've experienced some strange things that I really can't explain. My sister and I have always felt that there is a presence other than us. My parents don't believe in that kind of thing and have always told us that it's just our imagination. One of the first things I remember is that my father had gotten this stuffed animal that looked like E.T. He got it from his students as a present. I must have been about 4 years old and had recently seen the movie with my sister, and for some reason, I thought that E.T. was the most scary thing I've ever seen, so I didn't like this doll at all. In our basement, there are a lot of different rooms. In one of them, we had a huge box filled with stuffed animals. Every time I went down there, I took the E.T. doll and put it in the bottom of the box, under all the other stuffed animals. But the next time I went down there, the E.T. doll was lying on top of the others again. This happened repeatedly, every time I went down there. It didn't matter if I waited 2 days or 2 minutes. I of course asked my sister and my parents about it, but they swore that they had nothing to do with it. Of course it could be so that they lied to me every time I asked them, but I find that hard to believe. Anyway, I solved the problem a couple years later by giving the E.T. doll to one of the guys in my class. I constantly heard, and still hear, cracks and other sounds in their house, footsteps, and sometimes voices. They've always been there, and I guess I got used to it, but it took a few years before the next big thing happened. I was 15, maybe 16, and had moved down to the bedroom downstairs. I didn't like sleeping downstairs, but it was either that or a tiny room upstairs. One day, I was sitting in my bed, writing in my diary, when I heard a knock on my door. I was surprised because I was alone in the house and hadn't heard either the car nor the door open. I said, "Come in," but when no one entered, I got up and opened the door, but there was no one there. I thought it was strange, but went back to my diary. I had hardly any time to pick up my pen before I heard another knock. This happened a couple times and really scared me, so I locked the door and crawled under the covers. Then I heard scratching outside and froze, just to hear meow, one of my cats. At first I thought it was my cat who had caused the knocking, but I've never met a cat that can actually knock. that hard. Another time I was in the bathroom upstairs. I just finished washing my hands and was outside the bathroom when I remembered that I left my watch on the shelf in front of the mirror. I turned to go get it and took a step into the room when a bottle of lotion literally flew off the windowsill and landed in front of my feet. The window was closed and there was no wind to speak of outside. If the bottle had fallen off the windowsill because it was placed unstable, it would have fallen right down in the cat's litter box, but instead, it flew almost 13 feet. I calmly went out of there, closed the door, and got into my room and locked the door. I've also seen a boy in the basement, a teenager. He's not transparent at all. He looks as real as you and me. I've only gotten short glimpses of him, but I know he has brown hair and a green shirt. For some reason, I most often see him around Christmas and other holidays. I wonder why. Even though some of these things scare me, I've never felt threatened, so I guess whomever or whatever is present in my parents' house doesn't want to harm us. I'm one to be afraid of the dark, but there are feelings I get. Feelings that tell me to get out. Almost a communication with my location. The basement has been home to incidents experienced by me and my slightly older sister. My experience is weird. I went downstairs to retrieve something for my mom when I was near the stairs, an opaque dark shade of gray temporarily blinded me. Whilst running up the stairs and wiping my eyes, I swore I heard something. My sister heard something too. She was on the downstairs computer once. It had basic features. She swore she heard something whisper something close to her name. My sister sprinted upstairs as well. Finally, my parents' room. I come in on rare occasions, like when the light and TV is on, or when my mom or dad are watching a good movie. My room is on the other end of the hall. I need to pass my parents' room. When I pass their room, I see strange things at the end of the bed. I see dark, almost impish figures. Once, I could have sworn I've seen red eyes. Now, for the sound, it is very creepy, yet inconclusive. I have no idea what the sound actually is. Once, when the family and I were in the living room, I heard a broom sweep in the back of the house. Weird part, there was no broom in the back of the house. Plus, just today, on 3/20/2008, I heard something in my room exhale. I know it wasn't me. That had freaked me out. The feeling. I think I may actually have been touched too. Once, when I was 8 or 9, I was watching a show on urban legends. I felt something run something gently down my back. It was around 10 or 11, but I got up anyway, and I went to the living room where I found my mom. I told her what happened, but she just said it was just a curtain. I lived in a home in North Salt Lake City that my children and myself had many experiences over the years that we never could explain other than the supernatural. My husband, myself, and 2 children lived in this house for over 12 years. There's a family that now lives in the house, and I do not want them to cause any problems by giving them out the address of the house. I will say that the house is located on 5th North. My children attended Jackson Elementary School when they were young and graduated from West High School. My daughter was sleeping and thought she heard her name being called, and when she opened her eyes, there was a man with a beard sitting in a rocking chair, holding a hat in his lap. My daughter's bed was hung from the ceiling with chains, and her bed was 4 feet from the floor. My daughter said the man turned his head towards her and grinned at her. She also said that a rocking chair was even with her bed and was 4 feet off the floor. She told me she pulled the covers over her head, and when she peeked out over the covers, he was gone. My son told me of a man with a beard and a top hat sat on the end of the bed. My son heard his name called, and when he even looked in the direction of the speaker, the man sitting on his bed, the man grinned at him. My son pulled the covers over his head, and when he looked out, the man was gone. I was alone in the house for a few days, and on 2 different nights, I was awoken to the sound of music, violin, and tinky sounding piano. The lights were on in the kitchen and the front room. As I entered the kitchen from my bedroom, the music stopped and the lights dimmed, and as I entered the front room, the lights dimmed, and I found myself standing in the middle of the front room in the dark. I heard footsteps in the stairwell, and when I got to the bottom of the stairs, the lights were on upstairs. I started walking up the stairs, and with each step, the light got dimmer, and about at the 5th step, it was now dark upstairs. I could write about many other things that happened at this house. We never felt anything evil with our experiences, and it was always our own fear that scared us. I believe the house I grew up in was haunted. My family all makes jokes about how it was just all my imagination. There were several different occurrences throughout my childhood, nothing on a regular basis, but frequent enough for me to believe that something paranormal was going on there. I lived in this house from birth until 18 years old. I am now much older, and I still believe what I saw and felt was real and inexplainable. As a child, I always woke up in the night to get a drink of water or a snack even sometimes. I wasn't overweight, but it was a running joke in my house that I always had to get up to get something to eat at night. On several of these occasions, I would walk out of my bedroom down the short hall and into the living room where we had one of those old TVs that when you turned them off, the colors would dance for a short while and then go out. My parents were early to bed, early to rise, so I know the TV couldn't just shut off. But I would go out, and there would be a human face made from those colors that actually would just swim around when it was shut off. I watched the TV during the day, and it shut off, and always watched to see what the colors did, but they never made the face during the day, only at night, after the TV had been off for hours. The second occurrence that freaked me out completely was on one night. I was standing at the refrigerator, which was on the same wall as the doorway that led down to a small landing, which is where the back door was, and the stairs to the basement were. I always felt watched downstairs, and couldn't stand going down there at night, even with all the lights on. I could do it fine during the day, but at night, it freaked me out. Anyway, the night I'm speaking of, I turned my head to the doorway. The only illumination was the light from the refrigerator, and there was a fully formed person peering around the corner from the side that would have been coming up the stairs. The horrible thing about it was that at first, I thought it was my stepdad, but then I got a look at his face a little closer, and it was his face, but almost evil looking. I swear it had red eyes, but that could have been a misinterpretation of what I saw. I ran back down to see where all the bedrooms were, and I peeked in my parents' room, and he was still in bed. I've never found an explanation of why it could have been his likeness, but I know it was definitely scary. Several years ago, I was planning on moving from the USA to Australia to be with my partner, Craig. My partner and I would talk for hours on the web. What else can you do when you're 9,000 miles apart? My daughter, Catherine, who was 7 at the time, would often get in on it too. Her and Greg developed a very loving father-daughter relationship, even though he is her stepdad. One day, no different than any other, Greg and I were chatting. He wanted to talk to Catherine. I yelled for her. She was in another room, and I couldn't see the monitor. She came running and stopped dead inside the doorway. She could not see the monitor and started wigging out, demanding that Greg shut his bedroom door, which was clearly visible behind him. She wouldn't move from where she was. We tried to coax her, but she wasn't having any of it. Greg got up and closed the bedroom door. Catherine ran into my lap and buried her face into my shoulder, away from the monitor. She wouldn't even look at the monitor. I asked her what was wrong, and she said, "He's mean, and I don't want to see him." Completely caught off guard, I asked her who was mean. She answered, "The mean guy in the doorway." I asked her to describe him. She said he was tall, had red hair, blue eyes, and wore a dressy shirt. Deeper voice than Greg's. Oh, and by the way, Greg's voice is already pretty deep enough as it is. I tried to get more information out of her. That was all she had, or what she wanted to tell me anyway. I relayed what she had told me to Greg, and he just didn't get it. Catherine left my lap as fast as she had flown into it, yelled goodbye Greg from the other room. I wondered if she had seen something. I had episodes like that when I was her age, and they've continued. I asked Greg if she had described anyone he might know. He looked shocked for a second, and then asked me to wait. He went into the bedroom and came out a few minutes later with a pick in his hand. He looked at me, held up the pick, and said, "Wonder if this is who she saw." I asked who it was, and he said it was his grandfather Bill, who passed away in '92. It was 2007. Now get this. The pick was exactly the description Catherine had given. He was tall, red-haired, blue-eyed, had a dressy shirt in the pic. I asked Greg how he talked, and he said that Bill was old-school Aussie. His voice was deeper than most, and with the accent, it was even harder for Greg to understand him. I excused myself, and went and told Catherine who we thought it was. As soon as I said the name Bill, she smiled. She said, "I thought that was his name. That was the only thing I could almost understand." She seemed more at ease after learning it was his name. Greg, on the other hand, didn't know what to make of it. Apparently, her and Bill made peace and became friends. When I was leaving for Australia, she told me that she didn't need Bill anymore and wanted him to come over and watch over me and Greg till she got there. Gotta love kids. Fast forward a few years. Since my arrival here in Oz, I've heard a man's voice. Sometimes I can understand him. Other times, it's too deep and garbled for me to get. I ask him to repeat slower, and it gets him a little pissy. He has never told me his name, but I know it is Bill. I have that feeling. But lately, over the last year or so, I've been hearing a lot more voices. It's like being in a crowd where everyone is talking at once. I ask someone to step forward and talk only to me, but it just stays garbled. This is a weekly thing. It has gotten to the point where, when it starts, I simply say, if you're all going to talk to me at once, then I won't be able to understand any of it. What I was wondering is if anyone else has ever heard this, and if so, what did they do? Might this be more family members who saw that Bill was able to talk to us and want to try themselves? Or might it be something bad? Sometimes, not very often, I get a bad feeling when they start talking. Bill is still with me. I asked him, but he's given me nothing. I lived in Chicago up until I was 18 and had graduated high school. My grandfather lived in the house, and we lived on the first floor in the third flat apartment building we owned next door. We had the basement that was connected to the first floor apartment as well. The basement had 3 main rooms. The front room that led outside held a half bath, a washer, dryer, and 2 storage closets. This is where we kept our bikes and skates and stuff. The center room had 4 storage closets, the water heater, and the furnace. This was the room that held all my dad's and grandpa's tools. The back room that led to our upstairs apartment was where we had the deep freezer, old clothes, camping gears, old toys, etc. The center room was awful. Just looking at it, you felt like you were being stared down. Something was sending very angry energy out from that room. If you were in that room, it was just overwhelming and overpowering. It felt as if something was going to grab you and actually hurt you. None of us were hurt, but it always felt like it could happen at any time. My sister believed it to be female. I believed it to be male. This makes me think that it could have been a demon and was just appearing female to her and male to me. The stairs from the basement led to my brother's room. The stairs and the door were extremely creepy. We always kept it locked and bolted, but that didn't do much. It always seemed like someone was going to come bursting through the doors at any time. In the bedroom I shared with my sister, we have both seen strange things. I've seen a man a few times. He would start at the head of my bed, which happened to be by the door to the bedroom, and walk towards my closet. My closet and my parents' closet shared a wall. From there, he would kind of nod his head and then disappear. I could tell he was wearing overalls, work boots, and had gloves in his back pocket. He was tall, about 6 feet, dark hair, dark eyes. I could see all of this, but I could also see the other side of my room through him. He was kind of a misty gray color. I saw him first when I was 5, then again when I was 8, and the last time when I was 14. When I was 12, I felt a pulling on my blanket. At this time, we didn't have any pets that would roam loose, and there was no way for them to get out or even reach my blanket. I feel my blanket being pulled. I kinda grumble and try to pull it back up, but I can't. So I look at the foot of my bed, and there was a boy sitting there, grinning at me, gripping my blanket. I tell him, "You let go. I'm not scared of you. Go away." And he disappears. I pull my blanket back up and go to sleep. Then we just had weird things happen. Bread would slide across the counter. Things would be moved from one end of the bar to the other. Things would go missing for a few days. These types of things not only happen in our apartment, but in the upper 2 levels that we rented out. I was in Arizona a few years back. I was at the Sonoran Desert Museum outside of Tucson. It is more like a zoo than a museum. It was summer, very few people there, and a pretty warm morning. I was in the very back of the property all by myself, taking photos of the native cactus. I was completely alone and enjoying the beautiful outdoors. I suddenly felt a terrible sense of dread behind me. I turned and looked, and there was an elderly Native American man standing there. He was dressed in all black, long-sleeved black shirt in the middle of the summer. His hair was snow white, and his face was wrinkled. When we made eye contact, I felt like someone tweaked my soul. I started to walk fast. I wanted to get back to the front of the zoo and be where people were. I was really moving, and every time I looked back, the man was about 6 feet behind me. He never seemed to increase his pace, but kept up with me no matter how fast I walked. He casually started straight ahead and kept walking. I made it up to the front and walked into the gift shop. He stayed with me the whole time. I decided to get the heck out of there. I hurried to the parking lot. All I wanted was to get into the car and get away. He was still behind me. When I reached my car, a coyote was standing by the trunk. I made eye contact with that animal. I can't describe it. It sounds nuts, but that coyote gestured towards the exit with his head. Of course, he didn't speak to me, nor did I hear a voice, but I just knew that the coyote would watch over me while I drove away. As I was about to get into the car, I turned back to look, and the coyote and the man were gone. I never went back. Every time I think of this, I feel as if I escaped something terrible. It's so strange, but it's like the coyote knew me, and I knew him. Thoughts, anyone? I don't take drugs, wasn't drinking, or overheated. I swear this happened. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it did. This happened in the summer, and at the time, my horse was living on an old farm not far from the sea. The farm was from 1925, with the original stables and barn. Anyway, on this day, it was only me and my horse there, and I had him standing outside while I was tacking up, since the weather was nice. Where he stood, he had the back entrance to the stables on the right side, and straight in front was the door to the barn. You had to go through the barn to get out. Everything was fine at first. Then, I got this feeling like I was being watched from inside the stable. I looked inside, thinking that maybe one of the other girls who had their horses there had come. But it was empty. I shrugged it off and continued grooming. Then, I noticed my horse had his attention towards the stables. I walked up to the door and looked inside, but again, there was no one. I got my saddle and stuff and started tacking up, and then my horse suddenly tensed up. He stood completely still, his ears forward, and all his attention on the entrance to the barn. I looked over, thinking it was a cat or something, but what I saw made the hairs on my neck stand up. In the barn stood a tractor. Behind this, I could see a dark figure. It didn't really look like a man. It was more, I don't know, liquid sort of. It stood on the one side of the tractor, hardly hidden, and I could swear that it was staring back at us. It moved backward towards the back of the tractor and just vanished. Well, I hurried up with my Sadie, grabbed my helmet, and though I really didn't want to, I walked my horse towards the barn. Let me tell you, it was no easy task getting him to go inside, and when I got him inside, he refused to go anywhere near the tractor and almost ran out the other side, pulling me alongside with him. I'm having some problems with the spirit in my fiance's house again. For the past few months, the house has been dormant, and so we didn't worry much about what was going on in the home. We had one of my fiance's friends move in, and things were fairly calm and peaceful. Her friend, though, began to never stay at the house, and due to some issues, emotions got rather heated between the three of us. 2 days ago, her friend moved back after a fight, and activity has escalated in the home since then. Yesterday, I got an overwhelming sense of fear and dread while at the house, and I had an overwhelming headache come over myself. I began packing up my things and told my fiancée to pack her things because we needed to stay a few days at my house. She became overwhelmingly tired and had a headache, much like mine, and passed out. When she woke up, she wasn't herself, but quickly came back out of it. Then, I went to the bathroom, and when I looked into the mirrors from the corner of my eye, I saw something I couldn't explain. The thing was, though, it looked inhuman and comprised of only bones, I think, and it seemed to be wanting out of the mirror. I ran back, and my fiancée was packing and taking her time out, humming to the tune of an old music box that used to be in her friend's room. She started to have a play fight with me and threw a shirt at me, then casually kicked the door shut. The next thing I know, she screams and I kick the door open. She said I'd been standing in the mirror after I'd left the room. She seemed fine at the moment, and so I just watched over her as she kept packing. She began stalling again though, and I told her we needed to get going or we'd be late for dinner. She then told me that she didn't want to. She liked the house and wanted to stay there. I began to hear voices as well, other than hers in the house, and got drowsy, but kept my head about me. She finally was packed, and I got her to go outside for a brief moment to see if being out of the house would snap her out of the trance. She got rather defensive and ran off and ran under a doorway where there was a crucifix standing above the doorway. When she ran through it, she collapsed and then woke up again, perfectly fine and not remembering about the past 45 minutes, except for bits and pieces, like she had been dreaming. I've been having concerns that she may be channeling spirits by accident in her sleep and such, and this incident definitely confirms my suspicions. I'm psychologically drained from the mental strength it took the two of us to get out of the home. We're going back to the house in about 4 or 5 days, and figure it should be fine. Whatever this entity is, it fed strongly off the negative emotions that had built up in this house. I know at the strength it was yesterday, it would be much hard for me to face it and cleanse the house on my own, so we're leaving the house to settle and calm back down. By then, I feel this entity will have lost most of its power, and it would be the best time to cleanse the home and seal any portals that may have been opened in the home. I'm still a little bit apprehensive though, and if anyone could offer up some help, it would greatly be appreciated. If my fiancée is the target of any danger, I can pull through any fight normally and keep her safe, but I've been so drained, and I don't know if I can handle the cleansing of the home by myself. If anyone could please help, either physically or through even psychological support, it would greatly be appreciated. Hey there, I live in Akron, Ohio. About a year ago, I moved into my ex's house since it was nice, and well, we were in love. I lived there for about 6 months before she broke it off and decided to live in Ireland. I've been heartbroken for a long time, but I do remember some extra stuff that happened in that home. It's on Spicer Street in Akron, Ohio. About a month after I moved in, the first thing I noticed was waking up with her, and every single clock in the house, including the computer clock, wristwatches, etc., would be turned around 40 minutes ahead, than what they were supposed to be. This only happened once, and after I arrived at class, she called me to explain how each clock had changed overnight. Later, she told me that the previous tenants believed the house was haunted and refused to move back in. They were both girls, I was told. We began to notice other things too, such as their stuff would get moved if we left the kitchen. The television would turn on and off. Lights would turn on and off if we left the home. Fan would move and not move. TV would turn channels with the remote being on the TV, and certain spots in the house would be unusually cold. She was scared at times, but I typically wasn't. I just thought of it as having a little kid in the home. I wasn't really worried, and I was confident that I'd be able to protect her from that kind of stuff. If you read some of my earlier posts, I see specks a lot, and I guess it gives me some sort of confidence, even if I don't understand them. My thoughts were confirmed, I believe, when I was sitting in the living room with her and thought I spotted a blonde-haired boy's face under her table. It looked a lot like a German kid, but naturally, I blinked and it was gone. There were 2 spots in the house that seemed really weird. The basement was odd, but not too odd, since students in the past used this place for studying. The oddest part in her house was her bedroom closet. I would step at the door and not go in. She refused to even sleep close to it. I was the one who slept closest to it while she slept between me and the wall. I didn't really see anything from it, but it did feel really weird, and it didn't feel like the kid. It was something else. Also, that closet was connected to the attic, which neither of us ventured into. After I saw the kid, I felt some sort of attachment to it. I remember she used to complain that sometimes my eyes would go completely black in the house. I'd usually counter it with me complaining about staring at me as she slept as if I woke up around 5 in the morning, but we wouldn't argue about it. It was just weird. When we broke up, or rather, when she broke up with me, I'll admit it, her away messages often wrote how she was scared and didn't want to hear any noises. So I guess the activity in the home increased when I left. Again, not sure why. So, I want to find out more about the home, but I don't know where to start. I've been lurking on here for about 2 years now, and well, I decided to finally post about my experiences with ghosts. Really only one ghost. It happened to be here in my house for a number of years throughout the 70s. The house had been built in 1970 on an old lot where an old man had lived on a shack and had died. Now, the spirit that had stayed on the property was one of a child, though. Maybe the old man had a kid and it died. Who knows? Anyway, all sorts of stuff that one would imagine a child would do happened. You know, things would get lost, stuff would move from one place to another, vases and sculptures would be on their place on tables, and when the family would come back, the sad items would be in pieces, smashed against a wall about 3 or 4 feet away. Sometimes, of course, you couldn't get into the house because the screen door would be locked and nobody was in the house at the time. Just imagine a door with a simple hook going into the circle slot. Now, over the years, I've tried to get that hook to slip over into the lock, you know, to see if it could happen by accident. It could never be an accident. If one wants to lock that screen door, you intentionally do it. Feelings of being watched and feeling the weight of someone or something next to you in the bed. My grandma would tell me that I would go off in the house in my walker circa 1981 or 82, and I would travel all the way from the kitchen to the living room to the hallway. Now, when one enters the hallway, even in the daytime, if all the doors to the room are shut, it is pitch black. She claimed that I would be in the hallway for a couple of minutes, and then I would come shooting out from the hallway as if my walker was pushed or shoved by something, all the way back to the kitchen and crash into the wall. Now, it would take me a couple of minutes to get all the way to the hallway since I was a toddler, yet it wouldn't even take me a minute to come crashing into the wall of the kitchen. Now, I remember seeing some sort of whitish gray ball floating when I was laying down on the rug one day. This must have been 1982 or 83. I can still see that image in my brain to this day. My grandmother noticed me getting up and looking under the dining room table, and had started to shout, "Get out!" or in my way of talking back then, "Get out!" My grandma started yelling, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" I kept on shouting and punching and kicking at nothing, all the way towards the front doorway. And when I got to the door, I kept kicking the door, and then I stopped. By this time, my grandmother, who was rather slow due to weight, had gotten to the hallway that led to the front door and was asking me what was wrong. She told me that I had said that I didn't want it here, and I told it to get out. I think I had some sort of hold over it, as I was the only child born in the house. My uncle, who was only 12 at the time, had been born in an older house. I think the spirit was attracted by the fresh new life that was now in the home, much like the spirits in Poltergeist were attracted to the little girl. You know, they wanted some sort of that life force. I think that was the case with this. I got rid of it before it got too powerful, much later on. What do you think? I've lived in this house for the past 27 years. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened since those early years.
Ever since I was a little girl, I've seen things or felt things. I haven't decided if I follow the feelings and spirits, or if they follow me. When I was 7, I lived in a huge farmhouse. I was awakened one night by a cold feeling on my cheek, almost like someone was placing their hand and just brushing it against my cheek. I sat up in bed and looked around, expecting it to be my sister trying to wake me up. Instead, I was greeted with an empty room. I tried to fall asleep all night and couldn't. For weeks, I refused to sleep on my own room and stayed with my parents. About a month later, I was back to sleeping in my room and was awakened again, but this time by the closing of the side door downstairs. I thought it was my father coming home late, so I walked into the hallway. What greeted me on the stairs still scares the daylights out of me today. When I got to the stairs, a lady that I had never seen before was walking up the stairs, or so I thought. But when I looked closer, I realized that the woman was floating up the stairs. She wore a dark brown skirt and a white blouse covered by a jacket. The white blouse had been stained in red in a few places. When I squinted my eyes to try and get a better look at the blurred image, I saw that the woman's face was battered and covered in blood. I was frozen in my tracks and unable to move. I just stood there. She didn't appear for too long until she ultimately faded away. But I'm convinced that the presence was a former owner of the farmhouse I used to live in. In my last antidote, I introduce you to my mother's family, the Sorensens, who lived in East London, South Africa, during the first half of this century. In fact, most of the family members remaining alive at this time are still living in East London, although a few have also moved to other cities in the country.
families were, in those days, much larger than they are nowadays, and my mother's family, which had 12 children, was not unusual. This story concerns one of my mother's brothers, Nigel, who was, for some reason, nicknamed Boy. I've always known this story for as long as I can remember, but 2 weeks ago, I formally interviewed my mother. Before I start the story proper, let me give you just a little background on my family. My maternal grandmother's name was Mina, but I was, however, never fortunate enough to meet her, as she died some years before I was born. She and my maternal grandfather, Chris, did, however, instill in all their sons and daughters a deep and abiding belief of all things spiritual and religious, and the whole family were staunch Catholics. My mother and her brothers and sisters believe in ghosts and spirits, and, in my mother's own words, firmly believe that spirits of those people that we are close to in life remain close to us after their deaths. It was not uncommon, in the days of the beginning of this century, for an above average number of babies to die when very young. In my mother's family, however, only the firstborn, a boy called Ivan, died in early childhood, and the remaining 11 were all healthy and thrived, until 1944, that is. My Uncle Boy, who was 30 years old at the time, came on one night after having a few beers, and, as he did not want his mother to smell the alcohol on his breath, he decided to spend what remained of the night in his car that was parked outside their family house in Park Street. He did not have a peaceful night, however, as he was unfortunately brutally attacked and robbed. His attacker had on a pair of army boots and forcefully kicked my uncle on the head, so forcefully in fact that the boy later contracted and died from inflammation of the brain. He died in a hospital on July 2nd, 1944, and was buried by the family near the end of the month. The entire family was devastated, as he had been much loved. He had been the joker of the family, and always used to perform practical jokes on my mother and her older sisters, dressing up as Dracula and jumping out to frighten them and so on. He apparently had a very loving nature and a great sense of family, but had never married. On the day of the funeral, my grandmother, my mother and her sisters Lily, Janetta, and Edna locked up the house in Park Street and prepared to walk to the church, which was just down the street. They had recently received a large arrangement of St. Joseph lilies from a family friend in sympathy for Boy's death, and the flowers had been placed in a vase in the dining room before the ladies had left for church. No one was left in the house, and, furthermore, no one, other than my grandmother, had keys to the house. After the service was finished, they walked back to their house, and my grandmother unlocked the front door. The dogs were very excited to see them, most probably wanting company after having been left alone for so long. My mother, being the youngest, rushed past the others and into the dining room. She stopped dead in the dining room doorway and turned around. That's when she noticed the apparition of Boy standing right there. He had a completely blank expression and simply just pointed in the corner of the dining room. That's when my mother looked to see what he was pointing at and was horrified. She saw what appeared to be a dark figure with robes on and a hood, sitting on a rocking chair. A second later, Boy disappeared, and so did the mysterious hooded figure. The most interesting part of this whole story is my mom told me that the chair was still rocking by itself moments after the hooded figure disappeared. I know this all sounds a little hard to believe, but believe me, this was a real occurrence. Believe it or not, ghosts and spirits do exist. You just have to be open to seeing them. Oh, and by the way, those lilies that you saw earlier in the story, the ones I mentioned, yes, they were face down where the apparitions were, 2 of them.
I worked in a movie theater that used to be a theater before, but not movie, but stage. As a matter of fact, the stage is still there, complete with all the vents, dressing rooms, and the overhead mechanisms to control curtains. It was a very happening place during its time. There was a dining place called the Kit Kat next door to the theater, and a hotel on the other side. When the stage was closed, the place became a movie theater with one screen. It is still set up as a theater would have been in the area's segregation. It became a 2-screen movie theater recently, and the balcony has been closed off. There have been some pretty weird things going on upstairs. I was talking to the manager one night about something that happened as I was leaving pretty late. It sounded like something upstairs in the old lobby fell. Something big. I went up with a friend to check it out, but nothing could have fallen. After I'd gotten about half of my story out, the manager finished the story for me. He said that he experienced the same thing. We've both heard voices upstairs and footsteps on carpeted floors. No one ever really experienced anything, or they don't talk about it. Up until a few months ago, no one ever saw anybody. Well, that all stopped pretty recently. I've seen 2 men. I'm the only one who has seen anything. One of them was a shadow person. He was a very dark presence, so dark in fact that he almost appeared to be a cloud floating around the room. In fact, that's what he had been doing when I saw him. By the way, you could still make out the outline of this figure. He was also wearing a top hat. The presence that I saw was upstairs in the balcony. The feeling I got off of him ranks up there with the feeling I got the one time I encountered the shadow person. This guy, however, looked like he was some sort of construction worker. The manager, which is my uncle, has been doing a little bit of research and has come up with very little information. I've written a narrative about the man upstairs. My fiance drew a picture of him without my knowledge, just from the description I had given him. I saw the picture one day in the backseat of his car, and it sent chills through my body. The city is wanting to tear down this building and put an even larger theater in its place. We do not know how long the owner of the building is going to hold out on selling it. Hi, I'm not sure if this is a ghost story, or just me being nervous because of old fables, but I'll share it with you anyway, and I'm anxious to hear what you think. First of all, I'm from South Louisiana, where ghosts, voodoo, and haunted antebellum homes are a way of life, or at least a big part of the history down there. About 3 miles from my parents' home, where I grew up, there's an old plantation house, which I believe was built in the 1800s. I know that I'm going to skip around because I feel like I have to explain everything, but please bear with me. While I was growing up, I always felt scared to be outside or even alone in my parents' house, but I don't think the house itself was haunted, but maybe the area, because it was so close to this old house. I actually never even noticed the house until like only 6 or 7 years ago, when someone finally bought it and decided to refurbish it. The house was once known as the Stephanie Plantation, then as the Halfin House, and I believe that there was also one more name for it, but I can't think of it right now. The new owner put a lot of effort into doing research into the history of the house and how it looked. You know, pretty much to find out anything and everything about it. First of all, he was a friend of my father, so we got to see the house through many stages of its rebirth. The new owner took before and after photos of the house. The before photos really scared me. There were, I believe, 5 faces or bodies of ghosts in the pictures, but they were very clear. One looked like a man, maybe with a beard and very proper demeanor. Another was a lady in the ball gown. That was what the silhouette looked like, and possibly a crown. Another looked like a small child looking out of the window, and another just a blur. One looked like a man screaming,
and it seemed to have chains on his wrists. I don't know what exactly to say about these pictures, but I know what I saw, and I know how the house felt, and I believe them. I've always felt a type of sixth sense, if you want to call it that. My dreams often come true. ESP is a frequent thing for me, and I always get these feelings. I'm not trying to say I'm psychic, because I'm not sure exactly what this is, but I have come to try to use them more and more. Anyway, the house was very cold, even though it was the dead of summer, probably 100 degrees and humid. You know, the typical South. Anyway, it had this very eerie and unwelcoming and not very peaceful feeling to it. And as weird as it may seem, I kept getting like these glimpses or flashbacks that were very dark, but they were of this house. The new owner had tons of stories of hauntings by him and previous visitors, or just stories that were documented. I talked to this friend of my mother-in-law who is really into this stuff, and she seems to think that for some reason I have a connection with this house, that it isn't just me being a channel. I don't know what to think. I don't really want to know. Every time I visited this house, I would get the creeps, and always in the same places. There was a small closet-looking space at the top, 3rd floor, which was recorded to have been used as an infirmary in the war. I was standing near it, thinking. I was getting a funny feeling about it, and didn't notice my brother behind me. As a joke, he picked me up and pushed me inside of it, and I'll never forget the black flash, if that makes sense, that came to me. I'm not sure if I actually saw it, or just remembered it, but it was one of the single most frightening events to date. It was like I could hear, just for that brief second, screaming and cries, and see so many people in that small space. I don't know, I guess I can't really explain it. Anyway, the room that was supposed to be the infirmary still has bloodstains on the floor, even though the original boards have been removed and replaced. I truly think something more happened up there. So then all of a sudden, this guy and his wife up and sold the house to my father's cousin, Curtis. He got a grant from the state to do further research on the house, and he actually tracked down many original pieces from the house. In the meantime of all of this, I get engaged, and one day, I woke up, and something told me that I should have my wedding pictures taken in the old Halfin house. So I called him up and asked if that would be okay. He was reluctant, because he really didn't want any more pictures taken and of the house, but finally agreed. So I went back, because I was so totally drawn to this house. Since Curtis has been restoring this house, there is a much more peaceful air in it, really. And anyway, as I was walking around, I prepared myself to be more open to anything. I walked in the ballroom and got this very clear vision of this lady with a beautiful gown and crown on, maybe the lady in the picture. And even though I already had my wedding dress picked out, I immediately went home and asked my mother to make the dress exactly as I told her, and she did, though she found it was very hard to understand me sometimes. Anyway, the dress turned out beautiful and exactly as I envisioned it. And of course, I topped it off with a small crown. I went and took the pictures, and when I walked out of the room, dressed that way, I felt the most wonderful, peaceful, and almost happy vibe rush in and out of me. It was like just me looking that way brought peace to the house. The pictures went well, but there are a couple questionable ones, which I want to send to you to examine when I receive them back from my mother. They were taken on a dead tree, but where we believe someone, or more than one, was hung to death. In the tops of the trees there is a mist. I thought it was the sun, but some say no. I would just like to see what you think. Anyway, to thank Curtis, I sent him a blow-up picture of the entire exterior of the house, with me standing on the balcony of the master room. He later came to tell my father that he can't explain it, but since that day, there has been a great peaceful feeling in the house. I'm anxious to hear what you think, And then again about the pictures. I hope I have not wasted too much of your time. Thank you. I've had several ghost experiences, but the one I'm writing happened when I was about 16. We lived in a very rural area in a big tri-level house. The bedrooms and a bathroom were on the top floor, a small bedroom, a bathroom, the kitchen, and a huge living and dining room were on the second, and the bottom floor was a 2-door garage. The master bedroom on the top floor had once its own deck, and still had the sliding door, which now leads to a 16-foot drop to the backyard. It is important to know this, because we often would hear someone knocking on that door, even when we had the blinds open, and could see there wasn't anyone there. The stairs from the second floor to the third went straight halfway to a landing, then turned right, and went up the rest of the way. On the landing on your left, if you were going upstairs, was a picture window. I was standing at the top of the stairs one afternoon, calling my 2 younger brothers. The youngest, Lee, came to the bottom of the stairs and asked what I wanted. He and Chris were getting a snack. I was going to answer him when I felt a hard shove against my shoulders. I fell down the stairs to the landing. My brother raced up the stairs to the landing, calling our other brother. I stood up with Lee's help. Since I was okay, I shrugged it off as an accident and forgot. Weeks later, my brother was in the house by himself. He was coming downstairs. I could see him through the window, and he tumbled down the stairs to the landing. He swore someone pushed him, but he and I were the only ones home, and he had been the only one inside. The next day, stupid kids that we were, we decided to test it. Lee stood at the bottom of the stairs, Chris stood outside and watched through the window, and I, really stupid, okay, stood at the top. I felt something push me, and I started to fall again. I caught myself on the rail and was standing. Something I couldn't see was trying to pull my hands off the rail. I got up and ran down the stairs in record time. Chris said he couldn't see anything, but Lee swore he saw a shadow chase me from the landing down to the second floor. After that, none of us would go down the stairs alone, and we always ran. For some reason, they wouldn't tell our parents to decide to move. Only 6 months after we started living in the house. I live in a small town in Kansas. I've lived in several houses in this town, and in just about each house have had strange experiences. The first I can recall was in a small farmhouse in the country. My sister and I shared a room and had bunk beds. The head of the bed was the opposite of how most people would set a room up. The head of the bed was by the window, and the foot of the bed was flush to the wall. I was in the bottom bunk, and my sister on the top bunk. I recall waking up one night and looking out the window to the shed that was across from me. In the top window, the second floor, I noticed a black human figure, no discernible facial features. It had a pale yellow light glowing around it, just purely out of fear and not wanting to experience this alone. I asked my sister, who was supposedly asleep on the top bunk, if she was seeing what I was seeing, not expecting to hear her to really answer me, and she said yes. We still joke about our psychic connection. When I was in high school and living in a small town as I do, my friends and I would drive around the countryside, mostly because we heard that there was some scary haunted place outside of town, and we always liked to investigate. But one night, I was sitting in the front seat of my friend's car and noticed that there was a small boy running in the road ahead of us. It was rather late at night, at least sometime after midnight, a very strange hour for young boys to be running out in the country.
I noticed that he had on a red and green striped shirt and brown pants. What was really creepy though was the way he just kept looking back at us, almost begging to be hit. I could only see this boy at the middle point of the curve in the road. Just as we were rounding the last corner, he would disappear. It would only last several seconds. I questioned whether or not I was losing my mind, or if I really saw it, because no one else did. Another story I have was when I bought the house I live in now, still the same town. I'd fallen asleep on the floor in my living room. My dog was sleeping next to me. I'm not even sure what exactly woke me up, but when I looked towards my bedroom, I could see a small girl in a white nightgown. She had blonde hair, and next to her was a white cat. I could see through them. They had a mist around them. And again, just as it registered what I was seeing, they vanished. A few months later, I was in my room, standing on the edge of my bed, which is right next to the bedroom door. I was reaching for the light fixture to change the light bulb, with my arms extended. I noticed a man, dark short hair, and in his 30s. He had dark rimmed glasses, and he walked past me through the living room, into my room. As soon as he got past my arm, so he would be standing right in front of me, he disappeared. I've also noticed small dark figures, a possible dog, like roaming around me when I was walking in my house at night. I always try to jump over them, thinking that it was my dog, but she was in another room when this happened. In 1978, my parents purchased a relatively new house in Niceville, Florida. The land the house had been built on had previously been a swamp that was drained to make way for the housing subdivision. Nothing bad had ever happened in the house, yet, after living in the house for a short time, we all began to notice odd things. It started the night I broke up with my fiance. My parents had got out for the evening, and I was in my bedroom crying. Suddenly, I realized I was not alone. I looked up, and I saw a woman dressed in the turn-of-the-century clothing. She had a look of extreme empathy on her face. I did a double take. Never take your eyes off of them, I've learned, and my visitor was gone. My brother brought her engagement ring into my room so that I could take it to work the next day and have it sized. When I woke up from my nap, I got the ring off the dresser and noticed that it wasn't quite right. I got on my loupe and discovered that the ring had been squashed. I took the ring to my parents and showed it to them. Dad examined the ring. As a scientist, he was a little more observant than I was. He pointed out that the ring appeared to have been squashed from the right, beside the head that held the diamond, as if it had been sitting on the rear shank of the ring, and an incredible force put on it that literally broke the head from the shank, without leaving a single scratch or gouge mark. That kind of spooked me, since I had been sleeping with the ring on the nightstand next to my head, and it had been fine prior to being placed by my bed. However, events would soon unfold that made us all realize that the house was indeed haunted by the lady, but she was a friendly ghost, provided you were nice to her family. After having moved to the house, my mom was in a terrible car accident, which almost killed her. She was in the hospital for over 6 weeks, and even after she got out,
She was in and out of the hospital repeatedly. By this time, I was married and out of the house, but my middle sister's kids would stay over while my sister worked nights. My niece slept in my old room, which seemed to soon become the epicenter for activity, perhaps because of the pre-adolescent age. It started with her being awakened by the feeling that someone was sitting on the bed. She turned on the light and saw depression in the bed, as if someone were sitting there. As she watched, the depression slowly lifted out, as if the person sitting there had stood up. She was too frightened to sleep in the room after that, so her brother slept there for her. He was awakened every night by the sound of a dresser drawer being pulled out and rattled. At first he thought it was Granny, but then he turned the light on and there was no one there. The final straw for my sister's kids came when they were sleeping over one night. Mom had just been released from the hospital, yet again, and was sitting up in the den. Dad had gone to bed. Suddenly, Dad was awakened by the sound of the smoke alarms going off. He ran into the den and found Mom passed out. She had been in incredible pain since her accident and had begun stashing pills for a grand escape. That night, she had gotten so depressed that she ended up taking all the pills that she had been hoarding. There was no evidence of smoke in the house, not even Mom's usual cigarette smoke. By this time, the smoke alarms had stopped blaring their alarms, but Dad stood there, surveying the scene and thinking about how much pain Mom was in and how horrible her life had been since the accident, and even going as far as to whether it was even right for him to decide that Mom was not entitled to escape the horror her life had become. Then the smoke alarms went off again. Dad figured somebody was trying to tell him something, and he called 911. The next day after we had all been to the hospital to make sure that Mom was going to be okay, we all gathered at my parents' house. I asked Dad why he had called the paramedics. I felt like the doctors who had saved my mom's life after the accident had not taken into consideration the lack of quality of life she would have, and I felt like Mom was entitled to a reprieve from the constant torment she was in. Dad looked at me kind of funny and explained about the smoke detectors. Then he said that when he had gotten home later that night, he had torn each of the smoke detectors apart, and there was nothing wrong with any of them, nor was there any reason they should have gone off in the first place. Once Dad told us this, we all sat there with odd looks on our faces and started talking about the lady. By this time, I'd seen her twice. My older sister had seen her once, and my skeptical scientist dad even admitted to having seen her. We began comparing notes and found us finishing each other's stories and descriptions. We had all seen the same lady dressed in the same clothing, and none of us had mentioned it to the others for fear of being ridiculed. As time went by, the lady continued to watch over her family. After my dad's death in 1998, my then husband and I were in the den of the house after we had cleaned out the possessions and cleaned the house up. I'd left a book on the counter, and X went back to get it. Our marriage was on the rocks, and he was becoming increasingly abusive to me. Something that the lady didn't seem to care for. He had always laughed at our family ghost stories, up till the day. But when he went back in the house to get my book, he came out of the house shaking and white. He had felt a cold hand brush across his face. Then, When he didn't leave fast enough, he felt the same cold hand pushing him in the back, propelling him to the door. The lady was trying to tell him that she did not appreciate the way she was treating one of her kids, nor was he welcome in her home. After that, the lady began dropping by my house. I always knew she was around because the stove timer would go off for no reason and the dresser drawers would rattle. After I left the abusive hubby and moved to the Midwest, the lady would come by and visit me there from time to time, always setting off the timer on the stove, rattling drawers, playing tricks with the blinds, anything she could do to let me know she was keeping an eye out for me. I realized that this is unusual for ghosts to leave their primary residence and to actually follow people from home to home, but I talked to some friends who all felt like the lady was probably a female ancestor who had died in childbirth, so she felt responsible for looking out for her family. After going through the family archives, we found a photo of my great-grandmother. She had died of appendicitis when she was pregnant. The baby also died. The woman in the photo looked like the lady. My sister is now living in the house. When she first moved in, she put some pots in the cabinet, then went to the bathroom for a minute. When she came back out, the pots were sitting on the floor. Earrings and rings that had been lost for years, some in different houses that we lived in, suddenly appeared on the cabinet or in my sister's jewelry box. Unseen hands frequently pull back the curtains to look outside, and my sister's dog loves to romp and play with the unseen visitor. I could go on and on about all the poltergeist activity, some that seemed to be coming from the lady, others that seemed to be coming from my deceased dad. From fax machines that go off when they aren't plugged in, my deceased dad's voice calling me to wake me up when the gas fireplace developed a leak, even luggage being set on its end. Weird stuff just follows my sister and I around. Just 2 nights ago, while laying in bed, I was awakened by the bed shaking. I sat up and looked around and found my husband sound asleep and the door securely closed against kitty visitors. I laid back down and snuggled up to my hubby, thinking that he just had a chronic jerk that shook the bed when it suddenly hit again. The whole bed kind of went womp, as if a 20-pound weight had been dropped on it. This time, I knew that there were no cats in the room, and since I'd been snuggled up to my hubby, I knew he had not jerked in his sleep. It's nice having your own guardian spirit to watch over you, but it can really interfere with your sleeping. I know that some people think that we're all nuts, or engaging in what shrinks call magical thinking, but every time I start to question my own sanity, I get another visit. It should be interesting when we move to my dad's hometown this spring. I imagine the visits will become a regular thing. Growing up in rural northern Wisconsin, there were few opportunities for earning cash, aside from service positions and agricultural work. Coming from a farm family myself, as a youth, I would hire myself out to farmers to help with the work on their respective farms, mostly crops and dairy cattle. If you never have this experience, it may come as a surprise that these farms are usually isolated and could be quite unfriendly, creepy, and sometimes dangerous. Physical injuries like losing an eye or a limb or even a life are not uncommon. This is the setting for my story. One January, I was a hired boy at a dairy farm owned by an elderly couple with whom I was acquainted with through a parish church. The farmer's house was heated by a wood furnace in the basement where I was lodged, and among my other jobs, I had to bring in the wood and tend the fire. One day, while carrying wood down the steps, I felt pushed, which caused me to slip and fall down the stairs, landing on the concrete floor, which knocked me out temporarily. I must have been out only a minute or two, as I woke in pain and found the wood scattered all over. The farmer was very stern, and I feared how he would react to a mess and me not being busy with the work to which I had been assigned. When he did see me, he asked where I'd been and what I had been doing, and so I explained it to him. As I suspected, he was cross with me. Later that night, over supper, he told me a story which made me rethink my staying there. He related that some time ago, his wife, although a Catholic like me, had been dabbling in the occult, things like divination, astrology, cards, etc. Odd things began happening around the farm, and it was no longer prospering. He told me that the last straw had been when he awoke to find her levitating above their bed in the middle of the night. They decided to call the parish priest. The priest, whom I will call Father X in the story, was a mature, spiritual, and virtuous man whom I knew and respected. His brother was likewise a priest and an exorcist. The couple explained what was happening on their farm and house. Father X had to get rid of the occult books and the paraphernalia, and after hearing their confession and absolving them, offered to bless and cleanse the house with a kind of minor exorcism. Before getting out his handbook of rituals and his stolen holy water, he had them close and lock the doors and windows. For some reason, he went through the residence, leading the couple in prayers and reciting the house blessing and minor prayers of exorcism, all the while sprinkling each room with holy water. When they reached the last room, which was the kitchen, Father X was finishing the prayers, and after everyone said amen, the kitchen door, which led outside, unlocked by itself, opened and then slammed shut. Father X then explained that this is why he had locked the doors previously, to make sure that by the door opening and closing by invisible force, he could tell by that sign that the spirit had really left. The farmer went on to explain that he liked the instruction that Father X had left him with, namely, that the devil is like a dog on a leash. The demons are all restrained by the power of God, he said, chained, as it were, and they cannot really hurt you directly unless you come within their reach. Occult practices, blasphemies, and even grave sins can put people in places within the perimeter of the influence of evil spirits, and so if you want to avoid being harmed by them, don't come near them any more than you would approach a vicious dog that has been chained. I asked the farmer if the basement where I was lodging was also blessed. The farmer thought for a moment and said he did not recall that it was. The door to the basement was right outside of the kitchen door. After the experience with my fall that day, and the story that the farmer told me about what had transpired, I determined that I would not stay there another week. I left and didn't return. I didn't explain why, except to say that I wanted to be closer to the parish church and I wanted to go to daily mass. I did not have my own transportation at that time, except my bicycle. The farmer was unhappy that I left, as I was hardworking and well behaved, but for me, there were plenty of other farms where I could work that did not have such problems. Throughout my life, I'd seen and experienced a few things that I can only describe as supernatural. Everything I'm about to tell you about actually happened, and I will describe each experience as I remember them. The first thing I can remember happened whenever I was only a young boy, growing up outside a village in Northern Ireland called Besbrook. It was during the winter because we had a heavy snowfall the previous night, and I was outside playing with my two brothers. After a while, I went inside to warm up because my hands were frozen. My mother told me to take off my boots so that I wouldn't tramp snow all over the house. I sat down at the table with a bowl of soup in front of me, and it was then that I noticed something out of the corner of my eye in the hall leading from the kitchen to the living room. I turned to see what it was, and what I saw absolutely terrified me. I saw the figure of a woman walking down the hall towards the kitchen. I just got up and ran out the door without putting on my boots and jacket into the snow, and refused to come back inside, even though my mother insisted that there was no woman in the house. Over the next number of years, nothing happened except what sounded like somebody walking around the house, even when the rest of the household was in bed or away. Everyone heard the noises, but chose to ignore them. Then one Saturday morning while I was still in bed, I was shook and awake and told to get up and come down to breakfast. Whenever I opened my eyes, there was no one in the room, so I assumed that they had already gone downstairs. While I was getting dressed, a voice was calling from downstairs for me to hurry up. When I did get down to the kitchen, there was no one around. Everyone else was still in bed. A few days after, my youngest brother claims to have saw a young boy standing in my parents' bedroom who just stood there looking at him. Shortly after this, someone unknown attacked my brother in his bed, leaving him with a black eye. The next few years were quiet, except for the noises. Nothing else that I know of has happened in that house, except for the noises. But I did tell you that I lived outside a village. The best way to get to the village is through a wooded area, and this place is a very strange place. I could distinctly remembering a moment when I had to walk through these woods to get to the village, and all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, I saw a circle of people in white robes just standing in a circle and holding hands. I was so scared about what was happening that I ran the other direction and no longer wanted to run through those woods ever again. I actually had a friend of mine who was walking through the woods, and he swears to this day that he saw a woman just flying from the distance from one side to the other. Looked like a witch, but she was floating, had really dark black hair, and it just looked like she faded out. These are the only things I've seen in my life, and with that last story, my friend has seen, but I've heard other stories by people I know. The shop at the bottom of the road is said to be haunted by the ghosts of the 7 British people killed there in the 80s, whenever the original patrol station was blown up. I mentioned earlier, I'm from Northern Ireland. There is a high viaduct in the area, which is used as a railway line. 18 people died constructing it, 1 for each arch, and numerous others have offed themselves off of it. The stories are that at times, you can see these people, and they all look sad. There's also the blood on one wall in a friend's house, and no matter how many times it is painted over, the blood still comes through. All this is true, and has happened within a square mile of where I live. My friend from Arizona and I made our first trip to the Queen Mary together. We happened to run into a paranormal researcher when we were on a tour and decided to stay the night. We rented a room with 2 beds so the researcher could stay with us and show us around the old boat in the middle of the night when the most activity had been reported. We attempted to fall asleep around 11 p.m. I managed to sleep quite easily and wasn't scared about sleeping in one of the reported haunted rooms. About 5 minutes after I fell asleep, my friend wakes me up. The first thing I remember was hearing a staticky voice and thought it was a radio. It wasn't until she asked me if I heard the voice. That was when I realized there was no radio anywhere in my room. My instant reaction was to turn on the light and look around the room. I reached up and tried turning on the light, and nothing happened. We were really freaking out now. The light had just been on. My friend finally turned her light on, and we laid there in bed for a few more minutes, and I decided to try the light again, and this time it turned on no problem. We tried to fall asleep again because we wanted to wander around the ship at 3 a.m. to avoid security guards. As soon as we turned off the lights and laid down, I saw my blanket pushed down and felt something on my arm. My friend also reported feeling things brush against her arm. As tired as we were, we just decided to ignore it all and go to sleep. 3 o'clock rolled around and we went to the pool room, reported to be the most paranormally active area on board. We took several pictures, and the researcher and my friend called out to the known ghosts. I didn't want to because I really felt like I was intruding. I felt sad and angry feelings throughout the whole area. I was looking around when we all heard a man moaning. My friend and I booked it back up the stairs and stood against the wall. After a few minutes, we joined the researcher again, and he continued to call out to a little girl named Jackie. I wasn't paying attention at the time, but I heard my friend gasp, and I looked over, and she asked me if I heard that. I missed it. The researcher heard it too. It was the voice of the little girl. She was singing for them. I will never forget my experiences at the Queen Mary, and actually plan on going back soon. I came aboard not believing, and left a member of a paranormal research group. Well, about 14 years ago, I left my partner. I was looking for somewhere out in the country so I could get away from people I knew. So, I rented an old converted Methodist chapel. No one had lived in it before, and it was set in some lovely countryside, surrounded by hills, about 24 miles away from where I live now. It took me a day to clean the place, as it had not long been converted into a living space, and there was lots of plaster dust and wood shavings everywhere. It was all open plan with the chapel windows at one side, converted into arches, leading to a wonderful new conservatory, which was the length of the chapel. I fell in love with it, as did everyone the first time they had visited. It also has a built-on back, which was the toilet, bath, and shower room. My bedroom was the gallery, and a new gallery had been put on the side, which became my daughter's bedroom, and the vestry type of room by the door became my son's bedroom. The landlord had left the pulpit in and had used the benches and pews as sort of shelf seats around the walls. Everyone who visited me thought I had won the polls. It was before the lottery. I loved it. The front door was oak, and the original door of the chapel, the back door, was by the bathroom and was an addition to the property. I did not believe in all that rubbish about ghosts and things. Well, to begin with, when things started happening, I thought maybe I was hearing things, as I was very depressed. Within a month, I thought I was having some sort of crazy breakdown, but I didn't understand why I was okay at work. I just heard things, strange noises, in the chapel, like men mumbling, and footsteps like a small child. I'm worried about going on, as people will think I'm crazy. Well, as I said, I kept hearing things, and then things like the cooker clock kept pinging at strange hours. Then I would go to bed and hear a child running down in the living area. These were regular occurrences. I was on call some evenings and some days. I worked for a helpline, and we took the calls in our homes, sometimes redirected from the office, and I'd begun to realize that these noises were happening mostly at either 3 a.m. or 3 p.m. I still thought I was going insane, so I did not tell anyone. I kept sending the kids to visit their father at weekends, as I was worried about my mental health. Then, the atmosphere changed, and I felt there were people in there with me. I would get up in the morning and find my children's toys on the floor, or the pots and pans on the floor. I was really frantic. I didn't know if I was doing it, and if I should go to the doctor. Nothing happened when my friends stayed. I began to get seriously scared for my mental health. More and more was happening at weekends, and I was frightened to go to sleep. And when I did, I thought my bed was shaking, as if someone was trying to wake me up. Then I started inviting friends to stay, just so I was not alone. I would make lovely meals and get a bottle of wine and invite people to stay over, as once they had a drink, I knew that they could not drive home. I regularly invited people to stay on the weekends. One weekend, while we were all sitting down to eat at 3 p.m., there were the 4 of us. We heard what sounded like a child running up the stairs. My friend David jumped up and said, "Someone is in here." I was that used to hearing the noises, and I was strangely embarrassed. You would think I would be glad someone else could hear it. I made a feeble excuse, but he went on to search the home. After we had drunk a couple of bottles of wine, I began to tell him about the noises. I did not tell him about the toys and stuff, and they all made fun of me, and we all decided it was silly, and we carried on having a drink. One of the other guys then began being silly in the pulpit and calling on imaginary ghosts. Everyone was laughing, including me, as by now, they had me believing loneliness had led me to imagine all sorts. Then, after lots of laughing, we all decided to settle down for the night, as the chapel was open plan. Nobody really got undressed, and we had a lot to drink. We were all laughing from the beds, and we ended up saying goodnight to each other, shouting things like "Good night, John Boy," "Good night, Mary Ellen," and giggling and saying it all over again. When the front door opened, it was made of oak and over 100 years old, and was extremely heavy. Even the wind couldn't have blown it open. Lee got up and closed it, and we all began laughing again. After the initial fright, we started the "good night, sleep tight, John Boy" thing again. and the back door opened. Well, this was a new door which was always stiff to open and close, and the smell of strawberries was incredibly strong. I had smelled this many times before in the chapel, but thought it was bubble bath or something my daughter was using. Lee got up again and asked if someone was playing tricks on us. We were out in the country, and the nearest neighbor was 10 minutes walking away. My landlord. I said it probably was. So we all got up to have a cup of coffee. It was just past 3 in the morning when the back door and front door started banging open and closed over and over again. It felt like forever, but it was probably only about 6 times. No one moved. No one spoke. When it stopped, no one mentioned it. David just went out. We found out later he went out to see if anyone was in the lane. We did not even question where he had gone, and I had just made more coffee for everyone. We all sat there when David returned. We began to talk about how late it was, as if nothing had happened. I cannot explain how surreal it was, and then the lights began to flicker. I started mumbling about earth tremors, as if we got lots of them in Wales. All my friends were from the Midlands. And power cuts, when the car started up outside. I'm really not joking here. My friends all ran out, and all the windows were open on the car, and it was ticking over, with no key in the ignition. They were all convinced someone was playing silly tricks on us, and David and Lee sat in the car until dawn to try and catch anyone that might be out there. Nothing else happened, so at breakfast, we all laughed about how some country person had decided to give us a fright. The lads never visited me again, and everyone went home much, much earlier than they had planned. When they had all gone, the phone kept pinging, as if it was about to ring, so I really thought maybe some bad weather was on its way. Later in the afternoon, I kept feeling like someone was watching me, but I kept telling myself it was just my imagination. More and more, I was encouraging my friend Jane to stay over. I began to hate being alone. One afternoon, while the children were still at school, I was telling Jane about some of the strange things, and a picture flew off the side. It made us jump, and we laughed and put it back. It flew off again, as if someone had pushed it. Again, silence. We did not see anything. Then, we heard scratching beneath the floor. We found out later that the landlord's cat had recently had kittens, so I still believe it was one of them. But we freaked out and rolled back the carpet and found a trap door and a Welsh Bible with children's writing in it. We put it back, and then the dormer windows and the roof began to shake, as if they were going to come down on us. We ran out of the house and went into town to meet the kids. Nothing happened then for a few weeks, which was really unusual, as by now, things were happening on a daily basis. Sometime later, and by now, I was looking for a property in the nearby town. It was the summer holidays, so I sent my kids off again, as they had never mentioned anything. I believe that it was only happening when they were asleep or out of the house. I was sitting alone one evening and looked up and saw a sort of pale bluish mist on the ceiling, and then hundreds of flies started falling out of the woodwork. It took me 2 full days to vacuum them all up. Loads of things happened that summer, and the fly thing happened twice. The kids returned one evening. I had to attend a meeting, and I had took some of my work friends back to the chapel to feed my kids. and let them know I would not be home until 8:30, and to make sure they were okay, and to remind them if they needed anything to call the landlord. We had an arrangement to check on the kids. There was a knock on the door. I answered it, and this young guy was there. He was really nice and asked how long I'd lived there, so I told him just a few months, and he said, I used to go to Sunday school there. I would love to see inside. Can I come in? He went on to explain he was the farmer's son from down the hill at the dairy farm, and he was training to be a teacher in Shoebury. It was not home very often, and he was going back in the morning, so he would love to come in and take a peek, and he could not imagine anyone living there. As he was so nice, and I had a house full, I welcomed him in and showed him around. One of the women I had brought home with me were nearly drooling over him, and one in particular, Tina, was really doing her best to flirt. I showed him around, which did not take long, as it was open plan. He told me that where I'd converted the log burner, bottled gas, there used to be a roaring fire in the winter. He felt the pews along the walls and said I would have sat on one of those. I explained that he would have to go out soon, and he left asking if he could come again. He said he knew a lot of history about the place. Well, as I knew the farmer, and he seemed so nice, and Tina was by now making it so clear she was really interested, I said yes, and asked that if he did come, he must let me know in advance. I was thinking he could tell his father to contact me. He left saying see you soon, and we all waved to him as he walked up the lane. Well, after that, Tina was just now going on and on about him. None of us could remember his name, and I promised to find out for her. For a few weeks, I could not get rid of Tina. She would come for any little reason and kept on at me to find out about him. Then something happened at her home, and Tina asked if she could stay with us. She stayed for a few weeks while I helped her find a flat, even though I was not doing very well finding a new place of my own. Tuesdays she would go to college, and often strange things would happen, but only on a Tuesday. But if I'm honest, I sorta got used to it, and did not mention anything anymore to anyone. Then, she moved into her new flat, and wow, the chapel went crazy. Every night strange noises, but now the child's footsteps had stopped, and it began to feel bad in there. Tina still kept on at me to find out more about the guy who had visited. She wanted a name, and hopefully a date. So one day I saw the farmer on his quad bike, and I waved him down. He was a real nice guy, and had taken my children lambing earlier in the spring. Well, I asked him how his son was. He looked at me and said I don't have a son. So I explained. He looked at me as if I was a bit of an idiot. And then he went on to explain someone had played a trick on me. No one would have gone to Sunday school in the chapel for at least 55 years. So if the guy had been to Sunday school there, he would have to be, at the very least, 60. And as far as he knew, there was no teacher training college in Shrewsbury. I was so embarrassed, and as I walked home, I got angry. Maybe it was the same guy who was playing tricks on me, making noises. Maybe he was even coming into the house while we were asleep. I walked into the home in a right temper, and I swear I heard a man laugh. My children suddenly got really cheeky and naughty, very different to how they were before. My daughter would not speak to me at all for 4 weeks. My son was angry all the time. I sent them away more and more at weekends. A small fire started one night by my bed. It went out. I started believing I was going mad again. I could hear men's voices mumbling. There was really an oppressive feeling in the home. Even a friend Steve said he felt uncomfortable in there and had loved visiting before. Jane stayed over more and more often, and now she was hearing things too. Now I knew it wasn't me. I'm not sure if I'm telling all of this in the correct order, but lots of things happened, but it felt bad. Not like the more innocent things previously, like pots and pans being moved and paying clocks. Things would be moved all the time. The smell of strawberries would float past you just before the door would fly open. My car started up on its own, outside on a few occasions. I took it to the garage. The mechanic thought I was nuts. I made him check the ignition. It got worse and worse. I was desperately trying to find a 3-bed house to rent in the town. Well, things kept going from bad to worse. My life was a mess. I was not getting proper sleep. My children had turned into horrible monsters, and things kept happening. I will not repeat it at all, because I would be here forever. But it ended one night, when I was sitting alone. I got a fear I still cannot explain, and I could not move from the chair. I knew I was heading for hysteria, so I phoned my friend Steve, who lived in the town. "Steve, I'm so scared. Will you come over?" The phone went dead. I sat there for about 15 minutes, the fear rising, and the air was freezing, and there was the blue mist on the ceiling again. Anyway, Steve walked in and started screaming and lifted me up, threw me in his car, and drove back into the town. When we got back to his house, I asked him why he screamed. We did not speak in the car. He told me he did not really know why, but he said when he walked in, he had a feeling that we would both die if we stayed in there. I slept in his room. I was too scared to be alone, and I think he was too. But I still have to laugh. Steve is 20-odd years younger than me. And the following morning, his parents looked like they were going to have a heart attack when they seen us both come down the stairs. We did explain. Well, sort of. It's hard to explain that sort of thing. I found a new home not long after. But that was not the end. The day I was leaving, a really old woman, she had to be around 80-ish, knocked on the window. I went out to see where she had come from. She had walked from the top of the hill way beyond the landlord's house and said, "I always meant to come down and meet you, so when I heard you were leaving, I thought I would come by and say goodbye." I thanked her and apologized that I could not even offer her a cup of tea, as all my things were packed. She smiled and said, "Don't worry." And as she was walking away, she looked back at me and said in a really spooky horror film type of way, "You were never lonely here, were you? They will miss you." A few weeks later, I was with lots of friends and their children, and Jane was there and was asking how I like my new home, and we were chatting away, and she said, "Bet you're glad to get away from those ghosts." And my daughter, who I thought was playing, but was actually behind me, piped up, "Did you see them too?" It turned out they had seen a young girl often in the mirror who smelled the strawberries, and that she was trying to warn them about a bad man who still lived there, who made all noises and banged the doors. They thought they were protecting me by not telling me this. Whether you believe me or not is up to you, and I'm wondering if I should even put it down in writing in case someone who knows me reads it. But my kids were back to normal, nice people, as soon as we moved into town, and they have since told me of all the things they heard. But they have seen stuff too that I never did. They thought it only happened when I was not in or asleep.
Back in the 1970s, I was living in Southampton, England, and working as a builder. It was a good time for me. I was earning enough money, had a good set of mates, and no family relying on me. I was young and free and enjoying life. My experience with the supernatural goes back to that time. I was on a building project in a village in a new forest called Lyndhurst, and we were working on extending an old hotel, the Lyndhurst Park Hotel. It had just had new owners and they wanted to give it a revamp to go with its new home. I'd always known it as the Grand. Right from the start, something felt wrong. Whenever you went on site, you got the feeling that you weren't supposed to be there, like someone didn't want you there. You'd feel freezing cold, even though it was hot, sunny day. You'd forget things, get confused. A lot of the others said they saw a face watching them from a window in the empty hotel, but I never did see it myself. For me, it was mainly the feelings at first. The hotel is right on the high street, so it's in full view of whoever wants to look. Quite often, passerby would hang out and watch us work, and a lot of the locals would make a habit of it. I'd always known it as the Grand. Right from the start, something felt wrong. Whenever you went on site, you got the feeling that you weren't supposed to be there, like someone didn't want you there. You'd feel freezing cold, even though it was hot, in a sunny day. You'd forget things, get confused. A lot of the others said they saw a face watching them from a window in the empty hotel, but I never did see it myself. For me, it was mainly the feelings at first. The hotel is right on the high street, so it's in full view of whoever wants to look. Quite often, passerby would hang about and watch us work, and a lot of the locals would make a habit of it. A lot of them less than happy with the extension to the property. After a while, me and the rest began to notice a particular old man staring up at us watching, always on his own, and usually after the light had started to go. He was certainly memorable as his clothes were strange and very old-fashioned, almost like he was in a costume, but subtle. A few times, we tried to go down to talk to him, but by the time we got there, he was already gone. Anyway, it was when I was checking on the electronics in an older part of the hotel that I had the encounter. I was in a long corridor and saw a figure at the other end. When I called to him, I saw it was the old man, so I challenged him, saying he shouldn't be in here. "You should not be in here," he replied. "Come on, mate. Who are you and why are you here? I'm a builder. You have to go. I am Duke Stakepole, and you have to go." At this point, I tried to touch him, to urge him out. When I did, my whole arm went numb and ice cold. I got this sharp pain in my head, and everything started spinning. The man seemed to grow, and his eyes got bigger and bigger until they filled everything. I woke up to a couple of the other guys over me, asking if I was okay. It was an hour later, and I had a splitting headache. I got checked out by a doctor, but he couldn't explain it. When I eventually told some of the others about it, a couple of them told me about similar experiences they had, which I won't share, as they aren't my stories to tell. About 20 years later, I came to the Lyndhurst Park Hotel to stay for a couple of nights on a weekend holiday to the New Forest. The feeling I had going in there was very strange. I had a restless night and couldn't sleep, so I got up to go and get a nightcap from the bar. I opened the door of my room, looked down the corridor, and standing at the end of it, just standing there and watching me, was the old man, exactly as he was 20 years ago. I stared at him, backed off into my room, packed and left that night. I haven't been back to Lyndhurst since. I got talking to a local historian, in the Hobbit pub in Southampton a couple of years ago, and after a few Guinnesses, I related my stories. Apparently, Duke Stackpole had lived and died there in the early 1800s, back when it was a mansion called Glasshaze. According to him, the builders who first worked on turning the place into a hotel would see his ghost regularly, starting fires and telling them to leave. According to local stories, once a year, on the anniversary of his death, music can be heard in parts of the house, and anyone who finds its source is whisked away to join the Duke's Dance of the Dead. Those are the stories, anyway, and I can't account for any but my own. The one thing I do know is that I won't be returning in a hurry to investigate. Trip to Bearhead Lake. The summer between junior year and senior year of high school, I got to take my best friend with me on a family vacation. I was really excited about it because she got to meet some of our family friends on the way up as we passed through my old state home, Iowa. I also got to take her to one of my favorite places in the world, Ledges State Park. All this was on the way to Minnesota to meet up with the rest of the family. Poor Lindsay ended up getting sick in Ames, so the trip was awful for her. We didn't know how to help other than to give her medicine and try to let her sleep. In Minnesota, we stayed the night in my aunt's apartment with my two cousins and my grandma. My friend had a little crush on my eldest cousin at the time, and they got along really well. When it was time to go to bed, she stayed on an air mattress in my cousin's room. I was a little jealous of the fact that my cousin was getting so much attention from my friend, so I had an air mattress to sleep on in the living room myself. In the middle of the night, she came out and woke my mom up. She had a really high fever and she was uncomfortable in my cousin's room. We moved her bed out to the living room and my mom gave her more medicine. The next day, she told me that it wasn't just the fever that woke her up. In fact, she couldn't sleep because of it. She found herself staring at this nightlight the boys had. It was the soft light that would go from white to yellow to green to blue to red. That was the cycle, over and over. She said that while she was watching it, the light would turn colors that weren't in the cycle, such as purple. Her attention was then drawn to the box fan that was blowing near the boys' open closet. She said she heard a growl and the fan was violently knocked over. The growling freaked her out and the fan was broken, so she wanted to sleep in the living room with us. That experience didn't happen to me, but it directly relates to experience I mentioned in Bridget. Plus, it was something that happened on the trip, so I figured it belonged here. I really wish I could get my friend to start submitting experiences on this site too. She has a lot to share. I didn't know what to tell her about the growling. I had experienced dark things around my cousin's previous apartment. I just wasn't surprised that she would hear something like that in their room. I also didn't know how to console her, so I was happy we weren't spending another night there. She was pretty happy about that too. The next day, we went further north. I think we camped in Tikhoshi State Park for a few nights. We visited another place in the world that I hold dearly, Grand Marcis. During our stay in that area, we hung out at Split Rock Lighthouse, where Lindsay drank some Lake Superior water. Her fever promptly subsided, and she felt much better. Thankfully, halfway through our vacation, we left the Tikhoshi Grand Marcis area to go to Bearhead Lake State Park to camp for a couple days. Lindsay and I thought Bearhead was pretty creepy. It was always really quiet, even though the park was full of people. There were cars, tents, and campers all over the camping area, but it was always extremely quiet. All the time. The first full day we were there, my best friend and I went exploring. We walked around the park, which was beautiful, but there was just something off about it. There was this one area that had a fish cleaning shack and a bathroom. I had to go, but she did not. So I left her in the fish cleaning shack to go do my business. The fish cleaning shack was uphill next to the bathroom. This bathroom had running water and showers. It wasn't an outhouse or anything like that, but it was pretty basic structure. The entrances to each side could be seen from fish cleaning shack, as well as the small parking area next to it on the man's side. I went to the woman's side and hurried in. Just like most of the camp, I didn't see anyone in there. I went to the middle stall because it wasn't the handicap stall, but also wasn't the very first one. As I went to do what one does in a bathroom, I heard a car pull up. Almost as soon as I heard the car engines turn off, someone walked in. Naturally, I thought it was another lady, but whoever it was walked right up to my stall. They didn't stop at the first or the big handicap one at the end. They walked directly up to my stall. Under the door, I saw straight-leg blue jeans and large feet wearing what looked like men's running shoes. I admit, I panicked for a moment. It wasn't because I thought maybe a man was in the ladies' room. It was because this person just stopped in front of my door and stood there, facing it, without even checking the other two empty stalls on the other side. I felt vulnerable and alone. I really wasn't sure what I could do if this person tried to force their way in. I didn't even have the nerve to simply say that the stall was occupied. The person never knocked on the door. The feet, the shoes, and even the pants looked like they belonged to a man to me. But I know women can have big feet and wear men's clothes. I don't know who was out there, but they didn't say anything to me. They didn't knock. They just walked up to my door and stood there for what felt like a full minute. After that, they turned and walked right back out. I didn't hear a car start up, and I didn't hear anyone pull away. I was shaken, and I didn't want to be in the bathroom by myself anymore. I got out of the stall, washed my hands, and went straight back to my friend. As soon as I saw her, I asked her if she saw anyone go in the bathroom. I wanted details, and I didn't see a car anywhere nearby. I wanted to know who to look out for because that experience was really creepy. She told me that she saw a car go straight by at one point, but no one stopped at the bathroom. She didn't see anyone go in or out. From where she was standing, she had a clear line of sight to ladies' room door. I had to believe her. I told her what happened, and we avoided that bathroom until the very last day of our visit at Bearhead Lake. On the last day, we had the wild idea of using the showers in that bathroom. There were two of them, and it was safe because there were two of us. What could go wrong? We walked there with everything we needed to get clean and ready for the long trip home. No one was in the bathroom again. We had it all to ourselves. We knew someone was in there before because the floor in the showers were wet and someone had left a pink bottle of Suave in the corner of one of the biggest ones. We were talking and making jokes as we separated into the shower stalls. We were both about to start shampooing our hair when we heard a thump somewhere in the bathroom. I called out to ask if anyone was there. Brave only because I had someone with me. My friend and I both peeked out of the shower doors at roughly the same time to see who had come in. Lindsay mentioned that it sounded like the sound came from the entrance door, but all the bathroom stall doors were wide open. There was no one in front of the mirror or the sinks, and we were in the only showers in that side of the building. It made us pretty anxious. We tried to laugh it off, but we both agreed that we needed to shower faster. I remember saying that I was pretty creeped out, and Lindsay told me she was too. I think we joked about possibly sharing a shower stall instead of showering separately, due to the creepy experience we had just had when another loud noise caught our attention. It sounded like something plastic was slammed down into cement. I looked out, and the Suave bottle that had been there in the corner inside my shower stall was splattered on the ground just outside the shower door. The lid had popped open with the force of its landing, and the pink-colored condition had sprayed out all over the floor. I still didn't see anyone around yet again, and immediately joined my friend in her stall. We took turns showering and kept an eye on the rest of the bathroom. Nothing else happened, but we got clean as fast as we could possibly manage. We didn't want to be in there a second longer than we had to be.
I used to spend a great deal of time working in a vet clinic, and let's just say, well, it had its fair share of paranormal occurrences. Seems pretty obvious, right? Ghostly activity would be abundant in a place where animals are put to sleep, and their souls potentially left to wander the old halls of this facility. However, there's a lot more variety contained in this particular clinic that isn't limited to just animal encounters. Sightings of previous human spirits have been known to linger years after departing Earth. A dark history is also associated with this place, a sinister energy that I can't really put my finger on. When the place is thriving during the working hours and is populated by staff, animals being housed in the kennels, and clients, the atmosphere is very loving. However, late into the night, after the business closes and the doors lock, it takes on a different kind of energy, especially when you're left alone, something that I've spent a great deal of time doing, since I often work closing shifts. The clinic was founded way back in the early 1950s, and had seen its fair share of staff, ranging from kennel workers, veterinary technicians, to veterinarians. The biggest rumor I've heard since being employed here is the story of Dr. Fleming. When the business originally opened in the 1950s, he was one of the first vets to be working there, and he was more than a little unsavory. That's because this man was truly repulsive, as he had a reputation of treating the animals like crap that stayed in the kennels. It started with the mistreatment of dogs that would stay, where he would take his aggression out on the animals when he had a bad day, kicking, hitting, etc. You'd think that someone would say something eventually, right? Well, from what I've been told, everyone kept their mouth shut because he was such a great veterinarian. He did his job very well, right up until he had enough of his life, when at that point, he just snapped. A client had come in to get a checkup for their dog, and he went into an exam room. The dog wasn't cooperating with him, and he started screaming at the dog. When the staff rushed in to see what was going on, he pulled out a gun and aimed it at the dog for a second, before pulling the gun on himself, and that was the end of his life. Unfortunately, I can't confirm if this was just an old legend to explain the ghost hauntings, but everybody, from the current longtime staff to the boss, all say this happened, and the staff before them had told them this to be factual, so this story was passed on over the years, and it's 2015 now. My boss even told me of a story in which she saw the ghost of Dr. Fleming at night, while she was at the clinic, by herself, and alone, with nobody else with her. It was just after 11 p.m., and she had to run to get something that she left at the clinic earlier in the day. She drove over to the clinic, and the lights in the lobby were left on before she walked in. Not thinking much of it, she dismissed it, thinking maybe one of the staff members had left on the lights accidentally. The weird thing is, As soon as she walked into the building, the lights in the front lobby shut off by themselves for about 20 seconds. My boss turns the light back on. That freaked her out a little bit, as again, she knew nobody was there. So she's walking down the narrow hallway, and all the way at the end, she sees a figure move into the last exam room at the end of the hallway. It was a cloudy figure, almost like a shadow person. Now get this, after she saw whatever that thing was, the light in the exam room turned on, and then off. That room was supposedly the same one where the incident with Dr. Fleming took place. I didn't want to believe her at first, but then again, I feel the energy in that clinic all the time after hours, and it is not a peaceful energy. It feels like ghosts are roaming the halls. In my personal experience, I never saw anything, but I've heard ghostly growls that didn't sound like cats or dogs, or any animal for that matter, as I was closing up the clinic. I remember my coworkers had left for the night, and it was just me. Out of nowhere, a very low guttural growl, almost human-like, was heard as I was sitting down at the reception desk. It sounded like it came from the staff room just down the hall nearby. I walked into the staff room, turned the lights on, and there was nothing there. Some staff members say that they heard voices after closing, the sounds of light footsteps in the hall, and knocks on the walls. One staff member even claimed that they saw a ghost face staring back at them in the mirror. The clinic is a privately owned practice located in the countryside of Michigan, effectively a business with small, intimate staff where everybody knows each other very well. In fact, the current boss lives in a house that is literally right next to the clinic, a few feet away. A countryside home that has existed long before the vet clinic has even existed, dating back to before the 1880s. Maybe all those ghostly occurrences and paranormal instances start with this house, and it oozes into the vet clinic. That's my story. Hope you enjoyed. It is nice to know that there is someone who will not tell me I am insane. I've had several experiences that I would describe as otherworldly. For about the first 14 years of my life, I lived in an old farmhouse about 3 miles outside of a small town in Tennessee. From my earliest memories, I could remember that the bedroom in the back of my house had an odd feeling to it. I still have no clue as to what was in that room, but it did not like me. Early in my childhood, I also had what my parents called imaginary friends. That seemed very real to me. That seemed to go away around the time I entered kindergarten, at around age 5. I have vague memories of these friends. They talked to me, but I never saw a form, just a voice, and they always seemed nice. I don't know if anything had to do with what was in that room, but whatever it was definitely not nice. This room was my parents' bedroom. It was located behind the kitchen and was adjacent to my room, which I shared with my older brother until I graduated from high school. There was a doorway between the two rooms. Every time I went into this room, I would get an uneasy feeling, as if something was watching me. Although this bothered me, I was sure it was just my imagination. Anyway, around the time of my invisible friends, my parents went away, and I started having these weird dreams about the room. At first, they were just me being in the room, and then it seemed with each subsequent dream, it seemed they got more and more disturbing. Finally, this culminated into a dream in which I had dozens of times about some kind of entity dragging me into that room. It always started with me being in my room, and I would hear something from the other room, and although I would never see what it was, it would seem to have me by the feet and attempt to drag me into that room. I would try to scream, and either nothing would come from my mouth, or it would be very low muffled scream that I could barely hear myself. It seemed that this dream would occur very often, with no regular pattern. Sometimes I would have it multiple times in one night. I never saw what it was that was trying to drag me into that room, but it felt sinister. Somehow I seemed to know that if it was successful in getting me into that room, that I would die, or worse. I tried to tell people in my family, and most of them said that I was letting my mind play tricks on me, or it was just a bad dream. My mother never said these things and always tried to avoid the subject if I brought it up, so after a while, I just dealt with it. I still had these dreams, but I tried to convince myself that it was just nightmares. These dreams kept going on and around the time I was 13, and in the 8th grade, I got my first girlfriend. She also had uneasy feelings in that room. I'm not sure where she got it, but she came over one day with a Ouija board. I was skeptical about this and thought it was a game. Well, until about 10 minutes into playing it. It said some things that there was no way she would have known that would have occurred in my childhood. It also said some things about a bad man who was near. I took it to be referring to what was in that room. After this, I was sure that they were real. I was getting into that cocky, brave, invincible teenager mode that kids always seem to have. I decided I wanted to know more. This house was situated on a lot in front of and next to 2 large grain fields. About 100 yards or so to the left of our house, there was another house that had been partially burned and was then converted into a shed for a tractor. I'd never really explored this shed before becoming a shed. This was a house that some of my relatives lived in. This was about all I knew about it. One day, my girlfriend and I were walking from our house, which was about 2 miles away, and it started to rain. Well, although not far from my house, it started to rain pretty hard, so we decided to wait for it to slack up some before we walked the football field length from there to my house. We went in, and almost immediately I got a similar uneasy feeling that I knew pretty well by now. She asked me what was wrong, and all I could say that something about this place isn't right. She went into her backpack and came out with the Ouija board. I thought, oh well, it's daylight, and oh well, it couldn't really hurt us. We started, and after a few minutes of unintelligible letters, it stopped, and the air seemed to get colder. I didn't know at the time that there was none of the signs of spirits being around. Anyway, she said, "Is anyone there?" And it almost immediately slid to yes, and stopped. Then we asked some random questions, and got the unexpected answers. The rain had slacked up, and we decided to go on to my house. A few days later, we decided that something was definitely odd about that old half-burned house. We ventured back. This time we went into the mid-afternoon, and it was a hot summer day. I think this was in mid-June, and it was really hot outside. We went in and announced ourselves, making mention that we talked a few days before. Nothing seemed odd. We were just trying to see if we could get some confirmation that something was there without using the Ouija board. Nothing happened, so we took out the board and lit some candles because it was a little dark, but there was a little light that peeked in through the holes in the roof. We started to try to ask some questions about who or what was in the area and such. At first, the spirit we were talking to seemed nice and unthreatening, but it said that it must leave, and almost immediately, the room became cold again, as it had done the previous time. It was at least 80 degrees outside, and in this room, it seemed to drop 20 degrees almost instantaneously. This was startling, because the last time we wrote that off as being wind from the rain outside. Again, we asked stupid questions, and then we asked for her name, and it spelled either evil or devil. It happened so fast, so we're not 100% sure. Either way, this freaked us out, and I was pretty sure whatever this was either the same thing that was tormenting my dreams, or related to it. It then told me some disturbing stuff. I don't want to get into it, but it was not pleasant, and really scared me, so we stopped. When we went to put the board up, the blanket was really hot. This thing was made of plastic, and it was hot enough to almost burn you. The plastic didn't melt or show any outward signs of the heat, only when you touched it. This really scared us, and we got the heck out of there. Later that summer, my parents separated, and we moved to a town about 10 miles north of where we were living. After we moved, the dreams started to go away. Several years had passed, and I decided that I wanted to know what went on at that place. I asked my mom if she'd ever experienced anything strange there. She had lived there after my parents were married up until the time they split up, so I was sure that if something was there, I was not the only one to experience it. Well, she told me that she felt the same uneasy feeling about the room that I had felt. She said that she always felt like someone was watching her in there. She said that she had never told anyone, because my dad said she was crazy, that he had never had anything like that happen. So then I asked about the shed. She said that my uncle lived there until he died, and then the house burned. I asked if anyone was hurt in the fire, but she said that no one was there when it burned. I told her about the experiences with the Ouija board, and she got a weird look on her face. And then she told me about some of the stuff that happened before I was born. She didn't give me specifics about names, but she said I had some relatives whose house burned down, and their children died in the fire. Their bodies were laid out in the house before the funeral. She also said that it was suspected that the fire that killed the 3 children was set for insurance money. I don't know if it was their spirits or something else, but after we moved, the dream stopped, and everything seemed to be normal. I say normal, but I still have paranormal experiences where I will see people not there, or other odd things. I've now felt a presence like the one in the room since then, and I never want to feel anything like that again. I never quite figured out what that was, or if the events were related. These dreams traumatized me as a child, and although I don't feel that I need answers to it, I just felt I needed to share the account of what happened with others, hoping that it would help. In closing, I wouldn't recommend anyone ghost hunting as I did. Whatever it was, the Ouija board seemed agitated. At first it seemed that we were connected by a somewhat friendly entity. Then it would leave, and the mean would come. I still live close to that home, about 10 miles away, but I haven't ventured back in like 7 years, maybe longer. I'm 25 now, and I've done a lot of research into the paranormal, and I know now what I did was stupid. Anyway, thanks for listening to me ramble on about my childhood. Hope this helps someone else. I now own the hospital, and it is utterly amazing. We have heard sounds of something working on the boiler late at night that even draw the attention of our many animals. There is a faint humming on one wing of the hospital, though there is no electrical power to the building. I've personally seen a little boy who I thought was coming down the hallway to the house in the back to see my daughter. I called to him in the twilight that she was out front and started to walk towards him. As I got closer, I realized he was on the stairs on the side of the building and disappeared out of sight. When I reached that point, we have taken pictures of the windows and have been able to bring up the face of a young woman with prominent cheekbones and a pointed chin, with long curly hair with an elderly gentleman in the background. On Photoshop, we magnified the image. The picture was taken in a stairwell that is 12 feet off the floor. There are many orbs around the building, and a local newspaper reporter and photographer who did a story on it this past Halloween photographed a white mist in a second floor window that seemed to be a focus point to some residents of town, giving them an uneasy feeling when they drive by. The previous owner had tried to change a portion of the second floor wing, but left everything in the middle of the construction and moved far away without selling the place first. He has never mentioned anything to us, but it is obvious something made him uncomfortable because he just wanted out. We feel nothing but peacefulness when we are in the building and are hoping to gain landmark status to protect the building. Many people died here during the 1947 tornado, since it was the only point of refuge for the town. We consider it hallowed ground and are supported by the many people who have an attachment to the building for various reasons. We are amazed by the amount of people who travel from different states who are born here, who just want to visit it. It is a compelling piece that we hope to preserve. My name is Jessica, and I live about 12 miles outside of a little town called Berlin in Somerset, Pennsylvania. When I was a little girl growing up down in the middle of nowhere, I heard ghost stories all the time. There is one where a man walks what we call the mountain road with a lantern, looking for his lost love who got lost in the woods. I never believed in the stories or ghosts until one night I went for a walk with my dog. Usually my dog was trailing behind me, but this time she was going in front of me, acting as if she didn't want me to walk any closer to the barn or the light, but I kept pushing her aside and kept walking towards the light. I had my earphones on and I was listening to music. I got a feeling that I wasn't alone, so I took my earphones on and turned the music off. I listened very quietly, and as soon as I was able to yell out "Who's there?" I heard what to me sounded like an old covered wagon up the field. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear it. I heard a whistle and the sound of hooves hitting the ground and the wheels turning. My dog started to bark, and I got scared and ran into the home. The next day I went to the field where I thought the sound of the wheels were coming from, and there were hoof prints and wheel tracks. I followed them for about 5 minutes, and then they just vanished. It was like they just disappeared. The tracks stopped. Then I started to follow them back to where I was, and the same thing happened. I got to the point where I'd heard them, and started to follow them back for about 5 minutes, and they disappeared. Sadly, I didn't get any photos, but I showed my mom and dad. None of us could explain it. Here is a nightmare I had one night. It's very scary, so brace yourself. One night in the cold, harsh winter of the snow belt in Cleveland, Ohio, I was making my tea, waiting until it was done steeping. As I finished watching my nightly program, I slowly limped to my cold, damp room. Hence, my heating ducts aren't very good, and my room is on the complete opposite side of my house, away from my furnace, and on the outskirts of the other bedrooms. As I arrived in my room, I turned on a portable heater, let my Harrier dog in, and limped over to my bed, and crawled under the blankets and flannel sheets. It was a freezing night, and my bed was freezing. As I went half asleep, I remember my mother walking in and turning off my heater. After that, I was completely emboweled in the satisfying darkness of slumber. I was sound asleep, and not to be disturbed until my own cries of horror awakens me. As I sit watching TV, too vague to tell what program it was, I was merely amused watching it. Lesser the fact that it seemed that there was no screen that I could make out. I zoned everything out. as my mother walks into the kitchen from my long outstretched foyer. The foyer seemed like it was 50 feet long, a great chandelier hanging from the sky, expensive wall murals, and a marble floor, which was mixed in with red. She greets me with a mere kiss on the cheek and a brief conversation. She persuaded me into my dining room, which was empty with beige carpeting, white walls, and a chandelier on the ceiling. She leads me to a window where we look out into the unknown. As we stare into the forest, we notice nightfall is soon to come, and it is just past dusk. The clouds look like they are about to have a long blizzard. As we scan down the sky, I notice that there's already an inch of snow on the ground. The trees were all leafless, and they looked dead because it was that time of the season. As we just stare into the edge of our land and into the rest of the deep weald, we notice how gothically beautiful it looks. Just then, we notice a slight change in the landscape. We see deer scattering about, especially away from a certain side of the timberland. Just then, we hear a blood-curdling scream. The scream you hear when somebody's in excruciating pain and agony. It lasts for about 5 seconds and dies out. I tremble in my dream, even though it does not seem like it. I look at my mother, and she does not make a sound. We stare into the unknown. We look into the woodlot and hear the cry for help again, and it ceases after 5 seconds, then recites. Finally, she grabs my arms and takes me to my room. We sit in there and keep getting these haunting phone calls of a man screaming, "You're next, you're next." She solemnly hangs up and has a trace of fear across her face. Suddenly, the scream is much closer to my bedroom window. Suddenly, I awaken with a jolt. I feel a cold sweat run down my back and notice that my breath shows up in midair. My furry little friend is in a little ball next to me, which means it was too cold for him too. I'm too afraid to fall back into sedation, so I stay awake and stay alert to any little noise in the home. As the clock turns 6 a.m., I wake up and wander into life before dawn. Everything is dark and I can't see, so I turn on the television. I make a cup of morning tea and tremble as I drink it. As I walked out to the bus, I couldn't help hearing the screams in my head and being terrified walking down a 50-foot driveway surrounded by timber. I've had a few experiences as a child, probably being less than 8 years of age, give or take. I found some little glass thing that I liked, and I was playing with it. I don't know what I was fascinated about it with, but I was a child. I lost it, and I woke up that night to go to the bathroom, and there it was on the bathroom counter. I didn't know how it had gotten there. I walk out in the hallway to go back to bed, and I see a figure run into my room. I run into my room, looking under my closet, under my bed, and all over. I find nothing. I go into my brother's room. He's still asleep, and see nothing else. I suppose the figure was returning the object to me. Who knows? Another time, I guess I woke up my mother to get me something to drink. After we went down the stairs and turned a corner to go to the kitchen, I'm behind her, and as she is about to go to the other room, I see a little boy, probably about my age at the time, and dressed in old-style clothes. I don't know, maybe 17th or 18th century clothes, just old. I asked my mother if she just saw that, and she said, "No, Bradley. What did you see?" I told her what I had just seen, and she didn't tell me it was my imagination or anything. She believed me. She says that many people in the family have seen things from time to time like that. I've seen other things in those days. My memory is a little shady about them, but those are my two best remembered. For some reason, I was somewhat scared of what I saw. I don't know why. Maybe because they were so sudden and gone so quickly. I would only see them for about 2 or 3 seconds, and they would just disappear as quickly as they appeared. I did live across the street from a cemetery, and someone we sold something to at a garage sale said the plot of land we lived on used to be a cemetery. An old one, judging by the clothes the boy was wearing. An old girlfriend sent me a link to this site, and I thought I would check it out. I came across the link, Children and Ghosts, and I thought I would give you my thoughts after reading it. I stopped seeing these things when I guess I just got a little scared, and just said to myself, I don't want to see these things anymore. After that, I hadn't seen a thing. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I'm not sure if I wouldn't mind seeing anything these days. I worked at a funeral home for 6 months and saw a lot of sadness and some gruesome things as well. People seem to be most upset when someone takes their own life, more so than a murder even. I got out of that because there is no money in it. It is because of those experiences that I do believe in life after death. Well, I hope I didn't make this message too long. I hope what I told you was helpful to you in some way. Well, let me first explain. I'm not psychic. I don't think that I'm particularly sensitive. I know that some of my friends and I in high school did mess around with some stuff. Ouija boards, going to cemeteries, etc. That wasn't the brightest of ideas, but it wasn't meant to be harmful. For whatever reason, I seem to attract this kind of energy. My parents had bought a house in a brand new development in West Windsor, New Jersey, in 1992. It was built on a former sod farm. Nothing too strange that we knew about. From the very beginning, I'd gotten weird vibes and sensations there. That something just wasn't right. My grandmother's sister, who was very sensitive, did not like coming over, that she never felt comfortable there. I never saw anything outright when I lived there, but I always got some strange vibes. My late grandmother did have a frightening experience. She had fallen asleep watching TV in the family room and awoke around 2 a.m. to 2 men standing in front of her. She screamed, and they were gone. I would get sensations of cold spots in certain spots in the home, especially in the front room. A lot of misery befell my family when they lived there too. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe not. In 1994, I lived for a brief time at 50 Main Street in Roebling. It was once a doctor's office, and I believe a post office at one point in time. I had many strange experiences in that home. My husband was going to school at night and worked full-time, so I was there by myself a lot. There was a room that was used for storage between our kitchen and the garage. I never wanted to be in there by myself. It was a very oppressive feeling, and I had a hard time breathing when I would be in there. There had been several times when I was doing laundry in the basement that I felt as if someone was standing behind me. Every so often I would catch a glimpse of an older, heavy-set woman outside. Since there was an alley directly behind the house, I assumed it was a neighbor. Apparently, no one alive in the neighborhood fit the description. The one thing that did me in was the 3rd floor. When my husband lived there as a teenager, he and his brother shared it, and his brother had put mirrors along one whole wall. For whatever reason, I was never able to look at those mirrors. I don't know if I was afraid of what I'd see or what, but I never could. I had originally planned on making the other room there into my sewing room. One afternoon, I was up sweeping when I felt as if someone was in the room with me. I knew I was home alone. It was such a palatable presence. I started to pray out loud. I basically did the rosary, but the feeling did not subside. I did not feel evil. It was just very oppressive. Needless to say, I was grateful when my mother-in-law sold the home and we had to move. As an aside, I grew up in Ridgewood, Bergen County, and I think that it is a one haunted town. There is something very evil in the cemetery across from Ben Franklin Jr., and I knew people would mess around with that stuff that they should have not stirred something up there. One night, we were all hanging out across the street by Ben Franklin Jr., and then I went home. I parked in my parents' garage. I was 17 or 18 at the time, and for some strange reason, the car backed itself out of the garage and landed directly over a ditch. It was like it had perfectly aligned itself to go there. The high school is haunted too. There used to be a room off the auditorium in the tower that was always 10 degrees cooler than anywhere else in the school. Of course, this is where we would go to smoke on a rainy day. There would just be a strange feeling in there. I don't know of any stories behind the building. It just might be a natural energy field or something. Finally, I used to work at the Borders in West Windsor. The shopping center that the store is located in was built over swampland where a bunch of kids from Trenton had drowned on Christmas night when they were fleeing police in a stolen car. The accident happened around 10 p.m. at night. Apparently where the back room in the store is was not too far away from the accident where it happened. There were many times we would hear things outside at night on the loading dock. Of course, when we would open the door, there would be nothing. A lot of times, and especially after 10 p.m., it would be very creepy going back there. I know that some other employees said that they had seen things back there. I never saw anything. I just got weird feelings. I've never really shared any of these stories with anyone before, but I feel like you guys won't do anything to exploit them or make fun of me. When I was 15 years old, I used to frequently babysit from a next-door neighbor who has 5 children. It was a Friday night at about 10 p.m. I just put the children to sleep in their bedrooms upstairs. I stayed up for a while watching a few late-night shows. At about midnight, I found myself restless and decided to wash the dishes from that evening's dinner. About 10 minutes into washing, I heard footsteps behind me. Without turning around, I said, "You're supposed to be sleeping." I received no response and turned slightly to my right, and out of the corner of my eye, I seen the outline of a little boy with dark hair, dressed in a t-shirt and shorts, and white tennis shoes. I turned back to the dishes, and was about to repeat myself, when the hair on the back of my neck started to go up and a shiver went down my back. I quickly realized that the little boy I had just seen was not one of the children. I turned completely about to find nobody there. I quickly walked through the kitchen to the living room and up the stairs, where I found all the children sleeping soundly in their beds. There is no way that any of the children could have ran back up the stairs and back into their beds within 5 seconds, and also without me hearing anything. My proof of what I had seen was real, is that all of the children were wearing pajamas, and not one of them had on shorts. Well, this didn't exactly happen to me, but it happened to my grandmother and her mother in the 40s in Brazil. My grandmother was young, and she had just bought her first house with my grandfather, and she had 2 little daughters. My aunts, obviously. My father wasn't even born yet. My grandmother isn't a person to lie, so this story is no bull. Well, it was around 1945, and my grandmother was preparing food in the kitchen for my aunts. My grandfather was at work, so she was alone with her 2 daughters. She heard footsteps coming down the living room and down the hall. She thought that was strange, because my grandfather wouldn't come home. Only 5 hours later, she went to greet him, but instead was greeted by a terrible cold gust of wind. She shrugged it off and went on with her life. But until the next day, she was cooking for my 2 aunts. My oldest aunt was around 5, and the second was around 2. She heard the same footsteps, and she noticed that it was always at the end of her mother's room. My great-grandmother would sleep there sometimes. She grabbed her 2 daughters and waited outside for my grandfather to come. This would always happen at lunchtime, around 12 p.m. Well, my grandfather was always skeptical when it came to ghosts, so he comforted her and told her he was hearing things. She believed him and went on. The next day, my great-grandfather went to sleep there. She would sleep there to help out my grandmother with the girls, and the footsteps still came. But my grandmother felt safe because she was with her mother and 2 daughters, so she didn't mind it. At night, my great-grandmother was sleeping, and she felt the bed go down as if someone was sitting down on it. Then, she felt a hand caressing her face. She got the heck out of there and never returned to that house. They lived there for 2 years. Soon after my father was born, they moved. So that's my story. I do not believe she was lying, because she isn't a person to lie about that. Thank you. My first story begins when I lived in Ohio, USA. I was driving back to my house one day with my friends when I saw a girl visiting a graveyard. She was right at the top by a statue of an angel. The girl looked very young, about 11 years old. She was wearing old-fashioned clothes. I went up to the grave the next day. The inscription was written on the angel's Bible. It said in memory of Jane Doe. Died 1832 to 1845. Died of tuberculosis. I did not use the girl's name out of respect. I now realize that yesterday I'd seen a ghost. I can see the graveyard from where I live, and I always see a girl visit the grave. One time I went up there to see if I could catch a glimpse of the girl. This time, she was bending over 2 other graves. I went away because I thought the girl was starting to sense my presence. I came back though, and found the 2 graves. These 2 were her mother and father. They had also died of tuberculosis. It looked like no one came and took care of this grave, so I'd come up there sometimes and clean the graves. When I had finished cleaning the girl's grave one day, I looked up and saw the girl watching me. She was smiling. She followed me home. I wasn't bothered because I knew she was harmless. It was almost like she was an old friend to me. This second set of experiences happened in Wrightwood, California. The interesting thing about the area in particular is that there are constant reported sightings of Indians everywhere. And the women in my family see an older woman around our houses, near the children's rooms. Townspeople who are aware of her say she is a nurse of sorts, and that she checks on the small children of the town, protecting them. The weirdest one so far is the half-Indian. All that is ever seen is the top half of an Indian, head to waist and floating. Most seem to see this figure especially down by the old ranch that sits in Cajun Pass, on Highway 66, between Clegherd Road and Kenwood. That's where the figure would appear. Many times around Thanksgiving, which makes you wonder a little bit. Anyway, my sister has seen him on Lone Pine Ranch Road around Clyde Ranch, the only structure on Lone Pine, until you reach Wrightwood. We have a lot of paranormal activity happening constantly, according to those who are tuned into it, or have that sixth sense. And if one's violent or sudden death brings about that type of activity, then we add approximately 10 spirits every year because of the slippery, snow-covered roads like Lone Pine. That, and the lack of common sense that California drivers possess. For years, the ranch my grandpa owns has been the center of many disturbing experiences. Though I did not experience them firsthand, I'm going to tell you some real stories about the place. Now I'm going to start with this ranch was built on an Indian burial ground, or this is what my mom tells me. My mother, Grace, lived there with her dad, sister, and 2 of her brothers. They only lived there part-time. They lived in San Luis Obispo with my grandmother. They'd go to the ranch on weekends along with my grandfather. My grandmother would stay behind because she hated the ranch. On the 4th of July, my mom had her friend come over, and this is when they were older, maybe in their 20s, and she let her stay in the bedroom with the guy she got close to. So my mom ended up on the couch. In the middle of the night, she sat straight up, like in the horror movies, where people sit straight up, all of a sudden in the middle of their sleep. She had no clue why, but she was so scared to death. She started to look around, and out of nowhere, she started seeing little dashes and wisps of silver light. They would fly right over her, and there would be deep wafts of cold air. She got up and ran to the bedroom. The guy my mom's friend got close to worked at the ranch as a gardener, and had experiences like this before seeing he'd worked there a long time. He said he thinks it's an Indian burial ground, but couldn't be sure. When my mom was young, not such great things happened at the ranch. I only know of one, but I'll tell you about it. My grandpa would bring weird friends that he met to the ranch. There was one guy in particular who came, and every time he'd play a game, where all the boys, including my uncle's friends, would have to play, it was basically a hide-and-seek game. But when he found them, he would pretend to torture them, and he'd throw them in a pool, which definitely wasn't a pleasant thing. My Uncle Martin was so scared of this guy, and he had good reason. This man was an old Vietnam War veteran. You could pretty much call him crazy. My uncle spent most of his days at the ranch, preparing for when he came. He did not want to be found. He had a place ready on this tree with a little stash of candy bars and packet drinks in the ladder that he could pull up after him. When the man came, He found everyone but Martin and looked for him till it was well past dark. Finally, they found him, but he wouldn't come down, and didn't. I had lived at the ranch for about 6 months, and my mom was scared to death of it, so we moved. My dad had lived with us. There was no power, so matches were common. After we had moved, my mom's younger brother Nick and his wife Shelley moved in. They had my little cousins Larry, the oldest, Amanda, second, and Monica, the youngest. My cousin Larry had gotten hold of matches when he climbed out of the crib he was in with Amanda. He climbed back in and started a fire, not knowing the consequences, being as young as he was. My Aunt Shelley was upstairs taking a nap with Monica, and my Uncle Nick was at work. Shelley came out running out of the building and left Monica outside, running back in to get Larry. It was too late for Amanda, and they still have her ashes. Larry lived, but he has third-degree burns that have scarred him permanently. My uncle divorced Shelley due to other problems in their marriage. He got remarried to another woman named Tracy, and together they had a child named Caitlin Elizabeth. Just a while ago, they figured out she was deaf. My grandpa lived at the ranch regularly till he broke his back. He was riding his horse in a mountain by a steep ravine. Being an experienced rider, he didn't have much of a risk factor. No one knows what, but something spooked the horse and he fell off, down the ravine, and broke his back. Now he's in a wheelchair, and it seems like he'd rather die than not be able to live at the ranch. So far he's not there, but he's trying to get there. Another bit that interests me about my family's ranch is that it tore my mom's side of the family apart. There have been endless fights about it, and pretty much everyone has turned away from each other. Are all these things a coincidence? I don't know, but I find it hard to think of it that way. I went to Santa Catalina summer camp, but it was also a boarding school. For some reason, there is one room that is never open for boarders. It's at the end of the hall in the 4th dorm, and the story about it was that a girl was going there for senior year and was trying to get into Harvard. When she got the rejection letter, she OD'd on sleeping pills. This happened a year or 2 after my mom had gone there. When I went there for summer camp, there was a girl who said she had gone in there to turn off a light that was on. This was odd, because no one was allowed to go in there. The 2 girls were curious about the room and snooped around. When they opened the closet, there was red writing all inside the walls of the closet. They screamed and ran out, telling the counselor what they saw. The counselor was clearly scared out of her mind to go into that room. Before she turned off the light, she checked the closet. The walls were clean. Throughout the nights and days at Catalina, the light would turn on without anyone there. The presence was overwhelming and strong. Sometimes just an eerie feeling. You can't prove it, just feel it. I lived in Springfield, Missouri for 5 years, and have been a frequent visitor to the Wilsons Creek battlefield. The place is a presence that you could feel day or night, because it was the site of a good-sized battle, and the park rangers will tell you the same thing of sightings while they patrolled the park, or hearing gunfire and cannons going off. One of the most active spots in the battlefield is the farmhouse that doubled as the field hospital where the wounded were brought in for amputation in the home. But I believe it was a Confederate hospital, if my memory serves me correctly. Last year in June, myself and a few friends were given permission to camp the night at the location so that we could experience the events reported ourselves. One of my friends got his degree in psychology and wanted to see if the reportings were due to the history of the area. And we confirmed everything the park ranger had told us. At midnight, we began to hear what we could have sworn to be low moaning coming from the house, and what we could have sworn were the shadows of several people passing the windows, as well as the footsteps on the front porch. The footsteps would either sound like someone pacing as if on guard duty or waiting, or it would sound like someone running into the home, such as an orderly or a surgeon. But the one thing that remains in my mind was a smell that suddenly just arose around us of blood. It was a heavy smell that lingered in the air, that just made you almost want to scream, because it had incredible sadness and pain. There was also a constant presence being verified of cold spots that would allow us to see our breath, and this made it very uncomfortable, because it was an 85-degree night. The presence would get stronger throughout the night, and finally, when we composed ourselves, I looked at the house and said as loud as I could, "We know you are with us, and we know the sacrifice that you have made. Please leave this place in peace." My friends, of course, gave me that look that I had lost it, but they immediately noticed that there was a calm feeling now, instead of agitation and sadness. Before we left, we placed a small flag and an American flag that we bought and placed them on either side of the front porch of the field house and gave them a salute out of respect for the soldiers. I've since moved to Florida, but still keep in contact with my friends as well as the park ranger, and we still talk about that night as well as the other occurrences they've seen on return visits. I hope this helps to prove the skeptics that there is a presence of lost life on that site, and that they want us to know how, so what happened to him will not be repeated to others. I lived in my newly built home for 1 year now. It all started when I woke groggy from sleep. I heard a woman crying and thought perhaps it was my child or neighbor. Her husband would travel often. I realize now that it was a linked experience. It was a couple of days ago, and I'd stayed up late watching TV, started to get tired, and decided to go to sleep. So I walked upstairs and went to my bedroom, laid down, and was fast asleep. I remember dreaming, and the woman that I heard for a year crying came to me. She came over me and put one hand on my throat and the other on my mouth and face. She began to strangle me. All I can remember after was willing myself to be awakened. I was flailing, kicking, and trying to scream. That is when I finally awoke. My husband was laying right next to me the whole time. He was also awake after the episode, scared and wondering what the heck. He told me that I was really screaming and tossing all over. You know when you watch someone sleep, and they say they were screaming, it's always muffled. I wasn't. Tonight, me and my sister were making dinner for all the kids, hobo dinners to be exact, and we had made all the kids come in one at a time to pick out their ingredients in their own hobo dinner. If you don't know what hobo dinners are, they have an assortment of vegetables and meat, or chicken, and condensed soup wrapped in aluminum foil. We have made the first 3, no hitches. Then came little A, we'll call her that. She picked up her foods and we argued that she had to have more than chicken and broccoli. She didn't want to, but agreed. So I folded hers up and put it into an oven with the other 3, realizing that when I put in the 5th one, I would have to move them all. We then proceeded to make the last one, and we never left the kitchen. Upon finishing, I opened the oven and found that little A's dinner was gone. I put it in there myself, and it was not small, not something you could misplace. We searched the entire kitchen and surrounding areas. No dinner. We made her another one, but couldn't get over the lost hobo dinner. We talked about it for a few hours while our husbands researched the kitchen. Then we started talking of related stories, and the woman came up. We joked that she ate it, or our deceased grandma did. Then I told my sister and her husband of my dream experience. My husband chimed in and finished the dream, but I didn't even know the end. He had said that after he had gotten up the next morning, I came out of our bedroom crying and saying that the ghost tried to suffocate me again. Then he said I proceeded to get a glass of water and went back to my room. That happens to be on the top floor and my kitchen on the main. I didn't know that happened. Then he also started talking about an old forgotten coal mine and how a girl died in one here in Littleton, Colorado. So we went online and somehow in our main searches came to this site. Do you think that maybe the deaths of the miners and their families are still here, reminding us of all the injustices they faced in their lives? Or are they just wanting us to take notice and change things? Early last year, me and my youngest daughter was cleaning an empty house to make extra money. Being sensitive to spirit guides, I picked up a presence, but chose to ignore it and clean the home. My daughter kept hearing someone tell her to come upstairs, and she wouldn't do it. As evening approached, we headed upstairs to vacuum the bedrooms. Whatever the presence was, it kept on blocking the vacuum from the wall and threw a marble at the wall also. I also felt a cold hand attempt to brush me down the stairs as I was going from one bedroom to the other. I dropped the vacuum and fled down the stairs, telling whatever it was that we would be back the next day. As we were locking the door, we felt someone on the other side trying to stop us from locking up and leaving. The next day, I lit a white candle and stood at the foot of the stairs. I simply stated we were here to do a job and mean no harm to him. I also said that we would leave as soon as the house is clean. After that, we felt them. They let us do our job. The house is rented now, and I won't step foot on the property anymore. I had a very tall black shadow step on the house's porch and speak to me using telepathy. It told me not to come back to its territory, or else it will push me down the stairs next time. Meaning I have small grandkids. That's fine by me never to go over there again. I'm still not sure what I encountered, but I didn't like it. The new tenants can deal with it. As for me, I don't need the money that bad to come in contact with whatever lives in my neighbor's house.
Please like the video and share it to make me happy. This is a Gregorian chant, a church chant for Christmas almost. It is almost 2023 and we're happy. So please like the video, share it, and subscribe to the channel. If you're new, then I'll stop wasting your time so you can listen to the video. Or if it's at the end of the video, because I don't know if I'm putting this at the end of the video, please share it, like, and subscribe. Bye bye, Bo. I don't know who Bo is, but it could be a dog's name. Really affectionate name for. I'll just go now. Love you guys.